Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. In the Straw Hat crew, star with spirit speech ability. 1SS1. The smiling man on the scaffold, shoehorn-faced Drago. On a merchant ship, Sima D leaned against the edge of the boat, enjoying the sea breeze blowing comfortably. Half a month ago, when Sima D was working overtime, she came to the world of pirates when her eyes went dark. Her body was 18 years old. The reward for newbies given by the necessary system for travelers is the speech ability of Wu Yin Yanye. This is a bug ability that is almost, speaking the law, ice, fire, thunder, electricity, guns, cannons, etc. can be realized by opening the mouth. With this ability, Sima D rescued the merchant ship that was robbed by pirates. After learning that it was East Blue from the world of One Piece, she agreed to hire the captain of the merchant ship as a guard and went to the destination town of Rog to have a look. Because this year is Sea Circle Calendar 1521, as a former pirate fan, Sima D clearly remembers that this was the year Luffy went to sea. Ingeniously, on the day Sima D crossed, it was Luffy who was offered a reward of 30 million Baileys by Marine, which indicated that Luffy was the one who ended the plot of Kokoja Village and was also rushing to Rog Town. I wonder if I can meet Luffy and the others? Luffy's blood? Zoro's kendo, Sanji's cooking skills, Usopp's bragging, Nami's nautical talent. There are follow-up companions and adventures, both of which Sima D wants to be a part of. Both because of childhood dreams, but also because of his system. I see, Rog Town. The crew's cheers woke Sima D up. Look up, sure enough, I saw the outline of an island, and there are a lot of buildings in the bustling area. Exactly. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene. The town of beginning and end Rog Town, and get the sign in reward, Captain America's Super Soldier Physique. Captain America's Super Soldier Physique. It can enhance the user's metabolic function and all body functions, and the brain utilization rate is 100%, reaching the peak of human potential. In an instant, Sima D clearly felt the power surge, and her energy and spirit were all transformed for it. Because it is a direct reward of physique, instead of serum, Sima D will not have the side effect of infinite amplification of a certain quality. Nice bonus. Didn't expect the town of Rog to be a famous scene? I don't know if it's only this small town that is special, or are there other islands? And this, it's Sima D's system, God-level famous scene sign in system. As long as you sign into the famous scene in the anime, you will get rewards that match it. Most of the famous scenes in the anime are related to the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. That being the case, integrating into the Straw Hat Pirates to participate in the adventures of the screen one after another, enjoying your childhood dreams, and getting rewards for signing in. Isn't this delicious? Footsteps came. The hot merchant ship captain, Ruth, came and handed Sima D a big bag of money. This is the 500,000 Baileys promised to you, and another 500,000 Baileys is the reward for saving the merchant ship, Ruth said loudly. Sima D didn't count it either, and put it in her arms after receiving it. Seeing that Ruth hadn't left yet, she looked at this hot beauty suspiciously. Are you really not thinking about staying? Ruth's eyes showed a hint of pleading. As long as you can come. The marriage arranged by the family will definitely not be a problem. My family will also become you. Sima D interrupted Ruth with a wave of her hand. Although I slept with you before, that was the way you chose to repay your gratitude. He's no Prince Charming for Ruth's escape. Whether it's for a childhood dream or to maximize the benefits of the system, his goal is the Grand Line, and even the New World. Woman, it will only affect his adventure. Stop talking, let's get together and break up, Sima D said. It just so happened that the ship was about to dock at this time. Sima D ignored Ruth's heartbroken gaze, and directly used her spiritual ability to speak. Flight. At the same time, Sima D took off into the air and flew straight to the town of Rog without looking back. Like a scumbag. But when Sima D flew away, Ruth's sad face changed, and she stared at Sima D's back with frost. Obviously this woman is not simple, but none of this has anything to do with Sima D. Sima D, who was flying in midair, noticed that the center of Rog Town was a bit unusually lively, and two figures could be vaguely seen shaking on the towering execution platform. Hyperopia. The picture is enlarged in the eyes of Sima D. But Luffy, who was wearing a straw hat, was locked on the execution platform. Facing the beheading knife that was about to fall from Buggy, Luffy, who was about to die, did not panic, but grinned calmly and showed a big smile. This scene shocked Sima D. Going to die calmly? As someone who has resurrected his life, he really cannot understand this courage, but it is also because of this that he is even more shocked. Perhaps, this is Luffy's personality, right? Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene. The smiling man on the execution platform, and get the sign in reward. The lucky halo of the killing angel. The lucky halo of the killing angel. Any low-level incidents that hurt you will never happen. Sima D. Nest Grass, isn't this the protagonist's aura of invincibility? Sure enough, you came to the town of Rog at the right time. Seeing that Luffy was about to be beheaded, although there were dark clouds in the sky, there was no sign of thunder and lightning falling. Sima D subconsciously shouted, "Thunder, boom." In the nick of time, a massive thunderbolt fell from the sky, struck the execution platform and knocked it down, and Luffy was freed. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene. Luffy, who loves to laugh, is struck by lightning, and get the sign in reward, Laxus's lightning immunity. Laxus's lightning immunity. You are immune to all electrical damage. This made Sima D stunned. Strangeness. Shouldn't the lay just now be part of the plot? Why did he summon it with his spiritual ability? Suddenly, sensing some kind of spying, Sima D subconsciously turned her head to look, and was facing a man in a green robe, with a shoehorn on half of his face exposed under the cloak. Dorag. Son of Marine hero Garp, father of Luffy, leader of the Revolutionary Army. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene. Shoehorn face Dorag, and get the sign in reward. 2. Will the misty fruit be choked by the smoke? I said yes. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene. Shoehorn face Dorag, and get the sign in reward. Xiao Honglu's top wisdom of mortals. Xiao Honglu's top wisdom of mortals. The brain nerve center and cerebral cortex folds are extremely developed, and the brain nerves have been upgraded to reach the peak of mortal wisdom, and can predict the coming of death, and see the death of people. Sima D's brain seems to be alive. With a super soldier physique, the brain utilization rate is 100%, and many things that I could not think of before are also figured out at this moment. The thunder and lightning in the plot is probably related to Drago. He just appeared suddenly, it attracted the attention of Drago, so the action was a bit slower, and it was cut off by Sima D. Interesting. I can sign in even if I restore the famous scene myself? I don't know if the reward has been reduced. Here Sima D and Drago are far away from each other, while Luffy and Zoro and others over there are also avoiding the siege of Smoker and the pursuit of the clown buggy, and headed for the port. Fled after a meal, right at the foot of Sima D, he was intercepted by Smoker on his fog-powered motorcycle. I said, if you don't knock me down, you won't be able to go to the Grand Line, Smoker Hockey said. Duck, I'd have forgotten if you didn't tell me, Luffy said with a smile. Didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at all. Luffy confidently went up. Smoker, who found that he couldn't hit the Logia mist fruit at all, was lifted high into the air by his backhand wrapped in smoke. It is only a few meters away from Sima D standing in the air. Huh? Luffy was surprised. A person who can fly. Wear your wings. It's amazing. Sima D. Are you still in the mood to care about others? Or the heartless Luffy? When facing Luffy, you don't need to make any detours, just speak directly. My name is Sima D. How about getting on your boat? Sima D went straight to the point. Okay. Where's the flying buddy? It must be interesting, ha ha ha. Luffy nodded dryly. What a dare to ask, a dare to answer. The speed of joining the group is comparable to Brook. The smoker underneath was so angry that he was smoking, the kind that smokes. Hey hey hey, when I don't exist, still joining the pirates directly in front of my face? Boy, you've been arrested too. Smoker issued an ultimatum, and a puff of smoke turned into an arm and grabbed Sima D. Sima D didn't mean to avoid it. Research in recent days. He has a lot of understanding of the speech ability, rewarded by novices, and he has a very good idea. You will be choked by the smoke when you use the ability of the mist fruit. With the voice of Sima D falling, Smoker suddenly coughed violently. The arm of the smoke that was grabbing Sima D dissipated, not to mention the smoke that entangled Luffy also dissipated. Seeing Sima D burst into laughter. The person with the ability of woo-woo fruit was actually choked by the smoke? I don't know what Smoker's mood is now, but it's definitely not too good. Sima D has thought of the future. Akainu is scalded by lava, Aokiji is frozen by ice, Kizaru will be blinded by light, etc. This spiritual ability, it is really suitable for the traveler with a big brain. It's amazing. Luffy landed with glowing eyes and said, is this your devil fruit ability? God fruit? What are you talking about? Can you let me fly? Sima D smiled and said directly, flight, with his will comes. Luffy also gained the ability to fly, just like getting a novelty toy, playing Rampage in the air. Sima D didn't remind either. Anyway, with Dorag on the side, the Straw Hat pirates will definitely sail safely today, even if Marine Admiral comes. After a brief adaptation of the smoker below, he also knew how to hold his breath to get himself out of the choked state, and then rushed out of the smoke and stared at Sima D viciously, but he didn't dare to use the ability of the misty fruit anymore. This person is poisonous. How can you give others devil fruit ability to increase side effects? Don't think you can escape like this. Smoker gritted his teeth and invested 10 sea stones in his hands. Once the top sea stone touches Sima D, his devil fruit ability will also be invalidated, and it will be Smoker's chance to fight back. Sima D had just obtained the lucky halo for her intentional experiment, so she didn't move. Seeing that when he was about to hit Sima D, Luffy, who experienced the joy of flying, just passed by and perfectly assumed the duty of a human shield. Boom. Shish. Sea Stone's 10 hands spun and threw an arc in the air, and the handshake fell right into Sima D's hand. Oh, interesting ability. Sima D laughed. Luffy on the side covered his head and screamed in pain, but he didn't fall to the ground. Sima D's ability to speak spirit is not devil fruit ability. Sea Stone is of course invalid. Hiss, how come? Obviously I am immune to all blunt blows, how could it hurt so much? It hurts more than Nami hit. Sima D pulled Luffy by the collar and waved Sea Stone 10 hands at Smoker. Thank you, Old Iron, for the gift. Goodbye to the sea. Then turned around and flew towards the port. Smoker subconsciously urged his ability to fly to the sky to chase after him, and then he was choked by his own smoke and coughed violently. When he held his breath and rushed out of the smoke, Where was Sima D and the others? Hateful. Don't try to run away. Drago, who was hiding in the dark, watched Sima D with great interest as he took Luffy away. It seems to be a very reliable little guy, but I don't know the details. At the port, when Sima D came here with Luffy, he saw Marines setting up cannons and bombarding Going Merry. The situation is a little dangerous. Mary is in danger. Let me go, Luffy hurriedly said. Sima D let go and let Luffy play by herself, while looking at the dense dark clouds in the sky. I don't know if the big scene I created, can I sign in and get rewards? All the lightning energy from the dark clouds over the port fell. Boom, 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 massive thunder and lightning poured down like a torrential rain, including Marine on the shore, Luffy and Sima D, and it was Smoker who had just arrived, who also held his breath and turned on elementalization to escape the catastrophe. Wait until the baptism of thunder and lightning dissipates. Except for Sima D and Luffy, who are immune to lightning, who are still conscious, all Marines are lying dead on the ground unconscious. Heaven, Sima D raised her lips in surprise, because 3. 100% being caught empty-handed, Demon Fruit Power Nemesis. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene. The thunder of the Straw Hat Pirates sending off, and get the sign in reward. The Chicken Charm of the Lord of Fire Demon. The Chicken Charm of the Demon Lord of Fire, one of the 12 spells. It is the magic power of the Lord of Fire Demon, which can enable the holder to control telekinesis to suspend in the air, and control objects to float and move. The item has been placed in the system space. Bingo! You can really create your own famous scene to sign in. After that, there will be a lot of room for manipulation. It's really good. Huh? Sima D found that she had the voice of a male duck, and her head was a little drowsy. This is a manifestation of his excessive use of spiritual power. Although it can achieve almost, following the words, it is not without cost, and there are also limits. Excessive overdraft will cause you to lose your voice like now. After all, it also caused a natural disaster just now. In order not to let this situation continue to deteriorate, Sima D cancelled the effect of the spiritual ability, and the flying ability of herself and Luffy disappeared. Next second, Sima D took out the chicken charm in the system space and urged his telekinetic power to let himself hang in the air, but Luffy was too far away to reach, so he had to let it fall to the ground. Fortunately, as a rubber man, he is not afraid of falling. Stand up, Luffy just yelled. That's cool, Sima, you are so amazing. You can even summon thunder and lightning. So you summoned the thunder and lightning that saved me on the execution platform just now? Sima D opened her mouth to speak, but then closed her mouth again. He has to raise his voice, just nodded and pointed to Going Merry. At the same time, Smoker also rushed towards Luffy with an angry face, but he didn't dare to use the mist fruit again. He didn't know that Sima D's spiritual ability of speech had expired. Haha. Goodbye. Luffy flicked his left hand to Going Merry and grabbed Zoro's neck, and flung his right hand to Sima D to grab him to take off together, but Sima D silently stopped him with telekinetic power. Joke. Who wants to fly with you? Hey. Luffy didn't have time to say more. The rubber arm was already retracted, and under Zoro's horrified eyes and curses, a mallet hit him firmly. Boom. That movement. Tut tut. Seeing that Sima D touched his face, Zoro was not disfigured in the later stage, which is enough to resist. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene. Luffy's unique way to return to the ship, and get the sign in reward. Li Jing's 100% being caught empty-handed. Li Jing's 100% received the sword with empty hands. Equipped with any weapon with a sword in its name, it can be activated. The activation effect is that every time the sword is slashed, someone will come to receive the sword with bare hands. Extended skills can be developed. Sima D. This ability is just as hilarious as Luffy's way of returning to the ship. And it's a passive skill, so Sima D won't be able to play with swords in the future. Shaking his head with a smile, this time Rog Town has also gained a lot. In just 10 minutes, I got 6 sign-in rewards. Sure enough, it was the right choice to come to the Straw Hat Pirates. They are famous scene-making machines. Boy, I will definitely catch you, Smoker's words came. Sima D looked down at Smoker, who was empty-handed, and at Seastone 10 in hand. Is this thing a sword? He has the final say. Tang Dao. Under Sima D's spiritual speech ability, the Seastone's 10 hands transformed into a tang knife, which is 3 feet long, and the blade is black with Seastone coating. The arc is only 2 fingers wide, and the blood groove is extremely deep. It looks like a murderous weapon. However, there is no distinction between swords and swords in One Piece world, so it can also trigger the passive of 100% empty-handed and white blade. Under Smoker's gaze, Sima D lowered the height and waved Tang Dao at Smoker from the air. Brush, Smoker unknowingly performed. Shave, half kneeling in front of Sima D, raised his hands above his head and folded his hands together, and caught Sima D's Tang Dao. D-filled circle. She, 100% bare-handed and white-handed, Smoker. Smoker. Filled down pointing triangle F filled down pointing triangle meh. Boy, you're looking for death. Smoker desperately held his breath to activate the ability of the Misty Fruit, but found that his body was too weak to use the ability of Devil Fruit. He fixed his eyes and looked at the black paint on the surface of Tang Dao. Is this Seastone? Combined with the weird ability to let oneself receive the sword, and the ability to open the mouth to give side effects to Devil Fruit, this kid has directly become the Demon Fruit Power Nemesis. Boy, I will definitely find a way to catch you, Smoker gritted his teeth. There's nothing he can do now, the ability of Devil Fruit cannot be used, and the body is still restricted by this strange ability. I can only speak harsh words. Sima D curled her lips in disdain. If it weren't for his voice now, Smoker should somehow know that he is also a younger brother when he talks trash. Well now. Sima D kicked Smoker tens of meters away, and was about to turn around and fly away, when an arm suddenly wrapped around his waist. Sima D. Monkey D. Luffy, you dare, call out. Sima D was directly dragged away, ejected and flew towards Going Merry. When he saw that he was about to hit Luffy, he hurriedly used telekinesis to put himself on the brakes. Call, so close. Zoro, who was carrying a big bag beside him, looked at Sima D with regret and envy. Very good ability. Zoro said, my name is Zoro, you're the new crew member recruited by Luffy, right? Come down, we should set off. Sima D nodded in response. Suo Da's reputation has been admired for a long time. Sima D. Hearing Sima D's hoarse voice, everyone was a little surprised. But because it was the first time I met Sima D, I thought it was his innate reason. Huh? Sima, what's wrong with your throat? Luffy asked strangely. Sima D didn't want to speak anymore, but suddenly thought of something, walked to the side of the boat and beckoned a cloud of seawater, condensing it into a sentence. My ability was overused just now, and my voice can't speak in a short time. Everyone was stunned. Usopp was even more surprised. The lightning and thunder just now were really summoned by you. Sima D nodded. That wave of consumption is a bit big. Amazing. Usopp excitedly said, my name is Usopp, and I am a sniper and part-time boatman on the ship. Please take care of me in the future. This is the sense of sight that found the thigh. Boom. A thunderstorm interrupted everyone's conversation, followed by a heavy rainstorm, and a strong wind blew from the direction of Rog Town, blowing Going Merry's sails at full speed and heading towards the upside-down mountain like a farewell. Sima D squinted. One can vaguely see a green-robed figure on the shore, stepping on a mass of white objects. Probably Drago stepped on Smoker, and poor Smoker. 4. I bless you. This milk is poisonous. When Sima D lamented Smoker's pity. Everyone, Zoro shouted, to celebrate that the ship is about to sail to the Grand Line, let's have a launching ceremony. Okay. Bring it on. Sanji spoke first. He raised his foot habitually and stepped on the wooden barrel beside him. My name is Sanji, I'm the cook on board, and I went out to sea to find All Blue. This is to introduce my name to Sima D, which is very sweet. My name is Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, the man who will become the One Piece. Luffy followed closely behind. Zoro, swordsman, I want to become a great swordsman. Zoro followed suit. Nami, navigator, I'm here to draw a world map. Nami smiled and raised her foot. Just opposite is Sima D, the scenery under the skirt. Sima D glanced subconsciously and then looked away. I am for the bravest sea warrior, Usopp yelled and raised his foot. In the end, only Sima 1 was left, and everyone looked at him. Sima D thought about it. Dream? Sima D then raised her foot on the wooden barrel and said in a hoarse voice. My name is Sima D. As a pirate, I just want to do whatever I want, so my dream is to come to an exciting legendary adventure. Going to sea just for the adventure? This is the purest pirate? What a dream. Our adventure will be wonderful. What an amazing guy. Everyone agreed one after another, obviously resonating extremely. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene. The launching ceremony of the Straw Hat Pirates. And get the sign in reward. Zhang Xiao's Silver Blessing. Zhang Xiao's Silver Blessing. Quickly restore the target's vitality. Restore skills. Sima D immediately used the blessing on himself. A holy light emerged from the palm of his hand and enveloped him. And then Yu Ruo soaked him in the comfort of a hot spring in the cold winter, and couldn't help but hum softly. After making the sound, Sima D realized something was wrong. Why is it called so ecstasy? This milk is poisonous. Fortunately, he is now in a state of falling throat, and with the cover of the storm, no one can hear him. Sima D found that her throat condition was much better, and it is still recovering rapidly. Although the milk is a bit poisonous, but the effect is also very good. Just right now that the atmosphere is so good, how can we miss the fireworks? Fireworks. Call out, boom. A series of fireworks bloomed in the storm, adding a perfect end to the launching ceremony. Afterwards, Nami issued a series of instructions, directing everyone to control Going Merry, let it ride the wind and waves in the turbulent waves, and move steadily towards the direction of Upside Down Mountain. Until near noon, so tired. I'm so hungry, I want to eat meat. Sima D also looked at Sanji with some expectation. Sanji's food is at the top of the wish list of many dried shrimps. Understood, I'll go now. Sanji was about to turn around and leave, but Usopp suddenly reminded that there was an unknown object in the distance. It's strange, there are so many birds circling in the sky, it's hard to see what's there, Usopp said. Sima D thought of a certain possibility, and immediately used her spiritual ability. Hyperopia. Perspective. The black dot image was zoomed in, and Sima D saw a young figure through the flock of birds. At this time, Sanji said thoughtfully, there are often a large number of birds hovering above the big fish. Luffy, you can catch it for lunch. Yossi. Leave it to me. Luffy flung out his arm, and precisely caught the unconscious figure. Sima D silently walked towards the main pole and hid behind it. Sanji looked at the afterimage that was approaching quickly, and suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, how are you going to let go? Hey, let you wait. Call out. The answer to Sanji was the afterimage of the head on collision. Fortunately, Sanji was reminded by Sima, and he also dodged behind the main stick. And Zoro, who was sleeping soundly, was hit in the face again. Boom. Poor Zoro was thrown straight off the deck and was about to fall into the water. Sima used telekinetic power to catch it and brought it back to the deck to lie dead. Huh? Sorry Zoro. Luffy chuckled. There was no point in repenting. However, Zoro, who was hit hard, couldn't reply to Luffy, he just lay there twitching. B********D. Sanji raged. Are you trying to kill us? Luffy just scratched his head and smirked, neither refuting nor admitting his mistake. You can tell you didn't listen. Sima looked at Zoro on the floor, thinking that he had the skills of a milkman, and immediately threw a holy light at Zoro. Bless. Zoro, who was shrouded in holy light, changed his pained expression to a happy idiot's expression, accompanied by ecstasy moans. Ah, hey, Sima, Sanji, Luffy. Ah this milk is indeed poisonous. Although Zoro had been cured of his injuries, he lay down on the deck uncharacteristically, pretending to be dead, and at some point turned over and stuck face down to the deck. What a shame. Absolutely can't wake up now. On the contrary, Sima had a bad taste, and said with a smile, Hey, is it not strong enough? Let's do it again. Zoro. He jumped up and shouted angrily. Even if I die in the future, never use that ability on me, absolutely. Huh? Then watch you die? Sima suppressed a smile. Yes, just watch me die. Zoro gritted his teeth. Obviously, shame overcame the desire to survive, and he chose to die rather than surrender. Ha ha ha. Sanji laughed suddenly. Green algae head. You can make that sound? Ha 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 ha. Give Zoro a laugh. A-hole. It's Sima's ability. You must be worse than me. Zoro gritted his teeth. Cut. How is it possible? You just have a problem. Ha ha ha. Sanji didn't bother to fight back. Sima laughed when he heard this. Do not believe it? Go you. I bless you. The holy light enveloped Sanji. The laughter stopped abruptly, the big mouth trembled as if trying to endure something, but in the end it failed. Ah, Sanji. Zoro. Wong Omega Wong. Luffy. Oh. The worst thing is, Nami and Usopp who rushed over after hearing the sound looked at Sanji in horror. So you are Sanji? No, I do not have, it's Sima's ability. But no matter how Sanji explained it, Nami and Usopp obviously wouldn't believe it. Then, I bless you, I bless you, oh. Both Nami and Usopp were autistic, and Sanji and Zoro stared at Sima in horror. Sima realized that he had made a joke, and stepped forward to explain. Nami and others retreated 3 steps collectively. Don't come here. 5. The ability to be sealed, never use it again. After a public vote, Sima blessing ability was listed as a lethal weapon that is strictly forbidden to be used against one's own people, and everyone said that, even if they are going to die, never use it on them. What can Sima do? Of course he nodded and agreed first. But if there are serious injuries, Sima said that he just nodded. Did he speak in agreement? Of course it is important to save lives, and everyone still didn't know Sima sinister, and thought that he was still under the load of excessive use of ability and could not speak, so this matter came to an end. Until then, did everyone notice that what Luffy brought back was not a big fish, but a comatose little girl? Everyone who had kept saying they wanted to ban blessing looked at Sima tacitly at the moment. Obviously, although they don't want the holy light to cover themselves, they are happy to see the holy light shining on the world. It's not a big deal to watch the excitement. Sima who made him a person who didn't know how to say no? Definitely not because he also wants to watch the excitement. Immediately raised his hand and gave the little girl a holy light. The latter woke up immediately, opened his eyes and saw the people with strange faces, and then saw the pirate flag flying above his head. Crack now. He was so frightened that he fainted again. Everyone. Filled circle ___. Ah this. You look at me, I look at you, I can't figure out what's going on. Still careful Nami said. The pirates in this era are indeed less popular, let her have a good sleep. Alright Nami-san, Sanji said hospitably, then I'll go prepare lunch. Sima, Sanji's cooking is delicious. Luffy salivated. Yeah, Sanji's cooking is the best I've ever had. Usopp agreed. Sima also responded with great expectations. Come to the kitchen to watch Sanji operate like a tiger in the 1-acre 3-point area of the kitchen. Just smelling the aroma of vegetables makes people's index fingers move. Finally it was time to serve the food. Sima couldn't wait to pick up a mouthful of sauced meat nearby. The rich sauce and meat aroma exploded in his mouth, and his taste buds bloomed, making him unable to stop. It was an ultimate enjoyment than a blessing. Ding! Congratulations to the sign in scene, Sanji's cooking, and get the sign in reward, Little Master's glowing right hand. Little Master's shining right hand. The unique skills of the super chef Xiaodangjia can stimulate the aroma of the dishes and make them shine brightly, presenting the ultimate of this dish in terms of taste. Semicolon. Oh, this ability is interesting. Sima D immediately raised his right hand, and the whole dish immediately exuded a faint gilt luster, and the already irresistible fragrance became more intense. Sima D tasted the sauced pork again, and found that the taste has not improved much. It seems that Sanji has already developed this dish to the ultimate level, and there is no further improvement. But Sanji was thoughtful after tasting it. Didn't you think there was still room for improvement? If you lose 0.4 seconds when frying the meat, you should be able to achieve this taste. Tisk. How about someone who is good at cooking? But Sima D and others don't have Sanji's leisure and elegance, they all gobble up their food, for fear that Luffy will take away their share if they eat too late. Waiting for the wind and clouds to finish eating all the meals. Sanji even served dessert after dinner. This time, each person has one serving, and the tastes are different according to their preferences. Wait here, it's a jelly pudding made with mint leaves, which should soothe your throat a little bit, Sanji said. Have a heart. Sima D nodded with a smile, scooped a spoonful and ate it. As expected, the throat was cold and very comfortable. At this moment, the comatose little girl also woke up smelling the smell of rice. Sima D didn't go to eat jelly pudding and watched from the side. Under Nami's enlightenment and Sanji's delicious food capture, the little girl finally let go of her guard against everyone, and introduced herself as Abyss, who escaped from a warship, but refused to tell the reason. Only Sima D knows. Because Abyss knew the whereabouts of the Millennium Dragon, he was captured by Marine who delusional to obtain the bones of the Millennium Dragon to live forever. Millennium Dragon. Sima D is also extremely interested. The Dragon Island, that appears once in a millennium is not a bad spectacle. Should be able to sign a name scene, right? Sima D looked at Abyss with great interest. After a simple conversation, Nami, who had special affection for children, finally agreed to send Abyss back to Gunkanjima first. Well, I'm not in a hurry anyway, so I'll take you there. Luffy nodded. This made Abyss cheer for joy. To thank you all, leave dinner tonight to me. Oh, can you still cook? Then we'll look forward to it. Only Sima D turned pale when she heard the words. If he remembers correctly, this Abyss seems to be a kitchen killer. Evening. Sima D silently entered the boys' dormitory in the cabin and went to sleep on the grounds that the throat is a bit uncomfortable. Not long after, I heard a burst of howling ghosts and howling wolves. Obviously, Nami and the others were all moved by Abyss' cooking skills. Suddenly, when the sound of hurried footsteps came, Sima D thought she was calling him to eat, so she silently chose to pretend to be asleep. It's not good, Usopp said anxiously. A large number of Marines are coming. Come. Sima D immediately got up and got out of the cabin, and she saw a large number of Marine warships encircling her. Haha. They must be here to catch me, Luffy said to himself. He is a pirate with a reward of 30 million Baileys, which is already the highest in East Blue. Bang bang bang. The Marine warship fired a volley of artillery shells, and the shells bombarded Going Merry intensively. Everyone didn't react, only Sima D used telekinetic power. Pull Luffy into a big net and catch all the shells and shoot them back. Immediately, the ship turned upside down after a meal. At the same time, Abyss also suddenly said, it said that the wind is going to blow. Nami synchronized. It's going to be windy, huh? Nami glanced at Abyss in surprise, but there is no doubt about the situation now. Immediately, he commanded everyone to sail south. Before the Marine warship was adjusted, a strong wind took Going Merry Yang Fan away, leaving behind the heavy Marine warship to watch. And sigh. But the Marine warship has no intention of chasing it. Everyone in Luffy was still cheering and escaped. Good job. It's really smart for Sima to use Luffy as a net. Nami-san's nautical talent is really strong. He can predict the wind. No, it's just intuition. 6. Entered the Sea King's lair and flew directly over the calm belt. When people are discussing, only Zoro and Sima D looked around. The difference was that Zoro looked solemn, while Sima D was interested. I'm talking about you. Sima D finally spoke up. The boat has not moved for a long time, and we have entered the calm belt. Others didn't know why, only Nami looked terrified. Ruined. Nami nervously told everyone who didn't know the seriousness of the matter, and popularized the horror of calm belt. Besides what I said, the calm belt is the lair of the Sea Kings, and gigantic. The voice fell. Going Merry was suddenly elevated, and one after another Sea Kings with a size of several hundred meters broke through the water, and they appeared in groups, shocking everyone. Even Sima D was amazed. It was the first time he had seen such a huge creature. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene, Superstar Sea Kings, and get the sign in bonus, Akamichi Choji's multiplication technique. Akamichi Choji's doubling technique, a secret technique handed down by the Akamiki family, which can temporarily expand a part of the body or the whole body, but it will consume a lot of chakra when used. Semicolon. The next moment, the use method and some skills of the doubling technique came to mind. But Sima D had no time to digest these, but looked at the super giant Sea Kings in amazement. But then, a golden toad-like juvenile Sea Kings was eyeing them, or Going Merry, jumped up from the sea and opened his mouth wide. Although it was attacked by the Sea Kings with Going Merry, it directly bored it. But it still shows their danger. Sima D knew very well the truth that a gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall, so she immediately opened her mouth and said, float. This time, instead of bestowing on himself, let Going Merry float to the sky, use telekinetic power to drive Going Merry to move, and head out of the calm belt from high altitude. Wow, that's awesome. The words of Luffy's exclamation were the ones that opened their mouths, but Zoro and Sanji tightly covered their mouths. But it still attracted the attention of Sea Kings, a pair of eyeballs that were several times the size of Going Merry made Sima D shudder to see it. Next moment, all the Sea Kings jumped out of the sea in tacit agreement, and they were about to share and eat Going Merry. Everyone is freaking out. B***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************e Damn it. If you die this time, even if I'm a ghost, I won't let you go. Everyone pulled Luffy fiercely, but there was nothing they could do. Even Sima D is staring at him. With such a large number of supergiant Sea Kings, he only has the strength to protect himself. He can bring other people at most, but the best result is to just abandon the ship and escape. Just as he was about to act. But he suddenly discovered something, there was no other action but to accelerate the speed of Going Merry's ascent. Subsequently, I saw a Sea King sneezed abruptly, knocking the Sea Kings on both sides into the air. The original formation was messed up, and all the Sea Kings changed direction and passed Going Merry. Yes, Sima D's lucky aura is in effect. Boom boom boom. All the Sea Kings fell heavily on the sea surface, splashing thousands of meters of waves, and almost knocked Going Merry over first. But that's all. Even for supergiant Sea Kings, the high altitude is still like a restricted area for them. Call. Alive. Sima Mighty. It's too powerful. Excited, Nami hugged Sima D directly and gave him a facial cleanser as a reward. Good guy. Are you so enthusiastic? Zoro and Usopp watched enviously, while Sanji was distraught. My Nami-san. Then the three of them looked at Luffy, who was laughing in tacit understanding. This is your chance to give Sima D a performance, right? Crackling. When everyone gets angry enough. Sima D looked at the sea not far away, and said, that's the first half of the Grand Line. I should be able to fly there directly with Going Merry. Do you want to try it? In no mood. Don't want. No, I disagree. Everyone refused with one voice, looked at each other and said their reasons. Luffy said stubbornly, there is no point in taking shortcuts to become One Piece. I want to conquer the Grand Line with my own power. Sanji nodded. What if my all blue is on the upside down mountain? Nami shook his head. I want to draw a world map, how can I miss the most important starting point? Abyss breathed a sigh of relief at what everyone said. What if she flies directly to the Grand Line? And these answers Sima D is not the slightest surprise. Immediately, he controlled Going Merry to fall towards East Blue, and then instinctively rubbed his throat. There is nothing serious about this consumption, it is just subconscious. Give. Sanji handed over a cup of jelly pudding, filled with mint leaves, and didn't know when it was made. Although Sima D is doing well now, who can say no to Sanji's cooking? Thanks. Sima D took the jelly pudding and ate it happily. Cool. Luffy also bravely said, where's mine? Sanji, where's mine? You. Sanji squinted at Luffy. Given your behavior just now, no. No. Sanji. I want jelly. I want pudding. Luffy went to pester Sanji. Nami recognized the direction and commanded Usopp and Zoro to head towards Gunkanjima. But tens of minutes. It was just seeing the warship island emerging from the thick fog. It really looked like a super giant warship. Only when I got closer did I realize that it was just the outline of the island. On the battleship island, the villagers here are very resistant to them as pirates, even if Abyss explained that they would not let them stay. In the end, it was Abyss' grandfather who came forward, stayed them overnight and prepared delicious pork buns. Sima D didn't have much interest in these, so she found an excuse to take a nap in the afternoon. Wait until you wake up again. It was woken up by Nami, and told everyone to gather in the cave in the back mountain, where I saw an old 1,000-year-old dragon, Dragon Lord. The hairy dragon is fine, it's still a Mediterranean. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene, 999-year-old Dragon Lord, and get the sign in reward. 7. Debuff of sickle fruit. To kill is to punish the heart. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene, 999-year-old Dragon Lord, and get the sign in reward, the Millennium Longway in the city. The Millennium Dragons might within the city, a 7-star monster made of the fusion of Time Magician, plus Baby Dragon. The dragon's might alone is enough to shock Xiao Xiao. Semicolon. Can this long-haired Mediterranean dragon actually sign up for the famous scene? Sima D also never expected it. It's not that he discriminates against Lord Long. But as a descendant of the dragon, the image of the 1,000-year-old dragon is really not in line with his aesthetics. Listen to Longway's introduction. It seems to be somewhat similar to Conqueror's Hockey, you can try it later if you find a chance. Hey, help. Usopp's terrified words came. Sima D looked over. I saw half of Usopp's body being swallowed by the demented Long Yi, looking as if he was going to swallow him alive. No wonder he was so terrified. It's just holding it in your mouth, it won't really eat you. Luffy said with experience. What are you doing? It's not a puppy. Usopp continued to yell. Seeing this funny scene, Sima D couldn't help but said, I think the dragon is also hungry, or you can cut off its head and feed it to the dragon. Sima, don't do this. Usopp almost peed in fear. Others said it might be to scare him. Sima D has the devil fruit ability of, words can't be followed. Fortunately, Sanji spoke for him. Don't eat, be careful of food poisoning. Usopp. Thanks. I was touched. It was Abyss who came out to make Master Long let go. After squabbling, Nami also explained the purpose of calling everyone. It is to help the 1,000-year-old dragon find the lost island, take another look at his hometown before he dies, and return his soul to his hometown. This actually made me interested. Although I know that the lost island is the warship island under my feet, it only reveals the whole picture in the great ebb tide that only appears every 1,000 years. But the adventure of finding the lost island is also a very interesting journey. Especially the fantasy enchantment that can isolate the outside world, it should be considered a famous scene, right? Just do it. Everyone had no other plans, and Sima D used telekinetic power to bring Master Long up, and they were going to go straight down the mountain and return to Going Merry. But it is out of the cave. It turned out that this place was already surrounded by a large number of marines, but the leader was not a marine general, but a man in sunglasses with a non-mainstream style. That girl is indeed related to the Millennium Dragon. The non-mainstream man said, "Go. Kill everyone except the Millennium Dragon." Those marines really obeyed the order and fired, and a round of salvo covered everyone. Luffy stepped forward and sucked in the air to expand into a ball. The bullet of the shot put did not hurt him in any way, and was bounced back after a short pause. A group of people from the marine camp turned their backs. Sanji and Zoro took the opportunity to rush out. 3 times, 5 times and 2 divisions solved these miscellaneous soldiers. This made the non-mainstream man very upset. Sure enough, they are all rubbish. They are really unreliable. The non-mainstream man said to himself, I am Eric the Cyclone, and now I will give you a chance. Stop talking nonsense. Rubber bullets. Luffy interrupted Eric roughly, which annoyed him quite a bit. Immediately, he waved his hand and summoned a translucent wind blade, cutting a long wound on Luffy's arm, blood spurting out. Hey, are you a devil fruit ability too? But I am a sickle fruit capable person, and the wind I wield is as sharp as a famous knife. Talking. Eric was about to wave his arm again, and he was about to catch everyone in front of him in one go. But, how could Sima D, the demon fruit power nemesis, not do anything? It must be given a debuff. You use the sickle devil fruit will be dislocated. At the same time, Eric also swung his arm down, but only heard a click sound, and his waving left arm fell weakly. But it was dislocated, and the wind blade he swung didn't aim, and cut a small ditch in the ground. This shocked Eric. What is your devil fruit ability? I don't believe this is happening. Eric was about to swing his right arm again, but there was another crisp sound of click, and it fell powerlessly. Dislocated again, and Sima D once again launched his coquettish operation, Murderous. Sickle devil fruit ability. Sima D waved his right hand. A translucent wind blade of the same style flew out, and under Eric's life-doubting gaze, it split him open. It is to kill decisively. Sima D hates people who can write several chapters of fighting. Ah, Abyss exclaimed. Nami hurriedly covered her eyes, and looked at Sima D with some reproach. There are children, don't make it so bloody. Nami reminded. As a woman who has been in various religions for many years, Nami has seen many bloody scenes, so she will not be frightened. Only the coward Usopp. He looked at the dismembered Eric with a pale face, unable to recover for a long time. The others didn't say anything. Eric was about to kill them, so he should be killed now. On the contrary, Sima D, who was the instigator, felt a little nauseated. After all, he was still a good young man in Dragon Country yesterday, not a free white man who shoots every day. He overestimated his capacity a bit. But, mosaic. After mosaicing the scene manually, Sima D's condition is much better. Let's go. Sima D took the lead to cross the pile of mosaics, and thoughtfully supported Master Long to walk down the mountain. Wow, that's amazing. Luffy was surprised. Sima, can your devil fruit ability imitate other people's devil fruit abilities? What about my rubber fruit? 8. Test Longway. Natural disasters are coming. Rubber fruit. The corner of Sima D's mouth twitched. It means that you can use the dual-line demon fruit power of Zone Phantom Beast Nika fruit into Paramesha rubber fruit. Well, it can reproduce other people's devil fruit ability, but the consumption is much higher. Sima D explained. After all, the speech ability is not the original ability, and the cost of forcibly replicating it is higher consumption. Not only does the original owner consume more physical energy, but also consumes his own state to maintain the speech ability. Generally speaking, unless you kill people and kill your heart, like just now, this is a thankless way of fighting. But Luffy pestered Sima D excitedly as if he had discovered a new world. Then you can copy my rubber fruit and have a try. I don't know how the rubber man's touch is like. Let me touch it too. Sima D, do you listen to your human words? Let you touch it. Laozi's gender is male, and he likes female. To shut up. Luffy's mouth was instantly deformed to be zipped shut, and the zipper was glued to his cheek. The whole world is clean. Without Luffy's distraction. The team quickly descended the mountain and boarded Going Merry to prepare for departure. Board. An oversized wooden board is generated out of thin air, and Dragon Lord is placed on it and Going Merry runs dragging the board. Is out of the port. There are countless marine warships popping up in all directions, and the number is several times more than yesterday. And fired directly without any explanation. The corpse doesn't matter. I just want the kill all these pirates. With the voice falling, Hundreds of cannons roared and dense shells bombarded Going Merry, only to show up as to face desperation. This time Sanji and Zoro moved very neatly, pulling Luffy's hands and feet to form a big net, imitating Sima D's method to catch a large number of shells, and a small number of fish that slipped through the net were thrown into the Luffy brand net bag by Sima D with his mind. All sent back the same way. It directly sank a small half of the marine warship. In the second round of shelling to fill the gap, Nami commanded everyone to change the course. Only Sima D boarded the figurehead of the sheep-headed boat, staring sharply at the front, with a frightening aura rising without anger. Long way. The marine soldiers were shrouded in this dragon power, and their hands and feet trembled in fear. The shells to be loaded could not be pushed into the muzzle, and they frequently looked at Sima D in panic. There are also some who are not firm in mind, and those who have lost their minds jump off the ship directly to escape from Sima D. Although the effect is outstanding. But unfortunately, no one fainted because of it, and it was still far from Conqueror's hockey. It can only be used to scare people. Nami also took the opportunity to lead everyone away from the bombardment range of the heavy marine warship, and sailed away from the warship island with full sail. But Sima D will not let the enemy go so easily. Nami, don't drive too fast, hang them. Sima D said. Why, I'm not in the habit of not fighting back when I'm beaten. What do you want? Well, I get it. Nami lowered the speed of the ship, allowing the marine warship to hope to catch up, but just rightly drifted out of the range of the bombardment. Sima D looked at the group of marine warships gathered together due to the pursuit, and waited far enough away from the warship island. Just listen. Meteorite. Everyone on the deck was shocked when they heard this. Can you still summon this thing? They looked up at the sky and found that there was nothing. While secretly relieved, they were also faintly disappointed. I thought, look, there is fire. It's really a meteorite. I saw a ball of fire appearing on the edge of the sky. It was the phenomenon of meteorite burning through the atmosphere. It cut through the sky at a speed of 35 kilometers per second in 2 seconds, and crashed into the middle of the marine warship group. Just the waves that set off. It just took a bath for the warship island dozens of nautical miles away, so there is no need to say more about the fate of the marine warship in the center. Even Going Merry, which is thousands of meters away, was affected and was blown away by a huge wave. Fortunately, Nami has rich experience and directed the people to stabilize the hull. Look behind. Where is the shadow of the marine warship? Just some debris. But no one pays attention to these now. They all looked at Sima D in amazement, can even summon meteorites. Are you really God Fruit? What are you talking about? However, Sima D's state at the moment is also not very comfortable. The consumption of his spiritual ability to summon meteorites is greater than he expected, which makes him directly enter the state of spitting out his voice. Although using blessing can cure most of them, but there are too many people here, and he dare not use it. He could only silently look at Sanji. The latter understood in seconds, turned and walked towards the kitchen. Wow, that's amazing, Usopp exclaimed. Can you really summon meteorites? Isn't our Straw Hat pirates invincible now? Who can hold a meteorite? The complacent Usopp didn't know that there were many meteorite-resistant existences on the Grand Line. Sima D didn't bother to explain either. Luffy was jumping up and down, trying to get Sima D to unmute. Yes. Even Sima D didn't untie it. He was really afraid that this guy would say, "Let me touch it," again. Soon, Sanji made a mint ice water and handed it to Sima D. Time is tight, this is all I have, I will keep some in the future. Sanji apologized. Sima D shook her head indifferently, took a sip of mint ice water, her dry throat was immediately moisturized, and her condition was greatly relieved. At this time, Nami looked at Abyss and asked, "Do you know where the dragon's lair on the Lost Island is?" Abyss returned a confused look. At this time, Master Long suddenly uttered a passionate call, but Sima D sounded like a bird's call no matter what. Both Abyss and Luffy are happy on the face. Master Long said it remembered. The dragon's lair is on the east side of Warship Island. Abyss said pleasantly, it seems that it was stimulated by Sima Big Brother's aura just now. Long way. Sima D nodded thoughtfully. East. Nami frowned. That's the direction of Calm Belt. I know. Going Merry turned immediately and headed towards the east of the battleship island. Half a day later, just when everyone wondered if Master Long had made a mistake, after all, he had dementia. Suddenly, another Going Merry appeared in front of Going Merry, just like a replica of looking in a mirror. But it was too late to stop at this point. Going Merry bumped headlong into the replica Going Merry, but as if passing through Kyoka Suigetsu, the goat-headed figure disappeared from view, followed by the bow, the whole Going Merry. I know, it's a mirage. Nami said clearly. At the intersection of cold water and hot water, there will be a mirror image area like a mirage. That must be it just now. Everyone suddenly realized that only Sima D felt a little pity. Wasn't it a famous scene just now? At this time, the originally sunny weather suddenly became violent, but within a few seconds it was covered with dark clouds, followed by torrential rain. It's as if they are not welcome, pushing Going Merry out of this sea. This strange phenomenon strengthened everyone's goal. There must be something in front to suddenly be so abnormal. Continue to drive for half a day. Suddenly, the vision opened up, and Going Merry rushed out of the rainstorm area, and then saw an island in the distance, surrounded by a ring of rainstorms. So that's the way it is, no wonder no one found this place. Nami suddenly said. Sima D isn't listening to this because 9. Restricted screen. The original drama did not have a plot. It's not a famous scene. Sima D said with some pity. It was time-consuming and labor-intensive to cross that layer of storm barrier, but in the end, he didn't get any rewards. During distraction, everyone also agreed to go to the island mountain to have a look. But although there are many buildings on the island, they are traces of human life at first glance, and they don't look like Dragon Island at all. When we reached the top of the mountain, a stone door stopped them, and the shape of the key at the door was very similar to Abi's necklace. Abis tiptoed to open the stone door, but found it was out of reach. All I could do was turn around pitifully and beg for help. What a lovely girl. The nearest Sima D took the dragon tooth key and was about to insert it into the groove when the ground under his feet suddenly collapsed. In a hurry, Sima D only came to hug the nearest Abis and Nami with one hand, and the others fell to the ground firmly. What, Sima, you value S**X over friends. Nami-san, are you okay? Sima D ignored them, but looked up at the murals on the dome, with a sense of archaeology. It is clearly described above. This island was originally inhabited by the ancestors of Abis. They worshipped the 1,000-year-old dragon as a god, and even moved to the dragon lair to live. It's a lie. Abis didn't believe it. Dragon's Den is the current battleship island. It's not. There must be something wrong. Abis rushed to Master Long, hoping that he could remember something. But the result is doomed to disappointment. The demented Master Long can't think of any news. This made Abis very desperate. Go back to Gunkan Island and have a look. Sima D said at this time. The murals are not deceiving, so there is a high possibility that Gunkan Island is Dragon Island. The reason why I didn't find it, you have gone to the bottom of the sea to see it see. Some islands change their area with the ebb and flow of the tide, and perhaps Gunkanjima is one of these islands. Sima D's words were especially enlightening and awakened everyone. That's right. It's still possible, Nami said in surprise. Sima, you're amazing. Then what are we here for? Usopp grumbled, but Nami stared back. I'm sorry, I let everyone go for nothing. Abis said aggrievedly. Now Usopp was so embarrassed that he could only scratch his head and choose to shut up. After one day, Going Merry returned to Warship Island, because Admiral Nelson's Marine Warship Group had been wiped out, so this time it went smoothly. But Warship Island is still the old Warship Island, and there is nothing unusual about it. But, let's dive in and have a look. If it's really a dragon's lair, it will definitely be different. Yup, talking. When Nami was able to go into the water, she changed into a swimsuit and prepared to dive. It's a pity that the current Nami has not opened yet, and the body tension is still much worse. Originally, they wanted to comfort Abis, but when Usopp and the others returned from the water, they danced with excitement. Really, it's true. There is a stone statue of a 1,000-year-old dragon at the bottom. There are also dragon eggs. Dragon eggs one after another. As if responding to his words. Going Merry suddenly trembled violently, and then saw corals and mountain peaks rising from the sea, and Going Merry returned to land again to be lifted up by the rising islands. Long Island, a lost island submerged in the sea for thousands of years, recedes again today and is revealed to the world. The stone statues that have been corroded and polished by seawater for thousands of years are located around the island, all of which prove its identity. Ding! Congratulations to the sign in scene, Lost Island Dragon Island, and get the sign in reward, Uchiha Itachi's magical hang technique. Uchiha Itachi's magical Shigong technique, the illusion launched by Sharingan deprives the opponent's limbs of their freedom of movement as if they were pierced by nails. Skill Library +1. After receiving the skill information, Sima D continued to watch this once in a 1,000-year scene, feeling an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. The so-called adventure, isn't it just thinking that ordinary people dare not think, and doing what ordinary people dare not do? How many people can see this spectacle in the Dragon Island that appears once in 1,000 years? Sima D suddenly realized. Before that, he was still too utilitarian, because without the reward of the signing scene, he just lost the heart to watch the world. But the so-called adventurous spirit, it means not being afraid of the future, not thinking about the past, and embracing the present. Enjoy life, not be led by the nose by rewards. Sima D's state of mind changed because of it, and she walked briskly to the dragon's lair, looking at everything around her with novelty. Hold head high, Dragon Lord blew loudly, calling for his companions to come back. Soon, thousands of 1,000-year-old dragons appeared in groups from the horizon. They were majestic and powerful, and immediately turned on the shaming mode, after landing in various parts of the Dragon Island. I'm ashamed of Abis. After love, most of the 1,000-year-old dragons that suffered the impact laid eggs directly, but within 10 minutes they broke out of their shells one after another. And with the birth of these new lives, Master Long, who had been holding on all this time, finally closed his eyes peacefully, as if in a cycle of life and death. With the arrival of a new life, there will be the death of an old man from the old age. All this is an eye-opener for Sima D. Didn't expect there to be such a VIP plot. It seems that many details are not shown in the anime. Sima D said. After all, this is the real world. 2. If this Dragon Island didn't have some special functions, the Millennium Dragon wouldn't come all the way every 1,000 years. During this time, the villagers on Warship Island also set foot on the dragon's lair, looking at the scene in amazement. Unexpectedly, the legend on their island turned out to be true. Although the dragon's lair appears once in 1,000 years, the duration is not long. Just a few hours. All Millennium Dragons have completed the process of communicating, laying eggs, and hatching, and then spread their wings and fly high again with all new lives. The dragon's lair was also submerged by the sea again before their eyes, sinking into the bottom of the sea and waiting to reappear after 1,000 years. Although Lord Long died in the end. But Abyss understood the Dragon Master's feeling of returning the soul to his hometown, and expressed that he would continue to guard the 1,000-year-old dragons and wait for them to return, just like their ancestors. 10. 3 famous scenes in one mountain. Back in time. It was another few days of sailing at sea, and the shaking of the ship made Sima D drowsy. Hey, I saw the unbelievable mountain. Luffy's call. When Sima D woke up from a doze, he looked up and saw the towering red line. Compared with the highest peak in his previous life, Mount Everest, he was only a younger brother. It's really spectacular. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene. Red line around the world. Get the sign in reward. Rock Monster and Kuma's Petrified Light. Rock Monster Jakuma's Petrified Beam. Shoot petrified light to turn the hit object into stone, and the process is irreversible. Semicolon. Red line is actually a famous scene. Is Calm Belt undeserving of a famed scene? But it's still very good to have a skill for nothing. Yes, like everyone else, Sima D smiled. It's really spectacular. Usopp exclaimed. I don't know if Hawkeye can cut the red line. Zoro thought. My all blue is somewhere in the other corner. Sanji looked forward too. Only Nami, who is a navigator, noticed something was wrong. The current is too fast. It will hit. Quick. Full left rudder. Everyone was awakened by Nami's exclamation, and then hurriedly turned the rudder to turn Going Merry, but it was too late, and the turbulent current carried Going Merry to the entrance of the upside-down mountain. Seeing that tragedy is about to happen, Sima D has quick eyes and quick hands, and throws Luffy out with telekinetic power. Luffy. With a rubber balloon. Luffy subconsciously followed Sima D's words, took a big breath of air and inflated into a rubber balloon, which was sandwiched between Going Merry and the rock. After being compressed to the limit, Going Merry bounced off, and entered dangerously downstream. In the ladder waterway of Upside Down Mountain. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. So close. Fortunately, Sima reacted quickly. Great, Sima D didn't care about these things, he watched Going Merry go upstream in shock. As the only way to climb the mountain. The current of the reversed mountain is miraculously flowing backwards to the top of the mountain, forming a countercurrent waterway for boats to browse the reversed mountain. Although it is just a simple, siphon principle. But it was impossible to see such a scale in the previous life, which moved Sima D who stayed in the city all his life in the previous life. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene, Upside Down Mountain, and get the sign in reward, Seiki Kusuo's Back in Time. Seiki Kusuo's backflow of time, unfold the barrier and let time flow back for up to 3 seconds. Semicolon. Sima D. Time. The concept of invincibility above space can really be reversed. Oh, right, this world also has a time fruit, which can reverse the time of touched objects. Thinking room. Going Merry is also breaking into the sea of clouds in the sky. Being in the clouds is like a dreamlike experience, which makes people feel unreal. Hey, Luffy, Zoro, Sima, are you all still there? Usopp said cautiously. Haha, are you afraid? It's so amazing. The boat actually travels through the clouds and mist. During the exclamation, Going Merry finally reached the summit. The ship broke through the clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Under the warm sunshine, there was an endless sea of white clouds. Spectacular and beautiful, when inertia disappears. Going Merry fell into the waterway again, and everyone who was attracted by the sea of clouds fell on the deck. Only Sima destabilized her figure with telekinesis in time, and Nami hugged Sima D wisely. Going Merry went down the river and rushed into the clouds again. This time, everyone had great expectations. What will the grand line be like? Buzz. The peculiar chirping sound reminded Sima D suddenly. Could it be unlucky to run into Laboon? Next moment. Going Merry rushed out of the clouds, and what came into view was a giant figure standing at the exit of the waterway, blocked there like an island. It is the island whale Laboon. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene, Island Whale Laboon keeping his promise. And get the sign in reward, Junior Druid's Job Change Stone. Junior Druid's Job Change Stone. Let the creature using this item transform into a druid, and you can choose one life form to change shape freely. Semicolon. Sima D now has no time to look at her rewards. The black wall. No, it's a whale. Quick, get out of the way. But he's blocking the exit. When the crowd panicked. Sima D didn't talk too much nonsense, and directly used her speech ability. Gravity is invalid. Going Merry immediately left the waterway in zero gravity, and continued to glide in the air along with the inertia, and then Sima D controlled the direction with telekinetic power, and passed by Laboon, who was groaning up to the sky, and his head could be seen full of scars. Boom. Going Merry fell on the sea, and everyone sat on the deck in shock. Call. So close. Thanks to Sima. Almost died. Even Sima D wiped off a cold sweat. It's quite an interesting scene in the anime, but it's really thrilling to experience it myself. But aftertaste. The experience of soaring adrenaline just now is also very novel. At this time, Laboon also ended his chanting, dived into the bottom of the sea and created a small uzumaki. Nami hurriedly directed everyone Yongfan to escape. Boom. The dull movement surprised everyone, and the sea surface shook in circles of ripples. Everyone was amazed, only Sima D knew. Here's Laboon hitting the red line. Because it was agreed to reunite with the Rumba pirates, but the 50-year wait was in exchange for a sentence from Crocus. They fled back to West Blue. So Laboon is going to run through the red line and go back to West Blue to find the Rumba pirates. In fact, the Rumba pirates were wiped out in the Devil's Triangle, and only Brook had a second life because of the fruit of the underworld. He kept his promise and waited alone in the fog, instead of choosing to understand himself. This agreement spanning 50 years has caused countless Hami to cry. Same goes for Sima D. In normal times, he might not be able to interfere. After all, Laboon has a size but no fighting power. On the perilous Grand Line, bringing it will definitely be hunted as food by many sea beasts and sea kings. But now it's different. Just. Sima D is the reward for signing in, Junior Druid's job change stone. If Laboon is transformed into a small animal, then there is no problem at all if it is kept on going merry. I really look forward to the day when Brook and Laboon meet. What kind of scene will it be? It must be very touching. 11. The Story of Laboon. Devil Fruit by Sima D. Now that you have decided to bring Laboon, it's up to you to convince others. But Sima D believes, when they know Laboon's story, they will definitely not refuse. The issue is, I'm afraid Crocus is still on vacation, in Laboon's stomach. How to let everyone know this story? Thinking room. Luffy's expression froze suddenly, and he stared straight at the bottom of the sea. It's hitting the red line. It sounds so sad, like being dumped by a buddy, Luffy said. Forgot that this guy has the ability to listen to everything. That being the case, it's easy to handle. Sima D immediately said with interest, intercepting the island whale at the entrance of the upside-down mountain. The sadness of being abandoned by friends. There seems to be a very good story in it. Let's go find the answer. During the launching ceremony, Sima D goes to sea for novel adventures and legendary stories, and this proposal is not out of the ordinary. But, hey, let's go, the whale just now doesn't seem to be easy to provoke. Usopp retreated. Yeah, Nami nodded frantically. However, both Sima D and Luffy's eyes are shining at this moment. As the two highest fighters on the ship, this matter seems to have been settled. Go over there. Sanji pointed to the lighthouse beside the upside-down mountain and said, there is a house over there. It should be where the people stationed at the entrance live. Maybe they know something about it. Yosh, go, Luffy said. What can the two of Nami do? He could only drive going merry closer, knock on the door politely after landing, but no one answered. Strange, is there no one? Zoro wondered, could it be given by passing pirates? Usopp showed horror. Boom. The ground trembled again, and Laboon continued to hit the red line. But then suddenly it was quiet. Presumably Crocus sedated it. Soon, Laboon just floated up from the bottom of the sea, and then a huge water column sprayed out from the nostrils on its back, and two figures were faintly entrained in it. Look, the whale spit out a little house. Stupid, it's just a special boat, but there seems to be someone in the house. It's coming towards us, under the gaze of the crowd. The houseboat docked on the land, and the white-haired Crocus came ashore and looked at everyone. A pirate who just crossed the upside-down mountain. He said bluntly, I am Crocus, the lighthouse keeper of Twin Point. You can stop here temporarily, but you are not allowed to destroy my things and attack the island whale. There is no room for negotiation in the tone, and it seems that he is not afraid of pirates. 2. As the ship doctor of the former One Piece, Crocus is also a person who has seen the world. How can the force value not be too bad? Hello, Uncle Whitebeard, Luffy said with a smile. That island whale is so sad, is it abandoned by its partners? Huh, how do you know? Crocus was surprised. I listened to what it said. Luffy said as a matter of course. This surprised Crocus. He thought of his captain, Luogia, who had the ability to hear everything. Are you Whispering Fruit ability users? Or is it an innate ability? Crocus asked. Whispering Fruit, isn't that obese ability? Luffy scratched his head and said, is it difficult to understand the meaning of animals? I thought everyone would. The Usopp people behind are full of black lines. How stupid are you to think everyone can understand? Isn't the existence of Whispering Devil Fruit the same as the Devil Fruit's ability to turn people into humans? Is it superfluous? Crocus takes another look at Luffy, then freezes on his straw hat. This straw hat, so familiar. You straw hat. Uncle, you have a good eye. He was given to me by Shanks. He said it was the straw hat worn by One Piece. Luffy said proudly. Crocus took a deep look at Luffy upon hearing Shanks' name. Is that the red-headed intern? Wrong. He is now the 4 emperors of New World. So the kid in front of me. Is that what that kid Shanks said, betting his arm on East Blue's future? Ponder for a moment. Crocus didn't talk about his inextricable relationship with Luffy, but turned to look at Laboon, who was quietly floating in the sea. Listen to the story of Laboon. It's a whale with human emotions. I remember it was 50 years ago. The island whale is a social animal of West Blue. The little Laboon was attracted by the music of the Rumba Pirates and followed it to the Grand Line as a partner, but the danger of the Grand Line could not make the young one continue to follow. The Rumba Pirates can only keep Laboon here and make an agreement. When we go around the world and come back, we can meet. Little Laboon is 50 years old. Crocus went deep into the Grand Line, but finally brought the news that the Rumba Pirates broke the agreement, fled the Grand Line and returned to West Blue. Laboon has also been crazy since then, hitting the Red Line day and night, returning to West Blue to find the Rumba Pirates. After hearing Laboon's story, everyone was quite moved. It's a touching story. Have you kept the 50-year agreement? It's really long. Sima D was also quite emotional. Turning her head, she saw Luffy walking towards the main stick quietly, as if she had some idea. Stop. Sima D snorted. What do you want to do? Everyone immediately noticed Luffy's strange behavior. Luffy, who was discovered, simply said, I want to get the main stick out. As long as I plug it in for Laboon, then we can make a new agreement with him. I will definitely help him find those pirates. Go around Grand Line is back here in a week. Although what you said is very dreamy, but why did you do something to hurt the melee? Usopp yelled angrily. It's not just your ship's B*************** D. Nami shuddered. A-hole. Don't always have weird ideas. Zoro was also furious. Sima D sees the time is right. Immediately said, by the way, I once got an interesting devil fruit, which allows the user to have the ability to transform into other animals. If Laboon can be turned into a puppy or something, it's okay to keep it on the boat and take it away. Not a problem, is it? Oh, really? Sima, you still have a devil fruit. 12. Laboon turned out to be a little Lolita. Crocus is on board too. Although it was surprising that Sima D still had a devil fruit, but after a brief discussion, everyone agreed to this plan. The only problem now is, as Laboon's guardian, Crocus gave the Rumba Pirates a death sentence. Will he agree with the Straw Hat Pirates to take Laboon away? I disagree, Crocus said without hesitation. The Rumba Pirates have undoubtedly escaped from the Grand Line, and they don't even have the courage to return here to meet Laboon. Still a stubborn old man. Before anyone else could speak, Sima D took the lead. How can you be sure that the Rumba Pirates escaped from the Grand Line, instead of waiting for Laboon somewhere? Sima D asked back. But Crocus is clearly not aimless. Who do you think you are? My information will never be wrong. They are no longer on the Grand Line. Crocus said convincingly. He couldn't help being unconfident. He traveled around the Grand Line with One Piece Luogia for a week, and returned from West Blue to Upside Down Mountain. How could this information not be confident? But what if you are wrong? Sima D said firmly. I know you, Crocus, the ship doctor of One Piece Luogia, even though you have already circled the world. Are you sure you have searched all the places? Have you searched the Devil's Triangle in the mist, the deep sea impel down in Marine's prison, and the places that were auctioned off as slaves on the Sabayati archipelago? This time Crocus was silent, and the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates were shocked. Hey, One Piece Luogia's ship doctor. Old man Whitebeard, are you so powerful? Wow, a living legend, Crocus ignored them, however, and stared at Sima D. Sima D looked back firmly. He is full of confidence. Because he knew that Brook was in the Devil's Triangle, staying alone for 50 years without self-knowledge, just for the promise with Laboon. Sensing Sima D's firmness, Crocus smiled. You seem more like him than the whimsical kid next to you. Crocus smiled. Okay, I agree with your plan, but in exchange, I will also board the boat and go with Laboon. Oh, the ship doctor of One Piece Luogia actually allowed him to board the ship, which was a surprise. Really? Luffy was pleasantly surprised. That's great. You have to tell me the story of One Piece. I'm going to be the new One Piece man. With the experience of Crocus, the subsequent journey will definitely be much easier. Nami laughed. Even though Crocus is not a navigator, he has been there after all, and he must know a lot of secrets. One Piece's ship doctor must be very strong. Usopp was overjoyed. Another thigh to hug. Sanji and Zoro didn't say anything, but they obviously welcomed Crocus' arrival. Now that it has been voted unanimously, Sima D also took out the Junior Druid's Job Transfer Stone from the system space. Although it was called a stone, it was a pure white fruit. It is very similar to the weird devil fruit. As this devil fruit suddenly appeared, is this also Sima's ability? Hurry up, I want to see what animal Laboon turns into. With a nod from Crocus, Sima D went directly to Laboon, who had been listening all the time, and raised the Junior Druid's Job Transfer Stone to the latter. Laboon, eat it, and you can turn into any creature you want. Try to choose a creature that is about the same size as us, you know. Laboon nodded humanely, although it seemed calm, it was only the effect of sedatives. Sima D confronted Junior Druid's Transfer Stone, which was mixed with several tons of seawater. A moment later, Laboon suddenly shrunk from an island to the size of a normal person, turned into a little girl carved from jade, and fell into the sea. Even Sima D didn't expect that this druid could turn into a human. Think carefully. It's not impossible, it's just that the druids are generally human beings, and they probably don't want to become human again, right? Oops. Laboon fell into the ocean. She sank. Demon fruit power can't swim. Nami, Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp jumped into the rough sea one after another. Crocus, who was a step behind, nodded in relief. It's a group of trustworthy people. But, Sima D looked at the laboon sinking into the sea in doubt, wondering what was going on. What he provided was not real devil fruit, and there was no such thing as a landlubber, so why did laboon drown? Is it because I became a human and can't swim anymore? It's not even possible. Soon, Laboon was rescued by the four of them back to the shore, and the caring Sima D gave her a pink Lolita set with her spiritual powers, transforming herself into a little princess and capturing everyone's love. So cute. Laboon turned out to be a girl. And the devil fruit that can turn animals into people. It's really eye-opening. Sima D listened from the side, a little silent. After all, after eating the chopper of zone human fruit common people's form, the person who becomes a person is covered in woolen clothes. Although it is also very cute, it is impossible to carve jade like this. And also, Laboon turned out to be a woman. Tut tut. I don't know if the pervert Brook sees Laboon, will he also ask, show me your fat times. Thinking of that scene, Sima D clenched her fists inexplicably, feeling the urge to beat someone up. How can you make such excessive demands on such a cute loli? The story develops a little weirdly. Boom. There was an explosion. Looking around, I saw a cloud of smoke rising from the sea, and a sea otter riding a vulture in the sky. Until the smoke clears, I saw two figures floating on the sea, looking unconscious. It's them. Crocus frowned. The guys who hunt Laboon for rations. Everyone. Filled down pointing triangle he filled down pointing triangle me. Such a cute little loli, are you going to catch her as rations? Luffy. Yaxi. Luffy extended his arms to lift the necks of the two figures back, and then slammed it on the red line unceremoniously. Paji. The two of them stayed on top for a few seconds before slowly sliding down to the ground. It is the Princess Vivi, Miss Wednesday, who sneaked into the bar lock work agency, and her partner Mr. Six. And Sanji, who saw the comber clearly. Immediately, he rushed to the blue-haired Vivi, who was lifted up by a gentleman. He also angrily scolded Luffy. How can you be so rude to a lady? So they were right to kill me. A childish voice sounded. Everyone looked at Laboon in surprise, she was the one who spoke just now. Can you already learn to speak? Why, what's the problem? Laboon tilted his head cutely, and said strangely, old Crocus has said it for 50 years, and I've already heard it. Hiss. Sima D suddenly reacted. The cute little loli in front of me is really worth 50 years old. And the body is still an island whale. If you underestimated her, the first half of the Grand Line was enough to ignore more than 80% of the troubles. This contrast. Tisk. This journey has become more interesting, I am really looking forward to it. 13. The man-eating Laboon. Conspicuous trap. Laboon unexpectedly understands human language, allowing her to communicate with everyone without barriers. So Vivi and Mr. Nine became the target of public criticism. I want to eat such a cute Laboon. Simply unforgivable. You must pay the price. How about we eat them too? Everyone was taken aback. Then he looked at the proposer in disbelief, and found that it was Laboon. That's all right. No wonder. Although Laboon was an island whale before, but now she is a little loli, and it is quite scary to open her mouth to eat people. Nami who prefers children. He squatted down and explained to Laboon. Laboon, you can't. People can't eat people. Okay. Laboon nodded. Fortunately, it's just innocent, not really greedy. This made the two of Vivi, who were trembling with fright, breathe a sigh of relief. In no mood. Then throw them into the sea and feed them to the fish. Laboon suggested again. Such cruel words were uttered from a little Lolita, and the sense of disobedience made everyone fall silent. Everyone looked at each other. Thinking that Laboon should not be so indifferent to human life, he immediately looked at Vivi and the other two. Hurry up and find an excuse to save yourself. Vivi understood in seconds. Immediately crying with snot and tears. People in our town are starving, and you can't help hunting Laboon. As compensation, we are willing to take you to the nearest Whiskey Peak Island. Sima D was also surprised by Vivi's plan. Is it so dishonest to beg for mercy? There is a problem when you hear it. But unfortunately. Luffy was actually interested and said, I know. Shanks said that the first stop of One Piece Luogia is Whiskey Peak. Then let's go now. Well, such an obvious trap, would anyone really fall for it? Sima D and Zoro looked at each other, then shrugged helplessly at Crocus. Who made Luffy the captain? So that's how it was settled. But capital crimes can be avoided, but living crimes cannot be forgiven. Crocus still punished Vivi and the two of them to be responsible for teaching Laboon to read and write and some basic common sense before arriving at Whiskey Peak. But, what? Nami suddenly screamed, which startled everyone. The compass is broken. The needle keeps turning. Nami panicked. Without a compass, it is very easy to get lost on the sea, which can be called bad news. Sima D twitched her eyes when she heard this. Did the most talented navigator in East Blue not know that the Grand Line uses a record pointer? Vivi and Mr. Nine showed sarcasm, but as fish on the chopping board, they didn't dare to say much. Crocus covered his face helplessly. Are you here to die? Ordinary compass is not suitable for Grand Line, use this kind of record pointer. Crocus took out the record pointer and popularized the knowledge of magnetic roots and magnetization. This made Nami feel like a treasure. Sure enough, getting you on board, Crocus, is really the right choice. An old ship is like a treasure. Going Merry set sail again. To celebrate the addition of new members, Sanji will also win the elephant tuna dish in the Rog Town chef competition. Let's celebrate. His superb craftsmanship caught the eyes of both Laboon and Crocus. Finally found something better than Luogia and the others. Crocus sighed. Oh, the chef on the One Piece ship, isn't my cooking skill as good as mine? Sanji said excitedly. Crocus nodded. Jackson Banner's cooking skills are not bad, but compared to your kid, it's still much worse. Sanji was very happy to be recognized by the former One Piece ship doctor. Immediately decided to add meals. But the happy mood didn't last long, and the sudden rainstorm caught everyone off guard. Damn it, the sky was clear just now, Nami complained. This is just an appetizer. Blizzards, thunderstorms, eddies, reefs. In a short 1-week flight time, Going Merry encountered dozens of extreme environments, which tortured everyone to physical and mental exhaustion. Even Vivi and Mr. Nine were pulled as coolies. Only Nami is full of the sense of accomplishment of conquering the sea. I have figured out the climate of this sea, and the subsequent voyage will definitely not be so embarrassing. Nami said confidently. But the exhausted people didn't have the energy to talk to Nami. Look, Vivi excitedly said, it's finally here. Whiskey Peak. People look around. I saw the silhouettes of several giant cacti in the mist, and finally arrived at the first island of the Grand Line. Taking advantage of the gap, Vivi and Mr. Nine also stood on the side of the boat and bid farewell to everyone. See you later, bye bye. The two flipped back and were about to jump into the sea, but no one stopped them. Sima D is thinking about. Vivi didn't think about backflips. Will he see something he shouldn't see? Well, I seem to have an old disease. Usopp tremblingly said. It's a disease called relapse when you see an island, so can you let me stay on the boat? Okay, then we all go to the island, and you stay behind. Nami said with a smile. This makes Usopp blush. Let one person stay behind. The thighs are gone, does he stay to die? I suddenly found that my illness was cured. Between conversations, Going Merry also sailed into the river, and soon broke through the fog to the port, and then saw a sea of people on the shore, cheering warmly to welcome them. Yo ho! Welcome to the Grand Line. Welcome to our town. Long live the heroes of the sea. This sudden enthusiasm made most people a little confused. Even Usopp wasn't that scared anymore. Sima D silently looked at the Cactus Mountain in the distance. She activated her speech ability to endow her with farsightedness, and found that the so-called Cactus Mountain were actually graves. Hill full of graves. It can be seen how many pirates are buried on this island. But Luffy and the others didn't find anything wrong, and Sanji also cheered for a large number of young ladies. The lame excuse of, we have prepared good wine and food, please use your adventure stories as an appetizer to enjoy this banquet together, even happily joined the banquet team. Sima D and Crocus looked at each other, tacitly did not say anything, and followed. You always have to stumble to learn a lesson. 14. Learn hockey. Crocus brings out the second One Piece. It is indeed a small town that can bury so many pirates, and it has a clear appetite for pirates. The beauty seduced Sanji's heart. Food captured the stomachs of Luffy and Laboon. Stories give Usopp room to brag. Even Zoro and Nami were temporarily restricted by the wine. Sima D and Crocus drank silently on the sidelines, not blending into the banquet. Boy, why don't you go to the fun? Crocus tentatively asked. Sima D gave him an angry look. I just went out to sea for the adventure, but not to die. Haven't you seen so many tombstones on the hill? Crocus glanced at the distant hills outside the window, and silently took a sip of his wine. Is your eyesight so good? It should be said that you are indeed a young man. Do you know hockey? Crocus changed the subject. When Sima D heard the words, she suddenly remembered. As a Crocus who traveled around the world for a week, even if he didn't master hockey, at least he knew how to practice it, right? Immediately humbly said. I know a little bit, but hockey's cultivation methods are all monopolized by the Grand Line, and it is difficult to obtain in the 4 seas, but as the ship doctor of One Piece, you must know Crocus, right? Crocus caught Sima D's undertones. Not holding a shelf. He said directly. Your boy looks very smart, he has the shadow of that boy Luogia. I think you like it, so I will tell you for free. There are 3 types of hockey: armament hockey, observation hockey, conqueror's hockey. Crocus popularized 3 hockey cultivation methods for Sima D, according to what he said was the cultivation method of the original deputy captain, Pluten Rayleigh. Quote. Don't worry, this hockey is not so easy to cultivate. Even the old man, I practiced it for half a month. Crocus didn't finish his sentence. Seeing a terrifying aura erupting from Sima D's body suddenly, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Conqueror's hockey. Wrong. Although there was a sense of oppression, the people around him did not fall down, they just had similar abilities. Crocus guessed right, it was just Sima D releasing Longway. Sima D found that this Longway is quite similar to the Conqueror's hockey mentioned by Crocus. The difference is that Longway only has momentum, and does not incorporate spiritual energy, so there is no deterrence but no harm. So, how to mobilize the spirit? Sima D doesn't know, and neither does Crocus, who hasn't awakened Conqueror's hockey. But Sima D can experience it. Speech ability activated. Conqueror's hockey. Next moment, unrivaled coercion swept across the entire island with Sima D as the source. The banquet that was still immersed in laughter and laughter just now was only left with the sound of falling to the ground. These people who only dare to have a banquet at the entrance of the Grand Line are just marginal roles in the bar lock work agency. How much strength can there be? Under the coercion of Conqueror's Haki, all rolled their eyes and lost consciousness. However, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates is still awake, and they don't know if Sima D subconsciously set it as an friendly unit, or if his own quality is high enough to resist. And Sima D didn't pay attention to hear at the moment. He is carefully comprehending the operation mechanism of Conqueror's Haki, and based on the ability of Longwei, he mastered this ability bit by bit. After about a few minutes, the Conqueror's Haki has just come back a little bit. Sima D's face is a little tired, and the dual consumption of using the power of speech and Conqueror's Haki is not small. But the eyes are surprisingly bright. Conqueror's Haki, he has initially mastered it. After all, there is a ready-made template, and Longwei allows him to mobilize the most elusive momentum, and the so-called spiritual energy is actually spiritual power. Sima D couldn't help laughing. Because he found a shortcut to learn, and he can use the spiritual ability to reappear, observation Haki, and armament Haki, from now on. There is a ready-made experience stuck, so how could he not learn it? To know, he is now 100% brain developed and possesses the top wisdom of a mortal. Impossible not to learn. He touched his throat, but it was far from being sore throat. But he was a little tired mentally, so let's take his time later, don't rush for this moment. Wait until there is no one around, and then give yourself a blessing and take it easy. Have you mastered it? Crocus also came back to his senses at this time, and said in horror, that was Conqueror's Haki just now, right? You just woke up like this. Sima D smiled without saying a word, and silently took a sip of beer to moisten her throat. But this, calm cloud and light wind, shocked Crocus greatly. This talent is too strong. Was the original Luo Jia so powerful? Could it be, Crocus, is he going to bring out another One Piece? 15. Sanji, who was killed in the face. Let me teach you how to fight. Who is it? How dare you attack my friends? I will never forgive you. Luffy's loud voice roared so loudly that Sima D was speechless. Still take others as friends. Can't tell the difference between friend and foe. Was about to explain. Crocus didn't know the purpose, pointed at Sima D and said, he did it. Luffy immediately cast a death stare. Nor doubt. Ask Sima D directly. Why did you do something to our friend? Sima D, I will never spare you. Let's fight. Luffy said angrily. Let me beat you, ungrateful. Sima D, only when I really faced Luffy did I realize how helpless this guy is. Nami didn't think it was a big deal to watch the excitement, so he smiled and sipped wine and watched from the sidelines. Zoro wanted to tell the truth, but was interrupted by Crocus waving his hand. Aren't you curious about boy Sima's true strength? Zoro was silent for a while, turned around and sat down to pick up his glass. Sima D glanced at Crocus angrily. You old man is very mean-spirited. But he suddenly thought of an interesting operation. Rubber fruit. Sima D's physique changed immediately, and with 100% brain development, she quickly grasped the change. He flicked his arm and flew out, and in the middle of the process, he swelled up in circles and turned them into pumps to speed up the blood. His skin immediately became red and steamed, as if he had used a stimulant. Second gear. Sima D stepped on her feet experimentally, trying to move towards Luffy quickly. Although the first cast failed, it was still faster than Luffy's reaction nerves. Boom. Luffy was kicked by Sima D, smashed into a wooden house and was buried in it. But Luffy, being a rubber man, is immune to ordinary blunt blows. Soon, the ruins on his body were blown away, and he glared at Sima D angrily. You actually secretly developed rubber fruit behind my back. Don't let me touch it, he said angrily. Sima D helplessly supported her forehead. Sure enough, I still want to beat him severely. Ordinary fists don't hurt, do they? Armament Haki. Between clenching fists, invisible power enveloped the fist. Sima D disappeared in a flash, and reappeared in front of Luffy. Shave. Connecting to the ground dozens of times in an instant produces an explosive reaction force and moves at a high speed, which seems to disappear before the eyes of the enemy. Boom. Armament Haki's fist enveloped Luffy with one punch. This time he didn't fly out, but bent over and half kneeled on the ground retching. Why? It hurts so much. Obviously he is a rubber man, so he is not afraid of blunt blows. Seeing Luffy in such pain, Sima D also laughed. Do you know it hurts now? Late. Sima D silently increased the strength of her speech ability, and the junior armament Haki was immediately promoted to the intermediate level. The fist covering armament Haki immediately turned into a black fist, and one punch could make Luffy scream. If you can call it, it means it's all right. In the second gear, Sima D was full of energy, and gave Luffy a fat beating with her hot wheels. When you calm down, it was to let go of Luffy, who was already out of shape, and waved him a holy light. I bless you even after beating you, I'm such a good person. The holy light enveloped Luffy, making him groan comfortably. Oh, that ecstatic movement, unknown. I thought it was Sima D who did something inhumane to him. The other members knew that Sima D was treating Luffy, but Crocus' eyes were slightly weird. Sima D didn't bother to explain. Just as he was about to dissipate his spiritual ability in second gear, he suddenly heard a scream, followed by dense explosions. It sounds familiar. It seems to be from Vivi. Everyone looked at each other. They all got up and ran towards the source of the sound. From a distance, they saw a man with an afro picking his booger, and then popping it out where the booger fell would cause a big explosion. It was Mr. 5 who came to hunt down Vivi, the explosive man who ate the fruit of the explosion. And his partner, Miss Valentine, is also a lion fruit capable person, flying in the air with an umbrella, another girl who doesn't care about showing her color at all. And is the object of siege. It was Vivi who escaped before. Looking at the direction along the way, he should have been on the edge of the town before, so he escaped the shadow of Conqueror's hockey. Seeing everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates, Vivi hurriedly shouted, "I am Princess Alabasta, who is lurking in the Pakistan Lockwork Agency. They are here to hunt and kill me. Help me." It's really naive to ask someone to save her with empty words. Brush. Sanji flew out, furious. How dare you be so rude to a lady? Shoru, everyone. There is really someone to save. Before Sanji kicked Mr. 5, an orange afterimage fell from the sky. It was Miss Valentine. As a light lion fruit user, she can freely adjust her weight from 0 to 10,000 catties. This moment is her lore 10,000 kilograms guillotine. But Sanji, who was sitting on his face, seems to be in pain and happiness. Seeing his companion being beaten. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates couldn't stand idly by. Zoro and Sima D shot immediately, and Usopp also took out his slingshot tremblingly. Sima D started with his Demon Fruit Power Standard package. Using the Light Lion Fruit ability will lead to top menstrual pain. Next moment, Miss Valentine's smug expression froze, and then changed to a ferocious expression in seconds, and fell to the ground rolling over in pain, clutching her stomach. Menstrual pain is not a disease, it hurts like hell. Sanji, on the other hand, had nosebleeds and blissful peach blossom eyes. He didn't know if his head was crushed or he was dizzy with happiness. Being killed by a beautiful woman, Sanji will not refuse no matter how many times you come, right? Use the explosive fruit and the booger will explode. Mr. 5, who was picking his nose, was stunned. Miss Valentine is still rolling on the floor in pain. He has to believe it if he doesn't believe it. Bet his boogers have been scooped up. Then, it was Zoro who drew the knife and raised the slingshot, and Usopp found that the battle was over before it started. Mr. 5 consciously lost face, and threatened. This is an internal conflict in our Pakistan Lockwork Agency, please don't interfere. It's another PR street youth who wants to go whoring in vain. Fortunately, this time there is no idiot like Sanji. Nami also played her tricks. Make an offer. One of you is a mysterious organization, and the other is the princess of the country. We will help whichever side has the highest bid. Can this be auction too? 16. Nami's loan shark. Sima D has the upper hand. Although Nami said, help whoever bids the most, in fact it means, the one who bids the most can live. The party with the lower bid. Even if you think about it, you will definitely be silenced by the other party. Vivi worked as an undercover agent in the Pakistan Lock Agency for a period of time, and he also knows that human nature is all about profit. Without much refutation, he said directly, 10 million Pele's. I offer 10 million Pele's. Worthy of being a princess of a country, her actions are extravagant. This put Mr. 5 in a dilemma. How to do. If he fought, he was afraid that his nose would bloom directly. That can only bid with Vivi. 20 million Baileys. 30 million Baileys. Vivi raised the price. 40 million Baileys. Mr. 5 added. 150 million Pele. Vivi called out the brand new price. Now Mr. 5 is blind. There is no money, but he still gritted his teeth and shouted, 160 million Pele. Anyway, call the price first, then trick people to the base camp in the name of withdrawing money, and kill these pirates directly. But who is Nami? It was obvious at a glance that Mr. 5's expression was not right. Immediately said, are you sure your work club will pay you so much money to redeem you? Mr. 5. This brief hesitation has already explained everything. Nami immediately turned to look at Vivi, and said with a smile, you are the princess of a country, right? Then, a price of 1 billion Baileys, we will escort you back to your country, how about it? Vivi. Sigma, Su QDQ winking face, Su. 10. 1 billion Pele. This is too exaggerated. Just when Nami thought he was going too high and was about to drop a little. The curly-haired mayor, who led the team to meet them before suddenly appeared. We agreed. Just 1 billion Baileys. Ikaram. Vivi frowned. What are you talking about? Where is our country? Well, leave it to me, Princess Vivi. Ikaram interrupted. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Ikaram, and I am the captain of Princess Vivi's guard. In the work agency, we are willing to spend 1 billion Baileys to hire you to escort Princess Vivi back to Alabasta, and now we also ask you to be the agents on the opposite side. Nami. $D, Sue. She was just asking for a price, but she actually agreed. It's like pie in the sky. Quick. Nami pointed at Zoro and said, kill them. Zoro shook his head in displeasure. Why do you BCH command me? Don't forget, you still owe me 100,000 berries. Nami said with a sinister smile, if you count the interest is now worth 5 million berries. What? Zoro was furious. How can you be so profitable? If you help me get rid of them today, our account will be written off. Nami said proudly. What can Zoro do? The money made him bow down, so he could only curse and draw his knife towards Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. Mr. 5 is obviously not someone who just sits and waits to be killed. Immediately, he pulled out a big ball of booger from his nose, thinking that it would be fine if he picked it up clean, and then he was about to pop out the ball of booger. Boom. Mr. 5's nose exploded, obviously his boogers were not cleaned. He headshot himself directly. Although he is immune to the explosion as an explosive man, the shock wave in his nasal cavity gave him a concussion, and he fell into dementia while sitting on the ground. And Miss Valentine, who also has no ability, was directly cut down by Zoro with 2 simple knives. This made Vivi look weird. The senior agent who was chasing him just now was solved so easily. Her worldview kind of collapsed. Swipe. Brush. The sound of flapping wings came, and the previously seen combination of sea otters and vultures reappeared, flapping their wings and flying into the distance. It's an unlucky duo. They are the intelligence agents of the work agency, don't let them escape. Vivi hurriedly said. But it has already flown so far, and the people present seem to have nothing to do. Nami could only cast a pitiful look at Sima D. Help. 1 billion Pele, you're not going to take it all by yourself. Sima D said. According to the head, each person has 100 million Pele, and the extra 200 million Pele is 100 million for each of us, how about it? Impossible, Nami said angrily, this is the employment I negotiated. But we are the ones who fight, and no one owes you money except Zoro. Sima D shrugged. Nami is not her own woman, so of course she has to settle accounts clearly. I'm so mad at Nami. But the follow-up security work really depends on Sima D and others. He also compromised and said, 1 billion Baileys will be divided into 150 million Baileys for you, and you don't need to worry about the rest. Obviously, this is ready to deduct other people's money. But these Sima D don't care. Looking at the unlucky duo that has almost disappeared into the sky, first stack buffs for yourself. Hyperopia. Lock. Track. After adding buff. 2 blue rays of light shot out from Sima D's eyes. No matter how the vulture swayed left and right, under the lock plus tracking plugin, it was still directly hit on the head. The vulture and sea otter petrified into statues on the spot, plummeting straight into the sea and disappearing. Petrochemical light. This is the reward I got when I signed up to Red Line before, I didn't expect it to be quite useful. 17. Robin appears. Just buckle it down. The big move is on. Amazing. It can shoot lasers. I want to learn too. Seeing Luffy popping out of nowhere, Sima D was also funny. Didn't you just say I was ungrateful? Sima D asked back. Can't fix it for Luffy. Uncle Crocus said, they seem to be a bounty hunter organization. I blamed you, sorry. Seeing Luffy bent over at 90 degrees to apologize, Sima D sighed helplessly. If you make a mistake, you will be beaten. At least there's nothing wrong with Luffy's attitude. This is my ability, you can't learn it. Sima D explained casually. This disappointed Luffy quite a bit. Muttering. Not fair. Why can you have my rubber fruit ability, but I can't shoot lasers from my eyes? Why? Because I hung up. But, by the way, who told you that your devil fruit is Paramesh's rubber fruit? Sima D asked curiously. Of course it's Shanks. Shanks. Strangeness. This fruit was snatched from CP9 by Shanks. It is impossible for him not to know that this devil fruit is a phantom beast, right? If you don't know, nor would he take the risk of offending the world government by snatching it from CP9. Shook his head. Sima D didn't specifically remind Luffy devil fruit. After all, Zone devil fruit can only improve after awakening, and Luffy's current level is still far behind. To know, Zone devil fruit is the only one among the 3 that has failure to awaken, and has side effects. Your Excellency, are you still coming out? Crocus said suddenly, looking into a dark corner. This made everyone follow their reputation. Old man, you must have misread it, right? Zoro said bluntly. Next second, there was the sound of crisp heels hitting the ground, followed by a long white leg stepping out of the darkness, followed by the reveal of a pear-shaped figure, followed by the 3-dimensional face of Yuji. It was Nico Robin. That is, Miss Alsunday. Vivi blurted out. Vice President of Bar Lock Work Agency. Why are you here? Are you also here to hunt me down? Don't say that, Robin lazily said. But I asked you to follow me, so I didn't know the existence of Bar Lock Work Agency. Listen to this. Or did Robin give Alabasta a chance to save himself? It was you who told Mr. Zero that his identity was exposed. Vivi said bluntly. Of course, Robin admitted frankly. Well, the good guys and the bad guys are all up to you. I just saw that you worked so hard to save this country, so I accidentally helped you, a stupid princess of subjugation. Robin joked. This made Vivi furious instantly. Don't underestimate me. UB asterisk 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 D. She took out her weapon, Peacock Feather, but the Straw Hat pirates were one step ahead. Sanji, Zoro and others were about to attack, but they were quickly caught by the arms growing from their bodies and thrown directly into the distance. Flower fruit. Only Sima D, Crocus, who had been watching calmly, and Luffy, who didn't feel any malice, were not affected. Is it devil fruit ability? What a strange ability. Look carefully, isn't this a beautiful young lady? Sima D also recovered at this time. He was just thinking. Is it necessary to let Robin leave and become a partner in Alabasta according to the plot? Or stop her here? Just now, he figured it out. Although he knows that the plot is one of his cheats, he doesn't want to be bound by the plot more than his adventurous spirit. Experience the scenes in the anime. Even if the dream is fulfilled, there will be no unknown adventures of exploration. So, Sima D chooses to open the big move, mouth escape. Should I call you Miss Alsunday, or Nico Robin? Sima D took a step forward. Son of the devil, I didn't expect you to become the vice president of the bounty hunter. Robin's playful complexion changed. Obviously, she didn't expect that Sima D could see through. Even Vivi didn't recognize her identity. After all, she has not appeared in front of the public for many years, and her appearance has changed a lot. I didn't expect to be recognized, Robin said vigilantly. Then this trip seems to be terminated early, and we will wait again in Alabasta. Use flower fruit and you will laugh out loud. Next moment, Robin, who was about to use the flower fruit to leave, suddenly burst into laughter, and the condensed arms also turned into petals and dissipated. Slowed down for a few seconds. It was Robin who put away his abrupt smile, stood up solemnly, and stared at Sima D without saying a word. Now we can have a good talk, Ms. Robin. Gentleman Sima D said. Actually, you don't have to worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. There are not many insiders of Ohara Buster Call, and I happen to be one of them. I am also very curious about the 100-year history that the world government wants to cover up. Hearing this, Robin not only didn't relax, but became even more nervous. Who are you? Me. Sima D took a step forward. I'm just an explorer who wants to go out to sea for adventure. He happened to meet an interesting pirate group and became a pirate. Nico Robin, come together well. We can help you find the original history. In exchange, you need to help our captain decipher the original history on the red road sign to find the location of Raftel, and I am also very interested in the blank 100-year history. This sudden, friend request, not to mention Robin, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was a little confused. Are Crocus surprised? Sima boy, you actually know that you need the original history of the red road sign to go to Raftel. Yes, Sima D nodded and said, and now the only person in the world who can understand the original history is Nico Robin in front of him. Now Luffy finally understands. The man who became the One Piece equals the woman in front of me. Come and be my partner. Luffy grinned and said, no matter what you did before, I can feel that you have no malice. Come and be our partner. The captain has spoken, and the others can only wait and see. Only Vivi and Ikaram were displeased, but they also knew that they were under the fence now, so they could only watch with gritted teeth. Robin looked at the serious faces of Sima D and Luffy, and suddenly smiled. You guys don't even know what you're doing. 18. Robin's hugs. Huge sense of oppression. You guys don't even know what you're doing. Of course I know. Sima D interrupted. According to my guess, the reason why you stayed in Alabasta was for the original historical copy there. The one collected by the royal family of Alabasta. Robin was shocked. She really didn't expect that the boy in front of her could guess this. Robin has no intention of hiding it. After all, the excavation of history is the only motivation for her to live now. How did you guess that? She asked directly. It's very simple. Sima D snapped his fingers. The fundamental reason why Ohara was destroyed was because they were trying to interpret the original history and restore the history that was blank for 100 years. This is a common problem in literature. And as the sole survivor and scholar of Ohara, you will surely inherit this belief. You, who are wanted by the world government, shouldn't have stayed in the same place for so long, let alone being a vice president. Then it can only be that Alabasta has what you want. And the president of the Bar Lock Work Agency, I'm afraid it's not a simple thing, right? Otherwise, it would be impossible to cover up your whereabouts for so long without being discovered by CP0. Sima D's remarks are well-founded and convincing. Robin was also very surprised. With only a short contact and a few words of information, it is possible to analyze so much information. This logical reasoning and IQ are simply monstrous. Brain domain development 100% top intelligence of mortals in outer armor, Sima D can indeed be called this evildoer. Without waiting for Robin to speak, Sima D looked at Vivi again and said, Ms. Robin, as a former subjugated person, will definitely not bear to watch Alabasta subjugate if she empathizes with her, so she will guide you to discover the existence of the Pakistani Lock Work Agency. But she is the vice president of the Bar Lock Work Club. She is in charge of running the whole club. Vivi retorted. It's simple, it's all about benefits. Sima D said clearly. As I said just now, Ms. Robin's goal is the original history, so, as long as you promise, you are willing to lend the original history of Alabasta to Ms. Robin to read, I think she's going to choose to be on our side, right? The last sentence was said to Robin. Robin was silent for a moment, then looked at Vivi. Princess Vivi, what is your answer? Obviously. If he can directly get the permission of the Alabasta royal family, Robin does not want to seek skin with Clock Doll and Tiger. Vivi calmed down. She found that what Sima D said was not wrong. Robin is indeed someone who can be won. And, as the vice president, if she turns against her, it will undoubtedly do more good than harm for Alabasta. And what they pay is only the reading permission of the original historical copy. If Alabasta can be saved, even sending the original history to Robin is totally fine. As for Robin's damage to Alabasta over the past 3 years, Vivi can only choose to ignore it. I see. Vivi resisted the impulse and said, I promise as the princess of Alabasta, as long as Nico Robin, you can help Alabasta. Wait a minute. Sima D interrupted. I think you misunderstood. Ms. Robin's task is not to assist Alabasta, and the promise that she will watch the history is her reward for escorting you back to Alabasta and helping you save the country. Too dangerous. Seeing Sima D shaking her head, Vivi was desperate at that moment. Can't 1 billion Baileys ask you to help? In no mood. Quote. It's too dangerous, you need to pay more. Sima's first sentence, additional money, made everyone speechless. Vivi is also in a mess. Haha. Just kidding. Sima D laughed. Saving the country, it must be a very interesting adventure, right? I won't miss it, but it just represents my attitude. That sounds interesting. Luffy's eyes lit up. Add me too. Hey, Luffy, you can't say anything. Usopp hurriedly stopped. Save the country or something. It sounds dangerous. There's a commotion here. Robin over there suddenly smiled, and then walked up to Sima D. Little brother, you are really interesting. Robin leaned forward, and Sima D could even smell a faint fragrance. So, are you sure that apart from the original history of the Red Road sign and the blank 100 years history, is there no other condition? If you want to add it, I have no problem. Sima D shrugged. Robin stared into Sima D's eyes, and Sima D looked back with a clear conscience. After half pay, Robin suddenly asked, do you know Pluton? Are you talking about the Pluton, the 3 ancient weapons? It is said that a super warship can destroy an island with a cannonball. Unfortunately, it is only an external force after all. It is not attractive to face the real strong. Sima D said casually. Now Robin was really shocked. Know all this. The point is. Compared with Clock Doll, in order to get the news of Pluton, he even did not hesitate to steal the country. Sima D's frankness made her very comfortable. Robin turned his head and looked at Vivi. So what's your answer? Her Royal Highness Princess Vivi. You will see the original history as you wish. As long as I am still the Princess of Alabasta. Vivi gritted her teeth. Robin didn't care about Vivi's attitude, after all, he was still wreaking havoc on other countries. She looked at Sima D with a smile, and said in a teasing tone, then little brother, I will take care of you in the future. Finished speaking, Robin actually hugged Sima D directly, and he was a little out of breath under the pressure of the huge OP. After Robin leaves, seeing Sima D who was at a loss, his eyes were full of ridicule. Now you have the look that a little brother should have. Don't always look like you are in control, that's not pleasing. Robin joked. Obviously, Robin is still a little upset that Sima D turned her back on her willingness once she made a false statement. Ah. Robin-chan, I want it too. Sanji rushed over. But Robin just pulled Sima D and blocked him in front of Sanji. And Sima D saw Sanji like a pig, and subconsciously. Retreat. Boom. Sanji returned the same way like a cannonball, and fell into the sea with a plop. Ah this. Sima D looked helplessly at the smiling Robin, this sister you is really a goblin. He didn't notice. Nami pouted slightly, seeming a bit annoyed. It seems that even she didn't realize it. 19. Make amends. Invite Vivi. Laboon Akimbo. Now that Robin has defected, the real plan of Lock Doll will be exposed. Utopia Project. This is K. Lockadar's ultimate plan to steal the country. While obtaining Alabasta Wong Quan, he must also obtain the secret treasure protected by Alabasta, the whereabouts of ancient weapon Pluton. And these will become his capital to conquer the sea, and finally enter New World to declare war on the Whitebeard pirates. That's what Lock Dar is ultimately about. After listening to Robin's explanation, both Vivi and Ikaram are gnashing their teeth. For this Kelkadar who started the civil war in Alabasta, they can't wait to cut him into pieces. But the two of them knew that fantasies were useless, even if they already knew the real plan, they still needed fighting power to stop it. Please help me. Help Alabasta. Vivi said directly to the crowd. As long as Alabasta can return to peace, I am willing to pay any price. Except for the agreed reward of 1 billion Baileys, any other conditions are fine. Carry. Oh, any conditions? Sima D looked at Vivi and suddenly had some thoughts. Noticing this scene, Nami glared at Sima D angrily, and then helped Vivi up. What happened to her reminded Nami of herself. Don't worry, now that we know, we won't sit idly by. Nami comforted. Right, Luffy. Sima. Luffy who was named also nodded affirmatively. Then what kind of sand crocodile, I will definitely blow him away. Tisk. Sima D, Robin, and Crocus all shook their heads involuntarily. K. Lock Doll, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Logia sand fruit ability user. Luffy has not mastered armament hockey, and it is almost impossible to hurt him. That is, the aura of his protagonist, which gives K. Lockdar a strange weakness of, unable to elementalize when exposed to water. Of all the Logias, he is the only one with this flaw. It's a disgrace to Logia. Sima, what about you? Nami asked Sima D again for his opinion. But Sima D shook his head. He remembered Hami's regret in his previous life, Vivi who didn't get on the boat. To say that Vivi is the only princess of Alabasta, she is indeed responsible to inherit the throne and manage Alabasta. But, does Alabasta really have to be her? Vivi's father, King Cobra, is also in his prime, so it will be fine for another 10 or 2 years, right? It's perfectly fine to have another child. So, although I am also very interested in saving the country, I have additional conditions, unlike this captain who is so hot-headed that he doesn't care about anything. Sima D squinted and smiled. As long as you agree to my conditions, then 1 billion Pele is not out of the question. What? Nami screamed. No, at least leave me 100 million berries, right? For Vivi, who is also Tianya's degenerate, Nami still felt compassionate, and even the one who can break the bone only needs 10% of the reward. No, I agree to your terms. I will also give 1 billion Pele. Vivi said without hesitation. As long as she can save her country, she is willing to pay anything. Well, Your Highness Vivi. Ikalem said cautiously. I think it's better to listen first. No, Vivi said decisively. For Alabasta. I am willing to sacrifice everything. Even myself. This girl seems to have misunderstood something. B*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Furious. He is a knight sworn to protect the princess. Isn't Vivi the perfect object he wants to protect? That's right, how can you go so far? Luffy nodded in agreementment. Sima D spread her hands helplessly. I'm talking about you, at least listen to my conditions first. That's right, let's listen to the conditions firstst. Luffy stood nextt to Sima D to chime in. Stop it, I don't agree. Sanji was determined. That's it, I don't agree. Luffy. It's so noisy. Boom, boom. Sima D and Sanji beat Luffy into the air on the spot and disappeared. I said, you must also know how to listen. B************* D. Sima D sighed. My condition is very simple, Vivi, right? I appreciate your determination to save the country and go to sea, so. Come on, be our partner. No problem, I promise. Vivi was a little dazed. She wondered if she had heard wrong. You heard me right. Sima D smiled and said, as long as you become our partner, isn't it what we should do to help our partner save her country? The truth is right, but Vivi doesn't understand. Why is it her? Robin was invited by Sima D because she had the ability to help people find Raftel. But what does she have? Haha, I also agree with this condition. Nami put his arms around Vivi and smiled. Anyone who is willing to sacrifice himself for the people of his own country will definitely be a good partner. Just like Nami's sacrifice for Kokosia village. But, Vivi was still hesitating. No but, Princess Vivi, please agree to this condition. Sanji quickly changed his words. This made Sima D squint at him involuntarily. Didn't you just say that you would not agree to any conditions? Sima D mocked. I was careless, sorry. Sanji apologized decisively. Well, in order to let Vivi join the group, Sanji is also flexible. Vivi glanced at the others. Everyone cast approving glances and smiles at Vivi. Obviously they all agree with this princess who has worked so hard for her country's people. Only Laboon with his arms akimbo. She did not forget. The woman in front of her was planning to hunt her and eat her as food. 20. Nami's potential. Robin Wolf into Tiger's mouth. Seeing the angry Laboon, Vivi was also a little embarrassed. Sorry Laboon, I had to put you. Okay, Laboon said angrily, your original intention is also for the people of this small town. Since you are not bad, I will punish you to continue teaching me how to read. Although Laboon has been with Crocus for 50 years, he knows the daily communication language. But they are truly illiterate. It is so simple that it is a condition for the steps. How can Vivi refuse? The people of this boat. It's really different from ordinary pirates. Then, I'll take care of you from now on. Vivi said sincerely, when I rescue Alabasta, I will go out to sea with everyone for adventure. The sea. It is also Vivi's dream. It's just that as an only daughter, she has responsibilities that she has to bear, so she can only bury this dream in her heart. Now, in order to save the people, they can regain their dreams, which is the best of both worlds. No, even Ikaram only looks embarrassed, but doesn't stop Vivi. His thinking is also simple. King Cobra is still young, he can still give birth. Until then, Luffy also limped back, just in time to hear Vivi's words. Immediately said excitedly, in order to welcome new partners to join us, we hold a banquet. Feast your head. Nami punched Luffy with a big bag. Get on the boat. Let's go to Alabasta. Vivi's kingdom is still waiting for us to rescue. Well, let's wait until we defeat that sand crocodile before holding a banquet. Luffy followed suit. There is no majesty as a captain at all, and Sima D's eyes are on the big meat bun that was spotted on Luffy's head. Luffy, but the rubber man. It is impossible for ordinary blunt blows to hurt him, only. Armament hockey. Although until Sima D crossed, Nami's life card did not have hockey. But that doesn't mean she doesn't. It's just that she may not have explored it yet. After all, learning the weather, controlling it and developing the weather stick has taken up most of her time. Perhaps, Nami has awakened armament hockey a long time time even the talent of innate awakened hockey, but it has not been developed. I can ask Crocus to make a hockey for everyone to see later. Well now, let's go. Target. Alabasta. Vivi nodded and whistled to the sky. After a few seconds, a large orange duck galloped towards Vivi at a speed like a gust of wind, and rubbed against her. This is my mount that runs fast. It is our Alabasta's unique strider. It is as smart as Laboon. However, Luffy didn't listen to these words, but ran fast with a big bone stick in his eyes. Sanji, quick, I want to eat roast duck. Run fast. Sigma, Su QDQ winking face, Su. Boom. Nami put away his fists, and walked towards Going Merry with Luffy who was rolling his eyes. Never mind this guy, he's just talking. Yeah, Sanji nodded wildly. Princess Vivi, don't worry, I will definitely not cook for that idiot to run faster. That's right, it's so small, it's not enough to fit between the teeth. Laboon agreed. Although every sentence is about running fast, but the more you hear it, the more frightened you become. Are you sure you won't attack me? The crowd went away talking and laughing, leaving behind Sima D and Robin. How about it, isn't the atmosphere good? Sima D said to Robin. It's not so much a pirate group, they are actually more like an adventure group, so I joined as a member of it. We are different from the people you met before, won't abandon you again. I won't abandon you again. This sentence hit Robin's heart directly, and he froze in place. Real, will there be no more? But then Robin just smiled, his arms wrapped around Sima D's neck, his faces were so close that he could feel the heat of each other's breath, and the two big sandbags were placed directly on his chest. Little brother, are you teasing me? Was it teasing you just now? Sima D doesn't know, but now Robin must be teasing him. So can Sima D be persuaded? Immediately take a half step forward, the warm, moist and soft touch is still a little sweet. Robin stared blankly for a moment, then ejected and retreated, looking at Sima D in disbelief. Obviously, she didn't expect that Sima D, who had been manipulated by her before, would dare to take the initiative. This time Sima D turned against the customer. Why, what's the problem? Sima D said innocently. You come here, don't you want to kiss me? What can Robin say? She just wanted to tease the little brother. In the end, the teasing failed and the first kiss was lost. After the initial panic, Robin looked at Sima D with interest, and suddenly discovered that besides finding the original history and interpreting the history, she seemed to have a new goal on this ship. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Robin walked towards Going Merry with a smile, and passed shoulders with Sima D, the kind that really had physical contact. It's like teasing Sima D on purpose. Seeing Robin's receding pear-shaped figure, Sima D smiled. Interesting. The days of sailing in the future will finally not be so tormenting. 21. Innate Hockey awakens. Tekken Nami. Going Merry, on deck. Once again Young Fan set sail, the first thing to confirm is the destination. Go straight to Alabasta. Vivi said, I have a permanent pointer to Alabasta, we can go straight. This proposal surprised Sima D. Go directly to the. That's not okay. Little Garden and Titan are fine, but the little reindeer chopper of Drum Island Kingdom is still waiting for them. Who can refuse the pet of everyone's fruit common people's form? While he was thinking about what to do, Vivi exclaimed. Oops, the permanent pointer was blown up by Mr. 5. Eternal pointer. Nami cast a puzzled look. Vivi looked a little frustrated, but he did not forget to explain. It is a pointer fixedly pointing to the magnetic field of a certain island, and it is used to quickly travel to and from the designated island. I see, it will be much more convenient this way. Nami nodded. Now that the permanent pointer is destroyed, it can only continue to sail step by step. It's okay, Princess Vivi. Although I haven't been there, Whiskey Peak and Alabasta are only separated by 2 or 3 islands, so it won't take too long. Ikaram comforted. The Utopia battle plan will only be launched after all the senior agents are summoned. The summoning order was issued when I left Alabasta. This process will take a month or 2. Robin gave information. This is what made Vivi feel a little more at ease. Then he cheered up and said, it's okay. With everyone's help, it will be fine. Then follow the direction of the record pointer. Nami said. But was interrupted by Robin. As far as I know, the next stop, Little Garden, is an ancient island. For some reason, few ships have passed by in recent years. Why don't you change to a safer route? Robin took out a permanent pointer. This is pointing to Little Garden. An adjacent safe island, we can bypass it, but it will take an extra half a month. That's one of the reasons Robin came to Whiskey Peak. But Luffy said without hesitation. No, I want to become one piece with my own ability. Not some shortcut. Is it an ancient island? There must be a lot of interesting scenery. Sima D is interested. Running in the primitive jungle, chasing dinosaurs or pterosaurs, and eating a few bites of dragon meat, isn't it very interesting? It's not funny at all. Usopp's nose twitched. I think so too. Nami refused. But. Dinosaur meat. Haven't cooked it yet. Sanji immediately offered hospitality and said, don't worry. Nami-san, Robin-chan, Your Highness Vivi, I promise to protect you all. Sexy cook, you look like the scumbag Sima said. Zoro said bluntly. How? Sima said, lick the dog until the end, you can have everything you want. Sanji strongly retorted. You are an idiot, licking a dog is not a good word. B**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************�e. The two quarreled daily and rose to the level of a deathmatch. But everyone is used to it. Only Vivi worried. Don't care about it. They seem to be serious about it. It's okay. Nami smiled. Both of them are monsters, they won't die after being hacked and kicked a few times. Hi, thank you Nami-san for your compliment, Sanji took the time to reply. Immediately, he was kicked on the door by Zoro. Do you still dare to be distracted when you fight with me? You want to die. The route is also determined on this basis, or follow the direction of the record pointer. After all, the island provided by Robin will take a detour, which is a bit far away for them who are in a hurry. Seeing that it's a foregone conclusion, Nami could only lean towards Sima D silently. If anyone is the most reliable on board, it must be Sima D. See Nami in action. Sima D also remembered her previous plan and looked at Crocus. Uncle, please tell everyone about hockey. Speaking of this. Crocus's gaze was rather strange, staring at Sima D uncomfortably. Was it Armament Hockey who turned his fist black when you fought Luffy? Crocus asked. It turned out to be because of this. Sima D almost thought Crocus had a problem with his sexuality. Well, it's Armament Hockey. Sima D admitted frankly. In the experience just now, Sima D has already initially mastered the ability of Armament Hockey. Although the limited physical strength is only elementary proficiency, this cannot be improved in a short period of time. You can only see the rewards of the sign in scene. Crocus heard that his eyes were complicated, looking at Sima D as if he was looking at a monster. He just talked about hockey's cultivation method. Sima D awakened Conqueror's Hockey on the spot, and then awakened Armament Hockey directly, and jumped to the intermediate level in a short time. Can Armament Hockey be entangled? It's outrageous. Perhaps, he really wants to bring out a One Piece again. Only, Sima D, like Luo Jia, is only more interested in adventure, and has no idea about rights. I see, Crocus said, about hockey, it's, as Crocus tells. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was opened the gate to the new world, and immediately found the hockey they wanted to cultivate. There is no doubt that Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy should give priority to Armament Hockey. As Usopp is a sniper, observation hockey is more important. Well, Nami, the one you mentioned, I seem to have it. Nami said uncertainly. But it seems that only when I am angry, the power of the fist will increase several times. Although your situation is rare, it happens occasionally. Crocus analyzed. It should be that Armament Hockey was awakened when I was young, but I can't detect it because my physique is not strong enough. I can only use it subconsciously when I am furious. This surprised Nami quite a bit. Hockey is an ability that can only be mastered by the strong. As long as she can master hockey, she won't have to worry so much in the future. No wonder Nami, your fist hurts as much as Grandpa. So you've already awakened Armament Hockey. Luffy wondered. Sima D suddenly thought of. Now that Nami knows the existence of hockey, and he is innately awakened, will he entrust Usopp to create a weather stick? 22. Robin's heart itch. In crisis. Will Nami still commission Usopp to build weather sticks? Do you want to remind me? Sima D thought for a while, just smiled and shook her head to dismiss the thought. The combat power obtained by using props is external power after all, and hockey is the real mainstream. Everyone's own development, just let nature take its course. After all, he's not a babysitter, is he? What's wrong? There was an itchy ear. It was the wind blowing into the ears when Robin, the royal sister, spoke. Nothing. Sima D laughed. I just figured out some problems. The question that bothers you must be interesting. Robin showed a listening attitude. But, well, it's interesting. After finishing speaking, Sima D stared at Robin, showing no intention of continuing the topic. Just when Robin couldn't help asking questions, Luffy suddenly leaned over and asked, Sima, the moves you used before, teach me. This is the second gear. Sima D said with a half smile, no problem. The reason for laughing is simple. After all, it is quite joyful to use the abilities developed by others as a teacher. The second gear is very simple, the principle is. Wow, that's amazing. I never thought of that. Luffy exclaimed. I still have 3 ideas. Wow, that's amazing. Sima, you are the rubber man, right? Luffy was shocked. Actually, there are 4 more gears, but it needs to be used with Armament Hockey. Wow, that's amazing. What else is there? And also, the 5th gear is the awakening of your Devil Fruit ability, but that is too far away now. This is your own Devil Fruit, you have to develop it yourself. Sima D dismissed Luffy casually. Turn around. Seeing the only demon fruit power on board, Robin looked at Sima D with a smile. Then I don't know, what advice does Sima Jong have for my Devil Fruit ability? Robin looked expectantly. I don't know if I'm really asking for advice, or I'm here to make fun of him. But, Sima D really has some ideas. First, he casually stated Robin's idea of developing flower fruit in the future, which is nothing more than using a large number of limbs to condense into larger limbs to attack the target. This is already making Robin's eyes shine, looking at Sima D in disbelief. Are there really such smart people in the world? Just a brief understanding. I can already come up with a development idea that makes them demon fruit power themselves, sigh. That's not enough, Sima D finally said. In addition to the above ideas, I have a very good move, but it is a bit troublesome to talk about it. Next time I have a chance, I will demonstrate it to you. This made Robin's heart itch. But before she could ask, Sima D has already flew to the watchtower, and it's his turn to be vigilant. Robin, who was here to tease Sima D, is now a muggle. Hesitate for a moment. Robin still didn't catch up to the lookout to ask the end. Instead, he smiled with interest. Little brother, you really gave me too many surprises. Turn around. Robin met Nami's concerned gaze, and Nami pretended to look away as if electrocuted, as if he was observing the weather. And it's very attractive to girls. Nami, as she once said, has found her own set of solutions in the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line. Going Merry survived the disastrous climates one after another safely, and after a week of driving through the wind and waves, encountered a serious challenge. That is, food reserves are not enough. Original. Considering the existence of Luffy, a big eater, Sanji has stored enough food in Rog Town. But after adding Crocus and Laboon to Twin Point, Robin, Vivi, and Ikaram were added to Whiskey Peak, which made the budget a lot tighter. But it is not enough to run out of food in a week. The point is, Laboon. Although Laboon can transform into a little Lolita, the body is a real island whale. Even if it maintains a human state, its appetite is no less than that of Luffy, which makes the food that is not rich even worse. Yes, Sanji said very seriously. One day, we will run out of food. Let's go hunting by all means. What can a hunt at sea be? Sanji gave each of them a small piece of meat as bait, and sent them off to work. But, Luffy, the foodie, turned around and swallowed his share of bait, and then set his sights on Usopp's bait. Hey, this is for fishing. Hey, poor Usopp's force value is too low, and he still loses the bait after all. Luffy was about to continue to murder, but was punched down by the furious Nami. This is life-saving bait. You idiot. Go fishing for me. Nami is the only person on board who can control Luffy. Luffy immediately went fishing along the side of the boat in desperation. But without bait, it is impossible for any fish to be foolish enough to take the bait, okay. Then, Luffy stared at the one who was also fishing and ran fast. Run fast. Sigma, Su QDQ winking face, Su. Next second, he ran fast and was hung on a fishhook and thrown into the sea as bait. Vivi. Filled down pointing triangle he filled down pointing triangle me. Many days together, she also lost her initial restraint and dared to express her opinions. Fast as my partner, Luffy. Pull it up. Look, there are fish. Everyone looked in the direction Usopp was pointing at, and saw a pure white fin exposed on the sea, which looked like a dolphin. There's meat. Food. Quick. Luffy. Luffy threw the fishing rod to Vivi, stretched his arms and grabbed the fin, but encountered a problem when retrieving it, he couldn't pull it. Next moment, the fins of the fish gradually rose, followed by a cloud of shadows emerging on the bottom of the sea, until the last giant shark, 3 times the size of Going Merry, jumped out of the sea, opened its bloody mouth and swooped in. But everyone is not afraid of rejoicing. Luffy and the others were ready to hit the giant shark, but a figure jumped up to meet it even faster. Exactly. Laboon. Wait, Laboon. Everyone was shocked. How can this Laboon survive? 23. Bad Sister Robin. Another famous scene. Seeing that Laboon rushed towards the giant shark, everyone was taken aback. Come back. Laboon beware. Luffy quick. Pull back. Everyone on the deck was in a mess, and Crocus's eyes were sharpened, like a sword about to come out of his body. Only Sima D looked calm. Please, have you all forgotten what Laboon's body is? She is an island whale. The giant shark in front of me is only 3 times the size of Going Merry, and not as big as the eyeball of Laboon itself. What harm could it do to her? She was also deceived by the little lowly image of her soft girl these days. As predicted, in the next second, Laboon suddenly grew rapidly and turned into the body of an island whale. With just a sweep of its tail, it swept the giant shark that was swallowing mountains and rivers into the sky, and then transformed into a little lowly in a flash, and landed firmly on the deck. Boom. The giant shark landed on the surface of the sea, splashing a lot of waves. Hold on to the boat. I saw that giant shark floating on the sea surface, it was already dead and couldn't die anymore. There was no sound on deck. Robin, the only one who didn't know what was going on with Laboon's body, subconsciously leaned towards Sima D, as if it would bring her a sense of security. Why, scared? Sima D joked. Laboon is an island whale that ate the druid fruit, and can switch between the 2 forms at will. After hearing Sima D's explanation, Robin was even more surprised. The main body is an island whale. Isn't it the one who ate the zone devil fruit? Robin asked back. Sima D smiled and nodded. After all, there are only a few animals that eat devil fruit. At present, there are only 2 cases of Chopper and Pierre from Sky Island. The 4 jailer beasts of Impel Down in the deep sea are all humans who failed to awaken zone devil fruit. At this time, everyone finally reacted. Okay, that's amazing. One tail just slapped to death. So Laboon is so strong. Sure enough, I'm the weakest on board. Facing the compliments from everyone, Laboon proudly raised his chin. She didn't eat free food, but she can also contribute to everyone. That cute little look. Both Nami and Robin couldn't hold back, they stepped forward and ravaged their little faces. I wonder if Robin would love Laboon so much if he knew that Laboon was 50 years old. Tisk. I'm looking forward to the meeting between Brook and Laboon even more. Sima D smirked. Is it Brook's skull figure that scares Laboon? Or is it that Laboon's little lowly scares Brook? It sure is fun. The food crisis was solved so dramatically. Another week of sailing. Going Merry finally saw the outline of an island, which looked like a dense jungle from a distance. But it's getting closer. Only then did I realize that everything on the island seemed to be magnified. Towering trees can be seen everywhere, and even the ordinary ankle-high grass is almost higher than the side of the boat. Welcome everyone to the ancient island Little Garden. Robin introduced. This is the back garden of the dinosaurs, beasts are only their rations, and there are unknown dangers that make 90% of the pirates die here, everyone come on and live. It really perfectly interprets, speak the creepiest things in the most tender tone. Proper. Bad sister, Nami, Vivi, and Usopp couldn't help shaking, obviously scared enough. Instead, Luffy and Sima D stared at the depths of the jungle with great interest. The difference is, Luffy is just curious about dinosaurs, and Sima D. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene, Ancient Island Little Garden, and get the sign in reward, Han Lee's exercise pill. Han Lee's exercise pill. After eating it, you can draw the energy of the world to temper your body. The longer you endure it, the more gains you will get. It will end when you can't bear the pain or the body exercise pill is exhausted. Semicolon. The reward has been stored in the system space. Oh, there was a reward, and it was the type of physical enhancement he needed. It seems, as long as it is a special island, it is considered a famous scene. So, I don't know about the Titans, is it a famous scene? At least Hakoku counts, maybe I can learn a hand. 24. Prehistoric dinosaurs. Battle of Titans. Before going merry docks on the shore. Sima D flew up directly with telekinetic power, looking down at the ground from the sky, so that she could see the true appearance of the island more intuitively. I'm going to explore the way. Over the dense prehistoric giant trees. The first thing that catches the eye is a dozen long-necked dragons. Their disproportionate necks are not too eye-catching, and they are more than 10 meters high by visual measurement. The neck can really be used as a slide. But such a giant dinosaur, its recipe is herbivorous, can you believe it? Watching some giraffes lower their heads and nibble on the leaves of prehistoric giant trees, Sima D couldn't help admiring the ingenious workmanship of nature. Hold head high. The sudden long chant caught Sima D's attention, and when he turned his head, he saw a pterosaur swooping towards him. The sharp claws on the thick lower limbs shone coldly, and it could easily pierce the prey's skin and grab it firmly. Unfortunately, this pterosaur found the wrong partner. Sima D just gathered a power wall in front of her, and the pterosaur bumped into it head-on. As aggressive as it came, there were many bloody heads, and it fell straight into the dense jungle. Brush. A Tyrannosaurus Rex jumped out suddenly, bit the pterosaur's neck precisely, and fell into the jungle and disappeared. If it is intelligent, it will probably say, "Thank you for the gift of nature," right? Sima D turned around and flew towards the long-necked dragons, using their necks as a slide. Although the thick skin is a bit rough, the overall experience is still very good. He's about to skate again. Looking up, I saw Luffy standing on the head of a long-necked dragon, surrounded by other long-necked dragons, and finally swallowed by one of them accidentally. Tisk. It's a joke. Ready to rescue. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared from behind the mountain, holding a slightly broken giant sword, and cut off the neck of the long-necked dragon with one sword, while Luffy was drawn from the esophagus and landed on the palm of the Titan. It is Blue Ogre Dory, one of the Titans of Little Garden. Pity. There was no movement in the system. Seeing the Titan was not a famous scene. How dare you fight against the long neck in this forest, you are very good. Dory looked at Sima D who flew over. Are you two also pirates? What a big man. Luffy said in surprise, we are the Straw Hat Pirates, and I am the Captain Monkey D. Luffy, the man who must become the One Piece. Dory was taken aback when he heard the words, then he looked up to the sky and laughed. Oh hey, One Piece, what a great dream. Little devil, then you have to work hard. What about you kid? Seeing Dory looking at herself, Sima D smiled and nodded. Sima D, a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, goes to sea for adventure and stories. Oh, it seems that you have also experienced something. Would you like to come to my house as a guest and tell a story about your adventures? Dory invited. Okay, Luffy agreed decisively. In exchange, I am also very interested in your story. Sima D said. Hey, come on then. Dory supported Luffy with one hand, dragged the long-necked dragon's body with one hand, and walked easily. Even Sima D dissipated her telekinetic power and stood on Dory's palm. It is really a novel experience to be supported by a Titan. Soon the destination was reached. Dory skillfully handled the long-necked dragon, and then lit a fire to set up a barbecue. During this period, Luffy also talked about his adventure record. Luffy still has a bit of a brain, so he didn't say all the trivial things. I will focus on two things, the story of the Millennium Dragon and the Alabasta Stealer. Alabasta, I've heard that it is a country that is very short of water. Dory sighed. Do the math, it has been on this island for 100 years. This surprised Luffy. 100 years. But you don't look old, Uncle Titan. Oh he. That's because the lifespan of our Titans is 3 times that of ordinary humans. This reminded Sima D. There was a guess in the previous life. The Titans, small humans, and fur tribes of the Grand Line are actually perfect products created by the previous civilization. The Titan family became gigantic because of the longevity transformation. During Sima D's thinking, Dory also explained why he stayed here for 100 years or they didn't remember it themselves. 100 years ago, the two captured a sea king each, and because of a little girl's question, they argued over who had the bigger prey, and they agreed to a duel in Little Garden, and only the survivors could go back to their hometown. But because the duel has been difficult to determine the winner, the giant soldier pirates waited for a long time to no avail, and then disbanded, and the soldiers also returned to Alpabu village to wait for news. Nowadays, the two had long forgotten the reason for the duel, they only remembered that it was for the glory of being a warrior, and they believed that the god of Al-Baf would favor the victor. According to Sima D, it's really a child's play, so the so-called soldier's glory may not be misinterpreted. What? I don't know why I fought for 100 years. Luffy pouted. This is too childish, right? What qualifications do you have to criticize others? Sima D rolled his eyes and said, if I hadn't been stronger than you, the previous battle might have lasted as long. Ha ha. Luffy scratched his head in embarrassment. Just at this moment, the volcano in the center of the island suddenly erupted, causing Dory to stand up nervously, grabbing his giant sword and rushing down the volcano. Volcano eruption. It is the clarion call that they agreed to start the battle. Sima D was also very interested in following up immediately, and hadn't seen Titans fight yet. It must be spectacular. Do not know. Will they fight with Hakoku? 25. Hide the map. The famous scene under the crater. When Dory rushed to the foot of the volcano, another Titan, Red Ogre Brokey, also appeared. As soon as the two meet, without any foreshadowing or foreplay, they took a sword and an axe and went straight to the fight. Titans fighting is not much different from that of ordinary people, it's just that the difference in body size makes the movements of the Titans bigger. It probably means landslides and ground cracks. A step on the foot is a deep pit. A weapon falling into the open space is a ravine. The dissipated slash directly leveled the large forest. The aftermath of an all-out attack turned into a shock wave like a storm sweeping around. The ground is also constantly shaking, as if an earthquake is coming. Tisk. No wonder this island is called Little Garden. In the eyes of the two Titans, these dinosaurs are really pets in the back garden. Until the volcanic eruption ends, the two Titans can't do anything to each other. After 100 years of fighting, they are already familiar with each other, and they can't break the trick at all. Dory, a guest sent me some wine. Brokey said, that's really good, I haven't had a drink for a long time. Then, Brokey tossed a few barrels of wine to Dory, turned and left with his giant axe on his shoulder. Sima D is a bit of a pity. Although the two seemed to be fighting for life and death, they didn't even use Hakoku, they were just throwing water at each other. Without the influence of external force, I'm afraid it will be impossible to tell the winner in another 100 years. Immediately, his eyes fell on the wine barrel that Brokey gave him. The wine barrel that ordinary people want to be environmentally friendly is as small as a Coke can in the palm of his hand. Mr. 5 was killed in Whiskey Peak, I don't know if Mr. 3 still put explosives in it. However, this is also good. They can tell the winners and losers in their battles. Then they will know that these battles are actually meaningless. Sima D decided to let nature take its course, and then looked at the volcano that had stopped erupting. As for the volcano, he has never seen it with his own eyes. Go check it out. Sima D flew to the crater, only to be approached by a heat wave. Ice. The ice flakes fell on Sima D's body, turning into water vapor and taking away the temperature at the same time. This allows Sima D to look at the magma surging in the crater comfortably. This active crater is not looking for death, but there is no way to see it for yourself. On a whim, Sima D wondered what is under the magma. Perspective. The scorching magma was pierced by Sima D's sight, and then Sima D unexpectedly discovered that there was a platform 100 meters below the magma, and there were outlines of buildings. Oh, there is a hidden map. Why don't you go and see what's going on? As for the barrier of magma, lava fruit. Sima D turned into magma directly, turned on elementalization and merged into it, and fled to the depths of the magma to head for the platform. As it draws near, he had the illusion of passing through the membrane, and then the flowing magma around him emptied out, and he suddenly appeared in midair, falling downwards with the force of gravity. Sima D hurriedly used telekinesis to stabilize her figure. Looked up, he saw a hemispherical transparent shield, isolating all the magma and heat, and under his feet was the building complex he saw through perspective just now. Most eye-catching. It is in the center of the platform, and there is a stone monument, which looks like. Ding. Congratulations on the sign in scene. History original The Birth of the Titans, and get the sign in bonus, Susanoo of Uchiha Madara. Susanoo of Uchiha Madara, the power of God contained in Mangekyo Sharingan can materialize chakra into a huge chakra titan. Semicolon. Ability to digest. Sima D was quite pleasantly surprised, because the power of Susanoo given by the system is not discounted at all, but the consumption is replaced by stamina. Although there is no chakra to drive, there is also no defect that the use transition will leave sequelae. Can be used as a resident power. After the surprise, Sima D looked at the steel. Who would have thought that there was a historical copy hidden under the magma of the active volcano? I didn't even expect that the original historical copy could be regarded as a famous scene. Looking at the suffix, birth of the Titan family, it seems to have recorded the information of the Titan family, and it is very likely that each piece of different historical originals can sign into the second place scene to get rewards. There are a total of 30 yuan in the history text, isn't this 30 rewards? There are also 4 pieces of road sign history text. This reward cannot be upgraded to a level. That's good news. But, this thing Sima D can't understand, he has to find foreign aid to translate. Instead of using the ability to simulate lava fruit, Sima D is ready to try the newly acquired ability. Susano. Sima D's eyes did not turn into Mangekyo, only azure energy overflowed from his eye sockets, condensing into a skeleton and skeletal arms to protect it. This is only the initial form, and a gap as large as the skeleton cannot prevent magma. Sima D continued to stimulate Susano's power, and more azure blue could overflow, filling the gaps between the skeletons with a thin film, and condensing the skulls to form a complete body itself. First form. Sima D was determined to test the limit, and the azure energy continued to overflow. On the basis of the skeleton, meridians and flesh and blood condensed, which was then covered by a layer of energy clothing, and a long sword with a sheath was condensed in his left hand. Second form. At this point, Sima D could clearly feel the loss of physical strength, and estimated that she would lose strength after about half an hour. Although it can also open the next form, I am afraid that it will become a 3-point man like Dija. Not to mention not continuing. He uses telekinesis to make himself fly, and Susano moves with it. Although it is still only a half-length Susano, there is energy isolation under the feet. Just don't know. Can this outfit hold up to the magma? 26. Robin who got it right. The origin of the Titan family. Can this outfit hold up to the magma? Just try it out and find out. Susano needs a complete body to fly, so now she can only rely on Sima D's telekinetic power. Through the translucent shield, surrounded by magma, Sima D is ready to use her spiritual ability to activate lava fruit's ability at any time. But nothing changes. The scorching magma increased Susano's consumption a little, and the temperature inside Susano didn't even rise a little bit. It was like 2 spaces with magma on the outside and himself inside. As expected of Mrs. Madara's Susano, it's amazing. Sima D flew to break through the magma, and after flying out of the crater, swept down from the heights, and soon found Robin who was, gesturing tiger, in the jungle. Immediately move closer. Is the landing? Just heard Robin teasing. It's just a short break, and you can't wait to see me. This kind of ridicule has been happening frequently recently, and Sima D has become immune. Oh, then it seems that you don't welcome me. Sima D pretended to be sad and said, fortunately, I found an original piece of history, and I'm here to show you. Brush. Robin's face appeared in front of Sima D, with his hands on his shoulders, staring at Sima D seriously. Did you really find it? Take me there, she said eagerly. But, is this your attitude of begging for help? Sima D said decisively. Did you have to pay a price for letting you tease me just now? Robin is also a tough guy. Kissed directly on Sima D's lips, but it was just a touch, and his face was still a little blush. It seems that Yuji has no experience. Royal and pure, the best. Are you satisfied now? Can you take me there? Robin rarely looked away. Sima D didn't flirt too much, and hugged Robin's waist. Hold tight. The telekinetic riot caused the two of them to rise from the ground. Robin exclaimed and subconsciously hugged Sima D tightly. She was extremely talented and felt oppressive. This is the same as driving a motorcycle with a sudden brake, it is the best choice for flirting with girls. Robin rolled his eyes at Sima D, but didn't say much. He looked down at the little garden under his feet, with different perspectives and unique flavors at the same time. Quickly, the two came to the crater, which surprised Robin. Don't tell me, you found it in the cave in the crater. Robin asked in surprise. No, Sima D shook her head. This made Robin shake his head. But then saw Sima D's eyes overflowing with azure blue light, condensed into a strange half-body giant armor, and plunged into the magma. Robin is also courageous, except for holding on to Sima D, he didn't scream out. Into the magma. She also looked at the magma ocean with great interest, and it was obviously the first time she saw magma like this. 100 meters passed quickly, and once again passed through the protective cover to the platform, and landed directly in front of the original history in the center. Robin was immediately attracted to all the attention. She walked forward with her eyes shining, and read the information on it with fascination, enjoying herself. Sima D didn't bother her, and opened the system panel casually. God-level famous scene sign in system. Host. Sima Lan. Age. 18 years old. Rewards. The speech ability of 50-tone Yay. Captain America's super soldier physique. The lucky halo of the killing angel. Laxus lightning immunity. Xiao Honglu's top wisdom of mortals. Akamichi Choji's doubling technique. The millennium longway in the castle. Uchiha Itachi's magic hang technique. The rock monster Kakuma's petrified light. Seiki Kusuo's back in time. Junior German Rui's job transfer stone. Han Li's forging pill. Uchiha Madara's Susano. Semicolon. It's that simple. There is no 4-dimensional data with the best number of words, and there are no redundant remarks. Simple and clear. Count carefully. Sima D also signed 14 famous scenes, plus the Conqueror's hockey, armament hockey he learned, and the observation hockey learned during the voyage. The size of the first half of the Grand Line is also considered a corner. A Logia like K-Lock who doesn't know hockey. Take it easy. And this is just the beginning of the trip, the real famous scenes will be more intensive in the future. I really hope that one that strengthens his body will be released sooner. Now his most commonly used spiritual ability, as well as the newly added Susanoo, will consume his body. At this time, Robin also finished reading the history copy, and turned to look at Sima D, who was also fascinated by the history copy. Actually, he was looking at the system panel. Can you understand it too? Robin's voice woke up Sima D, who was thinking about the famous scene in the future, and then shook her head. Although I am very smart, it is difficult to understand these texts without teaching materials. You are really confident. Of course, I have the strength after all. Robin smiled, but did not refute. Aren't you curious about the information on it? Robin probed. Sima D doesn't hide her curiosity either. As I said, I go out to sea for adventure, and for stories. Missing history would be a good fit for one of my adventure stories, but if it's information that you think is dangerous, I won't force it on you. This calmness made Robin breathe a sigh of relief. Don't be afraid of real villains, be afraid of hypocrites. Now it seems that Sima D is different from K-Lock Doll, he just came here purely for the history, the starting point is no different from her. With this in mind, Robin also opened his mouth and said, this piece of history is recorded in the original, it is. 27. Titan as a side effect. Green potion. Add more 500 evaluation votes. What is recorded in this historical copy is the origin of the Titan race. Sima D nodded clearly, he knew this. After all, its suffix is, birth of the Titans. Seeing that Sima D didn't ask questions urgently, Robin didn't want to keep her secret. The country before World Political F used to study drugs that can prolong life here. Although the research was successful, the side effects would make people gigantic. The ancient dinosaurs outside are just derivatives under research. Because life is so inconvenient after becoming gigantic, only some people took this potion at that time, and moved to the current Al-Baf. The research room here is regarded as a historical relic and has been protected with a protective cover to this day. Sima D didn't expect it. It turns out that the conjecture in the previous life was just right. The Titan family is indeed the product of research, but the enlargement is only a side effect, and longevity is the real purpose. But, what kind of existence was the country before the world government? I really want to see it. Robin looked at Sima D's weeping look, his eyes flickered. She saw the breath of, the same kind. Have a strong desire for knowledge, and just want to dig out, rather than use it to accomplish ulterior purposes. Be pure seekers. This is someone Robin has never encountered in the past 20 years of fleeing. When Sima D wakes up, I found that Robin stared at him without blinking for some reason, and there was an inexplicable emotion in his eyes, like attracted by a certain temperament of yourself. Sima D tentatively reached out and hugged Robin, who immediately woke up from that state, but just looked away in a panic, but did not push Sima D away. Oh, interesting. Sima D laughed. He didn't push himself to do anything, but loosened Robin's waist and wandered around. There was a vague sense of loss and humbleness in Robin's eyes, and he quickly rectified his emotions and caught up. Because it is protected as a memorial hall, many objects are protected in protective covers, and they are still functioning normally after hundreds of years. And there is also an explanatory stone tablet hanging next to the object, explaining the origin and function of the object. Certainly, they are all written in ancient script, and can only be translated by Robin. Centrifuge sphere, device for separating the components of a liquid from a solid or of a mixture. Cell cluster culture dish, used to make the carrier of longevity medicine. Comma. Till the end. The two stood in front of a glass bottle filled with green liquid. Sima D was surprised. This can't be. Robin didn't translate immediately, but read the inscription carefully, with a shocked expression on his face. This made Sima D very itchy. When Robin recovers. Looking at Sima D inexplicably, he said, if this is the longevity potion that can prolong life to 300 years, and also gain the strong physique of the Titan race, would you drink it? Although it has a good longevity, it is also full of destructive power after being gigantic. But, I don't want it. Sima D shook his head and said, it's just longevity and strength. What I pursue is adventure and freedom. If I drink it, I won't be able to go to many places. Is he afraid of having a system? Robin didn't know that Sima D's real confidence was the system, and he thought he was really open-minded, so the corners of his mouth curled up. Then he said playfully, then you don't have to worry, because this potion is a potion for separating devil fruit. What the hell? Seeing Sima D's astonished expression, Robin smiled even more happily. You heard me right. This potion is an accidental product obtained during the experiment. It can separate the user's devil fruit and transfer it to the nearest fruit. Ah, this. It sounds very similar to an experiment that Guy Scatter. In the anime, he also regenerated a certain devil fruit on the spot. Interesting. Sima D condensed Susanoo to go through the protective cover to take out the bottle of potion, but found that the protective cover was different from the one outside, and was harder than steel. That being the case, broken, crack, clatter. The protective cover shattered like glass under the spiritual power, and Sima D was able to take out the devil fruit separation potion, playing with it with great interest. Devil fruit that separates users. It can not only give some people who are not satisfied with their abilities a chance to replace them, but also forcibly plunder your favorite devil fruit. Sima D looked at Robin and said, are you satisfied with the ability of the current devil fruit? Do you want to change it? Robin was about to speak. Suddenly, the ground shook under his feet, and the surrounding buildings collapsed as if decayed, and the two of them were buried in it in the blink of an eye. 28.
Flower fruit new moves. Wood style true several thousand hands Dingsheng Wafu.
Little Garden, the crater. This is an active volcano that has erupted once. It rarely erupts again an hour apart, and its scale is unprecedentedly large. The volcanic ash covers most of the sky of the island. And in the magma column of the volcanic eruption, Sima D drove out of Susano, without much emotion in her expression. It was Robin in his arms who patted Upai with lingering fear, and the waves immediately became turbulent. It's dangerous, Robin exclaimed. Fortunately, the collapsed building materials just cut off a safe triangle, otherwise it would be really dangerous, and the entire platform would be submerged in magma.
Sima D shrugged and said, there is a lucky halo. A low-level incident, such as a house collapse could not hurt him at all. Turning her head to look at the still erupting crater, Sima D was a little puzzled. It seems that the second volcanic eruption will soon be ushered in the original play. I just don't know if it's because of the original drama this time, or because he destroyed the chain reaction caused by the shield. Sima D glanced at his left hand, the bottle of devil fruit separation potion was still there. He took away the most precious one, and Robin also read the original history, and destroyed the others if they were destroyed. Suddenly, I'm going to kill you. Avenge my best friend Dory. A roar came from the other side of the volcano. Sima D and Robin looked at each other, and immediately flew around the volcano. They saw that Dory had fallen to the ground, and Brokey was covered by thick candles, leaving only his head still roaring outside. Next to it is a giant tower that looks like a fancy cake. The big Halloween pumpkin on the top spins and drops wax mist, turning Luffy and others who were inserted on the cake like candles into wax figures little by little. Only Crocus and Laboon were absent. It seems that during his and Robin's visit to the Institute, what should have happened still happened. Mr. 3, who received the order to assassinate Vivi, had already wiped out everyone. I don't know how Mr. 3 did it. Obviously, without the help of Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, the result is even more fruitful. Noticing that Zoro was about to cut off his own leg with a knife and break free, Sima D flew over without any time to think about it. Leave your legs under the knife. Zoro barely stopped swinging the knife, but still cut into a small half. It can be seen that he is serious. Really, will you mess around? Sima D blamed. It's Sima. Nami cried with joy. You're finally back. Usopp was overjoyed. Where did you go? You thought you were going to die this time. Be careful. The voice fell. A puddle of white liquid splashed down on the head. It was the candle thrown by Mr. 3. But don't forget, Sima D is still running Susano, not worth it. Susano directly slapped the candle liquid with his backhand. Although he was still smeared, he slammed it down to Mr. 3's position unabated. Boom. Susano raised her hand. A big pit with palm prints was left on the spot, with a candle ball in the center, but Mr. 3 hid in it at a critical moment to escape the catastrophe. Still quite resistant, Sima D looked at Robin and said, it's just right, didn't I tell you that there is a flower fruit development idea? Look forward to it. Wood style. A strange blood successive limit emerged, giving Sima D the power to control the growth of trees. True several thousand hands. Don't even clap your hands. A 100-meter-high Buddha statue stands supporting Susano, and the Yuruo Senju Avalokitesfera with thousands of arms behind it makes Mr. 3's legs numb after getting out of the candle ball. What the hell, shouldn't you be hitting him with this thing? Not so. Compared to Mr. 3's fright. The creator, Sima D, was a little dissatisfied. Senju Hashirama's, true several thousand hands, is thousands of meters high, and his scale of 100 meters is still a bit small. But it's enough to teach Mr. 3 a lesson. Looking good. Wood style true several thousand hands Dingsheng Wafu. Thousands of arms moved with Sima D's will, and launched a death bombing to the stunned Mr. 3 in a gust of wind and rain. Every palm fell to the ground would violently tremble, and the ground on which he was standing collapsed on a large scale. When all the dust settles. Where is the jungle and the plain just now? There is only an artificial lake with a depth of 100 meters, and everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates stunned on the candle cake. Seeing this scene, Sima D was somewhat dissatisfied. It's not nearly as big as Senju Hashirama, and it doesn't create a famous scene. Bad review. He looked at Robin, who was also stunned, and suddenly felt a little proud. How about it? It's also an arm attack. As long as it's big enough and enough, the power won't be too bad. The corners of Robin's eyes twitched, and he took a deep look at Sima D. No wonder you can refuse the temptation of the longevity potion. Isn't an ordinary titan like you always able to pinch it with your hands? Word spirit fruit. It's really a cheating devil fruit. Don't worship brother. Brother is just a legend. Sima D snarled. Afterwards, pillars of holy light were broadcast to the people below. Seeing this, Nami and the others, who hadn't woken up from the shock, couldn't help but change their expressions. Don't. Ah. Refused. Oh. Let me die. Yo. Woo. Comma. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates, who were illuminated by the holy light, let out groans of ecstasy. But then it was overshadowed by the deafening moans of Dory and Broken. Worthy of being a Titan family, every movement is very big. Half a minute later, everyone's injuries have basically healed, but everyone seems to be dead, silently bowing their heads. Sima D didn't take it seriously, drew out Susano's long sword, and chopped off the candles that trapped them. And the first thing the people who got out of trouble did was Don't run. Die to my father. Everyone worked together to kill this dog thief who broke his promise. Obviously promised us not to use it for us. 29. Go after Sima D. The third form is on. Half an hour later, the volcano stopped erupting, and everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates gave up hunting in desperation. Because Sima D turned on Susanoo's third form. Although Susanoo still didn't stand up, the newly added Wadingu armor was not easy to mess with, and the height surpassed Dory and Dory. How to fight this? Wouldn't it be nice for everyone to sit down and shake hands and make peace? Hateful. I will definitely become stronger. Everyone will supervise each other in the future, and we must overthrow Sima's rule. Seeing everyone plotting in front of her with gritted teeth, Sima D also laughed. Okay, I will watch your death with my own eyes in the future, and I will never use this ability again. It's better to be like this. I'd rather die. If you use that ability on me again, I will definitely kill you. Sima D shrugged at Robin, a group of guys who couldn't help themselves. Yo, it's very lively. Crocus and Laboon came from a distance, and the cute Laboon was holding a Tyrannosaurus Rex, looking very relaxed. This contrast. Where did you go? Nami complained. We were attacked. Really? Crocus said indifferently, if you can't deal with such troubles, why do you want to be the One Piece? It's not rough. But, you are also our companion. You won't be watching the show all the time, will you? Damn it. Crocus old man, you are too much. Facing the denunciation of the crowd, Crocus shrugged innocently. I'm just a ship's doctor. Where do I get my combat power? In this dangerous jungle, I can only call Laboon to protect me. Have to. Lee is on your side, right? At this time. Dory suddenly said, Crocus. The kid who followed Luogia more than 50 years ago. It's me, Dory, I haven't seen you in over 50 years, you haven't changed at all. Crocus greeted with a smile. You're so old, hehehehe. Dory smiled and said, have you found the pirate group you were looking for? Crocus sighed, shaking his head. So this time you went to sea, you haven't given up yet. Dory was surprised. Crocus touched the top of Laboon's head next to him, smiling kindly. This time, I'm just going out to sea with this little guy. Oh, you called her Laboon. Yeah, thanks to this kid, there is a devil fruit that can turn Laboon into a human. Crocus looked at Sima D. Dory also looked at Sima D, and immediately laughed. Hey, this kid is interesting. For this. Sima D could only spread his hands, and said indifferently, anyway, most people can only eat one devil fruit, and we are not companions. Crocus, you also taught me hockey cultivation. Speaking as an art, this is not very useful for Crocus, looking at Sima D with a smile, just like looking at his own younger generation. By the way, Sima, where did you go just now? Usopp asked meanly. He saw Sima D come back with Robin in his arms. Shouldn't. Oh, that's right. Sima D took out the green potion and said, I just found a historical copy under the crater. After that. After listening to Sima D's explanation, everyone present had to take it easy. It was the first time that Dory and Brokey knew that their family came from drug addiction. The Straw Hat Pirates are. You said that the original history is 100 meters under the magma. Why do you appear in such a place? Or should I say, why are you okay? Friends are stunned by Sima D's coquettish operation. Who would run to the bottom of the magma? Even Crocus murmured. Luogia was fooling around enough, but even he didn't find the original history under the magma. How should I say hello? A hidden map that even One Piece didn't discover, which Crocus didn't expect. I thought it was just to revisit the old relationship, but I didn't expect that there would be unexpected surprises. By the way, Nami asked, how long will it take for Little Garden's magnetic field to be fully stored? It's about how long it takes them to leave. Well, it seems like a year. Dory whispered. He knew the group in front of him and was anxious to save Alabasta. What? 1 year? Is that a lie? Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was shocked. Vivi and Ikaram were even a little bit broken. How could they have time to wait here for a year? By that time, Alabasta may have already belonged to Clock Dar. About this. Laboon took out the pointer and said, we met a candle house in the jungle, and there was a little girl like me in it. She attacked me as soon as she met, and was slapped away by me. Yes, this is what she dropped. Seeing Hope approaching quickly, Vivi looked at the pointer with glowing eyes. It's the permanent pointer of Alabasta. We can go directly to Alabasta. Vivi said happily. It's really a corner. 30/Hakoku. Learn now and sell now. The giant soldier pirates reappear in the sea. Downstream from the river that enters the island, you can cross Little Garden to the next stop. With Alabasta's permanent pointer, Luffy immediately decided to set sail and head straight to Alabasta. Before leaving, Sanji and Zoro are still arguing about their hunting competition, saying that their prey is long and their prey is heavy. There seems to be a trend towards Dory and Brocky. But, boom, Nami has a two-company set, Zoro and Sanji are both resting. This made Sima D laugh. Fortunately, the Straw Hat Pirates have Nami, which can solve a lot of troubles. After Sanji finished dividing the edible part of the prey, Going Merry also set sail. At the end of the river, Dory and Brocky are two big mountains, standing on the shore with their backs to the crowd and facing the sea. Dory, The reason why you can't leave this island lies ahead. Brokey. You have protected the glory of our fighters, and we can't sit idly by. Dory. No matter what happens, keep going forward and never change course. Brocky. Leave the rest to us. Crocus guessed something and patted Laboon. Look well, study hard. Sima D looked at the scene in front of her, looking forward to it. 3 Tomo Sharingan. 3 Guyu appeared in his eyes, and at the same time he gained the abilities of physical copy and ninjutsu copy, and his dynamic vision was also greatly enhanced, and he could also see the flow of energy in the human body. Perspective. Now you can even see the movement of the muscles. Luffy felt the firmness of the two of Dory and trusted him. I know. Go straight ahead. In the suspicious eyes of others, the sea in front of Going Merry suddenly arched, and a goldfish the size of an island floated out. It was the so-called island-eating fish. Compared with the main body of Laboon, its body shape is almost the same. Quick, turn around, Nami ordered. No, although trembling with fear, Usopp still insisted. Go straight. Right, Luffy? Yeah, straight ahead, Luffy said trustingly. Then, under Nami's desperate gaze, the island-eating fish swallowed Going Merry in one gulp. During this period, Sima D has been staring at the rear all the time. Dory and Brocky put on a weird energy storage posture. Red and blue energy lights up on the giant sword and giant axe, which is an energy system independent of the hockey system. Sail with confidence. Taste Al Buff's strongest spear. Hakoku. Hakoku. While the island-eating fish closed its mouth, Dory and Brokey finally waved their weapons, and 2 slashes visible to the naked eye flew out, one left and one right passing Going Merry, piercing through the island-eating fish with unrivaled momentum, and the gust of wind caused Going Merry ride the wind and waves, and go to the depths of the sea. In addition to Crocus present, including Sima D's expression of amazement, what a powerful move. Amazing. Too strong. Hakoku. Al Buff's strongest gun. Sima D was still looking at the two of Dory with piercing eyes, her brain was spinning at full speed, and she kept replaying the scene of waving the weapon just now. A long time, Sima D pulled out the Tang Dao from his waist little by little, and the blue energy rippled on the blade. This is, no way, have you learned it? Is that a lie, in the disbelieving eyes of everyone. Sima D slashed towards Little Garden from a distance, the slash visible to the naked eye split the sea in two, and broke half of the body of the island-eating fish again. Hakoku. Sima D learned it at a glance. Sheathing the knife again, Sima D couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha ha, as a reward for stealing the teacher, return your weapons. Giant ghost head knife. Giant mountain opening axe. The gorgeous knife and axe were condensed under the spiritual ability, and landed on the bones of Susanoo's hand condensed by Sima D. Then they were thrown in the direction of Little Garden, and they were firmly caught in the hands of Dory and Brokey in a whirl. It's really a scary kid. Dory exclaimed. He can learn the moves unique to Titan at a glance, his talent is much stronger than Luogia. Brokey agreed. The two looked at each other. Then they all said in unison, let's go to sea. Go back to Al Buff. The two were taken aback for a moment, and then laughed. Oh hey hey, aha ha ha, this moment, the giant soldiers pirates, which were famous in the sea and disappeared without a trace, have regained consciousness. 31. Strengthening of forging body pill. Something happened on board. On Going Merry, when Little Garden was gone, Sima D jumped off the side of the boat. Facing the eyes of everyone in the Straw Hat pirates looking at the monster, Sima D smiled back. Don't worship brother, brother is destined to be a legend. This narcissistic speech quickly shattered his monster identity. Cut. Isn't it just to learn quickly? It's just Hakoku, I believe my slash must be stronger. Seeing that everyone was in a normal mood, Sima D took out the devil fruit separation potion and looked at Luffy. Luffy, do you want another devil fruit? Sima D laughed. What about Phantom Beast Nika fruit? I wonder if Luffy will give up on you. I don't want it, Luffy said decisively. My devil fruit is the strongest. It seems that Luffy is very satisfied with his devil fruit ability. Shrugged, Sima D conveniently collected the devil fruit separation potion into the system space. In addition to the unlimited collection system rewards, this space also has 100 square meters for Sima D as personal storage. Then, if you come across your favorite devil fruit ability, use it again. Sima D said. This got both Usopp and Nami excited. Is it really possible? Great, Sima mighty, devil fruit is the secret treasure of the sea, it would be a lie to say that you don't want it. Just most of the time. It's hard to come across an unowned devil fruit, they've all been eaten. With this devil fruit isolation potion, in the future, if someone has devil fruit ability, they can use it separately, which is not too convenient. And Sima D is thinking. It seems that there are only a few that are worth using the devil fruit separation potion in the future. Although the sand fruit of Clock Doll has the defect that it cannot be turned into an element when exposed to water, it has to be said that it is also a Logia with great potential. There is also the thunder fruit known as the one Logia, which is too wasteful for Enel. If you can't recruit a partner, you should smoke it. The rest is Marine Admiral's devil fruit, which is good for ice, fire and light. Thinking about, Sima D suddenly remembered that she still had a useless reward. Forging body pill. Han Li's exercise pill. After eating it, you can draw the energy of the world to temper your body. The longer you endure it, the more gains you will get. It will end when you can't bear the pain or the body exercise pill is exhausted. Semicolon. Pulling the energy of heaven and earth to exercise the body. Sima D didn't know what kind of traction method it was, so she didn't take it under the cabin, otherwise it would be troublesome to scuttle the Going Merry. He greeted everyone and said that he wanted to practice. Sima D came to the top deck and sat down by Nami's orange tree. Then he took out the forging pill, this white jade-like pill. It melted into a warm current and spread to the limbs and bones, and then observation hockey felt as if something was gathering, turning into a giant hammer of energy. Hammer on Sima D. Boom. The thunderous movement startled everyone on the deck. What happened? Is it going to change? No, the weather is fine now. Comma. Boom. This time everyone was sure, and the movement came from the top deck. Zoro waited to check, but was stopped by Crocus. He seems to be doing special cultivation, so let's not disturb him. Special training. Hiss. There is such a movement in cultivation, no wonder Sima D is so strong. Zoro silently walked to the place where he piled up the equipment. He also had to strengthen his practice. On the top deck, Sima D was not feeling well at this time. The energy giant hammer not only tempered his physical body, but also his spirit, which made his brain buzz. But he had to grit his teeth and persevere, because once he lost consciousness, the effect of the body training pill would be gone. So, pain deprivation. Sima D's physical pain was shielded on the spot, as long as she could concentrate on dealing with the mental shock. In this way, Sima D sat for 3 days and 3 nights. After the effect of the forging body pill dissipated, the moment Sima D opened his eyes, there seemed to be a ray of light turned into a sharp sword and shot towards the sea. Shook his fist. The emerging power made Sima D startled, and his body became more than 10 times stronger. He pushed armament hockey, and his fist was instantly covered with black paint. It's the intermediate armament hockey. And he had a premonition. The upper limit and battery life of speech ability, Susanoo and other abilities have also been greatly improved, at least you don't have to worry about mana consumption in the future. Just a pill, it can actually make him have a reborn growth rate, blood earning. Cuckoo. After 3 days and 3 nights without food, Sima D's stomach protested. Sima D immediately went to the top deck, just in time to bump into Sanji who was holding a dinner plate. Yo, the training is over. Sanji tried to smile and said, you're hungry, I'll cook for you after I deliver Nami-san's food. Is to be greatly strengthened. Sima D's keen perception found that Sanji's emotions did not correspond. What's the matter? What trouble happened? Sima D asked. 32. Nami who played badly. Robin rub my back. Add more 1000 evaluation votes. What's the matter? What's the trouble? Facing Sima D's inquiry, Sanji sighed. It's Nami-san. She's had a high fever since the night she left, and the antipyretics don't work. The old man Crocus said it was an ancient virus, and he couldn't do anything without the medicine. It seems that even the ship doctor of One Piece is a clever woman who cannot cook without rice. But, give it to me. Sima D walked to the female dormitory under the cabin, and saw Nami who was applying an ice pack, and Crocus was watching her. Seeing Sima D, the latter suddenly opened his eyes wide. Crocus was also very discerning, and got up and left directly. Before Nami struggled to speak, Sima D has already raised his hand and sprinkled a holy light, enveloping Nami. The holy light amplified her vitality and made her cells more active than ever. Although the so-called ancient virus was stubborn, it was still eaten up by the white blood cells that had been hit with the holy light. Oh, Nami's complexion returned to normal visible to the naked eye, and the original sickly crimson also receded, replaced by a blushing and annoyed look. Secretary, horse, emperor. Seeing Nami's gnashing of teeth, Sima D was also helpless. I'm here to save you. You might as well let me die. Well, actually, there are only 3 people here, and I am the attending physician, so, as long as you kill the other person, no one will know about you. Sima D suggested Road. Originally it was just a joke, but Nami really showed a thoughtful expression. Sanji. Sigma, Su QDQ winking face, Su. He hurriedly stuffed the dinner plate into Sima D's arms, and ran away. I'm going to cook for you. Sima D shrugged at Nami and handed Nami the bowl of porridge. In no mood, Nami sniffed his nose, and looked at Sima D with his nose covered in disgust. Did you come here without washing? It stinks. Sima D. Lousy came to rescue you in a hurry, but this is the attitude. Sima D silently raised her hand, and a ray of holy light poured down. Ah, I bless you. Oh, if you are sick, you have to make up for it. The holy light is watching you. Duck. 10 minutes later, satisfied, Sima D left the girls' dormitory, leaving Nami with a bad look on her face. Dare to despise me, let you die, come to the deck. I saw Crocus waiting here, looking at Sima D with a half smile. With you here, the old man seems to be able to retire. Crocus joked. I can also increase my vitality. When I really encounter difficult problems, I still need to be a professional. Sima D said modestly. Crocus smiled and said, I don't care about the rest, Laboon you. Stop. Sima D quickly stopped. I like big ones. Everything. And the body of Laboon. Click to finish. Crocus nodded knowingly, and left in satisfaction. Hurry up and wash it, it really stinks. Sima D smelled it, and it was indeed a bad smell. Although there are no black magazines that wash the marrow of the Book of Changes, in Shushan-wen, the salted fish can be dried in the sun for 3 days. Immediately, he was about to go to the bathroom to wash up, but he happened to bump into Robin after washing up. The usually dignified Yuji is now wearing wet hair, and her face is even more radiant after taking a bath, which has a special flavor. Your practice is over, Robin said unexpectedly, then you can sleep well tonight. With that thumping sound, most people might not be able to fall asleep. I'm going to take a bath, do you want to wash it again? Sima D raised her eyebrows. The one who talked to me like this last time is probably still limply pondering the aftertaste. No, Robin's answer is, okay, just treat it as a reward for helping me find the original history. Talking, Robin really retreated into the bathroom, and then looked at Sima D who was standing there in doubt. Didn't you say you need to wash it together? So Sima D is the one who is afraid. Immediately, he walked into the bathroom and looked up at Robin. I dare, just because you dare not. But, Robin is really daring. She turned on the water flow in the bathroom, and the hot air enveloped the bathroom, and then she really took off her clothes, soaked herself in the sink, and stared at Sima D from the smoke. This woman is really daring. And, shall I rub your back? Robin suggested. Then Sima D can refuse. Okay, after an hour. Sima D and Robin finally came out of the bathroom. Although nothing was done in the end, Sima D rubbed Robin's back as a courtesy. Too bad it didn't hit the front. Have to say. This woman Robin really knows how to do it, and the scale is just right, she will make Sima D's heart itch, and she will not suffer much. The ambiguous atmosphere is just right. This makes Sima D quite enjoyable. The ambiguous stage before the relationship is confirmed is also very distracting. Eat you sooner or later. 33. Munch-Munch Fruit tastes like shit. You will choke when you spit. After flirting with the very good sister you just now, I had a perfect meal, and I used my luminous right hand to enhance the taste. It is simply a beautiful life that gods would not change. Only, there are always people who just don't know the fun and want to disturb you when you are most comfortable. There is a situation. Enemy attack. Hear Usopp's cry. Sima D hurriedly put down the last bite of steak, left the kitchen and went outside, facing several gun barrels hitting her face. Roll. Bang bang bang. As if they had been hit hard, they ejected on the spot and flew into the depths of the sea without being seen. The movement here immediately attracted everyone's attention, and all the soldiers' guns were aimed at Sima D. This made Sima D frown. Why is it that someone wants to challenge his temper? Stop breathing. Next moment, all the soldiers who aimed at him pinched their throats in panic, opened their mouths wide and tried to breathe, but found that they couldn't do it at all. Partly realized that it was caused by Sima D's words, and immediately raised the gun to eliminate the problem at the source. But without Sima D doing it at all, Luffy jumped up and inflated into a balloon. The shot bullets couldn't hurt him at all, and they bounced back and shot many soldiers. But, boom, Sima D hit Luffy on the head with a black fist. Are you an idiot? Don't mess around. The melee was injured by you. Most of the bullets that bounced back were taken over by the melee. If you don't take good care of it, Going Merry is afraid that if he wants to be in the capital of Seven Waters, he will be supplemented with death, which Sima D will never allow. Partners, not one less. It hurts. Luffy bared his teeth. Damn it. I'm obviously helping you. That can't destroy the melee. Sima D said angrily. Luffy glanced at the bullets inlaid on the deck with a guilty conscience, muttered a few words before saying anything more. Moo ha ha ha. How lucky. I met 2 demon fruit power. This ship must be very rich. Hand over the treasure, and I will walk around you and not die. The arrogant words interrupted the conversation between the two of them. Following the reputation, a short black fat man walked in small steps from the diving board, while biting a long knife at the same time. No need to guess. This man is Wapol, the king of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Because Blackbeard landed in their country to burn, kill and plunder, he was domineering and fled decisively by boat, and started a pirate business at sea. He is also an ability user of Paramesha Munch-Munch Fruit, capable of eating any substance and living thing. What? Hey, Zoro, is the long knife edible? Is it delicious? Hun Dan. What are you kidding? Sima D squinted at the arrogant Wapol. Is this the guy who disturbed his interest? My good mood has been ruined, so don't think about it too. Munch-Munch Fruit tastes like shit. At the same time, the arrogant Wapol had a strange expression on his face. He chewed a lot, chewed a few more mouthfuls with some doubts, and then vomited. Munch-Munch Fruit ability users will choke when they vomit. Cough cough cough. Vomiting Wapol coughed violently. His whole face was blue. Because the premise of choking is to swallow, so he swallowed his vomit just now, and it still smells like shit. So he vomited again, then choked again, and then vomited again. Good guy. This also formed a perfect circle. Wapol's own subordinates were stunned. Didn't they expect their master to be quite good at playing? Only everyone on the Straw Hat Pirates knows that this is Sima D's devil fruit ability. At work he is a demon fruit power nemesis. What are you still doing? Sima D said angrily. Didn't they just want to rob us? Take it back. People wake up. Nami even waved Bailey's hand. Everyone. Get on board. Hi, Nami-san. Sanji took the lead, jumped to the big boat opposite, and kicked all the soldiers over with his hands. Zoro and Luffy followed, Usopp long-range ammo support. Kill the opponent on his back. But Wapples, Brikey, can dive to the bottom of the sea, and someone wanted to escape immediately. But Sima D can make. Susanoo's hand bones were condensed, and she directly lifted the partition that was about to be closed. If you want to sink a ship, you can dive. You can't fight, you can't escape, you can't escape. The people on the opposite side were quickly killed, and they all knelt down and begged for mercy. Hey, raccoon dog of a feather. The soldiers brought out by Wapple are indeed cowards. Sima D knows that these people who help the evildoers are not worthy of sympathy, but if they are all killed. Sima D is not so iron-blooded yet. Directly drive everyone to the partition that was lifted down, let them drift on the sea, and come out of sight. With the terrible climate of the Grand Line, what happened to them? But at least there is a glimmer of life, isn't it? Will this be too cruel? Usopp couldn't bear it. What do you think will happen to the merchant ship that was robbed by them before? Sima D said blankly. Didn't you see that Usopp still has the potential of the Virgin? Fortunately, Usopp just couldn't bear it, but it wasn't the real Virgin, so he didn't say anything more. Everyone else had no opinion, and let Sima D deal with it. Nami cheered even more. Wow. These people are so rich. A lot of wealth. It's a lot. Others are also counting the harvest. Only Sima D was not very interested, and came to the only Wapple left behind by him. At this moment, he had already vomited his stomach and collapsed on the deck exhausted. This product. It is the source of the evil that deserves death. 34. The expected Drum Island. Chopper, here I come. An island shrouded in heavy snow appeared in front of Going Merry. Strange. Nami rubbed his eyes. The permanent pointer was pointing in this direction just now, how did it change? Looking at the permanent pointer in her hand, it was deflected 90 degrees from the winter island in front of her. With Nami's talent as a navigator, it is absolutely impossible to make such a mistake. So, all this is actually done by Sima D. Nami's illness was cured by Sima D. Therefore, Going Merry doesn't have to go to the nearest island, and there is a high probability that he will miss the Drum Kingdom and Chopper. But would Sima D have thought about these things at the time? It was he who used his spiritual ability to change the direction of the permanent pointer, making it point to the island where the magnetic Drum Kingdom was located, and it was only at that moment that he withdrew. Since you're here, let's go to the island to replenish supplies and leave. Sima D suggested at the right time. Nami hesitated and looked at Vivi. It's okay, and I'm not in a rush for this time. Instead, Vivi reassured. The reserves on the boat should be almost there, right? I'm tired of eating sea fish all the time. Vivi, who is eager to return home, how could it be possible to delay the trip because of a little taste? But as Vivi said, just going to the island to replenish supplies will not consume too much time. So Going Merry sailed into the port. The port here was actually surrounded by high mountains, and as soon as Going Merry docked, countless figures appeared, holding swords, bows and guns, condescendingly aiming at everyone. Pirates are welcome here. Please leave quickly. The head of the tall and burly man shouted. Sima D knows. This is because the Drum Kingdom has experienced the devastation of Blackbeard, and has a stress response, and hates all pirates. Yes, Sima D signaled everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates to stay calm, and pulled Wapple, who was tied into a rice dumpling, out of a wooden barrel. Look, is this product from your country? Sima D asked loudly. Immediately there was agitation above. It's Wapple. He is back. How to do? He was held hostage by pirates. Do you want to save him? Do you still think about the old days? After a brief restlessness. All eyes were on the strong man who just shouted. He was Dalton, who had re-established the Broken Kingdom, and he was also the leader of everyone at the moment. Pirate, tell us your purpose. Dalton shouted again. We have no malicious intentions. Sanji replied, we just want to replenish some supplies and then leave. Dalton stared at the pirate in front of him, and then at Wapple, who was tied up. Finally nodded and said, you have half a day to purchase. During this period, you need to be under our supervision, and you need to hand over the hostages in your hands. Is there a problem? This condition may be harsh, but no one cared about it. They who are pirates, it is already a very kind attitude to be allowed to enter the town to purchase. But Sima D flew directly to Dalton with Wapple at this time. Doing what? Stop, otherwise we're going to shoot. Some villagers made threats, but Dalton raised his hand and pressed them down. He calmly watched Sima D fall in front of him, and then looked at Wapple with complicated eyes. Once upon a time, the king of this country was extremely cruel, and he escaped by himself when the country was in crisis. Now that he has returned to the magnetic Drum Kingdom, what kind of disaster will he bring to this newly stable country? No. Seeing Dalton, there was hope in the wilted Wapple's eyes. He struggled to say something, but with Usopp's stinky sock in his mouth, he could only stare at Wapple sternly. It seems to be saying, untouchable. Hurry up and save me. Born superior, he has no idea what respect is. This made Wapple's eyes even more flickering, and then became more determined, as if he had made up his mind. What are you going to do with him? Sima D asked. Wapple did not answer directly. Please hand him over to me, and someone will take you to the town to purchase. Dalton reached out to grab Wapple, but was dodged by Sima D. You haven't answered me yet, what are you going to do with him? Sima D asked with interest. Should you continue to let him be your king, or are you going to kill him yourself, for this country takes it all? Dalton was shocked. He didn't expect that he was the one who came up with the idea, and it turned out that the young man in front of him gave it away. Wapple couldn't believe it when he heard the words, struggling as if he wanted to scold Wapple. How dare you, a pariah? Boom. Sima D knocked Wapple unconscious with a black fist. They are all tied up and still not quiet. Sima D looked at Wapple, waiting for his answer. Lord Dalton, this country needs you. Let me come. I am an orphan, let me come. After killing this tyrant, I will go to sea to be a free pirate. It seems that Dalton's prestige is still good. Sima D laughed. This man deserves help. How about I give you a plan? 35. Chopper's reverse movement. Sign in for the famous scene. How about I give you a plan? Sima D drew out the Tang Dao and raised it high in front of everyone, about to cut off Wapple's dog's head. Brush. Dalton half kneeled in front of Sima D, folded his hands together and took Sima D's blade. Sima D. Dalton. Villagers. Gone. I forgot that he also has the passive skill of 100% empty-handed catch sword. Sima D coughed, put away the Tang knife and put it back into the scabbard. The blue light from the eyes fell on Wapple, petrifying him into a stone statue, and the expression of horror was perfectly fixed on the face. Petrified rays. I don't think it's easy for you to kill him, so I'll help you kill him. Sima D said, as a reward, I will choose a partner in your country, how about it? Dalton looked at the little stone man Wapple with mixed feelings, and remained silent. A long time. He said calmly, as long as the person you choose is willing to go with you, I have no right to stop him from pursuing his dream. Oh, Sima D became interested. Then what if I see you? Dalton would indeed be a reliable companion. But. Sorry, I have already sworn that I will atone for the Drum Kingdom in this life. Dalton directly refused. Knew it. Hearing this speech is very reliable. But Dalton is too kind to be a pirate. That's fine, I'm going to find a partner, you speak for me and my partner. Finished speaking, Sima D took off and looked for the landmark of Magnetic Drum Peak, and flew directly to it. Have to say, psychic power is really easy to use. It can fight, defend and assist. It is so convenient to use it to block the wind and snow while flying. Quickly. Before Sima D landed at the castle on Magnetic Drum Peak, she didn't choose to enter directly, but politely knocked on the door. I don't know if Dr. Kurha and Chopper have gone out to see a doctor. He was lucky. Not long after knocking on the door, the castle gate opened a crack, and then poked out. Most of the body. Seeing Chopper's reverse hiding body method, only half of his head is hidden behind the door, and most of his furry body is exposed outside the door, Sima D couldn't help laughing. It's too cute. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene, Chopper's reverse body technique, and get the sign in reward, Uzumaki Naruto's seduction technique. Uzumaki Naruto's seduction technique. From the caster to a beautiful maid or handsome man surrounded by clouds, it will cause a trance attack on the opposite S**X. Semicolon. Sima D. This reward, as if given, but also as if not given. Just like Chopper's reverse movement, it seems to be hidden, but it seems not to be hidden. Interestingly, Sima D just looked at Chopper like this for a long time, and Chopper himself didn't notice anything wrong, and thought he was hiding well and remained motionless. I said, you seem to be hiding the wrong way. Sima D laughed amusedly. Chopper. Sigma, Su QDQ winking face, Su. I saw Chopper turning around, quietly, and then cautiously sticking out half of his head, staring at Sima D with one eye. Who are you? Are you here for medical treatment? Chopper demanded. Oh, I'm here to find a partner. Sima D said truthfully. I helped this country kill your king, and your leader promised that I could pick someone to go. Chopper. Sigma, Su QDQ winking face, Su. The little guy looks easily startled. Did you kill Wapple? Chopper asked. Well, shouldn't he be killed? No doubt. To Chopper, who once killed Chopper's adopted father, Shirulik, Wapple is a complete villain. Damn him. Chopper said with certainty. Then, you must be a good person, right? Well, no doubt, yes. Sima D nodded. Chopper heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that, and walked out from behind the escape door. Great. I met a good man. Chopper said with a smile. Then you are here, are you planning to find Dr. Doriel to be your partner? Her medical skills are amazing. The little guy is really naive, so you believe it. Sima D looked at Chopper who was bouncing ahead and leading the way, and the more she watched, the more satisfied she became. Are you the reindeer that ate devil fruit? Sima D asked knowingly. Huh, how did you see that? Chopper asked in surprise. Our team also has a little girl who ate devil fruit and turned into a human. Her body is an island whale. Island whale. How big is it? It's as big as a normal small island. Wow, it's so big. She is also very similar to you. I will introduce you to each other when I have time. One person and one deer had a hot chat, and when they arrived in front of Dr. Kurha, Sima D was already able to rub the little guy's fluff. It's too cute. Dr. Doriel, I brought a good man. Chopper introduced excitedly. This is Sima D, he killed the heinous Wapple. Dalton promised him that he could choose a partner. You want to go to sea with him? 36. While abducting Chopper in progress. Dr. Kurha's approval. Chopper, are you going to sea with him? Dr. Kurha glanced at Sima D with a drunken eye, and took a sip of wine. He casually waved his hand and said, I'm not interested in going to sea, it's a good thing you killed Wapple, go pick someone else. This answer made Chopper a little bit disappointed. He thought that if Dr. Doriel could go to sea, he could go with her. I think, Chopper may have made a mistake. Sima D laughed. Actually, I want to ask you for your opinion, can I make Chopper my partner? Chopper. His jaw fell to the ground in shock, and he looked at Sima D without blinking. So the partner you chose was me. But, why didn't you say it just now? Dr. Kurha was also interested and looked at Sima D seriously. Then he said indifferently, ask him about the deer yourself. It seemed to be rude, but Sima D knew that it was done by Dr. Kurha on purpose. The purpose is to make Chopper feel less sad when he leaves her. I don't want it. Chopper suddenly shouted. I don't want to go to sea. I don't want to leave Dr. Doriel. You are not a good person. You are a bad person. You go. Talking. Chopper also pushes Sima D, trying to get him out of the castle. Sima D smiled and held down the little guy's head, looking at Dr. Kurha. It seems that he is very reluctant to part with you, why don't you go to sea with me? Only when there are many people is it lively. Dr. Kurha's expression was very displeased, and he didn't know whether it was because of Sima D's words or Chopper's performance. It's just a deer, how long do you want to live here for free? Dr. Kuleha said angrily. These blunt words were too deliberate. But Chopper believed it, and immediately cried out in panic. Woo, Ms. Doriel, I will work hard. Don't drive me away, okay. Woo. Good guy. This crying made Sima D feel a little unconfident, came to find Chopper by herself, could it be that she did something wrong? No way. He is a person who eats soft but not hard. Chopper's move obviously worked well for Dr. Kurha, and her eyes wavered a little. But then he became ruthless. She directly took off the big axe decorated on the wall, and slashed towards Chopper, which was the big axe. That's a real cut. Chopper was so shocked, not to mention crying, he just forgot to hide. Clang. Sima D took the axe with his bare hands, and the black paint of armament hockey emerged. This surprised Dr. Kurha, but then strengthened her mind. Cry, cry, cry. It's so noisy. Get out of here. As he spoke, he swung the axe again, and Sima D waited to block it, but found that Dr. Kuleha gave him a look. Sima D was pushed away with one hand, with interest, watching Dr. Kuleha chasing and killing Chopper all over the room, and fell into deep thought. In anime, Dr. Kurha spent a few days with everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates and even fought side by side. Sima D can understand that she is willing to entrust Chopper to the Straw Hat Pirates after gaining a certain understanding. But he just came to meet him for the first time, why is Dr. Kurha so determined? Seeing that Chopper fled out of the room in fright, Dr. Kurha also stopped chasing him. I'm wondering why I would do this. Dr. Kurha said with insight. In recent years, few people can look at Chopper with normal eyes, let alone chat with him so happily in the first meeting. In addition, you can kill the king of a country in public for this country at the port. I think you are a person worthy of entrustment, and the partner you agree with must not be too bad. Your strength is also very good. I am very relieved to entrust Chopper to you. That's right. Sima D was stunned. She didn't expect that she was just making an excuse, but she didn't expect Dr. Kurha to recognize him. And many more. Port. Dr. Kuleha can see the port from the castle. Under the cover of blizzard. Ordinary telescopes must not be able to do this, only the ability of devil fruit or observation hockey. Sima D took a deep look at Dr. Kurha. It seems that this old lady is also hiding her secrets. Go, comfort the little guy, whether you can take it or not depends on your ability. Dr. Kuleha issued an order to evict the guest. Sima D nodded and walked out of the castle. Observation hockey sweep. He easily found Chopper who was crying in the corner, and walked forward. A man can't cry. When you and I go to the sea, you will find how small your troubles are. The island you were born on is only so small in the whole world. Chopper heard that the whole deer was stunned. Probably because Halulik once said this to him. 37. Abducted successfully. Sakura flowers blooming in the sky. Add more 1500 evaluation votes. Sima D said what Sharulik once said, and Chopper couldn't help but recall the past. Halulik also yearned for the sea, but he wanted to save the country, so he gave up his dream. Nowadays, the source of this country's disaster has been cut off by Sima D, and Dr. Doriel also hates him and wants to drive him away, it seems. Wouldn't it be a good choice to go with this rare human being who made him feel warm? But, I'm useless. Chopper said weakly. I heard that your dream is to make a panacea that cures everything, right? Sima D resorted to his trump card. On our ship, there is a ship doctor who used to be the pirate king Luogia and a scholar who is familiar with history, and they will definitely help you. Yours. Chopper's eyes lit up. There is also a chef who can make the most delicious food. Look, this is his cotton candy. Sima D took out a marshmallow from the system space, which he specially commissioned Sanji to make. Chopper, who lived in isolation before, has never seen such good-looking food. After taking it carefully, he licked it, and then stars appeared in his eyes. So sweet. Good to eat. Who can stand this? Hey. Finally, under the sugar-coated shells carefully designed by Sima D, Chopper finally readily agreed. I'm going to say goodbye to Dr. Doriel. Sima D watched as Chopper walked into the bedroom cautiously, and was driven out by a pile of weapons in a few seconds. In the middle of the process, he transformed into a deer form and ran away with Sima D on his back. Dr. Dolly is going to kill me. Run. Sima D smiled and looked at the weapons passing by with precision. As far as the performance of this, master of human body strokes, is concerned, it is either a real picker's foot, or a really strong one. He smiled and waved to Dr. Doriel. I'll take care of Chopper. We'll be leaving in 3 hours, and I hope you can come and see Chopper off. He really loves you. Brush. An axe hit Sima D with precision, and when he was about to catch it, Chopper jumped onto the rope, coincidentally and inevitably dodging the axe. This is Dr. Kurha telling him to shut up. Sima D didn't get angry either. She waved her hand and turned around. The power of thought surged to wrap one person and one deer, and flew straight to the location of the town. Hey, fly up. Amazing. Wow, so tall. Chopper, who experienced flying for the first time, was so excited that he briefly forgot the sadness of being separated from Dr. Kurha. When they found the Straw Hat Pirates, they also completed the supply of supplies. Sima D briefly introduced Chopper's identity, and only then did Chopper know that Sima D was not the captain. And they turned out to be pirates. But he glanced at Sima D next to him, and everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates who looked curiously but not disgusted or hated, and he mustered up the courage to introduce himself. Hi everyone, my name is Tony Chopper. I'm the reindeer who ate the human fruit. Please take care of me in the future. With Laboon as the base, everyone was not too surprised and turned to look at Luffy. After all, Luffy is still the captain in name, isn't he? Talking reindeer. Luffy laughed and said, such an interesting partner, of course there is no problem. As a backup, it's good, Sanji threatened. Chopper. Sigma, Su QDQ winking face, Su. The little guy quickly hid behind Sima D's feet, of course it was the reverse movement. It caused everyone to roar with laughter. After laughing, Sima D comforted. Don't scare Chopper, I promised others to take care of him. Sanji shrugged, just kidding. Then, Chopper quickly integrated into the Straw Hat Pirates and boarded going merry as a new member. But only Dalton and some villagers came to see him off. There was no sign of Dr. Kurha. Sima, do you think Dr. Dolly will come? Chopper said with teary eyes. Obviously, he still wanted to take a last look at Dr. Kurha. Without waiting for Sima D to speak. Suddenly, multiple luminous bullets shot into the sky, exploding pink fireworks, and then the falling snowflakes also turned pink, falling like sakura flowers, and surrounded the magnetic drum peaks to decorate it into a huge sakura flower tree. So beautiful. Is it the sakura flower tree? Is this a farewell ceremony for Chopper? When people are discussing, Chopper was already in tears, crying loudly towards the giant sakura flower tree. Because this sakura flower is exactly what Shiruluk said, the medicine that will save the Drum Kingdom once it blooms. Madame Doriel. Oh. Hiruluk's words faintly rang in Chopper's ears. My name is Shiruluk, and I'm a doctor. I will never shoot you. Chopper, that's a good name, I'll call you that from now on. You can be an excellent doctor, I promise you. Even if I'm gone, my dream will definitely come true. I've had a great life. Thank you, Chopper. Okay, let's go. Stupid son. 38. A new development that is 100% empty-handed and empty-handed. You said he was very sorry. After leaving Drum Kingdom, Chopper's mood was very low. At this time, you just need to divert your attention. Sima D briefly shared Chopper's story with everyone, and Crocus took the lead in expressing his opinion. Exactly the same as Laboon. That's not it. Laboon retorted. I still have the Rumba Pirates. And Crocus you. Chopper only has Shiruluk and Dr. Kurha. They are not around now, must be very uncomfortable, right? Definitely. Everyone couldn't help but nodded in agreement. Crocus stood up and walked over to the side of the boat. Chopper, right, I heard that you want to make a panacea for all diseases. Crocus laughed and said, that's a dream I've never dreamed of. Would you like to work hard together? I do have some ideas. Quote. Chopper, who was still sad, immediately shifted his attention when he heard the words. Wow, are you the ship doctor of One Piece? That must be amazing, Chopper said expectantly. So, do you want to come together? Can I really? Of course, I've always wanted to find an apprentice. Really? Are you sure? Of course. Then, please take care of me in the future. Mr. Crocus. Then, Chopper was easily captured by Crocus, and he threw a mountain of books higher than him, asking him to familiarize himself with these books first. Wow, it turned out to be an isolated copy of Miscellaneous Treatise on Febrile Diseases. Is this an enlarged print written by Bayakao? I didn't expect that Mr. Crocus also has a collection. Knowledge makes Chopper forget his sadness, and immerse himself in the sea of books and cannot extricate himself. Robin also taught Chopper how to read books more efficiently. But no matter how busy you are, Chopper still shows up on time every day at mealtime. Sima is indeed right. Sanji is really the best chef in the world. Too delicious. Chopper's praise made everyone laugh. Sanji's craftsmanship conquered the stomachs of everyone present. Chopper also just ate and integrated into the Straw Hat Pirates. After another half a month of driving, the Straw Hat Pirates encountered a food crisis again. And the roots are soul light. Sanji glared at Luffy and asked, in order to reach Alabasta smoothly, I divided the food into 12 portions. Now tell me why they all disappeared last night. Huh, I don't know. Luffy pretended to be stupid. This is where Sanji's rage comes to the fore. If you tell him that you are hungry, Sanji won't let you eat, right? Why is it necessary to steal it? At this moment, Sima D, who was watching the show, suddenly asked, Luffy, is there meat foam on the corner of your mouth? Luffy immediately covered his mouth tightly when he heard the words, and the gesture of 300 taels of silver here was simply not a self-inflicted gesture. Soul light. Sanji kicked Luffy flying and smashed against the outer wall of the cabin. Then he complained to Nami. Nami-san, you also saw that the large mousetrap is not enough, can I apply for a locked refrigerator? Because it was the one who robbed all of Wapple's property, and there was indeed such a need. Nami also nodded and said, understood, I will pay attention. The generous Nami-san is so beautiful, Sanji's eyes changed instantly. Sima D shook his head straight watching, Sanji has been controlled by Nami to death in this life. He came to the edge of the boat, glanced at Usopp, who was fishing but had food in his mouth, and was running fast. It seems that Sanji has a lot of people to guard against. Oh, Sima, are you going to use that trick again? Usopp asked expectantly. Sanji didn't know when he flashed over, holding a net bag in his hand. Sima D nodded, then drew out the tang knife and held it flat in front of her body. 10 seconds later, a fat big fish suddenly jumped out of the sea, its fins clasped together laboriously to slap on the blade. 100% bare-handed and white-handed. Because this trick only works on the creatures in front of him, as long as Sima D avoids the people on the boat, then as long as there are fish passing by within its effective range, he must uncontrollably jump up to catch the knife. This is if the fish could talk, it would definitely yell at it, right? Sanji quickly picked up the net bag and caught the big fish, and now everyone's breakfast is settled. What a convenient ability, Sanji exclaimed. Sima D. Just take it as a compliment. Quickly, Sanji made the poor fish into 1 fish and 16 eats, which made everyone have a good meal. It happens that everyone is here. Robin said. We are about to arrive at Alabasta, shouldn't we also discuss the battle plan? Regarding Alabasta's Utopia operation plan, Robin has already confessed everything. Yes, Usopp almost blurted out. Let's go directly to the capital Albana, as long as Vivi's father is guarded, then Alabasta will not be messed up. This proposal is very good and hits the nail on the head. But, it's too passive, and we have no way out. Robin shook his head and said, once Alabasta knows that I have betrayed him, there is a great possibility that he will change his plan. Of course, there is also a certain probability that he will continue to implement the plan. Confident come and kill us spoilers, when the time comes, are you sure you can defeat Clockadar, the 7 warlords of the sea? That's a problem. Clock Doll, Sand Fruit ability user, Rare Logia, has the elemental ability that is immune to most damage. Although Robin also said that he has the defect of materializing when you meet, but Logia is most famous for its control over certain elements, won't people release skills remotely? Subconsciously, some people looked at Sima D, and some people looked at Luffy. How to decide? 39. Recognized as smart. Wayward Luffy. It's okay for everyone to look at Luffy, he is the captain of this ship. But, what do you see me doing? Sima D asked strangely. In no mood. Sima, you are the smartest on board, do you have any plans? It was Luffy who said this. He had no sense of authority as a captain. Sima Zhang, if it were you, you would definitely be able to come up with the perfect plan. Robin said firmly. That's right, Sima must have the perfect plan. Nami nodded in agreement. Others also agreed. Good guy. To raise lousy so high, can't you not say some useful information? Okay, then I'll analyze it a little bit. The core issue of Alabasta's civil strife is that Vivi's father, King Cobra, was framed by Lockadar for using dancing powder, causing other cities to dry up for 3 years. That's where it all started. In order to successfully receive Alabasta, Lock has been strangling pirates in Alabasta, and has become a hero in the eyes of the common people. So the news is released directly without proof, and it is still the news released by the selfish royal family, in the eyes of the public. It is impossible for them to believe it. Instead, they will think that the royal family is slandering the heroes of the kingdom who threaten their throne. Sima D paused, giving everyone some time to digest. And Vivi's goal is not to expose Cadle, but to prevent more casualties, right? Vivi nodded in agreement. So our core is not to protect Cobra, but to prevent the rebel army and the king's army from going to war. Hearing this, Vivi's eyes light up. Kosa, the leader of the rebel army, and I have grown up as playmates. As long as I can meet him, I will be able to convince him. Vivi said confidently. But Sima D shook his head. Such a simple reason, Clock Dar will also think of it. Robin, I remember you said that Mr. 2 of the Lock works as a Paramesha clone fruit capable person, who can become someone else's. Does it look like it? Vivi understands everything at once, and understands it immediately. In addition to pretending to be Cobra to provoke the conflict between the King's army and the rebel army, Mr. 2 can also completely become Koza, allowing the rebel army to fight against the King's army without any discussion. And, Lock Dar must have grasped the position of Kosha. Going to look for Kosha at this time may actually harm him. Vivi is a little desperate. How to break the situation now? Could it be that they can only passively guard Cobra? Even so, Clock Doll can also make Mr. 2 disguise as Koza, and the blood will still flow when the time comes. Actually, there is another way, which can reduce the casualties to the lowest level, even almost to nothing. Sima D looked at Vivi and said, it will only be a huge blow to the face of the royal family. Vivi looked at Sima D hopefully as if she had grasped the last straw. The silent Ikaram also said, I also ask Mr. Sima to enlighten me. There is nothing to teach or not to teach, my suggestion is. After listening to Sima D, Ikaram, who was polite just now, immediately widened his eyes. Impossible, he said loudly. If you do this, the majesty of the royal family will be. No, Ikaram, this plan is the most suitable, Vivi said decisively. Just as Sima said, let's go back to Albana first, and then. I disagree. The sudden objection was actually Luffy who made Sima D think of the plan in the first place. This is too embarrassing. Let's go straight to Locke, can't we just blow him up? Luffy said to himself. It is indeed the most straightforward plan. But the premise of everything is to be able to defeat K-Lock Doll. But seeing Luffy's state, everyone looked at each other helplessly. I can't persuade you. Everyone can only look at Sima D, let's look at you. Sima D didn't intend to persuade Luffy either. If he doesn't make trouble, how can he sign up for the scene? And, he who developed the first and second gears ahead of time, against the flawed old Shaw, he really might not be the winner. Then divide into two groups. Sima D said. The first team and Vivi will go to Albana to implement the plan just now to ensure the lowest casualties. The first team will follow Luffy to find K-Lockadar and execute the beheading plan. This is the most suitable plan at present. The team is also very simple. Those who are capable will go with Luffy, and those who are not will go with Vivi. Finally, Luffy, Sima D, Sanji, Zoro, and Robin are a team of 5, responsible for the beheading operation. The rest are on the same team as Vivi. Laboon, Chopper, and Usopp all have certain combat power. But the first two could not adapt to the hot climate, and the desert they had to pass through to the rain feast was too tormented for them. Well, Usopp, just plain cowardly. Crocus insists that he is the 5 scumbags of war, and he wants to stay with Laboon and continue to guide Chopper to learn. Very well, before that, we have one more thing to do, and that is 40. Refresh the new routine of Smoker's 3 views. Ace shows up. Since Mr. 2 has the possibility to become anyone, so. Everyone, let's make a mark of distinction. Draw the symbol of the cross on the left hand and tie it with a blue ribbon. This is the symbol of our own people. Everyone completed according to Sima D's operation, and then they clenched their fists and collided in one place. Everyone, let's save Vivi's country together. Luffy encouraged morale. It's sure to be an interesting adventure. Sima D laughed. We are partners, so we should. Nami followed. Princess Vivi's needs must be met. Sanji licked the dog. Others are not good at words, but their attitude says it all. This moved Vivi very much. Everyone, we are partners. Yes, it will be successful, don't worry. Vivi tidied up her emotions, her gaze was abnormally firm. With these partners, there must be no problem. Clatter. A sea beast with a cat's head and a fish's body appeared beside the boat, which delighted Vivi. It's the mythical sea cat. It's a mythical beast exclusive to Alabasta, and we'll be there soon. As Vivi said, an hour later, everyone saw a large piece of land, which was the largest country in the first half of the Grand Line, Alabasta. Everyone found a place to dock in the wilderness in the port city, R*****flower, leaving Usopp on board, and everyone else logged in. In addition to seeing off Vivi and his group. Going Merry also needs to replenish supplies, and then Yongfan set sail down the inland river to go directly to the city, Rainland, where the base camp, Rain Banquet Casino, of K-Lockdar is located. It is the only city in Alabasta with abundant rain besides Albana. Sima D also entered Rapeseed Flower City, planning to take a casual stroll. In no mood, Robin came after him, embracing his arm very naturally, making him completely sink in his fullness. As expected of the big sister of the Straw Hat Pirates, this capital is strong. I lived in Rapeseed Flower for a while, let me take a stroll with you. Robin said with a smile. Can this be rejected? Then take me for a walk, I'm more curious about novelty and weird things. Learn. As the port city of Alabasta, Rapeseed Flower still gathers many novelties, but like Sabayati Archipelago, there are also many routines of tricking novices. Golden apples, made of paint. Mermaid show, wearing prosthetics. New World cookies, claiming to be from New World. I walked around a few times. Sima D raised her eyebrows and said, you didn't remind me just now, were you waiting to see my joke? You're so smart, how could you be cheated? Robin said and hugged him tighter. This woman really understands. Obviously, he wanted to see Sima D make a fool of himself, but he was able to make up for it in time, so that you couldn't get angry at all. But can Sima D suffer? Snapped. Hey. Robin glanced at Sima D amusedly, he was the one who slapped her just now with telekinesis. But Robin didn't care, it's a matter of courtesy. What Robin doesn't know is that psychic power, as an extension of mental power, is actually the 6th limb. Although it has no sense of touch, it has a more detailed, 6th sense, which can clearly perceive the information of touching objects. So, tisk. Robin is really the best among pear-shaped figures. Suddenly, not far away, the gate of a restaurant was blasted, and a large group of flames rushed towards the two of them with white mist. Scatter. The flames and white mist dissipated in an instant, revealing Smoker, who was smoking a cigar, confronting a bare-chested man with tattoos on his back. That tattoo seems to be. Robin was surprised. Whitebeard pirates. The identity of this young man is about to be revealed. It is Ace who was chasing and killing Blackbeard. Smoker also discovered Sima D for the first time. It's you, Demon Buster. Smoker stared at Sima D. The question mark on Sima D's head. Demon Buster. What a strange title. Luffy came out of the meal at this time and saw Sima D and Robin there. Yo, Sima, Robin, you are here too. Sure enough, you won't be too peaceful wherever you go. Sima D shrugged. Robin covered his mouth and chuckled in agreement. Ace also turned around when he heard the words, and looked at Sima D curiously. Oh, are you the Demon Buster Sima D who has a higher bounty than my brother Luffy? Clam. Sima D scratched his head, not knowing why. When did I get a reward? I don't know at all. Bastards. Are you ignoring me? Smoker said angrily, and you are the Demon Buster. You are the pirate I reported for a bounty. 85 million Baileys are completely insignificant. That's it, the culprit is here. He really didn't know that he was offered a reward, probably because Newsbird didn't pass by going merry at that time. The Grand Line is too big, that's normal. Sima, your bounty is 85 million Baileys. Luffy said angrily, I only have 30 million Baileys. How can the crew be higher than the captain's bounty? Smoky man, did you make a mistake? Smoker. Filled down pointing triangle he filled down pointing triangle me. You really didn't take me seriously. White Snake. But Smoker's attack was blocked by Ace's, Yong Yan, on the spot, and the flames and white mist spread out reflectively, and the thick smoke billowed with heat waves. It's visually stunning. You go first, I'll stop him and come later. Ace shouted. In this regard, Sima D said. He's not used to running away. He came up with a new routine to refresh the three views of Smoker. Using the mist fruit will. 41. Ace's famous scene. Sick big brothers. Is it embarrassing to be choked by your own smoke when a person with the ability of woo-woo fruit uses the ability? Do not. And even more embarrassing. Using the mist fruit will suck up the smoke by itself. Then, Smoker, who was fighting with Ace, was shocked to find that he was the one who emitted the smoke as if he had self-awareness. He broke free from his control and poured into his mouth and nose collectively, like a heavy addict inhaling. Cough cough cough. The smoke was so thick and heavy that he eventually choked on it. But this time it was useless for him to hold his breath, because the smoke poured into his mouth and nose spontaneously, and even squeezed the air so that there was no room for him to fall into a state of suffocation. Helpless. Smoker can only turn on the elementalization, although this way he will not suffocate, but the elementalized body rolled upside down and poured into his mouth and nose, blocking his vision and making it impossible to see the surroundings clearly. Since then, an endless loop has formed. If you don't turn on elementalization, you will suffocate. Turning on elementalization will be trapped by one's own abilities. Smoker was still able to use physical skills last time, but this time he was even more incomprehensible than last time, so he was punished to stand where he was. That's great. Damn it. Let go of me if you want to kill the devil, let's fight in the open and above board. Smoker was powerless and furious. Sima D picked his ears, and didn't even want to talk to him. Ace on the side was stunned. This. Demon Buster. Demon Fruit Power Buster. Ace scratched his head. What a strange devil fruit ability. But Sima D was on his brother Luffy's crew, so Ace didn't care too much. My brother must have caused a lot of trouble for the two of you, right? Ace bowed solemnly. It's troublesome for you too, please take care of Luffy in the future. Robin was taken aback by the sudden politeness. Sima D is also novel to see. Since Sabo disappeared, Ace has learned Sabo's gentle and polite side. This is unique too. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene. Ace Big Brother's tenderness. Get the sign in bonus. Sick Big Brother Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Amaterasu. Sick Big Brother Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Amaterasu. Mangekyo Sharingan's unique pupil technique. When activated, a powerful black flame, Amaterasu, will ignite at the focus of the pupil, and will not disappear until the target is burned. Semicolon. Oh, didn't expect the polite Ace to be a famous scene. And the rewards are high. It's really Ace, I'm not bothering you at all. Luffy muttered, I'm the captain. I'm the one taking care of them. After listening to your wayward words, I know that you have caused troubles a lot. Ace said clearly. Luffy's big brother, just getting to know him. Let's go first. Robin reminded. Marine is going to surround you. That's okay, let's meet up first. Sima D raised his finger to the sky. Sakura flower tree. A flash of fire flew out from his fingertips, exploding in the air with gorgeous fireworks of sakura flowers and trees. This is the assembly signal agreed with Zoro and others, and it's time for the second team to start. As for Vivi and the others. As a Vivi of this country, it makes no sense for her to be bullied by Marine in her own country. Come with me. Sima D used telekinesis to drive Luffy, while she carried Robin and flew towards the direction of the Going Merry. Ace also turned into a flame to keep up. With Sima D gone. The speech ability acting on Smoker also dissipated, and the uncontrolled smoke returned to normal, revealing his gloomy complexion. Devil killer. I will arrest you with my own hands. Smoker gritted his teeth. To this end, he has made up his mind to practice physical skills well and no longer rely too much on his devil fruit ability. This is something that even Marine Chief Instructor Zephyr couldn't do, but I didn't expect a pirate to do it. Sima D didn't know that he was being targeted by Smoker. At this moment, he landed on the deck of Going Merry with Sanji he met along the way and a large pile of ingredients. Thanks for meeting you on the road, otherwise most of these ingredients would have been thrown away. Sanji said with envious eyes, but please give Robin sauce to me. Otherwise, you have worked too hard. Well, it turned out to be here. But, you have to ask Robin's opinion. Sima D shrugged. It was this woman who delivered it to her door, not me. Robin smiled and said, although Sanji-kun feels safe, Sima Yang's embrace is even warmer. Well, is this the difference between dog licking and male god? Sanji lost his mind and went to place the ingredients. Brother Sima, what is your devil fruit ability? Ace asked curiously. Speaking spirit devil fruit, to a certain extent, you can speak freely. Sima D said casually. What a convenient ability. Ace sighed. Sima D has heard this comment all the time recently, but she doesn't pay much attention to it. At this time, Nami and Zoro also came, but behind them came the brigade of marine soldiers, led by Glasses Girl, Tashigi. Nami, as the only navigator, of course has to go with the ship in the second team. Not only that, there were also a large number of ships with the flag of the Bar Lock Work Club on the sea. Obviously they didn't know that Vivi had left the Straw Hat pirates and came to kill them. Flanking back and forth, this is interesting. 42. Another ace scene. Interesting discovery. Add more for 2000 evaluation votes. Flanking back and forth, this is interesting. There is a good show to watch. Sima D clasped her arms beside her, not intending to do anything at all. As predicted, Ace smiled and said, Luffy, choose a side and see who is faster. Yaxi. Then I'll go. Luffy took the lead and rushed to the pursuing marine camp. He was better on land than the sea. This surprised the unaware Zoro and Nami. Go. There's time to sail, Nami shouted. But Luffy has already passed the two of them like the wind, facing Tashigi and other marines, and directly turned on the second gear, halfway. Just a punch. Tashigi, who had the highest combat power, was sent flying, and the marine soldiers at the back rushed to serve her as a pad. Tisk. Beauty is really popular everywhere. Sima D commented. Oh, do you like the nerdy type? Robin said unexpectedly, I can do it too. Temperament doesn't matter, I just like big ones. Sima D raised her eyebrows and said, of course, it would be interesting if the temperament changed occasionally. Robin looked at Sima D with a half smile and didn't say anything more. Big one. Then she is still very confident. Here. Ace was not as impatient as Luffy, but slowly flew to the side of those ships, and stretched his muscles and bones. He clenched his fist and ignited a ball of flames, and then blasted out a gorgeous giant fire fist. That's exactly what Ace proves to be. Fire punch. Boom, 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 boom. 5 times in a row. The 5 ships were directly blasted to pieces, and they were still burning with no way out. One hit KO. And Sima D, who witnessed this scene, discovered by accident. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene, Fire Fist Ace's Fire Fist. And get the sign in reward, Saitama's normal punch. The ordinary punch of bald Saitama, whose strength has reached ultimate, can blast through mountains even with an ordinary punch. Semicolon. Oh, Sima D never expected that she could sign a second famous scene here with Ace. As expected of a polite big brother, he is generous. Don't say anything else. If Luffy gets into trouble and gets injured again, Sima D will definitely nurse him as soon as possible. As for stopping him from finding Blackbeard, neither Shanks nor Whitebeard can persuade her, and Sima D doesn't think she has the ability. And if Ace doesn't give away the head, how will the most famous Summit War start? That was the pinnacle battle with a lot of famous scenes. At most, I'll just keep you alive, Sima D muttered. What? Robin asked beside him. Nothing. At this time, Luffy also finished the battle and returned. He thought that he would definitely win so soon, but when he saw Ace, who was fully rested, and the burning ship wreckage of the pirates at sea, the joy on his face faded away, and he felt very upset when he pulled his face. Logia is convenient, Luffy said quietly. He wasn't jealous of Ace or anything, it was simply because he had been beaten by Ace since he was a child, and he thought he could turn around this time, but he didn't expect the gap to be even bigger. Ha ha ha. Luffy, being a big brother, how can you be worse than your younger brother? Zoro and Nami are also on Going Merry at this time. Ace immediately said politely, I am Luffy's big brother Ace, Luffy is thanks to everyone's care. Trouble. This. The two were a little confused, but still instinctively replied, no, no trouble. Please take care of me in the future. Ace bowed again. It should be. The two saluted again. Sima D next to him laughed. Are you being too polite? Sanji smoothed things over and said, it's a rare reunion for you two brothers, you must have a lot to talk about, right? Sit down and let me make a cup of tea and talk slowly. Ace readily agreed. Everyone didn't get involved in the reunion of the two brothers, they chatted on the deck. Luffy's big brother is so polite. I thought it would be a more self-willed guy. And he's a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, that's the Four Emperors Pirates. Sima D didn't join the discussion because he suddenly found an interesting question. That is -43. Unscrupulous Robin. Civet cat for Prince. Add more 100 comments. Benefiting from the top wisdom of mortals, Sima D suddenly discovered a problem from some clues. Garp. Could it be that the civet cat is replaced by the prince after playing? Although Luffy's character is very similar to Garp, he is directly in the same mold as Luo Jia. So, could it be that Ace is Garp's grandson and Luffy is adopted? After all, no matter how you look at it, Ace's personality is very different from Luo Jia's. Instead, Luffy not only has the talent of listening to everything of the same type, but also has the natural optimism of the same personality, or loves to make trouble. If this is true, then Garp is really a cowhide. After half a day, it was also lunchtime, and Sanji cooked a table full of food. Ace gave a thumbs up after eating so much that he had no time to talk. Sanji's craftsmanship is really cannibalistic. At this time, Luffy has no relatives in his eyes. The delicious food made his 6 relatives disown him, and staged a food fight with Ace. This time Ace's devil fruit ability can't be used, and Luffy is slightly better with rubber machine gun. If you have to eat a meal, you have to use moves, and there is no one else. Wait till you are full. Ace also explained the destination of his trip. He found traces of Blackbeard who was about to be hunted down in Yuba. We will pass by Yuba, and we can let you go down then. Nami said. But Ace shook his head. My charger is still in the port, and I have to go and get it back. Speaking of this, most of the ships in One Piece are monsters that cover the sky and the sun, but the small and flexible single-person speedboat charger is a clear stream. Unlike Hawkeye's coffin boat, the handling of the charger is extremely chic, and Ace can control it freely just by standing on the boat, relying on his feet to precisely control the size of the fire, and shuttle in the sea in a surfing posture. It's really a man's romance. But don't look at Ace's chic posture, the flames are constantly consuming under his feet, but the charger has only the bottom of the boat, not even a seat. It's okay to go to the toilet or something, and return to nature directly facing the sea. But how to rest, sleep, and shelter from the rain is a very real problem. But it's handsome. The Ace figure acquired by Sima D in her previous life included the charger, so she knew its structure well. Let me come, Sima D said. The small boat in the port should be your charger, right? It was strange at first, but now it seems that you use the ability of Mara fruit to drive it. Oh, have you seen it? Yes, it is my own boat, it is unique. Ace didn't finish his sentence. Sima D used her spiritual ability to call out charger, and it was almost a one-to-one replica of the charger out of thin air. I can't fix it for Ace. He said it was unique on the front foot, but you built one on the back foot. Don't come too fast for the slap in the face. He checked it carefully, and even put it under the sea to test it. The performance is generally the same, and he found. The material seems to be a little different, heavier. Oh, the wood I used is from the precious tree atom. Sima D said casually. Ace was shocked. Branches of the precious tree atom. That is the best wood for building ships, which is what One Piece used for the pirate ship. Also, what a convenient ability. Ace sighed again. Sima D shrugged. Speech ability, just do whatever you want. Since there are better ships, Ace doesn't plan to turn back now the charger has the mark of the Whitebeard pirates, and even Marine dare not touch it. So I took a boat with the wind, and didn't disembark until I arrived at the port of Yuba. Before parting, Ace handed his life paper to Luffy, and after learning about its effect, Luffy solemnly put it in the interlayer of the straw hat. Well, there will be a time later. Looking forward to meeting you in New World. Ace jumped down, and flames spewed out from the tail of the charger he was stepping on, and flew into the distance. So cool. It's very good. What about the ability of the flame? If I master it, I don't have to worry about cooking without fire. Among all the praises, only Nami asked, is such a small boat really okay for long-distance sailing? The atmosphere is quiet. The three of Luffy, who were full of praise just now, looked at Nami very unhappy. You don't understand a man's romance at all. Good guy. I'm so mad at Nami. She looked at Sima D dissatisfied, and said angrily, Sima, judge me, isn't that boat impractical? The three of Luffy also looked at Sima D, eager to seek approval. Sima D, I'm just a thithergoer, how could I be affected? Ah, Robin, did the move I told you last time work? Let me check the progress. Sima D changed the subject. Robin covered his mouth and smiled, and cooperated. Okay, let's go to the stern, you can check as much as you want. It's obviously a very serious thing, but how can it be so unserious when you say it from your mouth? But, you are so coquettish, I love it so much. 44. Robin is heartbroken. OP 2-dimensional pocket. The rainy land, the sea area tens of nautical miles away from the port. Going merry docks here. I'll wait here for you to come back, be careful. Nami encouraged. In a group of people, Nami's combat power is almost non-existent, and armament hockey, who is ineffective at times, is too good looking. So Sima D decided to let her wait here, and he flew to the rain feast with others. At this time, Robin on the side is also a hang-up bug, stuffing it into the fullness and disappearing without a trace. The Upai two-dimensional pocket, a skill that belongs exclusively to Upai. Clock Doll should not have noticed, and a high-level meeting is underway, and we can just catch up in the past now. Robin said. This is both good news and bad news. If all the senior agents gather together, then the difficulty of this beheading operation will also be raised to the highest level. Zoro frowned. Lock Doll is already tough to deal with, and there are others. So my suggestion is that I go to participate in the high-level meeting, and when the many agents disperse to implement the plan, I will inform K-Lock of Dar's location and set up an ambush. Robin said the plan. This is indeed the best solution at present. But I don't agree, you may have been exposed. Sima D shook his head and said, we have been delayed for a long time in Little Garden and Magnetic Drum Kingdom on the way. You have returned alone for too long, and he will definitely be suspicious. It's not far-fetched to take refuge in a storm at sea for a day, right? Robin argues. There is no problem with this reason, but all the agents of the Lockwork Agency we encountered along the way died, which will intensify the suspicion of Lockdar, and it is too dangerous for you to go at this time. Seeing that Robin was still trying to argue, Sima D added a sentence to silence her. I don't want you to take risks any more than I want to fight myself. Words of such concern are really unprecedented in Robin's escape career. This moment, her heart was hit hard, beating extremely fast. It's a heart-pounding feeling. Sima D looked at Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy and said, my plan is. After hearing Sima D's plan, Robin showed a strange expression. Compared to her plan, although Sima D's plan of leading the snake out of the hole is more difficult, if it is successful, K-Lock Doll will have no chance of turning around. As expected, it is you, this wisdom is amazing. Rain Banquet, Underground Secret Room Hall. Lock Doll is explaining his Utopia battle plan to many senior agents. Quote. As long as we succeed this time, we will establish our own country. And you will all be the founding heroes, with honor, wealth, and beautiful women. By the time I'm drawing a pancake, the phone bug on the table rang suddenly, which made K-Lock Dar, who was interrupted, a little unhappy to answer the phone. Miss Sunday, you're late, K-Lock Doll growled. I found Princess Vivi outside the Rain Banquet. He was with 3 members of the Straw Hat Pirates. I couldn't catch them alone. Robin's intelligence caught Locke by surprise. According to his information, Vivi should be rushing too. But this obvious lie, Robin, a smart woman, would never use it. Unless this woman really betrayed herself and was planning to ambush herself. But will he be afraid? I see, you just stare where you are, we'll be there soon. Lock Doll hung up the phone bug and looked at the agents below. Princess Vivi is the only loophole in our plan. If we mainly arrest her, then our plan will surely succeed. For a better tomorrow, act. Many senior agents stood up. Lock Doll also turned into a tornado from the air vent to the sky above the Rain Banquet. He condescendingly found Luffy and his party without any cover at all, and the blue-haired Vivi was among them. This made Clock Doll heave a sigh of relief. The woman didn't seem to have betrayed herself, and she was needed in translating the original history to find Pluton. This time without Robin as a buffer, Clock Doll has no intention to lure the enemy slowly, with absolute strength. Why waste time with these ants whose bounty is less than 100 million? Sweeping straight down to the Straw Hat Pirates, before the latter could react, they had already swept Vivi away, and returned to the roof of the Rain Banquet with her snow-white neck. Princess Vivi, I didn't expect you to come to your door by yourself. It's really admirable courage, Lock Doll joked. It's so easy. Just some ants. It seems that the previous assassination failed because those agents were too weak, and they were caught and killed by mistake. He didn't notice. There is no trace of fear in Vivi's eyes in his hand. 45. Robin on the left, Fine Wine on the right. When K-Lock Doll teased Vivi, other senior agents also poured out of the rain feast, and Luffy also ejected and rushed to Lock Doll. K-Lock Doll threw Vivi to the ground. Closed, she's still useful. He didn't even look at Luffy's flying fist. Elementalization makes him confident that this punch will not hurt him, but the Straw Hat Kid's self-confidence will be hit. Boom. With a solid punch to the flesh, Clock Doll was blasted off the roof in astonishment. Although halfway he turned into wind and sand and landed safely, the clearly visible fist marks on his face made his complexion livid, and water stains could still be seen vaguely. Careless. This Straw Hat boy's fist was actually stained with water. This moment, he also understands that Robin must have betrayed him, otherwise it is impossible for ordinary people to know about his hidden weakness. At the same time, Miss Christmas, who was about to catch Vivi, was suddenly obscured by a cloud of smoke, and then a black fist magnified infinitely before his eyes. Boom. The black fist hit Miss Christmas's face, directly smashing it into the ground and embedding it on top. And the owner of the fist also showed his figure, isn't it Sima D? Although seduction technique is not a serious ability, its core, transformation technique, is real. Before anyone else reacts, Sima D, who was in the pack of wolves, made another black fist, ignoring her thorns, and a powerful black punch also embedded it into the ground. Clang. Mr. One's blade slashed at Sima D's armament hockey, and at the same time as the sound of gold and iron clanging, it also stopped him from continuing to slaughter. Your opponent is not me. Sima D laughed. Next second. Zoro's knife had already slashed at him, and Mr. 1 could only concentrate on fighting the enemy. Sanji hit on the back foot. He kicked Mr. 2 in the swan suit into the rain banquet, followed by himself into the hall. Only Mr. 4 and a dog were left, confronting Sima D. Rasu, he yelled. The dachshund at Mr. 4's feet immediately spit out a time bomb, and Mr. 4 swung a baseball bat at Sima D. Ding! Congratulations to the sign in scene. Eat Devil Fruit's shotgun, and get the sign in reward. World of Warcraft Innkeeper's Hearthstone. World of Warcraft Innkeeper's Hearthstone. After binding the city return location, activate the condensable teleportation circle again, and then guide the internal members to the bound city return location. Semicolon. The reward has been stored in the system space. Boom. Sima D stretched out a telekinetic shield with one hand, and the sparks from the time bomb did not distract her in the slightest. Hearthstone. Isn't that the returning city stone? Unfortunately, it can only be bound to a single returning city location, and it is still a one-way teleportation. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 consecutive explosions brought Sima D back to his senses, and then he saw Mr. 4 swinging a baseball bat wildly, as if he was going to explode his power shield. I'll send it back to you. As soon as Sima D clenched his fists, all the time bombs were frozen in the air. As he snapped his fingers and returned the same way, the bulky Mr. 4 was caught by the bomb and fell to the ground with black smoke, just in time for his pet dog Lasso. Come to the top of Mount High. Tisk. Terrible. Robin also walked to Sima D's side at this time, his eyes were slightly bright. I thought you were very capable as a devil fruit, but didn't you expect that your physical skills are also so strong? Robin said unexpectedly. Not to mention Robin, Sima D was also very surprised. Although his physical skills were not bad before, they were just so-so. It was the forging body pill that gave him a radical change. My body is very good. If you have the opportunity, you can try it. Sima D joked. How to test? Of course it is a personal experience. Robin didn't answer either, just covered his mouth and snickered. This half push and half satisfaction made Sima D's heart itch even more. This woman is really good at it. Are we really going to stand in the middle of the battlefield and chat? Robin laughed. This is Sima D's discovery. On my left is the battle between Zoro and Mr. 1, on my right is Luffy and K-Lock Doll, who are in the first gear, fighting deadly, in front of me is a crushing scene, and behind me is Sanji and Mr. 2 fighting in the rain banquet hall. It's really inappropriate for him to talk about love here. Sima D was about to start walking towards Zoro, but his feet hadn't landed yet. Don't come here, I can handle it, Zoro yelled. He looked over to Luffy and got the same answer. I can solve it. Don't come here, scratched his head. Sima D was walking into the rain banquet, just as Sanji and Mr. 2 collided and each jumped back, landing beside Sima D. Before he speaks, Sima D said, I know, I'm just passing by, you go on. Pulled Robin to find a seat by the window and sat down, and used telekinetic power to get the drink not far away. On-site VIP viewing seats, with Robin on the left and fine wine on the right. Don't be too comfortable. 46. Give Lao Sha a little surprise. Unexpected people. Zoro and Mr. 1 were still in a bitter fight. Although he has already received Haki's enlightenment, he is still far away from awakening Haki. Facing the invulnerable steel body of Mr. 1, who has not yet comprehended the iron-slashing profound truth, he has no way to do it. Has been in a passive state of being beaten, constantly adding new injuries, but none of them are fatal. Sanji and Mr. 2 were originally evenly matched, but Mr. 2 was too cunning. When he saw Sanji give up chasing because of a female customer, he was keenly aware of his night weakness, and directly transformed into Robin's appearance, so that it cannot be beaten unilaterally. Tut tut. Although I admire Sanji's persistence, it looks really stupid to outsiders. Look at the fight between Luffy and Locke. With the second gear turned on, his physical fitness has been improved in all aspects, and water is used as armament Haki to restrain Locke Doll. In a short time, he really restrained Locke Doll in terms of physical skills. But Locke is not made of dough after all. The poisonous scorpion in his left hand is a great threat to Luffy, and once it touches Luffy's skin, it will drain the water in his body. It's really not certain who wins the game. Sima D thought about it and decided to add a little surprise to Lao Sha. Use sand fruit, you will be fascinated by the sand and your eyes will burst into tears. It turned out that the evenly matched battle between you and me was immediately delayed by a few beats because Locke's tearful vision was blocked, and Luffy seized the opportunity to beat him up. Rubber jet whip, rubber jet pistol, rubber jet rocket launcher, rubber jet machine gun. This set of small tricks down. K-Lock Doll was also beaten a bit badly, especially because his face could not be elementalized due to his tears, and the damage was doubled and his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. It's miserable. You're cheating. Robin chuckled and said, Luffy will definitely be unhappy if he finds out. Luffy, the captain, has been holding his breath because the bounty is lower than Sima D's. Sima D shrugged. I don't know whether it is good or bad to have such a motivated captain. For the convenience of watching the show, Sima D unfolded observation Haki. What? He found an interesting person. Stay here and watch, I'll come as I go. Sima D stood up and walked towards the place where the gamblers were hiding. Everyone they passed spontaneously stepped aside, except for a blind middle-aged man in purple robes at the end, who was sitting there with a stick and knife as steady as Mount High. It is the smile of the future, Fujitora Admiral. I didn't expect to meet him here. Sima D sighed in her heart. Although Yishao's observation hockey is exaggerated enough to capture meteorites in outer space, it doesn't have Enel's ability to read brain waves. Just look out that Sima D seems to know herself. You know me? Asked with a smile. Of course, Sima D cannot be said to know each other. After all, Yishao was really unknown in the early stage, and he only got the position after the world's big conscription. You don't seem to be afraid of us. We are pirates, fighting the heroes of this country. Sima D asked back. A smile, but just a smile. Pirates are not necessarily evil. Nake Lokdar, isn't he also a pirate? Although 7 warlords of the sea belongs to the world government, it is only a pirate who has been given legal plunder by law, and he is still a pirate. Sima D came to a sudden. It's no wonder that in the future, Yishao will advocate the abolition of the 7 warlords of the sea system, but he was in Alabasta at that time and experienced the incident of 7 warlords of the sea stealing the country. But, if I say, we are saving this country, would you believe me? Sima D said sincerely. Yishao looked directly at Sima D this time, opened his cloudy eyes as if he could see, but he was actually observing with observation hockey. This can capture more micro-expressions than the naked eye can capture. Sima D faced it calmly, because what he was talking about was petrochemical. But the civilians on the side couldn't bear it. Klokadar is a hero of our kingdom. Pirates save the country. Then you should go to trouble with Cobra. He is the culprit of everything. Do you believe what the pirates say? There is really someone who is not afraid of death, who really dares to say anything. But Sima D is not a bloodthirsty person at all, let alone Yishao is a civilian-oriented person who does not value justice, order, and only the safety of civilians. Forbidden. The mouths of all civilians were zippered shut, and the noisy environment became quiet. Sima D looked at Yishao and asked again. Want a peace to save the country? He thought it would impress a smile, but instead he shook his head with a smile. I'm still looking for the so-called answer. Before that, I don't intend to interfere with the operation of the world. Maybe we may fight side by side in the future. A smile said politely. But it turned out to be still in the confused period. That's easy. Sima D was about to continue fooling around, but there were several roars. Don't run away. Damn it. Just a little bit. Put down the robin sauce. Sima D turned her head to look. I saw the wind and sand swept away Mr. 1, Mr. 2 and Robin, and flew towards the sky. Clock doll escaped. This is something Sima D never expected. And many more. Robin. 47. Robin kisses. Clock dar on the run. Want to take my woman away in front of my eyes? How dare. Sima D smashed the stone slab under her feet, and used the razor to chase out the rain feast one after another, and found that K-Lock doll had already flown out of the range of her speech ability. But do you think this will work? He lowered his waist and clenched his fist, punching the sky like a rainbow, and the shock wave visible to the naked eye hit K-Lock doll, blasting it into yellow sand all over the sky on the spot. Hakoku normal 1 punch. The 3 people who were swept away also fell to the ground. Sima D hurriedly used shaving to catch Robin, but didn't want a tornado to blow him into the distance, so Sima D had to change lanes halfway. With the palm of his arms pressed against his chest, the radiance of the holy light lit up. This nasal sound made Sima D's bones crisp. Before he recovers, Robin had already straightened up, kissed Sima D's soft lips, and a little snake tried naughtily, but it was only a touch away. This is a reward for you. Robin smiled sweetly. This moment, Sima D admitted that in his eyes, a flame named desire emerged. This woman is too good at teasing, right? No, she must be executed on the spot as soon as possible. Otherwise, being hung up like this all the time, although it is interesting to feel itchy, if the body is not vented for too long, it will cause problems. How long will you keep your hands? Robin asked with a smile. Only then did Sima D remember that she was treating Robin just now, and her hands were on. Dwang, dwang. Robin didn't stop him, just stared at Sima D with a smile. A look of letting you pick. Pity. There are too many people at the scene, otherwise Sima D would have done her right now. Sima D retracted her hand as if nothing had happened, and put Robin down. The 3 of Sanji also arrived one after another. Are you okay? Robin-chan. Sanji said nervously. He escaped. I was negligent. Luffy blamed himself. Only Zoro's eyes wandered between Robin and Sima D, and the atmosphere seemed not quite right. Cough. Just run away. Sima D said. Now we go back to going merry. We must arrive at Albana before K-Lock Dar, otherwise if Bibi and the others are caught by K-Lock Dar, we will be very passive. Quote. The 3 people's attention was immediately diverted, and they were about to leave in a hurry. Sima D turned around and scanned the circle with observation hockey, but there was no sign of a smile. Pity. If he could be fooled into boarding the ship, the journey ahead would be much easier. But it's okay. If there is a smile of Admiral combat power, many adventures will become flat push, and the fun of adventure will be lost. Look at K-Lock doll again. He has already fled with Mr. 1 and Mr. 2. Sima D's armament hockey is only intermediate, and he can't integrate into the punching wind, and pure physical damage is ineffective against him. Sima D glanced at Robin, but didn't go after K-Lock doll again. What, are you looking for the person just now? Robin asked. Sima D nodded and didn't say anything more. Using telekinetic power to bring everyone together, they flew to where Going Merry was. Going Merry was soon found at the original location, and Nami boarded safely. It seems that she did not encounter K-Lock Doll and the others. Simply understand the process. Nami hurriedly set sail with Yang Fan, and rushed to Albana on the opposite bank. Sima D called the three of Luffy to do a review. This plan was supposed to be perfect, but you insisted on fighting on your own and gave Crocodile a chance to escape. What do you want to say about this? Sima D asked with a look of indignation. This made Zoro and Sanji feel wronged. They are obviously fighting fiercely with their opponents, who knew that Crocodile would suddenly appear. Luffy was ashamed and said, I was negligent, I didn't expect the majestic 7 warlords of the sea to escape. With the beginning, the follow-up is simple. It's because I'm too stubborn, I want to use Mr. 1 as a whetstone to comprehend the sword intent of cutting iron. Zoro also admitted his mistake. Mr. 2 will turn into a woman and I can't do anything. I should have called Sima or Chlorla at the first time. Sanji also checked himself. Attitude is there. Sima D nodded in satisfaction, and then said, it's still my negligence, because I found a great talent, and I was going to recruit it, so I was distracted and gave K-Lock a chance. After the review, it is encouragement. Our Sengoku is also very good this time. Not only did he kill 3 senior agents, but he also knew the general combat power of the 3 who escaped. Give you another chance, should you be confident that you can win. I'll definitely hit him, Luffy said confidently. My knife will surely cut him to pieces. Zoro was unwavering. Only Sanji was slightly hesitant. His chivalry was really restrained to death by the shameless Mr. 2. Perhaps. Is he about to make a change? 48. To snatch Laosha's devil fruit. Death Zoro. Seeing Sanji's hesitation and wavering, Sima D slapped him on the shoulder angrily. Sanji, we are partners, we can fight side by side. Your way of chivalry is your persistence, why change? Since Mr. 2 restrains you, leave it to me. No, Sanji suddenly interrupted. Let me try again. This time I can definitely do it. Sima D smiled and nodded in response. Since you are seeking a breakthrough, of course I support you as a partner. He clapped his hands. As the first team battle I participated in, I am very happy that everyone is no longer fighting casually. Except for Luffy, I hope everyone can continue to maintain it in the future. This made Luffy very upset. Why do you exclude me? Oh, will you carry out the plan? Sima D raised her eyebrows and asked. Luffy got stuck with the question. He scratched his head, uncertain. Yes. You won't. Zoro broke the stage directly. Yeah, before Sima joined, our fight was never planned. Sanji blew on the smoke. It's really safe to have Sima here. Nami cried with joy. Otherwise, I would have rushed to the front to fight. Luffy is so messed up. So that they are always caught off guard. Where can there be a planned battle like today? The backup personnel are well placed. Although I've been exaggerated, I still have to say it. Sima D looked at Nami. As a pirate, you must be ready to fight at any time, so I will also arrange for you to fight in the future. As an innate Haki awakener, but don't let this ability go to waste. Nami. Sigma, Su QDQ winking face, Su. Though it was tempting to say no, Nami knew Sima D was right. He could only reply feebly. Okay, don't we still have a bottle of devil fruit separation potion? Sima D comforted. Do you want Lock Doll's sand fruit? Logia, which can be elementalized, can be immune to most damage. Nami was quite emotional when he heard the words. But Luffy was disgusted and said, Logia who can be beaten into a pig's head as long as his fist gets wet. It's not as good as my rubber fruit. This made Nami wake up. She thought about it carefully, but still shook her head with difficulty and refused. Sand fruit can play its best effect in arid desert areas. I am a navigator, and devil fruit is not suitable for me. Nami analyzed. Even though she said so, she could tell from her reluctance that she was still moved. Only, devil fruit separation potion is extremely precious, it is the only survival left over from the ancient civilization, and it should be used wisely. Sima D looked at Zoro and Sanji, the only ones who could eat devil fruit. Zoro refused without hesitation. I just need a knife, devil fruit. Dogs won't eat it. Luffy and Robin cast puzzled eyes, what are you scolding me for? Sima D silently raised his hand, and a holy light came out of his hand. Although I am not demon fruit power, it is obvious that this sentence includes him. Zoro. Under the strong desire to survive, Zoro rolled a donkey and narrowly escaped the holy light, and when he stood up again, he was already sweating profusely. It was almost over. Hunden. Do you want to die? Zoro drew his knife directly. Do you believe that I twisted all your knives into twists? Sima D threatened. This made Zoro, who loves knives like his life, directly counseled the point is that Sima D can really do it. Sima D looked at Sanji. Sanji also shook his head and refused without any hesitation. If it's a devil fruit, I only need one. Sanji said full of expectation. Paramesh's invisible fruit. When I see one of it, I know it must be. Tisk. The eyes of Sima D and the others are strange. If Sanji's LSP character eats this devil fruit, I'm afraid it will be used. But this is someone's dream, isn't it? Sima D didn't say much. Devil fruit separation potion, he is still more inclined to use it on Enel. The title of the strongest Logia, I wonder if it is worthy of the name. Didn't say much. Sima D took out the Hearthstone from the system space, bound it with Going Merry as the return location, and then started to rub the Hearthstone on the spot. I saw the gorgeous blue magic circle solidified under his feet, until it turned into a brilliant beam of light and flew towards the sky at the final moment of formation. Sima D in it also disappeared, and then appeared in place in the magical beam of light that fell from the sky. It seems that he has repeatedly jumped horizontally, but in fact he has already completed a teleportation. It's so interesting. I want to play too. Luffy said with golden eyes. Sima D ignored it, thinking about something with her head down. With Hearthstone. After that, when he wants to go back to Going Merry, he only needs to rub it, and he can be sent back directly, which is convenient and fast. Consider arranging one for everyone. But, 49. Permanent realization. Sitting on the sidelines. It is extremely consuming to condense a certain item permanently. Like Ace's Pioneer, even though its material is made of atom branches, it is still just an ordinary item after all, and it consumes a lot, but it is not outrageous. Like Hearthstone. First of all, it is a magic product, which does not exist in this world, and it will consume a lot of money to realize it permanently. Sima D is not sure if she can complete it now. Just try it out. Hearthstone. Next moment, Sima D was drained of 2/3 of his strength, the sudden weakness made his feet go limp, and he fell directly into Robin's broad chest beside him, washing his face passively. Damn it, what did you do to Robin-chan? Sanji yelled. It's okay, Mr. Sanji, Sima Jong seems to have consumed too much. Robin said softly. But the information revealed in it made Sanji depressed. Why didn't Robin choose him? Sima D slowed down and stood up again. He was caught off guard just now because of his sudden weakness, but even with only 1/3 of his strength, he can still exert his full combat power. At most, the duration is greatly shortened. Phew. It's really exhausting. Sima D handed the Hearthstone to Robin. You try to communicate with your mind, bind it with Going Merry, and then activate it. Without hesitation, Robin did what Sima D said. Quickly. The accompanying magic circle appeared at her feet, took her flying into the sky, and then fell again. As soon as Robin appeared, he realized the role of this Hearthstone. What's the distance limit? Robin cut to the chase. There is no distance. Sima D laughed. At least within the planet, there is no problem at all. This surprised Robin quite a bit. He also couldn't help but admire. It's really a convenient ability. Sima D is almost tired of hearing this. What are you doing? Luffy didn't realize anything yet. Why can't I understand? Both Zoro and Sanji looked at Luffy like idiots. It's so simple and still don't understand. With this thing, we can directly teleport back to Going Merry wherever we are in the future. Robin raised the Hearthstone. Luffy was shocked when he heard this. It's amazing. I want it too. Zoro and Sanji also looked over. This thing is indeed very convenient, especially for Zoro who is good at getting lost. This is a life-saving straw. But Sima D shrugged. Temporary condensation is very simple, but if it is permanent, it will consume too much. I need some time to recover, and I am so hungry. Sanji understood in seconds. Wait a minute, I'll go right away. This time Sanji did his best, and the dishes he made were delicious and perfectly suited to Sima D's taste. This made Sima D very satisfied. The condensed third Hearthstone was also given to Nami. This is also what Sanji strongly recommends. As a non-combatant in logistics for the time being, she obviously needs Hearthstone more. After that, Sima D did not continue to make Hearthstone, because Going Merry had arrived at the shore, and he had to recharge his energy for possible follow-up battles. After docking it, Sima D directly used telekinetic power and flew towards the capital Albana with a few people. The energy of telekinetic power is provided by the chicken charm, and it has nothing to do with Sima D's own state. Flying in the air is much faster than walking on the ground. After half a day, Sima D saw the outline of Albana, and it took another hour of flight before finally landing on the city wall. Call. A bit tired. Sima D was about to wipe her sweat, but Robin wiped her warmly. While Sima D was taken aback, it also made Sanji look enviously. It also seems to make Robin wipe off his sweat. But after thinking about it, I have been free riding for a long time, so I have no face to say this. Sakura flower tree. He raised his hand and set off the fireworks of the Sakura flower tree, and after a while Vivi came riding fast. However, Sima D and the others did not relax their vigilance, but raised the blue ribbon on the left arm. Vivi understands. Then he untied the blue ribbon on his left arm, revealing the crossed mark. That's right, my own. At this time, Sima D was relieved, and hurried to arrive before K-Lock-Dar. Sima, Luffy, it's great that you're okay. Vivi said happily. Hi, Princess Vivi's concern is really touching. Sanji's eyes turned into love in seconds. Vivi covered her mouth and smiled, accustomed to Sanji's enthusiasm. Let's go first. After we meet up, we will exchange information. Sima D urged. Alabasta Royal Palace, where the Straw Hat pirates and members of the royal family are located. That's the basics. With Sima D's explanation finished, Luffy took the lead and said, I was careless. If I do it again, I will definitely hit that guy flying. No, you have done a good job killing 3 senior agents. Vivi shook his head. This is a height that she could not achieve before. Indeed, thank you for your help. Cobra thanked. Uncle, You're welcome, Vivi is our partner. Luffy grinned. These words made Cobra's beard tremble, and his lower lip squirmed to say something, but was stopped by Ikaram. Your Majesty, don't do stupid things, you can still live anyway. Not many people noticed this detail. Are we going to sit here and wait for Clockadar and the others to throw themselves into the net? Usopp asked. 50. The original history. Destroying rewards. Facing Usopp's problem. Sima D and Robin shook their heads in sync. Sima D looked at Robin, who smiled and motioned for Sima D to say. Clockadar will not come directly to Albana. Sima D said. He will go to the rebel army, or directly replace Kosha to command the rebel army, or pretend to be Cobra to provoke conflicts according to the plan. I'm leaning more toward the former. Then what shall we do now? Nami nervously said, if Clockadar really controls the rebel army, wouldn't a bloody battle be inevitable? Hear this. Members of the royal family, such as Vivi and Cobra, are all worried and determinate. It seems that you have already made a decision. Sima D looked at Cobra and suggested. Although that plan can avoid the most casualties, there are still many backup plans. No need. Cobra shook his head and said, we owe this country too much, and we will never allow them to be injured again. Just follow that plan. Although the other members of the royal family frowned, they did not ask or question. Obviously, they all knew and agreed. That's funny, after all, the plan was. As expected of the Neferudali family who can give up the identity of celestial dragons, the pattern and heart are indeed not comparable to ordinary people. Sima D praised. These words caused waves in the phenomenon. What? We used to be celestial dragons. The ancestors actually gave up their identity as celestial dragons. Cobra was also very surprised. Few people know this secret now. Who would have thought that the boy from East Blue in front of him would know? But he didn't deny it either. Now even Vivi was shocked. Father, is what Sima said true? Is it important? Cobra said, the most important thing now is to let the people of this country live and work in peace and contentment. Everything else is a thing of the past. Seeing that someone still wanted to ask, Cobra directly changed the subject. Vivi, treat your friends well. Didn't you promise to show them? I've already told you where and how, go ahead. These words made Sima D and Robin's eyes shine. Vivi sees this. Without asking any more questions, they left with the Straw Hat pirates. At the gate of the palace, Vivi turned around and said, those who want to see the original history can go with me. If you don't want to go for rest or other things, you can talk to Ikaram, and he will make proper arrangements. Ikaram nodded and said, well, please don't be polite. People are not polite people. I want to visit the royal library. Chopper said expectantly. I wonder if there are any powerful swordsmen in this country. Zoro asked. I want to eat. No seafood. Meat. Laboon raised his little hand. I want to eat meat, too. Luffy said plain and simple. Then I'll go to the royal kitchen to have a look. Finally, only Sima D and Robin were interested in the original history, and they accompanied Vivi to the underground royal tomb, where they saw the original history. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene, History Original Pluton Hades, and get the sign in reward, Squirrel Aviation's Expert Identification Technique. Squirrel Aviation's Strong Identification Technique. The Strong Identification Technique, sealed in the eyes of Confucian saints in a certain world of cultivating immortals, once the weak look at it after activation, they will be forced to feel the greatness of maternal love. Sima D. What the hell? Sima D was stunned. He is really familiar with this skill and can't be more familiar with it. The super spoof ability in a certain comprehension novel, the point is that his level is still very high, and all the gods and Buddhas are immune to staring at each other. And the important end, let's put it this way. Although, blessing, can also make people die, at least it can be cool before that, and it doesn't last long. But this, strong identification technique. It's the kind that hurts and shames and lasts a long time. It is a double destruction of body and mind. Tisk. This, nuclear weapon, definitely cannot be tested on our own people, so. Old Shaw, I can only work hard on you. What? Robin's question brought Sima D back to her senses, and she smiled expectantly. Lao Shaw, who is pregnant in October, must be very interesting, right? I just realized a new ability, and I will use it for Locke to test the effect later. Sima D said casually. Robin didn't know the horror of the strength identification technique, so he nodded indifferently. Then he said with a half smile, there is a real record of Pluton's whereabouts, do you want to know? Vivi. Really? Sima D said, didn't I know Pluton was buried at Wano Kuni? But compared to the so-called Pluton that smashed an island with one cannonball, Sima D still prefers. Aren't you happy staying with me on Going Merry? Sima D asked rhetorically. This answer is more bonus points than, I'm not interested in Pluton. The corners of Robin's mouth curled up uncontrollably, and then he didn't bring up the topic again, and walked straight to the ground. Sima D and Vivi are also keeping up. After reuniting with everyone again, it was determined that Sima D really had no idea. Robin murmured. This time, I won't run away again.
2SS51. The sand crocodile is pregnant. Do you like boys or girls? The stronghold of the rebel army, Catli, under the witness of many rebels. Clockadar met with Koza and signed an alliance agreement. This country is no longer worthy of our trust. Kosha shouted with trembling arms. Our hero can't just sit idly by, He has decided to help us capture the palace, and after that help us choose a new king. That's right. K. Lakadar said in a deep voice, since Cobra is so incompetent, let someone with talent take over. I think Koza is pretty good. Seeing this, Ko Shah seemed to want to refute, but someone shouted underneath. King Koza. Immediately there was an overwhelming response. King Koza. King Koza. King Koza. Koza, who was supposed to be looking for a change, should have refused. But this Ko Shah had a flattered expression, but then quickly entered the state, opening his hands to embrace the excited rebel army. He took over the throne, calmly. Seeing this, K. Lok Dal also showed a satisfied smile. The Straw Hat Pirates. Even if your combat power is high, what can you do in the face of the general trend of millions of rebels? As long as there is no royal family, no matter what the Straw Hat Pirates say as pirates, they will only become heresies. Even, K. Lok can also charge them with the crime of killing the royal family. After all, they are pirates who do all kinds of evil. At that time, K. Lok can reap everything without having to bear any charges. The only pity is that Nico Robin's betrayal was too early, he hadn't gotten Pluton's intel yet. However, with Alabasta, the largest land, as the foundation, I can breed a large number of troops, and conquering the world is still not a dream. The world government only cares that the alliance will not be invaded by pirates, but it doesn't care about the alliance's own civil war. Kosha's sword swing, millions of rebel troops marched north to Albana, intending to crush the evil Nefertari royal family and fight for the living space of the civilians. But just when they were about to fight to the end, they were horrified to find out. The gates of Albana are open. Not only that, there is also no security on the city wall, all the forts are idle, and the muzzles are still facing the direction of the city. This makes Decker Lok Dal wonder, there must be fraud in it. Kosha ordered the army to rest on the spot and ran to K. Lok to discuss how to deal with it. Boss, things are weird, Kosha said in a weird tone, could it be some kind of trap? Mr. 2, you and them stay on guard, I'll go and have a look, K. Lakadar said in a deep voice. He turned into wind and sand and swept towards the sky, condescending to check the situation in the city. There was no ambush near the city gate. Randomly selected some houses to check, but they were also empty without any ambushes. This made Clock Dar very strange, the king's army still had 400,000 yuan, where did it all go? He moved on, and saw it. The 400,000 king's troops were all sitting in the huge square in front of the palace with their helmets and shirts off, and all their weapons were arranged under the steps, so there was absolutely no possibility of arming themselves in a short time. Is this going to give up resistance directly? In doubt. K. Lok Dal didn't notice at all, there was a shining blade protruding from an attic under his feet. Suddenly, Lok Dal involuntarily swept towards the house below, condensed his upper body and clasped his hands together to clamp a blade. The next moment he lost control of Devil Fruit's ability. It is Sima D's 100% empty-handed catch and his Seastone Tang Dao. Lok Dal was shocked. What's the situation? How could he be here? Lok Dal tried to loosen his hand to restore Devil Fruit's ability, but found that his hand seemed to be stuck to the blade, and he couldn't let go at all. Is this your Devil Fruit ability? K. Lok Dal said angrily. What the hell Devil Fruit ability? Why do you still have people force people to pick up swords with bare hands? Enjoy it, Sima D said with a half smile, immediately. There was a golden light in his eyes, and he read out a strange accent with a magnificent silver, and the strange thing was that K. Lok Dal clearly did not understand this passage, but he clearly understood its meaning. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you know the greatness of maternal love? Strong identification technique? The golden light finally shot out from Sima D's eyes, hitting K. Lok Dal's chest. Next second, Lok Dal's abdomen swelled up like a balloon, every second, reaching the size of an October pregnancy in 10 seconds. What followed was heart-piercing pain. Ah, what is this? Hiss, the pain came wave after wave from the abdomen and lower body like a mountain, and it almost made Lok faint from the pain. However, his spirit is still exceptionally clear, and he can clearly experience every pain that comes. I just don't understand, what kind of weird ability is this? And Sima D looked at K. Lakadar, who was holding his stomach and resisting, with strange eyes. Tisk. It was the first time he saw a big man pregnant in October, and he was still in labor? Although it is impossible to actually have a baby, but G. Lok Dal do not know. Ah, thank me, K. Lok. You are about to give birth to a child, do you like boys or girls? Sima D smiled strangely. K. Lok Dal was numb on the spot, what the hell? G. Lok Dal, 7 warlords of the sea, pregnancy, child, son? Can. Are you kidding? Lousy is a man, 52. When a sand crocodile is born, does the child call him dad or mom? Add more 2,500 evaluation votes. Are you kidding? Lousy is a man. Lok Dal's unbelievable roar also represents how flustered he is at the moment. Damn it. Devil Fruit's ability is unreasonable, shouldn't it? Is he really going to give birth to a child today? Can't you? If this really gave birth to a child? Should I call him dad or mom? Wrong. The child was born from the female part, how would he give birth to a big man? Is it disemboweled? Still. Backdoor? No way, no way? This is absolutely impossible. Damn it. Cancel your ability. K. Lok Dal gritted his teeth. But Sima D shrugged, spread her hands, and shook her head helplessly. Once the child is sent out, it will not be returned. The identification technique of the strong indeed only has the ability to make other people's belly big, and it is impossible to take it back. The only option is to endure the pain of childbirth for half an hour. This time K-Lock Doll panicked. How is it possible? This is your ability, and you can't control it? Sima D shrugged again. It was just so magical. Damn, you die for me. Desert Sword. The fierce slash rushed towards Sima D, but was caught by him with bare hands. Armament hockey is so awesome. Let me show you the way. Sima D said, as long as you can defeat Luffy, I will find a way to relieve you. The ability to speak spirituality can probably be removed, right? But in this state, Clock Eater's combat power has dropped by at least 30%, can he still beat Luffy? Or end the fight in half an hour? Almost impossible. It is good, Lock Doll agreed. He's waiting for you in the east of the city, you. Brush, Clockadar turned into a sandstorm and swept away impatiently. As for the plan to steal the country, it doesn't matter anymore. If this really gave birth to a child, he probably would have no face to live in this world, and any hegemony would be empty by then. Tisk tisk tisk. I didn't expect this thing to be so lethal. Sima D shook her head as she watched. Put yourself in my shoes and think about it. He couldn't help shrinking his neck, it was a million points scary. Now that Clock Dar has been arranged, then, transformation technique. A puff of smoke cleared, and Sima D changed into K-Lockadar. Sand Fruit. After simple adaptation, Sima D turned into a wind and sand and swept out of the city, landing in front of the Kosha, who had been waiting for a long time. Boss, how are you? Upon hearing this name, Sima D knew that Kosha was Mr. 2 in disguise, and immediately nodded indifferently. I have solved the ambush, let's go. Okay, you are indeed the boss, I will. Wait a minute, tell Mr. 1 to go to the north of the city. I'll keep the swordsman of the Straw Hat Pirates for him. What? Yes. Then, when the army set off, Mr. 1 broke away from the army alone and headed north of the city alone. He was also a little moved by the bosses. Carrying this, last time he failed to kill the swordsman, it was a shame for him who claimed to be the swordsman nemesis. The rebel army drove straight in, across the city gates, across the city, and beyond the outer walls of the palace. Finally meet the 400,000 Naked King's army in the giant square. The rebels, who were already preparing to fight to the death, were stunned when they saw this battle. Don't you want to fight endlessly? Why isn't a guy on the other side dressed properly? Mr. 2 cast a questioning look at Sima D. What should we do now? Sima D returned a wait and see look, when everyone was wondering. Vivi's voice blared from the trumpets all over Albana. My fellow citizens, I am Princess Vivi. On behalf of Alabasta and the royal family of Neferutali, I surrender unconditionally to you all. All the weapons are piled up under the steps, this is our sincerity. So no matter what happens next, please don't use force. Alabasta is everyone's Alabasta. The blood flowing into the river will only make the conspirators behind it happy, and only our family will suffer. The rebels were in an uproar. What? The king's army, surrendered? But why? I can finally survive. Mr. 2 was also stunned, and looked at Clock Dar again. Does this not do something? Sima D shook his head again. What can this do for you? Then, Sao operation is coming. I saw. 53. Zoro's famous scene. Defeat magic with magic. Add more 3,000 evaluation votes plus 200 comments. Just when the rebel army and the king's army were in a state of confusion, Vivi also started her journey of persuasion. From the initial dancing powder deliberately used by conspirators, so that in addition to the capital Albana, only the rainy land guarded by K-Lock Dar can still reign. Vivi issued a soul torture. Since Albana has used dancing powder to scrape off the surrounding rainwater in a predatory manner, why is there still rain in the rainy land? If he is separated by a river, why is the same Yuba and Aluma still dry? This question, which no one has ever thought about in the past, is being raised emphatically at this moment. Yes. Just using dancing powder in Albana will not affect the other half of the country across the river. Unless the abundant rain in the rainy land is also brought by dancing fans. And as the resident of the Rainlands, Clock Doll. Goohahaha. Sima D's disguised Clock Doll laughed. Princess Vivi, don't you want to say that I am also a dancing fan? You hide your head and show your tail, come out and speak. Come out and come out. Vivi walked out from the edge of the square, stood in front of the king's army, and looked at Lock Dar on the steps. Isn't it? Vivi asked. Using dancing fans to smear the royal family, gaining fame for being a hero on the surface, but secretly forming the Pakistan Lockwork Club as an armed force, intending to set off a coup today to steal the world and complete your country plan. Goohahaha. K-Lock Doll laughed exaggeratedly, as if hearing something extremely funny. But, do you think I have no proof? Vivi pointed to one side of the square, and everyone discovered that there was a giant curtain there. With the transmission of Vivi's code, the giant curtain projected an image, which was the scene of K-Lock Doll painting a big pie in the underground chamber. The ideal township project has been completed more than half, only the final step. At that time, Mr. 2's disguised king will give way to me, and we will become the new royal family. Everyone, join me in conquering the world. Although the picture ends here abruptly, it is enough to explain everything. There is no video clip in the world of pirates, and the phone bug will only faithfully play the screen it recorded. G-Lock doll is indistinguishable now. Mr. Two's eyes widened. He was there too, how come he doesn't remember Clock doll saying that? Mr. Two tried to ask K-Lock for confirmation, but the person beside him was just looking at the video with a sullen face, and had no intention of communicating with him. It is impossible to fake a phone bug, but people and scenes can be faked. Don't you, Lock doll, know how to play frame? Then Sima D used transformation technique to record this video to make evidence. It's called magic against magic, it's not over yet. The screen turns, it was Mr. Two in a swan suit looking at the mirror, launching Clone Fruit to switch faces one by one, including King Cobra and the rebel leader Koza. Needless to say, this is also made by Sima D. Even Mr. Two was dumbfounded, wondering when he was secretly photographed. At this time, Vivi explained in a timely manner, the so-called Utopia operation is to use the dancing powder incident to provoke conflicts and provide weapons to the rebels. Then use the image of a hero to gain the trust of the people. Afterwards, the king was kidnapped, and Mr. Two, a senior agent who ate Clone Fruit, pretended to be the king and destroyed the town to completely arouse the confrontation, allowing the rebel army and the king's army to fight each other, and he reaped the benefits. Now the source of all the disasters in Alabasta is the so-called Alabasta heroes, 7 warlords of the sea, and pirate K-Lock Dar. In the face of Vivi's tearful accusation, there is a mountain of irrefutable evidence in front of him. Most of the rebels also looked back and stared at K-Lock Dar with bad eyes. But no one hastily acted. Vivi suddenly asked, "Are you really Ko Sha? Or Mr. Two? The Ko Sha I know has a mole under his neck, why don't you have one?" Mr. Two was shocked when he heard this, subconsciously retorted, "I was injured in the battle, and the mole was wiped off." "Liar." Vivi scolded angrily, "Kosa doesn't have a mole at all. Why don't you refute me, but find a reason to explain?" Now Mr. Two completely panicked, to be squeezed out of his feet in one fell swoop, this psychological quality is really. HMPH, Sima D said with a stern look, "Since I've been found out, it happens that everyone is here, so as long as I bury you all, this country will still be mine." Talking, he directly used the sand fruit to set off a huge salon roll, covering most of the city, making it impossible to see. A posture to kill everyone, but in fact, it is thunder and rain, which scares them. Chopper and Usopp shout from the crowd, "Clock Dar, we, the Straw Hat Pirates, will not let you succeed. Captain, stop him." They went to the east of the city. "Hurry up." The dust storm dissipated slowly. The bewildered rebel army and the king's army were left staring at each other. And their former leader, Kosha, is confronting Sanji with a transgressive face at the moment. "Let's decide the outcome. This time I will definitely defeat you. Keep my chivalry," Sanji vowed. Mr. Two sees the matter brought to light, and understands that there is nothing to be done. Now his only hope is to defeat Sanji in front of him, only by holding him hostage can he have a glimmer of life. Then let's fight. Seeing that Kosha was really someone else in disguise, the rebels finally came to their senses. Qingliang. As the first person dropped their weapons, everyone put down their weapons, and then turned their heads and ran towards the east of the city. Sure enough, I saw Clockadar and Luffy fighting in the open field. Although K-Lock doll was strangely pregnant, his moves were fierce and he didn't hold back his opponent's death. It perfectly fits his mood of wanting to kill his opponent to vent his anger after his plan was exposed. Straw Hat, kill Clock doll. FK. How dare this old B********* D lie to me? Beat him to death. Yes. Hit me in the face. Don't let the beer belly go, do it. Since then, Vivi quelled the unresolvable conflict between the rebel army and the king's army without a single soldier, and unanimously pointed the contradiction back to the culprit, K-Lock doll. This scene made Vivi weep with joy, she really did it. And it was far beyond her imagination, no innocent people were harmed. Really are. Sima's plan is so perfect, and at this moment. After completing her role, Sima D came to the north of the city to watch the duel between Zoro and Mr. One. Come sooner rather than later, Sima D happened to see Zoro, who was covered with scars, standing in a pool of blood flowing from his body, breathing with a unique rhythm, and then seemingly casually swiped the knife. Brush, the boulder beside him cracked, and the incision was as smooth as a mirror. I, who have comprehended the profound meaning of cutting iron, you are no longer my opponent. Zoro put the sword back into its sheath, and no longer used the three-sword style, but put on the opening hand of Ei's slash. Aware of the danger, Mr. One wants to attack, but Zoro's knife is faster. One sword-style lion song. The light of the knife flashed, and the figures intertwined. Thank you for making me stronger. Mr. One, known as the swordsman's nemesis, fell into the pool of blood where Zoro had been standing before. At the same time, Sima D finally signed Zoro's famous scene. Ding! Congratulations to the sign in scene. The birth of the swordsman, and get the sign in reward. 54. The most handsome Zanpakuto, another autograph scene. Ding! Congratulations on the sign in scene. The birth of a swordsman, and get the sign in reward. Zanpakuto Hiranmaru of Hitsugaya Toshiro. Zanpakuto Hiranmaru of Hitsugaya Toshiro, Soul Society's strongest Zanpakuto in the ice and snow department. The attack range is wide, and Ryotsu can freeze the water in the air to form an ice dragon, and even control the weather. The reward has been stored in the system space. Oh, I thought I was just coming here to check in normally, but I didn't expect such a handsome reward. Sima D took it out from Vice Admiral Hiranmaru in the system space, and in the eye is the very distinctive 8-pointed star on the gauntlet. The knife is drawn out of the sheath to reveal the same single-sided edge as the tang knife, shining with a cold light. The overall aesthetic is quite in line with Sima D's aesthetic. And, as Zanpakuto, the real brilliance should be in the state of Shikai and Bankai. Hiranmaru is the most handsome among the many swords of war, and can summon ice dragons to surround him so handsome that he can drop ice slag. But, in Shinigami, Hiranmaru has shortcomings. If there is a Zanpakuto whose Ryotsu is far stronger than Hiranmaru and has the opposite attribute, it will cause all of Hiranmaru's Bankai ice skills to fail to activate successfully. But apart from Sima D, there is no other Zanpakuto in this world. The reason, it is because the moisture in the atmosphere cannot be used, so Hiranmaru has no moisture to condense the ice, and only Hiranmaru's Shikai freezing ability can be retained. Both Lava Fruit and Mara Fruit could counter Hiranmaru if played to ultimate. There is still some distance from Kuzan's frozen fruit. But is power important? Handsomeness is a lifetime thing. Satisfied, Sima D took off the Tang Dao, hung Hiranmaru on his waist, and then walked towards Zoro, who fell to the ground. Zoro. Sigma. QDQ winking face. Don't come here. Sima D buttoned her ears. He was obviously seriously injured and on the verge of death, so why is he still yelling so angry? Zoro said. Can you not be afraid? If you speak later, you might want to breastfeed me. Okay, I won't milk you. Sima D pouted and threw the tang knife to him. This knife is for you. Although I don't know how to forge knives, I changed the material of the knife just now. Made for sea stone, it is stronger than ordinary big sharp knives. The blade is also ground to the molecular level, enough to blow hair and break hair. It will also have miraculous effects when you use it against capable people in the future. Zoro's eyes lit up when he heard this. He has been coveting Sima D's Tang Dao for a long time, but he didn't expect that he could actually get it. Hastily struggled to hug Tang Dao into his arms, although this action shattered a large part of his wound, he still smiled like a child. The sword is the swordsman's wife. Sima D was amazed. 2. A pure seastone knife is really the only one in the whole pirate. There is no seastone with blacksmith technology. Marine with seastone has few knives masters, so it did not build similar knives after all. Seastone shackles are in too much demand and cannot be wasted. Look at Zoro again, already passed out holding his 4 knives. It's just disturbing. Sima D sprinkled the holy light casually, and Zoro, who was in a stunned state, didn't notice it. But the instinct of the body still makes him, Tisk. Goosebumps arose. Sima D used telekinetic power in disgust to lift Zoro, including the person in the floor, and flew towards the east of the city. From a distance, I saw Luffy beating Lock Doll violently. That's right, beat. After Sima D reminded Luffy to turn on the second gear in advance, and Sima D's blessing can offset the loss of vitality, which makes Luffy use this trick unscrupulously. Even if he had such an increase in the original, and the bonus of armament hockey, with wet hands, it would not cause K Lock Doll to be beaten violently. Kiki Lock Doll fell for Sima D's pregnant stare. October was inconvenient to fight with a big belly, and he was distracted by the pain of childbirth, and because Sima D said, defeat, instead of killing, he didn't dare to use moves that were too lethal. If he accidentally kills him, he will die too. Naturally, it was suppressed to death. Rubber jet whip. Rubber jet pistol. Rubber jet rocket launcher. The successive beatings have already brought K-Lock to the limit. This last combo, he sent K-Lockadar flying into the sky, his eyes turned white and he lost consciousness, and fell heavily to the ground again. Half an hour just passed, his swollen belly was receding, and all of them disappeared like a fart. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene. The first defeated 7 warlords of the sea. Get the sign in reward. 55. Tashichi's famous scene. Become a swordsman? Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene. The first defeated 7 warlords of the sea. Get the sign in reward. Warrior Leo's forbidden domain. Warrior Leo's forbidden magic field. Expand the forbidden magic field, and all supernatural abilities inside the field including oneself that affect the outside world will not be able to activate. This skill is good. In the face of some ability users such as Children's Fun Fruit, all abilities are directly banned, and the mage is forced to fight with himself. It can be called a rascal. Great, Clock Dar is down. Alabasta is finally saved. Long live Vivi, long live the StrawHat. The rebel army and the king's army at the top of the city cheered, their eyes full of expectations for the future. This also gave Sima D a sense of accomplishment. Everything in sight, but he created it all by himself. If the well-designed traps catch the most satisfying prey, don't mention how cool it is. Not to mention that he also signed 2 famous scenes, getting the handsome, Hiranmaru, and Lippy's forbidden demon field. Double the joy. Boom. Luffy also fell to the ground, didn't even have the strength to turn over, and just fell, upside down, on the ground. In addition to consuming vitality, the second gear also consumes terrifying energy. Luffy won't be moving anytime soon, unless Sima D breasts him, but I am going to find a place with few people to breastfeed again. Say, Luffy is also the only person on board who is currently unafraid of Sima D's blessing. Shame, heartless Luffy doesn't have that stuff, ta-ta-ta. There was a rush of footsteps, and Toshigi came with a large group of marine soldiers, and surrounded the place with water. "Oh, are you going to arrest us?" Sima D asked with a half-smile. "The Marines in this world are the same as the police officers in the free country in the previous life. And, Marine, what are you going to do? How dare you take a shot at Alabasta's heroes? We won't sit idly by. Get out of the way, everyone, go and protect our heroes." The rebel army and the king's army on the city wall were very excited, and some even wanted to jump directly from the top. But it was stopped by Sima D, who opened his mouth. "Go back." All those who jumped off returned to the city wall the same way. These blind Marines, Sima D cooperated with the acting throughout the whole process, almost without much consumption. These people in front of him are really not enough for him to fill his teeth. Well, just test the power of Hiranmaru. Sima D rests her left hand on the hilt of Hiranmaru's knife and is about to say the Shikai mantra. But Toshigi passed by his side as if he couldn't see Sima D, and stood still in front of K. Lakadar. "We just found out that a rainboat belonging to the lockworks in Pakistan was carrying dancing powder. In the name of the naval headquarters directly under the World Government F, I will arrest you for possessing enemy ships, and deprive you of all the rights granted to you by the World Government F, and arrest you on the spot and send it to Eni's lobby for trial. It's here to arrest K. Lakadar, or is it to take credit? But since no one wants Clockeater's sand fruit, Clockadar is useless to Sima D. They can't collect bounties, after all. Give it and give it, and, ding, congratulations to the sign in scene. Toshigi with justice in his heart, and get the sign in reward. Zoro's Swordsman Beginner's Experience. Zoro's Swordmaster Beginner's Experience. The Swordmaster Zoro's Beginner's Experience can immediately comprehend the profound meaning of cutting iron. The reward has been stored in the system space. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene. The first 7 warlords of the sea arrested. Get the sign in reward. K-Lock's spiritual power. Clockdar's spiritual strength. Although Clockdar's physical skills stretch his hips, the spiritual strength of sand fruit exercise developed for many years is not cheap. Sima D only felt refreshed for a while, and then a mysterious feeling flooded her heart. It is the iron-cutting mystery. The slightly strengthened mental power allows him to perceive the world's breathing, or textures, more clearly, as long as he cuts along the textures. It can easily cut steel, but Sima D glanced at Hiranmaru, thinking of her wonderful, 100% empty-handed to empty-handed, passive ability. So what if he became a swordsman? Anyway, I can't kill anyone. 56. Bankai, Vivi's savior, calmly watched Toshigi arrest K. Lakdar, and pass by himself again. I thought the meeting would end in such a tacit agreement. In no mood, Toshigi paused, and said coldly, "You have 7 days, during which we will seal off the entire sea area, and arrests will start after 3 days. Then he left without looking back. Sima D watched Toshigi go away with great interest, thinking about. No wonder this woman gave Zoro a headache, she has a personality. Looking at the crowd cheering on the wall, Sima D suddenly had an idea. How could such a celebratory moment be complete without a downpour? Sima D took Zoro and Luffy to the palace and handed them over to Crocus and Chopper. I'm going to give Alabasta a present, Sima D said. He took out the Hearthstone and teleported back to going merry in the sea. Then took out Hiranmaru, and uttered the Shikai mantra. Sit upright in the frosty sky. Hiranmaru. The end of Hiranmaru's knife has an iron chain, and the end of the iron chain has a crescent-shaped blade, which looks like the tail of an ice dragon, and a giant ice dragon is condensed in the air, wrapping around Sima D's body, which is very handsome. Sima D manipulated the water vapor to condense an ice mirror. Looking at her handsome appearance wrapped in ice dragon, she was very satisfied. But this is not enough. Bankai, Daigor and Hiranmaru. The body of the ice dragon around it was enlarged by 10 times, with its wings on its back. The whole right arm holding the knife was covered with solid ice and turned into a dragon head. The iron chain blade behind the hilt became a half-moon-shaped chain. The cool shape has been upgraded several grades again. At the same time, 12 red lotus cryolites condensed on his back, and when they all withered, it was Daigor and Hiranmaru's real Bankai moment. Sima D stood calmly in midair, feeling the power of Daigor and Hiranmaru carefully, using its most basic aspect of heaven. Ability to control the seawater under his feet to turn into water molecules and gather into dark clouds in the sky. Every 10 minutes, a red lotus cryolite will wither, and the process will speed up accordingly. When the 3 red lotus cryolites wither, the water molecules turned into seawater are thick like a mist, connecting with the dark clouds in the sky. When the 6 red lotus cryolites wither, the water mist transformed into a water curtain, pouring into the sky like a waterfall flowing backwards, and the speed of the dark clouds spreading was already visible to the naked eye. When the 9 red lotus cryolites wither, the waterfall is still pouring backwards, but the flow rate has increased dozens of times, and the dark clouds will advance a long way every time they blink. When the 12 red lotus cryolites are all withered, Sima D also completely controlled all the power of Bankai's Daigor and Hiranmaru, and the inverted waterfall jumped into a giant tsunami with a width of 1 kilometer, pouring water molecules into the sky like a stormy sea. The speed at which the dark clouds spread is also exponentially increasing. It took only 110 minutes to cover 1/10 of the range of Alabasta before, but this time it took only 3 minutes to cover the entire Alabasta in the dark clouds. At the same time, it has reached the limit of Sima D. Sima D let go of the restraint on water molecules, and immediately there were pea-sized raindrops falling on the ground, and in an instant, there was a downpour of rain covering Alabasta, nourishing the country that had been drought for 3 years. At the same time, Smoker, who was about to start the rainfall boat, fell into thought while watching the torrential rain in front of him. So what is he here for? National artificial rainfall is really beyond what normal people can do. Sima D wiped off the sweat that had been frozen into icy scum, feeling a little tired. If he hadn't just fused the spiritual power of Kalok Dal, he might not have been able to persist until the 12 red lotus cryolites withered and mastered Dagoran Hiranmaru's true Bankai form. The last 3 minutes almost sucked him dry. Sima D admired his masterpiece, then took out another hearthstone and rubbed it. Brush, the teleportation circle brought him to a dormitory in Albana, which was arranged for him by Ikaram. What Sima D didn't expect was that, except for Luffy and Zoro who were seriously injured, and Crocus and Chopper who took care of him, Vivi, Robin and other members of the Straw Hat Pirates are waiting here. Saw Sima D appearing and his tired look, everyone understood what was going on. Amazing, it can rain all over the country. It's simply too strong, Sima, your devil fruit ability is too convenient. Everyone expressed their thoughts in one tongue, and finally calmed down gradually. Sima, thank you for the gift. Vivi smiled sweetly, this is the best gift for Alabasta, it's like a miracle. She looked at Sima D with bright eyes, as if she was looking at her own Prince Charming. Sima D's contribution to the rescue of Alabasta is obvious to all. He is leading the overall plan, and it is the most reliable confidence for everyone. Even if the plan fails in the end, he will still supplement it. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the savior of Vivi. So kind. It seems that Vivi has nothing to repay except for a promise of her body. But, now Sima D is very tired and doesn't pay attention to these details. What's the matter? Let's talk about it when I wake up. He yawned and fell asleep. It's still too big. Give Alabasta nationwide artificial rainfall. The consumption is really incompetent. That is, with the assistance of Dagoran Hiranmaru. Otherwise, if it is realized only by the spiritual ability of speech, I am afraid that it will really drain him. Before going to bed, Sima D thought in a trance. Did I forget something? Never mind, too sleepy, don't want to, go to sleep. 57. I'm not a nanny, just having fun, damn it, you guys. You actually forgot me in the square? If someone hadn't brought me back, I might have drowned in that rainstorm. Do you think of me as your companion? Facing the enraged Sanji. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates watched their hearts and minds, and no one dared to refute it. After all, people are right. Sima D is also dumbfounded. I just said that I seem to have forgotten something before going to bed, so I forgot Sanji. But, I admit that I was negligent, but you also saw my state at that time. Sima D stared at the Straw Hat Pirates. So, why did you forget Sanji? Lousy is really drained. What about you? Sima, the torrential rain you made was too shocking, I forgot about Sanji. Usopp rubbed his nose. Yeah, the artificial nationwide rainfall is too strong, Nami admired. Sima Zhang can always do unexpected things, Robin agrees. Yeah. Laboon nodded frantically. Sima D and Sanji looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. I really don't blame me for this, you see they all lie flat. You shouldn't have planned everything carefully. Sanji gritted his teeth. Usopp and the others didn't get much experience this time, so we should arrange more battles for them in the future. Don't always carry all the burdens yourself. This time Sima D certainly played a big role, but at the same time she took too much care of some people. Such as Usopp, such as Laboon. Obviously they are all good combat power, but they have not played a role from the beginning to the end. This both tired Sima D and kept them from improving. I've been aware of this issue for a long time. Sima D nodded and said, it's just that this time it's about Vivi's country, which was not taken care of at the time. There will be opportunities later on. He didn't intend to be someone's nanny, but he just had fun with the layout this time, so he didn't care about them. After all, this is a national level layout, in the future. There are plenty of enemies, and those little Sima D are not interested in it, so let them practice it. What? Usopp said angrily, I'm a sniper, not a fighter. Of course, I can't charge forward like you. Usopp, are you sure you want to keep hiding like this? Sima D raised an eyebrow and asked. Everyone is making progress. Sanji also overcame the difficulties and defeated Mr. 2 by himself. Nami is the navigator's combat power but is second. And you, as a sniper, if you don't keep up with our growing strength, you will be left behind in the end. Birds of a feather flock together. If Usopp's mentality does not change, he may be eliminated by the Straw Hat Pirates. Usopp fell silent. Sima D didn't force Usopp either, he believed that Usopp would figure it out. Let's go. Wake up Luffy and Zoro, it's time to discuss how to break out. Wake? It's only been a day, and with the injuries Luffy and the others suffered, I'm afraid it's impossible to heal without a week. And many more. Everyone thought of a possibility, Sima D's poisonous milk. Although they themselves resist poisonous milk, but if you want to watch other people being breastfed, then you are so happy. Immediately, swarms rushed to the room where the two of Luffy were recuperating, just in time to see a beam of holy light in Sima D's hand, falling towards Luffy and Zoro one after another. Luffy. Zoro. Soon, the two of them just opened their eyes, but because they were too crispy, their bodies softened into a puddle, and they temporarily lost their ability to move. But the groan of humming, chirping, was still coming out of his mouth. Luffy was fine, and didn't really care, but Zoro. Faced with everyone's uncontrollable expressions, Ling Chi's torture is nothing more than this. Once the mobility is restored, Zoro directly picked up the Seastone sword, staring at Sima D fiercely. One knife-style lion song, it's a big move that you just understand at the beginning. It can be seen how strong Zoro's killing intent is at this moment. Pity. Sima D is also a swordsman now. Although she can't draw her sword normally because she is 100% passive in catching the sword with bare hands, it is easy to see through Zoro's offensive. Clang. Sima D grabbed Zoro's blade with black hands, and the sparks from the friction were stopped by the power of thought. Tell Zoro with reality, your current knife can't hurt me. Damn it. I will definitely hack you to death, Zoro said viciously. Oh, then you have to work hard, Sima D said indifferently. That perfunctory attitude made Zoro's blood pressure soar again. So hungry. Luffy yelled, banquet. Let's have a banquet, I'm going to have a banquet. Vivi had expected this. I've already asked my father to prepare, the banquet has already been set up, let's go together. Yeah, banquet. Eat meat, no pirate can refuse a banquet. Same goes for Sima D. At the banquet, Robin naturally sat next to Sima D, but unexpectedly Vivi took the other side. Sima D didn't refuse this, hugging left and right was what he wanted. Robin also just chuckled, not showing any dissatisfaction. But Vivi, a small appearance of, I want to fight with you, is not concealed at all, rushing to serve Sima D with food and pour wine, and is very active. Robin wore the smile of a caring big sister throughout the whole process, neither fighting nor backing down. Everything was as usual as it was before and now as it is now. This scene made Cobra sigh unceasingly, her daughter has never treated her like this before. Girls don't want to stay, he also silently swallowed back the words he originally wanted to keep Vivi. Anyway, he is still young and still alive, no idea. Sima D made a suggestion that shocked everyone, that is. 58. Sima D is getting off the boat. The reason is Jiajin 3,500 evaluation votes. The so-called banquet, in fact, in the banquet hall of the royal family, a banquet was held to entertain everyone. Usually the people who dine here are princes and aristocrats, and they are very particular about the benefits of dining. A group of voracious pirates like Luffy suddenly appeared, and some of the maids who specially dressed here still had weird faces. But no one cares what they think. Chopper, don't eat so fast, you'll choke. It's okay, there are many more. Hey, Luffy, here's my special chili star. Hey, what are you, Usopp? Let you steal my food, you deserve it. Seeing the Straw Hat pirates making a mess, Sima D smiled. Turn back, the dishes in front of him are already piled high, and Vivi is still adding them. Enough is enough, stop stacking, it's okay, eat more. Facing Vivi's expectant eyes, Sima D couldn't resist her kindness, so she could only smile wryly and concentrate on cooking. Robin didn't think it was messy enough, so he brought some food too. Sima D glared at her, are you here to make trouble too? Snapped, now Robin is honest. 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food. Sima D saw that everyone had eaten enough, so she also talked about something. For the next part of the journey, I may not be able to accompany you. The voice has not yet fallen, the lively atmosphere just now stagnated immediately. Everyone looked at Sima D in surprise, wondering what he meant by that. Hey, Sima, are you going to get off the boat? Luffy asked in surprise. It's also unbelievable, they cooperated so well this time, why did Sima D choose to disembark? The others also stared at Sima D, for fear that he really nodded. Having had this planned battle, they know that Sima D has a great effect on the Straw Hat pirates, if they just lose him. Whether it is combat power or all aspects, it will be greatly reduced. Especially in terms of strategy, you really can't find anyone smarter and better at planning than Sima D. Robin didn't care too much. If Sima D leaves the Straw Hat pirates, she can just go with Sima D. Sima, if you want to leave, I will follow you too, Laboon immediately stated his position. And me. Vivi followed closely behind. The team that was happy at the last moment is about to fall apart just because of Sima D's attitude. This made Cobra at the side couldn't help but seriously look at the boy in front of him, does he have such great magic power? Seeing that everyone was so nervous, Sima D was not in a hurry. He sliced a piece of steak slowly and sent it to the final munching. Let the impetuous Luffy jump up and down, tell me quickly, why do you want to get off the boat? Luffy asked eagerly. However, did I say I'm going to disembark? Sima D asked back. I just said that I can't join the group for the time being. Did you forget Hearthstone? Everyone knows the magic of Hearthstone. Yes, after hearing Sima D's explanation, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that it was not to leave the group, but to leave temporarily. Say it earlier. Nami patted his growing chest. Can you finish it in one breath next time? It scared me to death. It was Luffy who interrupted me, Sima D said innocently. So everyone stared at Luffy. Luffy didn't take it seriously, and continued to eat nonsense, looked at Sima D and asked. Woo. Who can understand this? The royal translator Chopper said. Luffy asked Sima, what are you going to do? How long will it take? Someone really needs to understand. Everyone looked at Sima D, wondering why he left temporarily. According to the information I got, on the way Yuba went to the rainy land, There was another historical manuscript hidden in an underground tomb, and I was going to stay and accompany Robin to find it. Sima D explained. This is the original historical copy in the anime, because this time it is going straight to Wanglong. All the Straw Hat pirates did not pass through that location. Whether it's out of commitment to Robin or for signing in to get rewards. Sima D has to find it. Robin looked at Sima D in surprise, but he didn't expect it to be because of himself. But then he seemed to understand something. She just looked at Sima D with a smile and didn't say much. Then let me stay with you. Vivi suddenly said, I can help mobilize soldiers to search and find the original history as soon as possible. Sima D nodded noncommittally. How about we just stay here and wait until we find it, Usopp suggested. But, 59. Robin's provocation. Can this be tolerated? Fall, add more 10 reminder tickets. No, Zoro directly refused. Marine only gave us 7 days, and we don't have much time left. This is also impossible. Don't worry, I will return to the team soon. Sima D reassured. Also, there are only 4 Hearthstones made now, deducting the one left on the ship, there is no more for others. Now Laboon and Chopper, who also wanted to stay, had no choice but to give up. Because the Going Merry is docked on the coast, we don't know if the Marine will find it, so we have to set off as soon as possible, Sima D said again. Now Cobra was a little stunned. Aren't you going to stay for a few more days? Cobra asked reluctantly. This farewell, I don't know when I will see my daughter again. Father, I will come back around the world soon, Vivi smiled. So confident and cheerful. This made Cobra a little dazed. Vivi, as the only Alabasta heir these years, seems to have suppressed a lot of nature. I understand, I'll be ready, Cobra said. Everyone didn't know what he was going to prepare. But wait until the next day, everyone saw a whole team of running ducks, as well as a lot of Baileys, gold, ingredients and so on. The weight just affects the speed of the team, but it is so rich that it is dazzling. Okay, a lot of money. Nami fell into Chian's eyes. Vivi also looked at Cobra suspiciously. Can the current country provide so much money? Don't worry, these are the dowry left to you by your mother, Cobrawan said. Vivi, my father has been making you inherit the throne and take responsibility all my life, ignoring your own dreams. Go ahead and pursue your dreams. Alabasta will always be your strongest backing. Father. Haha. This is fatherly love, Nami hurriedly said. It's time to go, otherwise we won't be able to find Going Merry later. Afraid that Cobra would repent, Nami urged to set off quickly, and he was relieved until the Duck team rushed out of the palace gate. Immediately, he grinned so much that his mouth almost reached the ears. It is indeed the largest country in the first half of the Grand Line. The family is rich. These are worth at least 300 million Baileys, right? Never be short of money again. Unlike Nami, who is a money fanatic, Vivi is a little sad. Vivi, look up. Sima D said. Vivi did so subconsciously, and then saw civilians from Alabasta standing on both sides of the street, lining the road to send off the Straw Hat pirates. Princess Vivi, go and pursue your dreams. Princess Vivi, we will always support you. Princess Vivi, please do your best. Princess Vivi, I look forward to your bounty exceeding 10,000, ha ha ha. Straw Hat boy, you have to work hard. Looking at the people of Alabasta who were sending them off warmly, Vivi's eyes were still wet after all. This is the people she desperately saved, this moment. Vivi felt that all the previous efforts were worthwhile, and he also strengthened his belief in going to sea. Only get stronger, only then can you continue to protect the things you care about. As well as, follow in his footsteps. What are you doing? This is obstructing Marine's official duties, get out of the way. A burst of noise brought Vivi's thoughts back to reality. Looking over the past, Marine, headed by Smoker and a colonel, was isolated from the street by the spontaneously formed human wall of the Alabasta people, facing the Straw Hat pirates far away but helpless. It is impossible for Smoker and the others to attack civilians. And Smoker can fly over walls, but... Smoker glanced at Sima D with his left hand resting on the handle of the knife, just stared at him silently, without any movement. After 2 losses, he also understands that Sima D can't beat himself, even if there is no human wall in front of him. It is almost difficult for Marine to catch the Straw Hat pirates. Sima D's ability is too stupid, only physical skills have a chance to defeat him. In this way, the Straw Hat pirates were escorted out of Albana and ran all the way to find Going Merry. Fortunately, Marine didn't find it. After Going Merry sent the 3 of Sima D to the opposite bank, it was Yang Fan who left. That night, Sima D took the 2 daughters to the rain banquet in the rainy land with flying knives, and then Vivi went to arrange a manpower search of the desert to find the original history that Sima D said. Leaving Sima D and Robin alone, staying in the office of K-Lock Doll. It's been a long time, Sima D's only chance to be alone with Robin. Sima D stepped forward and lifted Robin's chin, raised her eyebrows and said, aren't you very arrogant before, continue? In no mood. Robin is really just. Can Sima D bear this provocation? It was your mouth that moved first. Sima D threw Robin down directly. Then, a scene that shocked Sima D appeared. Robin she actually won. Robin from Little Women. Unlock Intellectual Robin. Pluton Power Core, please subscribe. After knocking Robin down, Sima D has to follow her instincts. Is something wrong with you? Sima D's eyes widened. Can't you? Robin's eyes were full of ridicule. What can Sima D do? He can't fight in blood, can he? He could only grit his teeth and stare at Robin. Just at this time, Vivi returned, and immediately went to the upstairs lobby in a huff. In compensation for the Scourge of Alabasta, which was taken over by the Crown, Locke's base is now reopened for business today. Vivi caught up. She didn't ask why Sima D had a dark face, and happened to help Sima D take and count chips from the side. Most of the people who came to the rain banquet were either rich or expensive, so even though they recognized Vivi, they didn't get too excited or make a fuss. The strange thing is, Robin, who was almost inseparable from Sima D these days, did not keep up this time. Probably tidying up. Who knows? I don't know if it's because of the lucky halo. Sima D wins almost every bet, and rarely loses. Just an afternoon is to win pours. As a result, no one dared to continue to gamble with him. Who would still go if he knew he would lose? Those who don't believe in evil have already lost. Fortunately, Sima D is in a much better mood and has no intention of continuing to play. Exactly at this time, someone ran into the lobby and reported to Vivi. Your Highness, I found the underground palace you mentioned. Oh, is it so efficient? Vivi looked at Sima D. I'm going to call Robin. I'll arrange something else. Sima D returned to the office, but found that there was no one there. At this time Sima D suddenly realized something was wrong. I haven't seen Robin all afternoon, where has she been? Sima D rushed out of the rain banquet and released observation hockey to cover most of the rainy land. She thought it was just for psychological comfort, but unexpectedly, she found Robin. Sima D flew over quickly. I saw Robin in a bar, with a long row of wine bottles in front of him, as if in. Get drunk on purpose. What are you doing here? Sima D said displeased. I thought you. He paused for a while, but did not speak the follow-up words. Afraid of breaking Robin's heart. Think I'm running away again? Robin didn't turn his head. Kaido. I won't run away this time, but it seems like it doesn't make any sense anymore. Sima D is a little confused. What happened to Robin? The Will is very depressed, like, lovelorn. But obviously he was the one who got teased at noon. Why isn't Robin drinking yet? Sima D sat next to Robin, facing the strong smell of alcohol, which also carried Robin's unique fragrance. Surprisingly a bit over the top? You've been drinking here all afternoon? Why, Robin, do you think silence can stop me? Telepathy. Sima D temporarily gained the ability to read minds by using her speech ability, and then her complexion became weird. Robin actually thought. Sima D made an excuse to stay and look for the original history, but in fact it was to capture her. At noon, Sima D left disappointed. This made Robin see through Sima D, thinking that Sima D was just coveting her body. So Robin was very sad and came here to get drunk. Sima D. Should I say it or not, even a wandering lady like Robin, would she have such a feminine side? Sure enough, love makes people dizzy, but what is certain is that Robin is indeed in love with himself. Comforting people. Sima D is not good at comforting women especially. FFLX. I found the original history, do you want to see it? Sima D hit the nail on the head. Robin's drinking action is a meal. Then she turned her neck around, and her eyes lit up little by little. It turns out, is there really a historical copy? Not to take down the lies she made up, or, is this actually a lie? Sima D also smiled angrily when she read Robin's thoughts. He turned off his telepathy and picked Robin up. Is it true? You will know if you go and see it. In this world, only Robin understands the original text of history, and no one can cheat her in this regard. Seeing Sima D hugging Robin back and forth, Vivi's eyes changed a little. But smelling the strong smell of alcohol, his complexion was a little strange. Who is the guide? Sima D asked directly. Vivi sensed that something was wrong and pointed to a thin man. Sima D directly thought powered to sweep, took everyone to the sky, and flew in the direction pointed by the guide. Along the way, Robin and Sima D did not speak, and Vivi also chose to stay silent. The guide is trembling right away. If he hadn't been sure that the one who hired him was Princess Vivi, there was no possibility of murder, and there was nowhere to escape when he was flying in the sky. He would have wanted to run away a long time ago. Half an hour later, moving forward at full speed, they finally came to a valley, where several king's troops were guarding a pothole. Sima D didn't say hello, and flew directly into the pothole with the people. The torches have lit the cave. It can be seen that this is also a royal mausoleum, and there is an original historical copy inlaid on the wall directly in front, and the text on it is absolutely impossible to be wrong. Robin immediately realized that she seemed to have really misunderstood Sima D. I can't even read the original history, so I looked down at Sima D in embarrassment. Sima D was about to say a few words to her. Robin Hockey hugged Sima D directly. The smell of wine mixed with the aroma poured into the nasal cavity, and then he tasted it in his mouth. Vivi. Obviously I met Sima D first, guide. Today's young people really know how to play. He silently turned around and faced the wall. A few minutes later, Robin was released by Sima D, who won the counterattack, and let her stand on his shoulders. Next time, trust me, Sima D said indifferently. Sima D righted Robin so that she could rely on herself to face the original history. Robin looked at the original history with piercing eyes and read the information on it. Sima D is finally free to check the rewards she just got. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene. History original history of the ancient continent. And get the sign in reward. Pluton's Power Core. Pluton's Power Core. the power core of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluton, which can be used to automatically sleep Pluton. Rewards have been stored in the system space. Sima D. This. He really has no interest in Pluton. Why did you give him the power core? The most important thing is. Not to mention that Pluton is buried in Wano-kuni, and it is still a weapon for 800 years, so I don't know if it can still be used. Asking for flowers. Forget it, anyway, whoring for nothing, let's bite. After viewing the rewards here, Robin has also read the original history. Let's go. Robin said. Sima D nodded, used telekinetic power to fly the 3 of them up to the cave, and put down the guide when passing by the king's army. That's when Robin spoke. That piece of history records the history of the continent Alabasta. The inscription says that Alabasta was once one of the 3 continents in the world. It was blown to pieces by Pluton in a battle. The Great Kingdom used these fragments to build the Grand Line. The Grand Line seems to have been built for a certain purpose, but it didn't go into detail. Maybe other historical texts will have records. Sima D nodded upon hearing this. He guessed that the Grand Line was made by the Great Kingdom. But I didn't expect that the predecessor of Alabasta turned out to be the 3 continents. And was blown to pieces by Pluton? Who was the opponent in that battle? Sima D is more interested in this history, and now it seems that the power of Pluton has been seriously underestimated by Hymes. The Pluton power core, obtained as a reward this time, may be of great use in the future. Does this history still exist? Vivi exclaimed. What kind of existence is it like the Pluton that smashed the predecessor of Alabasta, and the huge kingdom that made the Grand Line? I'm also curious about the truth of history. There was light in Robin's eyes. Don't worry, I will help you restore the historical truth together, Tong Ma Di smiled. Because that's what he wanted too. But Robin obviously thought of more. Hearing this, he smiled sweetly, and some thoughts came to his mind. Take it as compensation for my self-willedness today. Since the efficiency is so high, let's stay in the rain for a few days, Robin suggested. Going merry just set off, and I must not have reached the next stop. Compared with the turbulence of the sea, land is better. Sima D thought about it and thought it made sense. He looks at Vivi. If you can be with Sima Zhang, you can go anywhere, Vivi said openly. Sima D also rubbed Vivi's blue hair, which was quite smooth. That night, having just sent Vivi away, Sima D, who was planning to take a good rest, suddenly heard a knock on the door again. I thought it was Vivi who went and came back. What left? Sima D was stunned. He stared blankly at Robin standing outside the door. She was wearing a full-length OL skirt at the moment. Her long black silk legs seemed as eye-catching as Uzumaki. The framed glasses fully stimulated her intellectual beauty that was suppressed by Yujiya. Where did this come from? Dressed up in the middle of the night, so wow, come to tease me again. Do you think I really won't fight bloody battles? Sima D said with a black face. Robin smiled lightly. I just checked, it seems to be over. Ended. What's overweight? Sima D looked at Robin in surprise, who nodded with a smile. Sima D. What are you waiting for? Sima D picked up Robin and kicked the door shut. What do you sleep on? Talk about it later. 2. Sign into the ship cemetery. Sanji can't escape the disaster. Please subscribe. When I was young, I didn't know how good Sister Yu was, and mistakenly regarded Luoli as a treasure. And when this royal sister is still a baby, the joy will be super doubled. Rao is the old driver Sima D. They all lingered on Robin, stayed in the rainy land for more than a full month, and then returned to going merry with Hearthstone under the continuous urging of Vivi. Brush, 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 step out from the teleportation beam. At a glance, Sima D could see that the sky was dreamy and colorful, there were many unknown people on board, and the surrounding area was full of dilapidated ships and wreckage. Ding! Congratulations to the sign in scene. Epsconsid, the cemetery of the ship that never returns, and get the sign in reward, Time and Spirit House Teleportation Stone. The teleportation stone of the House of Time and Spirit. This is a special space where the time inside is different from the time outside. 1 year is only equivalent to 1 day outside. A single tablet can allow up to 2 people to enter at the same time, and they can only stay for 2 days at most, otherwise they will be lost in it forever. You can adapt once every 30 days. Rewards have been stored in the system space? Once you come back, there will be rewards to take. Very nice. Sima. You're back. Great, it's saved. Bin Zhang, and Princess Vivi. A group of members gathered around and roughly explained what happened during this period. Sima D also knew. Now the Straw Hat Pirates have come to Leluca Island and entered the Seven Colors Fog. The time domain that claims that as long as they're in it, they will never grow old. It turned out that Nami cleverly linked a rope, but was snatched away by a pirate. It has been 2 or 3 days lost in the colorful fog. With it, there are also Dr. Henzo, Philip, the son of the mayor of Luluha Island, and others. But Sima D knows, the mayor of Luluha Island, Widden, is the captain of the original, Widden Pirates. He covets the treasure of the shipwreck in this time domain, and he will put down the Rainbow Island he built as a bridge soon, and come here to search for treasure. Don't worry, it's easy to get out, Sima D said, but since it's so rare, let's all search for the treasures of the nearby sunken ships. Hearing Sima D's words, everyone was relieved, as expected of Sima. Treasure? I was busy looking for food before, but I forgot about it. Hurry up! Hurry up! Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates took action immediately, rushing through the ship graveyard, in a hurry, looking for the lost treasure. After a while, the decks were piled up into a hill. Robin checked a few items briefly. This is the crown of the North Blue Terrell royal family, which was snatched by pirates 620 years ago. Oh, 214 years ago, the token of the West Blue Co family. They made a condition that as long as the item is returned, they can unconditionally agree to a request, or 2 billion Baileys. As expected of Robin, who was knowledgeable, many treasures opened their mouths to report its Huko book. Sima Zhang, is there really a way to get out? Robin asked suddenly. I don't doubt you, it's just that Epsconsid, the cemetery of ships that never return, has never left from it. Sima D said confidently. There will be a channel. Boom. The violent roar attracted everyone's attention. Following the sound, a tall tower fell to the sea, and a large number of people came out of the tower. It was Mayor Whedon who smashed down the Rainbow Tower and came to search for treasure. Look, isn't it here? Sima D spread her hands. Robin gave a thumbs up, as expected of the fruit of words, this mouth is almost open. Luffy's reaction is also fast. Regardless of the wishes of all the members who were looking for the treasure, they were forced to bring them all back to the ship, and stood on the statue of the sheep's head to point out the country. Yaxi. Take advantage of this moment to rush out of the colorful mist. Everyone was about to row the oars, but was stopped by Sima D. There are wrecks all over the place, and the oars are likely to get stuck. If I remember correctly, Going Mary's oar and main pole were broken here, right? I can't let you mess around anymore. Float. Going Mary floated away from the sea, and then Sima D pushed forward with telekinetic power, brushing the Rainbow Tower, and soon came to reality through a layer of colorful doors. But then, Sima D noticed something was wrong. The members of the Pumpkin Pirates who were supposed to be teleported back to the past following the disappearance of the colorful mist, actually followed. So who is going to join the Marines in the past to arrest the current mayor of Lulu Island, Whedon? Thinking, I saw Whedon leading a group of people to attack menacingly, staring at the piles of treasures on the deck with shining eyes. This is the treasure of Epsconsid, right? It belongs to Luluji Island. Hand it all over, Whedon greedily said. And it was Philip who was rescued, and he led others to jump off the boat without hesitation and swim towards his father. No need for Sima D to say anything, Nami just said angrily. What, we brought this back with all our efforts, do you want to snatch it? Sanji, buy you a refrigerator with a lock. Zoro, enough wine. Luffy, all you can eat, come on, beat this guy who is taking advantage of the fire to fly away. Sanji. Hi, Zoro. Yo, Luffy. Meet. The three battle forces were directly hit by Nami, and they went all out to kill Whedon and others. Rubber hyphenation point machine gun, one sword style lion song. Head meat. Shoulder meat. Thigh meat. A group of mobs were overthrown by those who cut melons and vegetables. But Nami is still full of sense of crisis. After landing Dr. Henzo and others, they set sail again in a hurry. Quick. It's not good to be watched. Nami's rush made Luffy and Zoro very dissatisfied. Hey Nami, the promised meat is full, and my wine. Nami-san, a refrigerator with a lock. Aren't you stupid? Nami hated the iron and said. With these treasures, won't they be popular and drink spicy food on the next island? Then I will let you eat whatever you want. Looking at Nami, who was a fan of money, Sima D also smiled. It's really a good atmosphere, Robin also sighed. She used to come and go alone, and she is very satisfied with the current team atmosphere. Ah. Robin glanced at Sima D and laughed Crescent Moon. I have also found someone to entrust to my life, HT. The popularity of women is too good, how many sisters will there be in the future? The next few days were peaceful sailing. Sima D also spent energy, making hearthstones for everyone, and with the phone bug that Cobra configured for everyone, it will be easy for everyone to gather in the future. At this time, a newsbird stopped on the rail, tilted its head and called a few times to the people on the deck. Do you want to buy a newspaper? Here, 200 Baileys. Take 2, Nami Haki, who is rich and powerful, said. It can be seen how happy she is now. Huh, it's a new reward order. Usopp waved a stack of reward orders in surprise. When everyone heard the words, they put down their work and surrounded them. The first picture shows Luffy wearing a straw hat and turning on the second gear. Her pink complexion is unexpectedly cute. Straw Hat Luffy. 100 million berries. Ha ha ha. An increase of 70 million Baileys. Luffy laughed triumphantly. Usopp is a bit lost the last photo of the reward order, but with his nose. The background of this one is K-Lock Doll, who has nothing to do with him. He hurriedly searched for the next one. Devil Buster Sima D. 100 million berries. The photo is of Sima D riding a running duck, which was taken when she left the palace that day. This made Sima D a little dissatisfied, and he didn't even show his 3-point handsomeness. Gotta find a time for Bankai Dagor and Hiranmaru, that looks cool enough. I caught up with you Sima, haha, Luffy was even happier. Before that, he had been angry for a long time because he was the captain, but the bounty was not as high as Sima D. Sima D shrugged indifferently. This time Alabasta Sima D almost didn't make a move, it was all Luffy and the others who were fighting, and the promotion of 15 million Baileys must have been won by Smoker. 3 Swords Zoro. 60 million berries. The photo is also riding on the running duck, it should be taken at the same time. What? Zoro didn't make too many comments, and he didn't seem to care too much about the bounty. But from his secret attention to the last reward order, it can be seen that at least he cares about the amount of Sanji's reward. As the main person involved in this battle, there is no reason why Sanji would not be rewarded. As predicted, Blackfoot Sanji, 50 million Baileys. The scene suddenly fell into dead silence. Sanji's face was black, and there was a faint flame rising from his head. Probably because, even if the reward was offered in advance, the favorite of 0.6 history still favors Sanji. His reward photo is not the same style of riding a fast-running duck, but hand-drawn abstract portraits. Ha ha ha, this circle eyebrow looks like it. There is also a cigarette in his mouth, very expressive. This sausage mouth looks delicious, quack quack. SX cooked, you have today too? Ha ha ha, everyone laughed out loud. Only Sanji stood there with a gloomy expression. The cigarettes were bitten off by him and fell on the deck, staring at the photo of the reward order with fire in his eyes. No doubt, everyone who is in charge of this reward order is hated by him. Sima D also couldn't help laughing, did not expect. It is obvious that Sanji was offered a reward in advance, but why didn't the Photogate incident? There is such a catastrophe in fate, there is no way to avoid it. Ha ha ha, Sima D also raised her head and laughed, her eyes sharpened. Because he saw. 3. The terrifying giant shadow, Mecha Charm, please subscribe. Sima D also raised her head and laughed, suddenly her eyes sharpened. There are a lot of black spots coming from the sky towards Going Merry. What the hell? Shield. The energy light shield opened instantly, protecting Going Merry in it. Papa papa. A large number of debris hit the energy light shield, and then bounced off and fell on the sea surface. The laughing people were all on alert, looking at the clear sky with doubts, what's going on? It's a wreck, Robin said. It was the people who came out of the seven-colored mist not long ago who heard the words and found that it was true. Strange, how come there are shipwrecks falling from the sky? Could it be dropped from the colorful mist? But we've been away for several days, it doesn't make sense to leave now, right? During the discussion, Nami glanced at the record pointer subconsciously and then couldn't help opening his eyes wide. What? The record pointer. Why does it point to the sky? Follow the reputation, as expected, the pointer floated towards the sky, which made everyone turn pale with fright. Isn't it broken? Usopp worried. Can it be that there are islands in the sky? Robin asked back. An island in the sky? Zoro looked curiously. Well, it's recorded in the book that the island, Sky Island, that exists in the sky is at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Robin said. Excited for Luffy, Chopper, Laboon, and Usopp, Sky Island. An island in the sky, floating in the sky? It's too amazing? But Nami has a dark face, obviously not believing. Robin, isn't it some kind of legend that you read? How could there be an island floating in the sky? Robin shrugged and looked at Sima D. Sima Zhang, do you think there are any? Do you have? Of course there is, and Sima D is also going to give the God on Sky Island a shot of devil fruit separation potion. The premise is that Enel does not listen to persuasion and insists on not joining the Straw Hat Pirates. As an innate observation Haki awakener, and also has the characteristics of Heart Network, Enel is undoubtedly the most suitable for Thunder Fruit. But Sima D knew that she couldn't convince Nami with empty words. So, isn't there someone on the boat who followed One Piece all the way? Ask him, Sima D reminded. This is when everyone wakes up. Looking at Crocus who has been making soy sauce, he is quite dissatisfied. Hey, old man Crocus, are you watching jokes over there? Usopp said angrily. Crocus, is there Sky Island? There must be. Luffy's eyes lit up. Laboon also opened his eyes wide, looking forward to it. Crocus did not tell everyone directly, but asked profoundly. Do you really want me to tell you the answer? If you don't explore it yourself, is there any point in taking risks? Crocus, as someone who has been to Raftel, might even tell everyone where it is. But no one ever asked him, because everyone, including Sima D, was enjoying the adventure to the middle of Raftel, rather than going to sea just to reach Raftel. Yes, Crocus' words made everyone silent for a moment, thinking about the pros and cons of it thoughtfully. Only Sima D laughed and said, Crocus, don't change the concept secretly, I just want you to confirm whether there is a Sky Island. After all, if it is fake, there is no need to waste time. But since you say that, it seems that Sky Island does exist. Everyone still think about it, how to? Sima D's words stopped abruptly. He raised his eyebrows and looked at a certain place ahead, causing everyone to follow him subconsciously. Luffy. QAQ, Zoro. QAQ smiley face, Sanji. QAQ smiley face, everyone looked like they had seen a ghost. Probably because they saw in the hazy clouds and mist, there was a giant figure standing up to the sky in the clouds and mist. According to the visual estimation, the height was at least tens of thousands of meters, and it had wings on its back and a bow and arrow in its hand, just like a legendary angel. It's outrageous. Only Sima D knows, this seemingly frightening giant shadow of an angel is actually the shadow of the Birdman on Sky Island reflected on the clouds. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene. Giant projection of Sky Island angels. And get the sign in reward, Iron Man's Mk5 suit. Iron Man's Mk5 suit. A new portable concept prototype that can be folded into a briefcase-sized shape. The armor is thinner, it has the ability to fly, and the weapon is only the palm of the hand. Rewards have been stored in the system space. This reward. It's definitely useless for Sima D, but not for the Straw Hat Pirates. Although the spiritual ability is almost omnipotent, the premise is that Sima D can provide enough energy. As mentioned earlier, the consumption of permanently realizing an item is huge, especially for an existence that knows nothing about oneself and only has a concept. And if there are samples like Hearthstone, the consumption will be greatly reduced. Although this MK5 is very tasteless to Sima D, but if it is used to reproduce for the Straw Hat Pirates, then everyone can have the ability to fly for a short time in an emergency. It will work wonders at critical moments. At this time, the giant shadow of the angel also disappeared, but Nami and others were still like frightened birds, slid their paddles in fright and fled to the distance. Don't stop until you're exhausted. As Crocus, who has logged into Sky Island, he certainly knows the truth about the angel's eye shadow. But he just laughed and said nothing the whole time, without reminding. The same goes for Sima D. Oh, aren't you afraid, kid? Crocus asked curiously. What's there to be afraid of? Sima D asked strangely. Let's not talk about whether there are creatures of that size, even if they do exist. As long as they are creatures, they can be killed. Jay. Still want to scare my grandpa? Crocus was very surprised when he heard that. The boy's performance was much calmer than when they saw the giant angel shadow. This son has the style of the Pirate King. It's just a pity. Sima D didn't seem too interested in being a captain. Sima D ignored Crocus, but took out the MK5 suit and saw a red and silver metal briefcase appear out of nowhere, and then threw it on the deck. He stepped on the metal briefcase with one foot, and its middle part was sunken and metal gloves protruded from both sides. Sima D bent down and inserted it to complete the fingerprint authentication. He lifted most of the armor and pressed it against his chest, and then stretched out his arms to let the armor and organs cover his body surface. In the sound of metal friction and the sound of gears turning, a set of iron and steel battlesuits that fit perfectly was formed. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates watched the whole process of their cool outfits, and the eyes of Luffy and the others lit up. So handsome. Mecha, I want to wear it too. Sima. I want it too. I want it too. Which man can resist the charm of a mech? There really are. Zoro didn't look too cold, frowning and staring at Sima D in the battlesuit. Won't that really affect mobility? Zoro asked. Sima D did not answer. After a simple adaptation, it is to open the energy injectors in the palms of the limbs, and the reaction force of the flames will take him in the air. After a little adjustment, he can freely control the direction and fly around going merry. Wherever he flies, Luffy and the others on the deck will follow him. As for the giant shadow just now, it has long been forgotten. Sima D tested the power of the palm cannon again. One cannon can blow up waves tens of meters high, which is much more powerful than ordinary cannons. Good, it seems that even if it is not used as a battlesuit, it is a good choice to replace the cannon on the ship. The test is almost done, and I am addicted to it. Sima D just fell back on the deck and took off her MK5 suit. The same as flying. Flying in a suit of iron bumps must be convenient and comfortable without motivation. As for power, Susanoo understands. But what Sima D dislikes, Luffy and the others crave. Give me a try, Luffy begged. Sima, and me, Chopper hopped his little feet. Just make sure you don't forget me, Usopp followed closely behind. Bo. 277, it can't be helped, the suits are all tailor-made, Sima D shrugged. Among other things, Chopper knew at a glance that it was impossible to use this set of MK5. Usopp's nose was also a serious foul, dead. Although he is shorter than Sima D, as a rubber man, he can pump up himself. Luffy thought so too. Haha, let me do it, but was held down by Sima D. Don't worry. Sima D smiled and said, everyone has a share, look at mine. MK5 Robin version, MK5 Vivi version, MK5 Nami version. Compared with the consumption of permanently condensing magic legends, the consumption of high-tech products is much more ridiculous. Then Sima D gained the psychic power of Clock Dar again. Sima D realized all the matching MK5 numbers in one go. In the dense dress sound species, one after another, the steel suits flew clumsily into the sky, and then fell into the sea because they couldn't control their balance. After all, Sima D has 100% brain development, so he can control this suit in a short time. Although only portable, but the MK5 is still submersible, and equipped with an oxygen system. So even if Luffy falls into the sea, he can continue to act. Don't worry. Everyone is having fun, the only two people still on deck are Crocus, who is not interested, and Nami, who is worried. She was looking at the record pointer and worrying, not knowing what to do next. It points to the sky, what can you do? Maybe it's the wrong time. The Straw Hat Pirates did not encounter the Salvage King's fleet. Robin has no way of obtaining Gaia's permanent pointer. So, 4. Dreams of being mocked, Luffy killed the scene, please subscribe. Sima D silently used her speech ability to manifest a Gaia permanent pointer, and handed it to Nami. I just found it among those wreckages, why don't you go to this island to see it first? Sima D suggested. Gaia? Nami frowned and said, I don't know if it's far from here, but I can only go and see first. Calling back everyone who was almost done playing, going Mary Yong fan again. Sima D is thinking. It must be a famous scene when flying from the soaring current to Sky Island, right? Boom, an energy cannon rubbed against Sima D and bombarded the edge of the ship, smashing most of it to pieces immediately with its huge power. Sima D. Carrot X. He looked at the instigator, Luffy, who was actually playing a shooting game with Chopper. What's so special is that it is impossible to guard against house thieves. Soul Light. What the hell are you doing? Isn't going marry our partner? The enraged Sima D used telekinesis to grab Luffy in front of her, and then bit by bit the armor pieces of the MK5 were blown away. No, Luffy wailed, let me come out and fight you, don't do anything to the mecha. But Sima D didn't care what he said, and disassembled the MK5 bit by bit before Luffy's eyes. That's what you did to Going Merry, and I'm paying you back now. What can Luffy do? He can only hold a pile of scrap iron and cry bitterly, his happiness is gone. Seeing that the situation is not good, Chopper touches quietly and is about to flee. Tower, tower, tower. But even if the MK5 is recommended to be carried, it is still made of metal, and the tonnage is not low. How is it possible to escape quietly? Sima D's death gaze swept over, making Chopper tremble. Hurriedly begged for mercy. I made a mistake, Sima. I will never do it again. Don't destroy my mecha. Compared to Luffy, Sima D has a much higher tolerance for Chopper. After all, he picked up the ship from Dr. Kulea. So he said with a straight face, go, make him stand for an hour. Clam? Yes. Chopper hurriedly ran to the corner for punishment, probably because the punishment was too light, and he took off his MK5 in regret. Don't give Sima D another chance to make trouble. At this time, Luffy leaned over with an apologetic smile, and begged. Sima, I'll go to the penalty station too, can you help me get together again? Okay. Sima D ignored him and turned to leave, in no mood. Luffy refused to give up and turned into a snake, coiled around Sima D's body. If you don't give me a mecha today, I'll keep pestering you, Luffy friend. So can Sima D be threatened by Luffy? Use the rubber ability to melt into a slime. Before Luffy could ask what slime was, he saw him suddenly turn into a puddle of liquid, flowing on the deck with only his eyeballs moving around in surprise. 14. Still like the current state? Sima D is completely speechless, right? Suddenly, he thought of a good way to punish Luffy, and remove the spiritual ability to let Luffy recover his body. Okay, I'll give you another set of special editions. Sima D showed great kindness. This instantly lifted Luffy's spirits. Sima is the best. Long live. Sima D smiled wryly, I won't let you remember this time. The people next to him saw the good show and looked at it with a smile. Sima D used telekinetic power to roll up the wreck just now, and said something in a low voice. Fixing is always easier than creating something out of thin air. MK5 immediately returned to the appearance of a briefcase, and it was still shiny black as if it was covered by armament hockey, which was more unique than the red and silver appearance of others. Luffy fell in love with this color scheme immediately. Excited to start the past, I don't want to fall limp to the ground as soon as I touch the briefcase. How about it, do you like it? Sima D smiled and said, it's all made of sea stone, and its defense is far superior to that of ordinary metal. It is definitely the most luxurious one. Is it trendy enough? Luffy. Abah. I can't even tell how weak this guy is. Happily, even in this embarrassment, Luffy is still holding on to the briefcase tightly, unwilling to let go no matter what. But the weakening of sea stone made him unable to wear MK5. So stuck in an endless loop. Seeing her beloved toy in front of her but unable to use it, Luffy finally shed tears of sadness. This is too much torture, right? The people next to him looked at the scene in fear, and made their own decisions inwardly. We must take good care of Going Merry in the future. I have never seen Sima D so angry. Robin came over and said with a smile. Why are you so angry? The side of the boat is damaged, just repair it. That's right, Sima, the damage to the side of the ship will not affect the navigation. Nami couldn't help but said. But Sima D has a serious face. Mary is also a part of us and our partner. Sima D said firmly. Won't you be angry when you see me chop off Usopp's nose? I thought this analogy would make people feel empathetic. Faye. If you cut Usopp, he must have made a serious mistake, Robin trusted. Yeah, the reliable Sima Jong, how could he hurt someone for no reason? Vivi agreed. That's right, Sima can't be wrong. Laboon firmly put his hands on his hips. Hey, you. Usopp shivered, do not bring such awe. Originally, the example given by Sima D was scary enough, but your reaction is really scary. Sima D also can't help but smile, do they all worship so blindly? It's inexplicably cool, cough, I'm just a metaphor. Sima D waved his hand and said. In short, the melee is also our partner, so we can't hurt it at will. Right, I agree, Luffy should have been taught a lesson. Sima D is right. Sima D, convinced you, slip away. And everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates also looked at each other tacitly. Performance just now, of course, it's not that they really worship Sima D blindly, but they made a joke tacitly. As for Luffy, everyone is full of their own affairs, and when he is hungry, he will let go. And when Sima D wakes up, hearing the commotion on the deck, he came out to look suspiciously, and found that Going Merry had already landed, and he was just deciding who to go ashore to find information, so it was a bit noisy. See Sima D come out, Nami was overjoyed and said, okay, it's up to you, Sima, you accompany me to find information about Sky Island, and everyone else stay here quietly. I don't want it, Luffy refused. It's agreed that the next island will let me eat as much meat as I want. That's right, where's my wine? Zoro asked angrily. Although Sanji didn't speak, but not speaking for Nami is already the biggest statement. Even Laboon came to join in the fun, shouting to eat meat. Why restrict them? Didn't they all move freely in the past? Sima D asked strangely. Robin walked to Sima D and explained. Gaia Island is known as a paradise for pirates. There are vicious pirates here. If there are too many people rushing ashore, with Luffy's personality, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. It makes sense. I won't, promises Luffy, I'll just go up and eat meat, nothing else. Well, I'm very kind, not as troublesome as Luffy, Zoro followed up. Sanji was about to say something, but was stared back by Nami. Okay. Then add the two of you, and everyone else stays on the boat and is not allowed to disembark, Nami nodded. That's it. 4 people disembarked, find a tavern nearby, let Luffy and Zoro feast on it, and at the same time, it's the best way to find out information. In no mood, before Nami could ask a few words, Luffy got into a fight with someone over there. Soul Dan. Sky Island must exist. That's a place where One Piece has been. The whole tavern is silent, then there was a roar of laughter. Ha ha. What is that kid talking about? Someone actually believes this old-fashioned legend? Everyone's ridicule made Sima D frown. Nami argued. The record pointer is pointing to the sky. Why can't Sky Island be real? Hey, little girl, that's just caused by the special magnetic field here. The bar owner said, the unique upwelling current in Gaia will wash the boat into the sky, and then fall into the sea. Over time, there were rumors about Sky Island. The big talker Rolando probably believed these rumors, added a legend about the Golden Land, and went back to ask for credit. Yeah. Yuang Mao laughed and said, I heard that 2 pirates with a reward of over 100 million came, and they were planning to come to test and invite you to join the team to attack the New World. I didn't expect it to be a group of paranoid. Golden Country Sky Island? The great secret treasure One Piece? You guys are really naive, ha ha ha, Nuo Jiaos. Sima D recognized the mocking yellow hair as Bellamy, who would join Doflamingo's Don Quixote family in the future. After laughing, Bellamy suddenly turned serious, and said disdainfully, it's because of you naive guys that the gang will lower the level of pirates. As he spoke, he was about to punch Luffy. Brush. Sima D appeared in front of Bellamy, and easily squeezed Bellamy's fist. Are you laughing at our dreams? Sima D said calmly. B********D. What are you doing? Bellamy said angrily, if you don't let me go, you will die. Buzzing. A domineering aura suddenly spread from Sima D's eyes, and Bellamy was so suppressed that he forgot what he wanted to say, and stared at Sima D with wide eyes. And the mocking fish beside them all rolled their eyes and fell directly on the wooden board. I don't have a son as stupid as you. Sima D's eyes alternated with blue and golden light. To give him petrified light, or a pregnant stare? Or a piece 5. Luffy is pregnant, Blackbeard's solicitation. Just when Sima D's eyes flickered, and she was about to let Bimila know the end of laughing at her dream. Sima. This fight cannot be fought, Luffy said firmly. This made Sima D look over in confusion. Why not fight back after being ridiculed so much? The Virgin herself. Hitting back those who laugh at you is to prove yourself right, Luffy said with firm eyes. This is what Shanks taught me. Sima, you also believe in the existence of Sky Island, don't you? Sima D suddenly remembered. Shanks is a person who was poured a beer by a bandit and still acts as if nothing happened. How to say, anyway, Sima D didn't understand his so-called heart. But, compared to killing Bimila right here, ringing the golden bell and slapping her in the face would probably be more satisfying. Okay, then I won't fight. Sima D threw Bimila on the ground casually, and just when he thought he was saved, the golden light in Sima D's eyes did not go out. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you know the greatness of maternal love? Strong identification technique. What Sima D didn't expect was. The golden light actually enveloped the entire bar, including Luffy who blocked him. Bimila and Luffy's stomachs swelled in 10 seconds, followed by heart-piercing pain. Ah, what is this? Bimila wailed. Sima D also didn't expect that the identification of the strong is still a range of damage. But he did not forget to threaten. As you can see, you will give birth to a child soon. I don't know if you like boys or girls. Bimila. An airy summation. QQ. 3 what the hell? Have a baby. Ah, what a joke. Bimila said in horror, my lord, I'm a man. That's what Q****** Clock said. Sima D 100 shrugged. Now Bimila was completely shocked. Clock was also forced to have a baby by the man in front of him? Is it really a strong man to lock a man? That was the former 7 warlords of the sea? Sima D looked at Bimila's desperate expression with great interest, quite satisfied. But then he saw Luffy who was also crying out for pain, and couldn't help scratching his head in embarrassment. Ah this. Purely by mistake. It's hard for Sima D to explain Nami and Zoro's weird eyes. Cough. Let's go back first. Sima D said. Do the two of Nami dare to object? What if you give yourself a look? Zoro put down the wine glass directly, picked up his 3 knives and walked out of the tavern, and dragged Luffy by the back of his neck as he passed by. The seastone tang knife replaced Shui Zhou. Nami took a few more glances at the loveless Bimila before catching up with Sima D. Sima, will you really have a baby? To play with that pirate is to experience childbirth, Sima D said casually. Hearing that, Nami frowned. Experience childbirth? You pay it? It's scary, Sima D's ability is really... It's getting weirder. Several people didn't use Hearthstone, it was used when flying conventional means, and it will exist as a whole card before it is exposed. Yes, after leaving the tavern, the four ran into a black man who was coming here. To know, Sima D's Conqueror's Hockey was not controlled just now, and the coverage area should be several kilometers smaller. Most people are still unconscious now. The people in front of me are extraordinary. Zoro stared at the black man vigilantly, and seemed to have guessed something. Did one of you release the Conqueror's Hockey just now? The black man, BFEF, asked bluntly. This makes Zoro very upset. Immediately, he was about to confront him, but was stopped by Sima D raising his hand. Probably because Sima D recognized the black man in front of him. It was the Blackbeard, Marshall D. Teach, that Ace chased and killed. Not to mention the ability of Dark Fruit, just scratching Shank's eye. His physical skills are not something Zoro can handle. T.O.B. If there is a real conflict, Sima D is sure to defeat Blackbeard, but should he kill it? Wouldn't the Summit War that killed him be gone? That's where famous scenes gather. It's me. What's the problem? Sima D said calmly. Oh ha ha ha. Sure enough, Blackbeard laughed and showed his weak teeth. Come be my partner, I will take you to conquer the world. Sima D looks weird. It's not because Blackbeard even invited himself, it's only natural that he is so ambitious to recruit powerful helpers. But because... Ding, congratulations to the sign-in scene. Blackbeard is Black Even Devil Fruit. Get the sign in reward. Senju Tobarama's Dark Line Technique. Senju Tobarama's Darkness Technique. This is an illusion that makes the vision hallucinate and takes away all the light from the enemy. Sima D never expected that Blackbeard's smile is a famous scene. As expected of the man who will replace Whitebeard and become the new four emperors in the future. Blackbeard is also an extreme gambler, betting all his ambitions on a dark fruit. If he can't get it, he will always be a good boy in the Whitebeard Pirates. He made the right bet, so he became the emperor of the new era. Pity. I'm not interested in world hegemony, I just want to experience interesting adventures. Sima D refused. But Blackbeard obviously couldn't just give up. Isn't fighting the world interesting enough? As long as we become the new emperors of the sea, wouldn't we have more fun? Blackbeard followed the lead. Referred to as painting big cake. This Sima D is familiar. Is that so? Sima D lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, well, as long as you can create a big event that interests me, I will go to you. But before that, I am very fond of Sky Island. If you are interested, you need to go there first. Isn't it just painting big cakes? So will Sima D. Blackbeard obviously didn't expect that Sima D would have such a request, so he squinted and leaned against Sima D. What gives you such courage? Both Zoro and Nami were secretly on guard, thinking that Blackbeard would be furious. Then let's see if you have the qualifications worthy of me. This is an invitation to fight. Sima D is not cowardly either, this fight cannot be avoided. TB. Blackbeard's dark fruit is not elemental, but it can absorb damage with double the pain, so the experience of pregnancy stare will also be super doubled, so the taste must be very sour, right? Sima D looked at the three of Nami. You go back to the boat first, I'll go back later. Sima D's strength is currently the strongest on board except for the mysterious Crocus. Yes, the two of Zoro knew that staying was just a burden, so they left directly after saying a word of caution. But Luffy has no B points. Let me come, I'm the great pirate who has a reward of 100 million Baileys. Zoro obviously won't pay attention to him. You still have a big belly, what are you hitting? Blackbeard treated the companions very well and did not prevent the three of Zoro from leaving. As for the big pirate that Luffy said was offering a reward of 100 million? The rewards of 100 million in the Grand Line are as numerous as a cow's hair, but in the New World, they are directly at the bottom. Your partner left, can you fight now? Blackbeard grinned and said, don't let me down, or you will die. Blackbeard disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he punched Sima D with a black fist. Sima D also condensed armament hockey and blasted backhand, without any other abilities attached. He also wanted to test his current level. Boom, the black fists clashed and shattered the ground under their feet. After a brief stalemate, Sima D was still knocked back half a step, while Blackbeard only shook slightly. After all, he is the one who can hurt Shanks with physical skills, and he is still in his prime. Intermediate armament hockey. You have awakened Conqueror's hockey. You are really a genius at your age, Blackbeard excitedly said. Are you a swordsman? Show me your sword. This proposal made Sima D's expression very exciting. You sure? Oh ha ha ha. I've fought against great swordsmen before, so you can use your sword with confidence. Blackbeard was full of confidence. He knelt down in front of Sima D with a dazed expression, clasped his palms and clasped Sima D's flat-raised sword. 100% bare-handed and white-handed. Look, I just asked you if you were sure. Sima D laughed. I thought this would PS Blackbeard into a rage. In no mood, this guy's brain circuit is really different from that of ordinary people, and he is showing fanaticism. Is this your devil fruit ability? It's really powerful. Even I can't break free. I am more and more satisfied with you. Sima D. Are you playing so pervert? That's okay. Let the situation go out of control. Taking advantage of Blackbeard being controlled, Sima D's eyes glowed golden. What is filial piety? Blackbeard, aware of the danger, struggled to his feet again. But he failed. 100% empty-handed catch is a so-called karma skill. How could it be possible that your little Blackbeard can resist it? But there is no sea stone coating on Hiranmaru. It's not that Sima D doesn't apply it, but Hiranmaru is extremely repellent and can't apply it at all. So Blackbeard's devil fruit ability is not banned. Dark water. A suction was about to pull Sima D towards Blackbeard, but he stabilized it with his telekinesis. This made Blackbeard even more pleasantly surprised. He immediately turned to absorb devil fruit's ability, trying to resolve the strange ability that made him kneel. DJ. No effect at all. This made Blackbeard look surprised for the first time. Dark fruit is the nemesis of all devil fruits. How could it have no effect? What is love? This time Blackbeard finally realized how tricky Sima D was, and he didn't want to hold back. Until 1 o'clock in the morning. 6. The House of Time and Spirit, Crocus Deal. Finally realized how tricky Sima D is, Blackbeard is no longer holding hands. Dark Cave Road. The darkness spilled from Blackbeard's feet and then engulfed the surroundings to pull Hiranmaru and Sima D into it, like a giant mouth to eat them. Now Sima D's disadvantage is reflected whether it is the ability to speak spirituality or to liberate Hiranmaru, you must speak. While using the strong identification technique, his mouth would say spells uncontrollably, and now there was no time to stop and change his words. So Sima D decided to be reckless and confronted Blackbeard head-on. Do you know the greatness of maternal love? Strong identification technique, bling. Blackbeard's belly swelled visibly, followed by howling all day long. Pain, pain, pain. Ah, what kind of weird ability is this? At the same time, Sima D was also in the dark sky, and observation hockey swept out and found many treasures and items. I think this is an independent space similar to Kamui, which was used by Blackbeard as a storage space. #B%. Mangekyo Amaterasu. Although I am in the dark and can't see things, but the bug that is not illuminated is that everything is burned. Sima D directly targeted the darkness. In front of her is the burning target, and the black flame spread in this dark space, and it was about to sweep across the entire dark space. Sima D took out the hearthstone slowly and rubbed it. The brilliance of the magic circle was covered by darkness, and he disappeared here without a sound, appearing on the deck of Going Merry. The whole speed is fast, even Nami and the others haven't returned to Going Merry yet. What about Nami-san? Sanji asked strangely. Soon to arrive, anchor and ready to leave, said Sima D. Sanji nodded, and called Chopper and the others to get ready for work. Sima D was snickering. Tisk. I don't know how Blackbeard will feel when he gets through that half hour and finds that he has not only run away, but also burned his little coffers down. If a careless servant goes in directly, maybe he can be burned. And darkness shouldn't be burnt, right? Then Amaterasu will keep burning? His dark space will not be able to hide things in the future. This time Blackbeard is stealing chickens and losing money, and I hope he doesn't fly into a rage. Hey, Sima, are you back? Nami's surprised voice came. Zoro threw Luffy on the deck, and looked concerned. After confirming that Sima D was not injured, he went to lift the iron. It is still too weak, facing a strong enemy, it can only escape. Must get stronger. This made Sima D look at Zoro thoughtfully, and he remembered the reward for signing in before. This thing has a 30-day cooling time, so use the CD early, right? But Zoro is not the most suitable. Although the teleportation stone can bring 2 people there is no one on board who can guide him in swordsmanship, and there is no powerful swordsman as an opponent for him to break through himself. In the empty House of Time and Spirit, he could at most be physically stronger in a year. Some are wasted. But Sima D looked at Crocus, who knew about hockey practice. Send him there too? It's a good idea. But Crocus is already old, and while spending a year in the House of Time and Spirit, although the outside world is only 1 day, his body is still growing. I don't know if Crocus is willing to spend a year of life. A gust of fragrant wind came, and it was Robin. What are you thinking? Don't hold back all the time if you have a problem. Although we are not as smart as you, we should brainstorm, Robin said. This gave Sima D ideas. All right. Sima D nodded and said, come here, I have something to say. Nami had just set sail with Going Merry, and everyone was on deck. Gather immediately. Not many people were curious about Luffy lying on the ground with his stomach upright. After all, Luffy, who is usually gluttonous, never stops eating. Sima D took out the teleportation stone of the House of Time and Spirit from the system space. You must be very curious. Why can I develop Devil Fruit's ability so high? Sima D said mysteriously. In addition to my smart brain, this stone that originated from our family's ancestral family also has part of the credit. Ancestors say that it is a secret treasure of a huge kingdom. It can transport up to 2 people to a space where there is nothing but a living place. The gravity is several times that of the outside world and the oxygen is thin. It is purely for cultivation, and exist. The most important thing is that if you spend a year there, you will only spend 1 day in the outside world. It's a pity that everyone can only go there twice in a lifetime, and they can't stay in it for more than a year each time. And I have been there twice. It is activated every 30 days. Today is exactly 30 days since my last activation. Does anyone want to use it? After listening to Sima D's explanation, everyone has not recovered for a long time. It is understandable for them to teleport. After all, there is Hearthstone. 1 day inside is equal to 1 year outside. Each person can only enter it twice in a lifetime? Even with the precedent of the Devil Fruit Separation Potion, the teleportation stone of the House of Time and Spirit still seems too magical. But, as expected, it is indeed a huge kingdom. The magical kingdom of the Grand Line was built, Robin exclaimed. She believed in Sima D's words, at the same time. Finally, I understand why Sima D is interested in the historical original. It turns out that the ancestors in the Giant Kingdom have such a relationship, so it is normal to want to explore the truth of history. Yeah, it's amazing, it's almost like devil fruit. Do you think devil fruit is actually? Since devil fruit can be separated, why can't it be made? Seeing that everyone's discussion was a bit crooked, Sima D clapped his hands and shouted to stop. So, who's going to train for a year? Personally, it's better to have a team of 2, because it's too lonely for one person to be there. Hear the words, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates looked at each other. Zoro was obviously moved, but obviously he also knew what he needed most right now, so he looked at Crocus hesitantly. Sima D said, the year inside is the real year, which makes Zoro embarrassed to speak. Crocus noticed this and looked at Laboon flickeringly. He has been with Laboon almost all his life, and even when he got on Luojia's boat, he was looking for the whereabouts of the Rumba Pirates for Laboon. Not to mention being a partner. Now that Laboon has turned into a human form, she is treated directly as a daughter. Toxed. Animals can also learn hockey. It's just that the intelligence of ordinary animals is too low to comprehend. But Laboon is clearly not on this list. I see everyone is hesitating. Crocus also said, let the old man and I and Laboon enter it to practice. After that, no matter whether Laboon cultivates hockey or not, next time I will bring another person to enter it again. This is an opportunity to use one's 1-year teaching time, in exchange for priority use of the Time and Spirit House teleportation stone. I'm fine, after all, I can no longer use this stone, Sima D said indifferently. Pass the question on to others. I'm fine. Zoro took the lead. Without the guidance of Crocus, although he can become stronger by himself, the range is limited. It's just a waste of times. Me too. Agree. Laboon won't be the strongest of us, will he? Have you forgotten Sima? No wonder Sima Wei is so strong. It turns out that there is this stone cheating. 0. Sima is too arrogant. Everyone quickly agreed and gave this first opportunity to Crocus and Laboon. It made Crocus smile, but he didn't just make up his mind, instead he looked at Laboon. Whether to go or not depends on Laboon's own wishes. Of course I'm going. Laboon waved his fist and said, I'm going to work hard to become stronger. When I meet the Rumba Pirates again, I must beat them hard. How dare you make me wait for 50 years without any news? Everyone laughed. Subsequently, according to Sima D's guidance, Crocus and Laboon held the Time and Spirit House teleportation stone to activate, and both disappeared in place. Only the teleportation stone fell, and was rolled back by Sima D with telekinetic power. Because I don't know whether they will return according to the coordinates they left, or the coordinates of the teleportation stone. Sima D did not take it back to the system space. Here we are. Nami pointed to the front and said, the person who advertises that this island is buried with a lot of gold. Wenbula Coolie Guy. This is what Sima D discovered. Nami drove Going Merry to the other side of Guy Island. There is only a small piece of isolated island here. When part of Guy Island was washed up on Sky Island by the high current, a small piece remained. Unexpectedly, Nami found out the news. What a great official. There must be gold. To be so rich. Looking at the magnificent palace in front of him, Sima D shook his head amusedly. Waiting for Going Merry to dock, only then did everyone realize that it was just a wooden plank, and behind it was only a small stone brick house, even only half a room. This caused everyone to complain. Nami also rolled her eyes and turned her head. With this, vanity, means, does the Golden Country advertised really exist? But it's all here, so let's go and have a look. Point 7. Pirates who aim at ships. Coolie Guy's epiphany. When Going Merry docked, 2 huge ships also rushed towards the island. It looked like they were trying to see who would arrive first. It is the Ape Pirates and Gorilla Pirates of the Ape Mountain United Army who follow Coolie Guy to salvage treasures on the seabed because they worship Bron Rolando in the fairy tale book. Is it an enemy? Be careful. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates looked at the 2 fast-approaching pirate ships with vigilance. An orangutan and an orangutan and an orangutan stood directly aboard the ship. It is to explore the king orangutan and salvage the king orangutan. What are you doing here? The orangutan asked vigilantly. It must be looking at the gold, the orangutan said firmly. What? The orangutan was surprised. Then let's put aside the matter of the competition and deal with the enemy first. It is good. Next moment, the orangutan took out the microphone, and then the loudspeaker on the boat wailed and howled, attacking everything within the range indiscriminately. Although his own ship was the first to suffer, he didn't care at all. Seeing the creaking of the deck of Going Merry, there is a faint tendency to be overturned by the sound waves. Sima D is angry. Shut up, B********. D. Next moment. The mouth of the orangutan was zippered and locked with 047, and the whole person curled up into a ball uncontrollably, resembling an egg. Damn it. What did you do to the orangutan? The orangutan was furious. He immediately jumped from the side of the boat towards Going Merry, holding up his fist that could stun Sea Kings, the target. Still Going Merry. Why do these people love boating? Roll. The orangutan in midair immediately shot towards the sky like a cannonball and landed in the distant Poseidon. Now the members of the 2 pirate groups are exploding. I don't know if I have enough confidence in the orangutan, but no one went to him. They angrily took out the things they salvaged, and launched a siege towards Going Merry. Are these people poisonous? They are specialized in salvage, so they are all directed at the boat? Don't destroy the Merry. B********D. Sanji kicked the giant trap away. Don't touch the melee. Zoro cut off the shuttle. Guard melee. Usopp blasted the lasso away with an explosive star. Sima D didn't want to get entangled with these minions, so she just stared at her. The invisible conqueror's haki flew past all enemies, followed by a series of falling sounds. Only the silenced orangutan, looking in horror at the younger brother lying on the ground, finally realized that he and others had provoked someone they shouldn't have provoked. Just then, a figure floated up from the bottom of the sea. He had a body of strong tendons and chestnut-shaped blonde hair. Seeing this, the orangutan couldn't help but widen his eyes. This person is the boss of their Ape Mountain United Army. Wenbula Coolie Guy. It is estimated that I was diving in the bottom of the sea just now to find the whereabouts of the Golden Country, and was stunned by Sima D's conqueror's haki. The orangutan jumped into the sea without saying a word, ready to salvage the force. But Sima D's action was very fast, and the telekinetic force directly scooped it up on the deck. Chopper, who is a ship's doctor, stepped forward to check on his own initiative. Stunned by conqueror's haki. However, he is also sick. It's diving sickness. The long-term water pressure on the bottom of the sea makes the body's adjustment unbalanced, causing embolism to block the blood vessels. Can I save him? Seeing Chopper's pitiful expression, everyone couldn't help looking at Sima D. With Luffy temporarily lying dead, Sima D became the backbone of everyone. He should be the target of our trip. Let's save him first, Sima D said. It is good. Sima D looked at the chestnut-headed man on the floor, and to be honest, she was quite impressed. As the descendants of the big talker Rolando, separated by 400 years. Even Coolie Guy himself does not fully believe in his ancestors, but in order to prove the existence of the Golden Land and wash away the family shame, he still came to the Grand Line from North Blue without hesitation, and gambled his whole life to find the ethereal Golden Land. This diving sickness was caused by his guessing that the Golden Land had sunk into the sea, and he often took the risk of diving for a long time to explore. Quickly, Coolie Guy was awakened under Chopper's advanced medical skills. As the boss of the Sariyama United Army, he quickly resolved the misunderstanding. Everyone boarded the island and sat opposite each other. Are you also here for the Golden Country? Coolie Guy said. As a reward for saving my life, I can tell you the information I know. What? The orangutan was startled. Boss, that's... Coolie Guy shut up the orangutan with a look. Does the Golden Land really exist? Nami's eyes lit up with gold. That's Bailey's shine. I'm not sure. Coolie Guy hesitated, but I know someone who firmly believes in the existence of the Golden Land, but he is a world-famous big talker in legend, so that future generations can't hold his head up. What? Chopper and the others looked at Usopp subconsciously. Usopp. Filled down pointing triangle hollow up pointing triangle filled down pointing triangle X. If you think about it, you know it's not me. B*********D. Usopp raged. Although he loves to brag, he has not yet reached the point of being world famous. Then began his exposition. Everything starts with Rolando, the king of fairy tales spread by North Blue. More than 400 years ago, Wenbula Rolando, the admiral of the adventure team and a botanist, came to Guy Island by chance, rescued the Shandia family who were attacked by tree fever, and brought back the gold everywhere information. Shortly after, Rolando was ordered by the king to return to Guy Island to search for gold, but at this time Guy Island was washed up into the sky by the sea current, and because he could not find the Golden Land, he committed the crime of deceiving the king, with the title of King of Big Talk. Rolando the Great Liar has become a well-known fairy tale in North Blue, used to teach children to be honest. Sima D couldn't help feeling a little emotional. A person who entered the Grand Line 4 times and retreated unscathed, because of a soaring ocean current, his fame was ruined for the rest of his life. He also died unjustly. I believe him. The recovered Luffy said firmly. Before he died, he referred to the existence of the Golden Country. I believe he will not lie. I don't think that country is qualified to kill a person who can go back and forth to the Grand Line 4 times and get out. He probably wanted to prove the existence of the Golden Land, so he was captured without a fight. Sima D analyzed. This caused everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates to nod in agreement. All the way to, they have all personally experienced the dangers of the Grand Line, and the strength of the 4 round trips must be at least Luffy's level, right? A normal army can't trap Luffy. Wenbula Rolando Wenbula Coolie Guy? Are you a descendant of Rolando? Robin revealed the identity of Coolie Guy. Coolie Guy didn't hide it, he just nodded and admitted. Just because I have some blood relationship with him, no matter whether I am good or bad, I will be directly labeled as a family of liars, and I will be scolded by strangers. I grew up in this environment, is it ridiculous? Everyone was silent. Only Sima D said quietly. Prejudice in people's hearts is like a big mountain, sometimes you can't move it no matter how hard you try. But if you can beat them in the face, it must be very cool. Coolie Guy's eyes lit up when he heard this. Looking into Sima D's eyes, it's like seeing a confidant. That's really very apt. He immediately took out an old book and said, this is his voyage diary. I hope it can be helpful to you. Seeing this, Nami's eyes lit up again, but this time, as a navigator, he worshipped the predecessors who made 4 round trips to the Grand Line 400 years ago. Sima D took the sailing diary and threw it to Nami. Everyone also surrounded the past curiously. Only Sima D sat down next to Coolie Guy and asked, "Do you still believe that gold is under the sea?" The bottom of the sea. Before he died, he speculated that the Golden Town might have sunk into the bottom of the sea due to plate movement, but no one listened to him anymore. "Aren't you here?" Coolie Guy was taken aback when he heard the words, and then laughed. "The kid in front of me really knows him too well. But, I have another speculation, do you want to hear it?" "Oh." Coolie Guy became curious. "I wonder what shocking words Sima D will say?" "Someone said before that there will be a surge of currents in the nearby sea, and some ships will be rushed into the sky and then fall. That's why there is a legend about Sky Island, right?" Coolie Guy nodded, not knowing why Sima D mentioned this. "Are you going to Sky Island?" But Sima D made a conjecture that shocked him. Then, assuming that Sky Island exists, is it possible that a super large-scale ocean current erupted 400 years ago and washed part of Guy Island, where the Golden Township is located, onto Sky Island? Look at the current 0.7 map of Guy Island. It looks like a crescent moon. Does it look like a piece has been dug out from the middle? Sima D's speculation caused Coolie Guy to be struck by a bolt of lightning, staring at the Gaia map on the wall in disbelief. "I didn't think so before." Being reminded by Sima D, he was also enlightened. Yes, it would all make sense if a rushing current washed part of Gaia up to Sky Island. Why is Gaia Island strangely crescent-shaped? Why did the ancestors who were able to go back and forth to the Grand Line 4 times suddenly lie? Why has he searched the bottom of the sea for many years and still hasn't found the sunken Golden Town? Everything is explained clearly. Sky Island really exists, Nami exclaimed. This nautical diary mentions the Viba that only Sky Island has power, the uniquely shaped skyfish, and the Sky Island shellfish with various uses. 1. This moment, Coolie Guy seemed to have made some kind of decision, stood up solemnly, and bowed to Sima D and Luffy. And then came up with a condition that surprised everyone. He actually wanted to. 8. Coolie Guy is gay. The long-delayed crocus. Add more 3,500 words, 96,000 words. You must go to Sky Island. I am willing to help you with my many years of experience, but as a condition. Please take me. I am going to see if the Golden Land really exists. Coolie Guy's decision made Sima D a little surprised, but it was reasonable. In the original play, Coolie Guy never connects the Golden Country and Sky Island, and of course it's just helping the Straw Hat Pirates. For Coolie Guy's request, Luffy's answer is of course. No problem, Luffy said cheerfully. Sky Island must exist. We have the Doctor of One Piece on our ship, so don't worry. This surprised Coolie Guy. Then he looked at Chopper hesitantly. Is he the ship Doctor of One Piece? 11. A little youthful. It's not me, it's Master Crocus. Chopper hurriedly explained, but he's not here now, and he won't be back until tomorrow. Chopper was smart enough not to mention where Crocus went. It's better not to let anyone other than the Straw Hat Pirates know about the teleportation stone in the House of Time and Spirit. But Luffy doesn't have this self-awareness. Carelessly, he wanted to say something, but was held down by Zoro and Sanji, who had expected it for a long time. A-hole. Don't talk nonsense. Nami and the others were also helpless, with such a careless captain. Although Coolie Guy saw the secrets of the Straw Hat Pirates, he didn't care. Who doesn't have a secret yet? As long as he knows that this interesting ship has his confidant in the One Piece ship Doctor who can prove the existence of Sky Island, that's enough. Sky Island should be at an altitude of 10,000 meters, right? Then how to get there? Nami asked, pointing at the record pointer. Coolie Guy smiled mysteriously when he heard the words. This gave Nami an ominous premonition. Didn't Brother Sima say just now that the soaring ocean current that lifted Guy Island into the sky is the passage for us to board the Sky Island? Nami. An airy summation. QAQ smiley face, everyone. QQ smiley face, only Luffy was present with surprised eyes. Ride the sky current. That sure is fun. Sima D, who was followed by Coolie Guy, also smiled expectantly. Although he can already fly, but it does not prevent him from wanting to take the flying going merry and experience the next journey to the sky. As expected of you, you have such an expression. Coolie Guy also smiled. What a pity. Sima D is 10 years younger than himself, but his strength is already far superior to his own, otherwise he would have to form a brotherhood today. It fits his aesthetic so well, and many more. Aesthetic. Coolie Guy was lost in thought, half-rate. Nami and the others also calmed down from the shock, looked at the excited Luffy, and knew that this catastrophe was inevitable. The only way to do this is to ask Coolie Guy for advice on how to do it. Coolie Guy also came back to his senses, and said, according to my years of experience, there have been many bubbles on the bottom of the sea just now, and the next soaring ocean current should be 3 days later, and the scale will be the largest in nearly a century. There should be greater confidence in reaching Sky Island. If it didn't rush to Sky Island, it wouldn't be a more messy death. Nami cried silently. At this time, Robin reminded, even if we really don't make it to Sky Island, Sima Zhang is still around, so we won't fall to our deaths, right? Nami's eyes lit up. It's roar. They've got Sima D, the fierce flying going merry. Immediately, he shouted energetically, Yaxi, we are coming. It's great to have Sima, long live Sima. The people who have no worries about the future are really full of energy. It's at this time, a surge of waves swam quickly from the sea, and then the orangutan who had been blown away by the spiritual ability jumped ashore and saw Coolie Guy surrounded by the Straw Hat Pirates. The preconceived relationship was obviously a misunderstanding. Don't talk about martial arts. A group of people surrounded and beat my boss. Look at the fist. Just punch the nearest Vivi. But Coolie Guy's figure was faster, and he came to the side of the orangutan in a flash, and he punched him into the soil. Stupid. Can't you break your frizzy bad habit? Seeing the orangutan being beaten, the orangutan laughed, cha-cha, on the spot. It caused Sima D to look over. It turned out to be the same laughter as Doflamingo. I don't know if Doflamingo knows it. Will he become angry and kill him? Interesting. After learning of Coolie Guy's decision, although the orangutan was very worried, he didn't stop him, and even wanted to go with him. No. Coolie Guy refused. Why, boss? The orangutan was puzzled. Yeah boss, we can help too. The orangutan tried to fight. But Coolie Guy still shook his head. No one knows better than them who are active in this sea area all year round about the danger of the sky current. He didn't want to put the orangutans at risk, so he said, if my guess is wrong, the Golden Land is not in Sky Island, and if something happens to me, then the Golden Land must be on the bottom of the sea, and it will be up to you to find it. Although it sounds like a dying order, orangutans believe that they have been entrusted with important tasks. Shishi boss, you can go at ease, the orangutan and I will be waiting for you on the ground. Oh ha ha ha, the Golden Country must exist. Let's reinforce and disembark the ship. In order to resist the tearing and wind and waves of the soaring ocean current, this ship is still a little bit worse now. The orangutans paid out of their own pockets and took out a lot of materials to paste on Going Merry. If some parts are damaged or of poor quality, they will be replaced directly. This made Sima D very satisfied. Others followed what Coolie Guy said and went to the woods to find the guide bird. Once in the forest, Sima D looked at Vivi, who was like an A** hole, and said, Vivi, let's look separately, the probability is higher. The innocent Vivi didn't doubt him, and rode and ran to the other side. Leaving Robin smiling and looking at Sima D, what are you doing to send Vivi away? Sima D showed a smile that men can understand, and walked to the depths of the woods in the other direction. Robin also followed. Forest? I haven't tried it yet. The process of finding a guide bird is not humane. After most of the day, it was Sima D who ended some movement, the phone bug rang and it was Zoro who informed them that they had found the guide bird. Easy tidy up, when the two returned to the seaside hut, they saw Zoro and the others were ashamed, staring unkindly at a bird in the cage. It is the guide bird. This is a bird whose head is always facing south no matter where it is, and it will feel uncomfortable if it faces other places. And it doesn't like humans very much, and can command other creatures to attack humans in the Gaia forest. Without Robin's help this time, they must have suffered a lot, right? TB. Ding, congratulations on the sign-in scene, and get the sign in reward, Captain Jack's compass. Captain Jack's compass. This is a compass that can't point out the direction. It has been upgraded with magic power, which can help users find what they want in their hearts. Rewards have been stored in the system space. Oh. This compass is a good thing. As long as you think about a certain object or creature, it will point in the direction where it is. It's fine to fish quietly, but unexpectedly signed in a famous scene reward. This made Sima D a little embarrassed, so. Something has to be done. You must be tired? Shall I help you relax? Sima D suggested. Everyone. QAQ smiley face. What else could Sima D say about relaxation? Of course it's his poisonous milk, don't want. Absolutely not. Get out of here, don't come here. Among all the voices of refusal, only Luffy readily agreed. Okay. Just tired. Sima D raised her hand and gave Luffy a bold holy light, making Luffy lie comfortably on the ground, grunting and showing a happy expression. Social death. As long as he has not embarrassed himself, it is others who are embarrassed. This is not Zoro, and the others covered their faces and avoided, as if they didn't know this person. The orangutans who were reinforcing Going Merry saw it, and leaned over curiously to ask. Sima D didn't speak, and directly gave them both blessings. Then there were two more happy people on the ground. Coolie Guy happened to see this scene when he went out, turned around and closed the door silently, and even heard the sound of locking it. He was sure, he definitely didn't have a distorted interest in Sima D. Sima D and Robin looked at each other, and the latter covered his mouth and smiled. Sima Zhang is disgusted. Oh, do you want a blessing? Are you okay? Compared to blessings, the feeling just now is better. You goblin. Go. Let's fight another 300 rounds. The two walked towards the forest again, not paying attention to Vivi's resentful eyes. You guys are carrying me behind your back. Near noon the next day. Sanji made a table full of big meals in advance and brought them to Going Merry's restaurant. But no one moved chopsticks. Everyone, including Luffy, is waiting quietly. Sima D also placed the time and Spirit House teleportation stone on the dining table. Crocus and the others should be back. Seeing that the time was approaching the time for the two of Crocus to leave yesterday, there was still no movement. Everyone couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Sima D also frowned slightly. To know. He has reminded many times that they can only stay in the House of Time and Spirit for 1 year at a time. Timed out. Then there is no coming back, Crocus they. Could it be that he missed the time to return? 9. Blackbeard to see him off? I will send you away? Just when everyone was worried about whether Crocus and the others missed the time, the teleportation stone of the House of Time and Spirit finally had a change, exuding a soft light. Seconds later, two beams of light shot out from the teleportation stone of the House of Time and Spirit, condensing into the appearance of Crocus and Laboon. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Just come back. Are you back? Crocus looked as usual, as the tower guard of Twin Gorges. A year of isolated life is just a small problem for him. Not to mention having Laboon by his side. Laboon also looked okay. As an island whale who had been separated from the group since childhood, Crocus had been with her for most of the previous 50 years. Not even the appearance changed much. For island whales, which live more than 500 years, 1 year is still too short. Greedy. Sima D smiled and said, "There are only flour and water over there. This table of food is prepared for you. Eat it quickly." Laboon's eyes are shining. "I'm sorry." Then it turned out that a mouth melted into the giant mouth of an island whale, lifted the dining table and poured it into the mouth, and the cleanup meal carefully prepared by Sanji entered the stomach of the little loli. Everyone. They didn't care that Laboon ate everyone's portion, except Luffy. Instead, she was shocked at how she conjured up a mouth alone. And the size is controlled, just enough to swallow the delicacies on the table without bursting the restaurant. "How did you really do it?" Chopper from Zone was shocked. "I can do it by changing parts alone, but I need a blue wave ball to complete it." "Laboon, you can do it directly?" Laboon wiped his mouth with a dazed face. Then it's done." Obviously, little Lolita herself didn't know the reason, she just controlled the ability over there. Sima D probably guessed it. What Laboon eats is not a devil fruit, but a druid job transfer stone. Although it can only transform one kind of creature because it is an elementary level, it is much more flexible than Zone Devil Fruit in terms of flexibility. Compared to these, have you mastered hockey, Laboon? Sima D changed the subject. Don't wait to expose the druid's job change. Everyone also looked at little Loli expectantly. A year of penance shouldn't be too bad, right? Although normally, armament hockey requires a certain amount of physical strength, and it is almost impossible for such a big lil guy to awaken. But Laboon is an island whale, and it's a 50-year-old island whale. The physical strength of the main body is unmatched by those present, and the basic conditions for awakening hockey are the best. Laboon didn't speak, she directly clenched her small fist, and a layer of black paint, brushed, emerged. It is armament hockey, and it's an intermediate armament hockey. Sharp. Middle range? Laboon is so strong. Ah, I really want to practice. Everyone was happy for Laboon, and at the same time, they really recognized the bugs in the House of Time and Spirit. But Crocus's comments made them even more excited. The gravity over there is very strong, about 5 times as strong, making it difficult for the old man to move around, but after I came here, I realized that my body has also been strengthened unconsciously, and because of the thin oxygen, my internal organs have also been forged. It can be called a transformation in all aspects. That's not a bad rating. Everyone immediately yearned for the House of Time and Spirit. But unfortunately, the teleportation stone of the House of Time and Spirit requires a 30-day cooldown, and it has only been 1 day since the last use. And, still waiting in line, Sanji got up immediately and said enthusiastically, "I'm going to prepare meals, and I'll be full today. Sima, is there anything you want to eat?" That's a courtesy, of course. Sima D would not refuse the order service, and immediately ordered a few of her favorite dishes. The others looked at each other, wondering if they had any skills to impress Sima D. 3 days passed quickly. Going Merry will also be reinforced, and in order to fly more smoothly, a hang glider is also installed. It carried the Straw Hat pirates and Coolie Guy, along with the pirate ships of the apes and orangutans to the predicted position of the soaring current. Thick cumulus clouds enveloped the sea area, and the sea was eerily calm, with no fish swimming nearby. Everything is like the calm before the storm. The apes and orangutans are still tensely exploring, but the style of the Straw Hat pirates has suddenly changed. Luffy and the others are molesting the guide bird, forcing its head to tilt in other directions, and it will return to its place like a spring as soon as you let go, and point south again. Seeing Chopper and the others laughing out loud, they happily tilted its head. "It's really funny," Nami complained. "No, it's just a man's happiness." Sima D laughed. A man is a magical creature. Sometimes there will be a sudden competition who can pick the leaf by jumping higher, and the reward for the first place is just a sentence you are good if you can pick it. Childishness is really childish, but happiness is also true happiness. "It's coming," Coolie Guy said suddenly. The voice fell. The originally calm sea surface suddenly appeared supergiant Uzumaki waves, and the rotating force dragged Going Merry to the center of the Uzumaki formed by the piercing. "Boss, we can only send it here," the orangutan shouted. "Come back safely, boss," the orangutan cried. Coolie Guy waved his hands freely and shouted, "Leave quickly, run farther." "Yes, boss. Yes, boss." The 2 pirate ships broke away from the edge of the giant Uzumaki at full speed and headed further. "No idea, along the way, I encountered a giant raft, made of giant wooden piles with a pirate flag hanging on it. Just this simple pirate ship, how can you still be a pirate?" "Hey, the sea current is about to appear, hurry up and leave," the orangutan reminded kindly. But the leading black man on the giant raft just laughed back, and instead of retreating, he directed the giant raft to approach Going Merry. Sima D and others also discovered the arrival of Blackbeard. "It was the pirate of the BFDA day," Luffy said. "Are you looking for trouble?" Zoro frowned. "Now is the critical moment when we are about to meet the soaring ocean current, but we don't have the time to get entangled with these people." Sima D didn't speak, just waited and watched, so close. The giant raft wasn't leaning directly towards Going Merry, Blackbeard was standing there yelling. Devil killer. I believe you are my partner, come back alive. Oh ha ha ha. Came to see you off. Sima D laughed. If only as a partner, Blackbeard is actually pretty good. Bed. He is a villain. Hey, you be asterisk 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 D. Sima is my partner. Luffy shouted angrily. Blackbeard laughed when he heard that. How can your little boat carry an existence like the Devil Slayer? He is an eagle destined to soar in the new world. Only my Blackbeard's boat can carry it. Words are very hockey, but the crude giant raft under his feet made this sentence seem dull. Amplification. Do you like the 2 gifts I gave you? Sima D said softly. But under the amplification of the spiritual ability, it resounded over this sea area. Blackbeard is a real guy too. He directly opened his dark space, and the raging Amaterasu flame burst out from it, falling on the sea surface and still burning fiercely. Sure enough, as Sima D expected, the incombustible darkness will keep the flame of Amaterasu forever. Oh ha ha ha. I like this gift so much, Demon Slayer, I'll be waiting for you in New World. Blackbeard rubbed his stomach again. The other one is a bit too much later. If you use it on me, I might not be able to resist killing you. Tisk. It seems that Blackbeard has indeed enjoyed a super doubled happiness. Seeing the two of them chatting back and forth, Luffy. A-hole. I'm going to blow you away. He shook his arm to give Blackbeard a long-range blow, but Sima D waved his hand to stop him. Just left Novice Village, don't rush to fight the final boss. Since you've come here, I'll give you another gift, Sima D said. This made Blackbeard's eyes brighten, and he looked forward to it. Although the Amaterasu left by Sima D last time ruined his storage space, its lethality has increased exponentially. If used properly, the inextinguishable black flame will become the killer weapon at the bottom of the box. After hearing that a group of pirates were going to Sky Island on the soaring current, he concluded that it would be Sima D, so he rushed to see him off. What will you give this time? I saw Sima D standing on the edge of the boat, smiling and clenching his fists to cover armament hockey, and it also exuded a faint light blue luster. Don't die. Next moment, Sima D seemed to throw a punch lightly, but the powerful hidden power compressed the air to ultimate, and the fist wind turned into air cannonballs divided the sea. Hikoku normal one punch, Blackbeard's eyes widened. Is this kid so brave? He didn't care too much, he jumped up and punched out, and tried to use dark water to absorb it, but found that the fist wind was not formed by Devil Fruit's ability, but the fist wind blasted by pure power. Blackbeard was shocked. This kid is simply a monster. But also because of his misjudgment, he missed the best opportunity to defend, and was swept towards the giant raft by the fist wind, smashing it directly and packing the other 3 on the sea to ride the wind and waves and fly to the distant horizon. Oh ha ha ha. I'm going to order you, goodbye, New World. Sima D shook her head amusedly, not thinking that Blackbeard would die just like that. Suddenly, everyone's feet were empty, but they found that Going Merry had arrived at the center of the giant Uzumaki, which was completely hollow. At this moment, Going Merry was falling to the bottom of the sea. Ruined. Sima. Quick. Get us out of here, ah. But in the next instant, the sudden eruption of the soaring ocean current brought millions of tons of seawater to bombard Going Merry. Going Merry. Danger. 10. Flying Merry. Comprehensible big sister. What do you do when millions of tons of seawater are coming your way? It's too late to use the speech ability, and other abilities are similar. Sima D was about to punch the soaring sea current to blow it away, and then he had plenty of ways to fly into the sky. A black shadow suddenly jumped out, it was Laboon. Her right hand turned into a whale tail to protect Going Merry. Armament hockey barely covered the impacted surface, and instead of Going Merry, she endured the fatal blow. And Going Merry was also knocked away, landed on the water surface of the soaring ocean current, and followed the ocean current to the sky. Laboon also returned to the deck safely, and he didn't appear to be injured. As expected of an island whale, its physique is strong. Thanks to Laboon. So close, well done Laboon. Is this the soaring ocean current? Sima D looked at Laboon, very relieved. The Straw Hat Pirates finally have another leader who can take the lead, so you can only look at him if you don't have to encounter major problems. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene. Link Sky Island's soaring sea current, and get the sign in reward. Monkey King's Kamaha Qigong Wave. Sun Wukong's Kamepa Qigong Wave. The unique skill created by Kameshirin is a unique technique that can concentrate all the energy in the body and release it together. It was later improved by Monkey King, and it can be launched immediately without excessive muscle expansion. This trick. The Kamaha Qigong Wave in the later stage can destroy the planet, a good reward. Sima D is quite satisfied. Wait, there's a problem, Sanji suddenly said, the hull, is it tilted a bit? Reminded by this, only the excited crowd realized that Going Merry's bow was indeed tilting, and the gravity was trying to pull it back to the ground. And Going Merry has rushed up to 1,000 meters in the air, and the result of falling can only be. A Sea King's passed by Going Merry, fell on the sea surface and splashed, little waves, and then the sea area was blood red. That's what happened to Going Merry. Usopp and the others subconsciously looked at Sima D. But Sima D just smiled and shook her head, where is this? Quick. Full sail. Nami shouted anxiously. Everyone didn't know, so they hurriedly followed suit. The fully sailed sails were immediately filled with air currents, and the bow of the floating boat was also depressed again. Going Mary, who was still sailing on the current, actually broke away from the surface of the current under the pressure of the updraft and glides open. Wings stick to the sky current and soar into the sky. Mary is flying. Oh ho 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 ho, great, Nami-san, you are amazing. This was a novel experience that had never been seen before. Even Sima D couldn't help but open his hands to feel the strong wind, and looked up at the sky with sparkling eyes. Flying Mary. It's really great, ding. Congratulations to the sign and scene. Going Mary flying to Sky Island. And get the sign in reward. Dumbledore's occlumency. Dumbledore's occlumency. Occlumency is a magic that resists the infiltration of the outside world. It can close the brain and prevent any information from being leaked. It is used to resist the invasion and influence of magic. The opposite magic is legilimency. Good. It just so happens that this trick can invalidate Enel's heartweb ability, so don't worry about being read into his heart by him. Originally, he planned to use his spiritual ability to always open the telepathy to shield the heart network during this period. Amazing. Nami, what's the reason for this? How do you know that Yang Fan is fine? In the face of people's inquiries, Nami said to himself, the soaring ocean current is not only the ocean current, but also the updraft generated by the geothermal mixed water vapor explosion. The wind will take us to Sky Island. As expected of a genius navigator, it is the luck of the Straw Hat pirates to be able to perceive the key in such a short period of time. As for the unfortunate, they are all buried in the seabed. While on the sea, it was the apes and orangutans who stabilized the boat, looked up at Going Mary soaring into the sky, and stood there stunned. Even though it was originally planned, but when they saw a ship flying towards the sky, their worldview was still shattered. While far away, Blackbeard, who was picked up from the sea by the crew, lay on his back on the broken log of a huge raft, just in time to see Going Mary on the soaring current. That ship is flying, the sniper fan Oka said in surprise. Oh ha ha ha. As expected of my favorite partner, Sky Island really exists. Interesting, it's so interesting. Blackbeard looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. World famous big news. I thought about it. Liberating impelled down is enough not enough? Oh ha ha ha. Going Mary soared into the sky, brought the Straw Hat pirates into the cumulus cloud, and then landed on a sea of white clouds, unexpectedly did not sink into it and floated on top. Sima D's first reaction was not excitement, but pinching her throat awkwardly. The oxygen content at an altitude of 10,000 meters is low, and breathing is a bit difficult. Fortunately, his body is strong enough now, and after a short period of adaptation, there will be no serious problems. But looking at Luffy and others, they were all panting like cows, extremely uncomfortable. But Crocus and Laboon didn't respond. Compared with the other side, the oxygen is still high. Crocus said with a smile. Excessive oxygen will oxidize the cells. Sky Island is also a good place for cultivation. Sima D smiled and didn't say much. He glanced at Robin beside him, and prepared to use his spiritual ability to give her some oxygen. But Robin grabbed his hand. No need, huh? Robin tried to say, I don't want to be a flower in the greenhouse. She is a progressive woman. Sima D turned to wrap her arms around her slender waist, and lifted her up. Half an hour later, everyone also slowed down and resumed their actions little by little. Luffy and the others looked at the sea of white clouds and ran excitedly on the deck. Alas! Sky Island. We really did it. Coolie Guy also looked around with emotion, but he didn't expect that Sky Island really existed. B. What about Golden Country? At this time, Usopp flaunted. Since we have come to Sky Island, let me, the #1 warrior at sea, take a swim and come back. As he said that, he was about to plunge into the sea of clouds, but in the middle, he was grabbed by the ankle by Crocus who flashed past, and his whole body was slapped on the body of the boat. It hurts to look at it. Usopp, who is thrown on the deck, jumps immediately. Old man Crocus, what are you doing? I'm saving you, idiot. Crocus said, where do you think we are? It's not the bottom of the ocean. What is below the clouds? It's 10,000 meters high. If Usopp really dived just now, will it fall halfway? Usopp's nose trembled in fright. Ask for flowers. Thank you so much. The Usopp board was bowing to Crocus. What? Sima D waved his hand, thought-powered to catch several flat empty fish, and everyone gathered for medical treatment. Is this the empty fish? Rolando's sailing diary has something to say. I heard it tastes good. Several people looked at Sanji. Sanji understood it in seconds, and made it into fish steaks after simple processing. It tastes really good. Sima, why are you fooling around with them? Nami said helplessly. Tired. This is the middle of the cumulus cloud, and there is still a distance from Sky Island, Crocus reminded. Then let's go. Now we can only go down the river and have a look. Going Mary was driving in the sea of clouds, and Sima D was leaning against the edge of the boat with Robin holding the fish raft. The scenery was very good. Quickly, just came to the so-called Gate of Heaven. A wrinkled old woman walked out. The pair of Bai-Yu wings behind her were particularly conspicuous. I am Amazon, the gatekeeper of heaven. Are you here for sightseeing or for war? The angel said slowly. Waiting for someone to answer, she thought to herself. No matter what it is, the entry fee is 1 billion IQ per person. Everyone. QQ smiley face with 100 million as the unit. It sounds very expensive. B. The ratio of IQ to Bailey is 1 to 1000 billion. 1 billion IQ sounds scary, but in fact it is only 100,000 Bailey per person. For the Straw Hat Pirates who have inherited the wealth of many people one after another, it is just a small amount of money. 18. Nami, a miser, blew up when he heard 1 billion. How could he bother to ask about the exchange rate? Sima D suspects that Nami would not be obedient even if she knew it was 100,000 pele per person. Nami looked at Crocus with a questioning gaze. Have you paid this fee before? We are pirates. How can there be any reason to pay the entry fee? Crocus took it for granted. Makes sense. Oh, that's okay. The old angel said, I'm just a gatekeeper, not a guard. I'm just asking for your opinions. It seems like this is over. Only Sima D knows. I'm afraid the old man Crocus can dig a hole. But Sima D didn't remind me that it's only fun to make things happen. An express shrimp emerged from the sea of clouds, clamped Going Mary's glider with its lobster claws, and carried it on its back along the Baiyun Sea Road at high speed. The process was so abrupt that everyone was unprepared. Both Nami and Vivi were thrown out by inertia, and they were about to fly out of Going Mary, but they were stopped by Sima D one by one and hugged halfway. The speed of the express shrimp is still going on, and the excitement like a roller coaster makes the two girls scream and hold on to Sima D tightly. Sima D blinked and looked at Robin, who was self-reliant. It's not that I neglected you, it's no hand. Robin's clothes were blown close to his body by the strong wind, but he just looked at Sima D with a smile, without any displeasure. Miss Big Sister is understanding. Sima D looked up to the sky. It should already be within the range of Enel's heartnet, right? Duh. What debuff should I add to Thunderfruit? 11. The priest unexpectedly visited, Enel's preference. Going Mary was sailing in the sea of clouds, but the hang glider was broken for some reason. Luffy. It's you, scare it away, otherwise we wouldn't be lost for a long time, Nami complained. Originally, the express prawns would send them to the shore, but Luffy got a cramp on the way, and turned his attention to the express prawns, and asked Sanji if he could make a big meal. Express Shrimp was so frightened that he abandoned the ship and fled. Before parting, he clipped Going Mary's glider, as if to avenge Luffy's kindness. Who knew that its ears are so good, and Meili's wings are not needed anymore? Luffy said with a smile. He didn't realize his mistake at all. Nami is helpless every day. Boom. Going Mary seemed to hit something, and the boat stopped, and Luffy, who was sitting on the goat-headed figurehead, fell off the boat with a grunt. Usopp was so scared that he jumped off the boat to save people. Boom. Usopp, who was in a diving posture, was standing on the cloud, only to find that the cloud, 907, has a substance, and he can stand on it. It's like a beach, with umbrellas, deck chairs and other leisure items. You can actually stand. This is Sky Island, right? Hey, wait for me. Everyone jumped on the Cloud Island to have fun. It was as easy as vacationing on the beach, but they were walking on the clouds. Sima D is also walking in a novel way, with a sense of sight of flying through the clouds. It was quite interesting. What? Luffy's exclamation came. Sima D followed the Prestige and saw him driving a Viba, rampant in the sea of clouds. It can be seen that he was trying to stabilize, but in the end he capsized and fell into the sea of clouds. However, the recent Sanji and Zoro did not intend to rescue them immediately. It seems to be discussing demon fruit power. Can you swim in the sea of clouds? It wasn't until Luffy didn't come up for a long time that the two rushed to rescue her. At this time, a female angel hurried over, and she was not surprised to see the Straw Hat Pirates, but apologized cautiously. Sorry, it's this who stopped Weeba indiscriminately and caused you trouble. Sima D on the side recognized the female angel as Konus. Or was it sent to induce them to accept divine punishment? It was destined. Interestingly, Konus was wearing a high-necked one-piece miniskirt, but no pants, and the spring light revealed in the running directly conquered Sanji. It's okay, Miss Angel, it's this idiot who messed around. I still have to apologize, it's our negligence. Konus apologized. You guys are here too. As an apology, why don't you stay at my house tonight? I can briefly introduce Angel Island to you, W. Tisk. Not only are you not afraid when you see a pirate, but you even take it to your home? Either the heart is too big, or there is a conspiracy. But Sanji was obviously fascinated by the beauty, excitedly said, is it really possible? That's really a pleasure. Sima D shook her head and met Crocus' eyes. The latter also obviously found something was wrong, but he didn't mean to remind him. Sima D is not in a hurry either. It was also a good experience for him to follow Konus to Angel Island and watch the artificial cloud workshop in the Sky Island shell with various functions. I thought the plot would follow the original script until finally Konus would find out with conscience. B. He still ignores his butterfly effect. Next morning, the streets that were bustling yesterday were cleared, and a team controlled the streets, as if they were lining the streets to welcome some important person. Huh? Luffy looked at Konus. Is there any holiday today? Konus stared blankly. Have it? Why doesn't she know? At this time, a fat man with glasses like a ball appeared, and his small white wings looked like chicken wings, which was very funny. But at the side, Kinesa's complexion changed drastically. Guardian of the Forest, Shadley, why is he here? Konus panicked. She thought it was because she didn't perform her mission properly, that's why God sent his priests to liquidate her. But she didn't even think about it. Normally, Enel punishes people, so why use such a big fight? It was a thunderbolt that fell directly from the sky. Shadley went straight into Konus's house, and locked her eyes on the Straw Hat Pirates and the others. It was clear at a glance that they didn't have little wings. You are the intruders, right? Shadley said. God gave you a chance to redeem your sins. As long as you follow me to the temple to meet God, your sins will be forgiven. Intruder? Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates looked at each other in blank dismay, and they all thought about the pass fee. Is it an intruder if you don't pay? This, strong buy and strong sell. What the hell is going to meet him and let him come here by himself? Luffy said bluntly. This made both Shadley and Conus go crazy. How dare you? And in the next second, a thunderbolt fell from the clear sky, piercing through the roof and hitting Luffy with precision. Boom! The sound of thunder resounded through the sky at this time. It's God's punishment. Conus turned pale. On the other hand, Sadly showed a pious face, which is obviously a miracle. It's funny to see Sima D's side. Enel, the demon fruit power, is domineering on the 3-acre land of Sky Island. If it were land, it would have been taught a lesson. As for Luffy, the rubber body of Nika fruit is naturally non-conductive, and as the sun god, he is obviously not afraid of heat, so he will not melt due to resistance. It can be said that TNK Enel. This is not before anyone could dig him up. Luffy jumped up from the ground by himself. What? It stained my clothes. Luffy complained. Conus. N-Airy summation, superset QQ smiley face. Sadly. N-Airy summation, superset QQ smiley face. Both of them were shocked. How could this person resist the God's punishment and be the same as a normal person? After a brief silence, another thick lightning column landed, smashing Luffy into the ground again. Obviously Enel didn't believe in evil, and even increased his strength. But Luffy still jumped out of the pit alive and well. He even yelled to the sky in a bad mood. What is hiding its head and showing its tail? Come out and challenge it. Now Conus is numb and Sadly is numb. Being rude to God? Damn it. Shadley charged at Luffy at a speed that was out of proportion to his size, to take down the blasphemer. Luffy raised his fist subconsciously to meet the enemy, but Shadley dodged like a prophet, and pressed his palm on his forehead. Boom, a loud bang. Luffy was blown out of the cabin by a huge force and disappeared without a trace. Now the Straw Hat Pirates will quit. Hands on Luffy. Catch him. God. I'll show you too. Seeing being surrounded by Straw Hat Pirates, Shadley was not in a hurry. Immediately, the sky brightened a few shades, and several thunderbolts fell from the sky, covering everyone in 5.3. This is the price of fighting against God, you blasphemers. Seeing Shadley laughing wildly, Sima D glanced at the 3 daughters of Robin who were protected by him, and looked at the intact ceiling above his head strangely. Strangeness, originally, he planned to try Laxus's lightning immunity, so he had no defense, so why didn't the lightning bombard him instead? What, Enel prefers him alone, but Sima D doesn't know Enel either. Should it be the reason for occlumency? Sima D analyzed. As for the Straw Hat Pirates, this thunder and lightning can't kill people, it's heavier and healthier. Follow. Shadley's words made Sima D's expression even weirder. 12. You are an ordinary Logia, why do you want to be tough with phantom beasts? Sima D was wondering why she was not bombarded by thunder, but Shadley solved the case with one word. It seems that you are the new candidate chosen by God. Shadley said, follow me to meet God, and your companions will be saved from death. That determined tone made Sima D laugh out loud. Enel picked him? Why? New candidate? Is it a priest like Shadley? The only thing Sima D can think of is that his occlumency aroused Enel's interest. After all, the entire Sky Island is shrouded in his heart net, and everything is under control, which makes him have the arrogant idea of, I am God. Suddenly broke into a person whose heart network can't see through, he must be curious. But, you're God, it's none of my business. Sima D squinted. What the hell? Wondering if you won't come to see it. What's going on here? But Conus and Shadley instinctively stayed away from Sima D after hearing the words. This is to avoid the spread of God's punishment. But weirdly, there has been no God's punishment in the sky, just like God has not heard Sima D's blasphemous remarks. At this time, the Usopp who were struck by lightning also crawled out of the deep pit. It is worth noting that Crocus was caught off guard just now, but he was the only one in clean clothes. It must have been the armament hockey defense that was used at that moment. Also said that he is an old man with no strength to restrain a chicken? Hiss. Sanji said angrily, then what the hell, isn't it just that you didn't pay the fee of 15? As for using lightning? Voice just fell, the sky was lit up with thunder, hitting Sanji who was cursing. See Sima D amazed. This thunder fruit paired with Shinwang, the ultra-long range, God's punishment, is indeed a very pretend method. Seeing Sanji's end, the others also silently shut up. After all, the experience of being struck by lightning is not wonderful. Only Luffy has nothing to fear, what the hell? Boom. Come out and challenge. Boom_W. He will hide behind his back and plot against people. Boom. You must be a woman? Boom, boom, good guy. Even Shadley was dumbfounded, how could this man resist the attack? While Luffy was attracting attention, the Straw Hat Pirates gathered around Sima D. Old man Crocus, is there really a god? Usopp asked cautiously. Crocus also shook his head in confusion. When we came last time, the so-called god of Sky Island was still named Gon 4, and it was just a title similar to a king. Now the Straw Hat Pirates roughly understood. Looks like a demon fruit power. Can control lightning. It should be Logia's demon fruit power, Robin analyzed. And he still lives in a Peado, across the White Sea. Only observation hockey can make a precise hit at such a distance, and the level must be at least advanced. Sima D added. The information about Enel is roughly clear, leftover. Everyone looked at Luffy, who had been hacked all the time. Enel was obviously competing with him, and he didn't even have time to talk about him here. Sima D looked straight and shook her head. You ordinary Logia, why do you want to fight against the top devil fruit among the phantom beasts? The so-called god is obviously hostile to us now. Coolie Guy asked suddenly. Should we still go to a Peado? Last night, Coolie Guy couldn't wait to ask Conus about the whereabouts of the Golden Country. He didn't have any impression of the Golden Conus, but if he talked about land, then only the Island of Gods, a Peado, has half of the Sky Island. Yes, the Straw Hat Pirates decided to go to Apaya today to take a look. I didn't expect such a thing to happen so early in the morning. Go. Why don't you go? Sima D said indifferently. It's just an egomaniac who claims to be a god. We can do whatever we want. Exactly, Zoro agreed. Even if it's a god, I can still kill it. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck Zoro precisely, and also enveloped Sanji beside him. Once electrotherapy is over, Sanji is just glaring at Zoro. Can you stay away from me if you want trouble? Damn it. Why did Sima say it's all right? Zoro was also angry. Everyone looked at Sima D curiously, waiting for an explanation. Maybe I'm more handsome, Sima D teased everyone. On the contrary, Robin smiled. It's possible. Didn't the ball just say that God has taken a fancy to Sima? Vivi said seriously, maybe this god is a goddess and has taken a fancy to Sima? Sima D. Girl, it's not fun to say that. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck Vivi's head, which was blocked by Sima D's telekinetic power. But it still surprised Vivi. Immediately, he grimaced towards the sky unscrupulously, but his hand was holding Sima D tightly. I have a backer. You are a fart. Boom, the thunder and lightning impotently hit the telekinetic shield, and Sima D could vaguely hear Enel's impotent fury. Meeting them can be regarded as the Waterloo of Enel's life. Let's go. Sima D walked outside the house. Go and meet the so-called god. Walked for a while, Sima D looked back at Shadley in doubt, not leading the way? Sadly. Obviously he is a priest, why doesn't he have the slightest majesty when facing this group of people? But without receiving new instructions from Enel, Shadley didn't know whether to take down the person in front of him. The problem is that he doesn't seem to be able to beat it? A group of people have suffered so many divine punishments, and no one looks like they will fall down. Luffy is still being hacked. Forget it, let's go by ourselves. Sima D waved his hand. Then lead the team to leave directly. Conus seemed to want to say something, but when he saw Sadly at the side, he cowardly closed his mouth again. Fine going Mary. Sima D directly took out Captain Jack's compass and silently recited, Apahado. The spinning pointer immediately locked on the front left direction, and Sima D signaled Nami to drive straight there. What kind of compass is this? It can still be used in the Grand Line, Nami wondered. The compass I picked up in the ruins of Lil Garden last time. Just think about something in this research, and it will point you to where you want to go. Sima D explained casually. Nami's eyes lit up immediately. What navigator could refuse such a magical compass? But Sima D had expected to directly include the compass into the system space. He is not someone's nanny or licking the dog. You can give it to you if you want it? B. Hey. Seeing this, Nami curled her lips and muttered, stingy. Sima Daikwan pretended not to hear. Remember something. Immediately reminded. By the way, the MK5 given to you can absorb a certain amount of lightning. The eyes of Usopp, who squeezed next to him, brightened. Immediately, they rushed to the utility room at the bow, took out the MK5 metal briefcase placed in it, and amidst the sound of machinery running, they all finished dressing. Even Zoro, who was clamoring for impacting action before, put it on honestly. He doesn't want to be struck by lightning again. Seeing that Coolie Guy is quite envious, what man doesn't like mechs? But, Luffy, you really can't wear that seastone suit, give it up, Chopper reminded kindly. Yeah Luffy, you're not afraid of lightning anyway. Usopp's tone was a bit resentful. Why are you not afraid of lightning strikes? Probably because rubber is an insulator and does not conduct electricity, Robin speculated. But ordinary rubber will melt when subjected to high voltage? Usopp 113 asked again. He is a small inventor on the ship, and he still knows this basic knowledge. Robin was lost in thought. Sima D was watching the show with a funny face. Who would have guessed that Luffy is not Paramecia rubber fruit, but Zone Phantom Beast Nick form? Conversation room, Going Merry also crossed the White Sea, and the outline of an island appeared in everyone's eyes. The earthy land and towering trees that did not belong to Sky Island all proved its identity. Quack, before that, flapping its wings like an invisible guide bird, the island flew to the next level. It must be, Coolie Guy excitedly said. This must be the Gaia Island that soared into the sky. The Golden Town really exists. Then the Golden Bell must also exist. Just ring the Golden Bell, and you can cleanse 400 years of injustice. This big man who was running so fast actually shed tears of excitement at this moment. He has been diving for more than 10 years to find the Golden Land. Is it for gold? Do not, he is for the glory of a man. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates looked at each other and smiled. I didn't expect what Rolando said to be true, Robin sighed. The fairy tale of Rolando, the big talker, is a household name. Who would have thought that it would really come true one day? Sima D also looked at Coolie Guy, who was crying bitterly with emotion. He has been living in doubt and ridicule, but the root cause is that his ancestors who should be proud of him were identified as big talkers. He must be suffering too, right? Sima D jumped off the boat and walked deep into the island without looking back. Come on, go and ring the golden bell. It's time to come to the truth that is 400 late. In no mood, a figure jumped out and launched a surprise attack on Sima D. 13. Apologies for being 400 years late, Coolie Guy and Weiba. When the Straw Hat pirates landed, a figure suddenly attacked Sima D. The speed was astonishingly fast, and everyone present did not react. Boom. That figure was hunched over the telekinetic shield, and the mask he was wearing was shattered in the violent impact, but he himself wanted to bypass the telekinetic shield and continue to attack Sima D as if nothing happened. It's very persistent. Sima D didn't intend to have a fight with Gang, and continued to stop him with the telekinetic shield. This made the comers have nowhere to start, and had to retreat to a safe distance, staring at everyone. He's a lean black guy. Who are you? Vivi said angrily. Why did you come up and attack us? Do we have a grudge? This is the territory of Sandia. I am Vipa, the war ghost of Sandia, and all those who invade our territory will be expelled, the visitor warned. It's not his fault, except for Sima D and Luffy. The Straw Hat pirates are all wearing MK5, which looks hard to deal with at first glance. This menacing threat, but to Coolie Guy, it sounds like the sound of nature. That's right. This is the Golden Land, Sandia, mentioned by Rolando. What did you say? This is Sandia, Coolie Guy said excitedly. Then do you know Rolando? Or is it a descendant of the great warrior Carl Gala? Vipa stared at Coolie Guy vigilantly and did not answer the question hastily. Ask back. Why are you asking these? Who are you? Sima D amused watching the two wary of each other. The Weiba in front of me is the descendant of the great warrior Carl Gala, and he didn't know Rolando, the ancestor of Coolie Guy, but because he cut down the sacred tree of Sandia because he was going to cure tree fever, he misunderstood it as deported as a sinner who violated traditions and beliefs. Carl Gala has always apologized to Rolando. Pity, the rushing ocean current brought Sandia to Sky Island, and this apology cannot be conveyed in person. Now, their descendants stand facing each other again. What will happen? Faced with Weiba's questioning, Coolie Guy did not hide anything. I am here for my ancestor Monbron Rolando. Wait, Vipa stared and said, who do you say your ancestors are? Monbron Rolando. Is there any problem? Coolie Guy suddenly thought. Could it be? In Sandia, there are still legends about my ancestors? Weiba still didn't answer Coolie Guy. How do you prove it? Vipa asked again. Coolie Guy was also eager to know the truth, so he didn't hold back at all. Open his invitation and take a pure gold head and a gold ring from it. This ring was given to him by my ancestor Rolando when he rescued Moose, who was treated as a living sacrifice. Coolie Guy threw the gold ring to Vipa, who flipped through the inscription on the inner side, and threw the gold ring back to Coolie with a blank expression. How? I didn't lie to you. What are you doing? I saw Vipa, who was attacking everyone just now, suddenly knelt down on both knees and kowtowed heavily to Coolie Guy. Surprised the Coolie Guy. What's the situation? This is my apology on behalf of my ancestors, the great warrior Carl Gala, to your mainline Rolando. Vipa said solemnly. At the beginning Rolando cut down the god tree to save our tribe, but my ancestors believe that it was him. It is his lifelong regret not to be able to apologize to Rolando face to face, and as a descendant, I am here today to do it for me. He said, bang bang bang, and kowtowed 3 times. You can see his sincerity. These were also written in the voyage diary, and Coolie Guy accepted it on his behalf. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene. Carl Guerra's apology for being 400 years late, and get the sign in reward. Vipa's strong physique. Vipa's strong physique. As a descendant of the great warrior Carl Gala, Vipa has been training himself with his ancestors as his goal, and has created a physique comparable to Sea King's. Sima D can clearly perceive that her power has increased slightly. Don't underestimate this small size. Sima D's current physique can support the use of middle-level armament hockey, which is already considered to be above the middle level in this sea. This superposition, it also makes his armament hockey rise with the tide, both in quality and quantity. Faintly, Sima D seems to have touched a certain bottleneck. As long as he crosses it, he can come to the advanced armament hockey, allowing him to attach to the slash and attack the enemy remotely. I didn't expect that there would be unexpected surprises just watching a play. What I didn't even expect was, as soon as Vipa stood up, he turned his face and refused to recognize anyone, and said forcefully, even if they are descendants of ancestors, Shandia is not suitable for receiving guests now, please go back. Wait. Coolie Guy is eager. At least let me take some video? And the golden clock. I need them to prove that my ancestors are not big talkers. Coolie Guy recounted Rolando's encounter with the little talker. He's already here. How could he just leave like this? Vipa was silent for a few seconds. He sighed. It's not that I don't help you, it's just, now. The island under our feet is no longer ruled by a Sandia, but has been snatched by the angels. We have been trying to regain this land for many years. The ancestors died in battle. It is now inhabited by a god named Enel. Even we, the golden clock you mentioned, don't know if it still exists. Enel's strength is very strong, you are only going to die, go back. However, Enel. You mean the guy who just hides? Luffy asked curiously. Such an impolite tone made Vipa, Dewang Hao, look aside. Pulling Coolie Guy away from Luffy, next second. Luffy was struck by the thunderbolt on the cap of the sky. For fear that the straw hat would be broken, Luffy chose to hang it on his back. Luffy was used to being struck by lightning, and looked at Vipa suspiciously. Why, are you afraid of being struck by lightning? 5. He looked at Coolie Guy suspiciously, is this your companion? Is he really human?
Coolie Guy shrugged. He's not really sure if Luffy is human. After all, Laboon can conjure a whale tail. I'm so sorry. 14. Vivi's excessive interpretation. Declare war on God. Although it is not sure whether Luffy is human or not, his ability to not fear God's punishment gives Wayapa hope. But he has always fought alone. It's still a bit difficult to seek help from outsiders nowadays. Fortunately, at this time, Sima D invited at the right time. We are going to find Enel's troubles, and by the way, Brother Coolie Guy rings the golden bell, do you want to join us? He didn't like Wayapa's ability, and his physical strength was only about 1/3 of his current strength. It's the combination of him fighting side by side with Coolie Guy. I wonder if there are other famous scenes. The Carl Guerra's apology for being 400 years late just now is not in the original play. This gives Sima D a lot of room to maneuver. Waipa was also very moved when he heard the words. Then he suggested. Enel's subordinates have 4 God-tier officers and God's team, you wait for me to go to Cloud Shinobi Village and call my companions, the God's guards will be handed over to us, and the rest. Leave the rest to us. Luffy said confidently. Waipa nodded heavily and said, come with me. Then he turned around and jumped around in the jungle, as nimbly as a monkey. Everyone hastened to follow. After learning that Haki's training is closely related to physical fitness, even Usopp, who is a sniper, has a considerable amount of exercise every day. So I quickly got used to the MK5, and it is very easy to use it to fly at low altitude to keep up with the team. Vivi caught up with Sima D and flew side by side, opening the steel visor. Sima, what God's team, your conqueror's Haki should be able to sweep it. Sima D smiled noncommittally. It can't be said that he is doing it for fame, right? Sandia launched a full-scale attack on Enel, which may also be a famous scene. In no mood, Vivi actually overinterpreted. Are you trying to ease the relationship between Sandia and the angels? Sima D. He looked at Vivi suspiciously. What do you mean? Vivi showed an expression of, I understand. Although Angel Island can grow plants, they can't breed plants. They need the land of Sandia. And Sandia was taken to Sky Island by the rushing ocean current, which cannot be changed. If they are allowed to continue fighting with angels, there must be one side in the end. Will perish. So you want to use this battle to reconcile the Shandia family and the Angel family and live together on this island, right? Sima D. What great feat did Sima D do that made Vivi misunderstand him so much? Is it because of his layout that Alabasta saved the country without any casualties? The reason why I did that in the first place. It is entirely for the sake of, not interfering with the situation of the battle, by placing himself in the position of, wise man. Better sign in scenes. #FTHG. I really didn't think too much about it. It turns out that Vivi interpreted a lot of intelligence by herself. Sima D pondered for a moment, but still didn't explain much. Just keep smiling. This made Vivi firmer in his mind, and immediately excitedly said, then I will inform the people in Angel Island. Then he turned around and flew towards Angel Island on the other side. Sima D. Forget it, BFCH. Let her go. Robin leaned over again, opened the steel mask and looked at Sima D with a half smile. As what Vivi said true. My savior. Hearing this joking tone, one knew that Robin had seen through everything. B. Am I so unbearable in your eyes? Sima D asked with a straight face. This made Robin wonder if he was wrong. Okay, I was wrong. Robin immediately admitted his mistake. After this time, I promise you to bite. Sima D's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, there was a surprise. After running for half an hour, the crowd came to a small cloud island, where a small village was located, where the Sandia family who had been expelled from their homes lived. Wayapa came with a large number of people in extraordinary costumes, which made the small village very alert. Most of the people took up weapons and stared at them eagerly. This is a village where all the people are soldiers, but it is also in line with the folk customs of Sandia. Everyone, don't worry, they are the descendants of Rolando and his companions. Vipa said loudly. People heard. I subconsciously looked towards the center of the village, where there stood a stone sculpture, which was dedicated to the war against Carl Guerra. The story about Carl Guerra and Rolando seems to be widely circulated in the village. Coolie Guy followed everyone's gaze, staring at the statue in a daze. Everything he saw now proved that his ancestor Rolando was not a liar. He felt ashamed for his previous doubts, and then pride welled up in his heart. His ancestor was not a big talker, but a strong man who conquered the Grand Line 4 times. An old man walked out from the crowd, and Vipa respectfully called, village chief, and then briefly explained the identity of Coolie Guy. The village chief checked the golden ring again, and then bowed to Coolie Guy again. The descendants of those who once saved Sandia, this old man once again apologizes to Sandia for his recklessness. Other village names also follow bow. What a brave family indeed. Coolie Guy still didn't dodge. This is what he suffered on behalf of his ancestor Rolando, and it's the apology he deserves. Even if it is 400 years late. Afterwards, Coolie Guy helped the village head up and said, I'm here this time to wash away the grievances of our ancestors. As soon as the story about Large King Rolando came out, the village head felt even more guilty. We are the ones who killed Rolando. If he hadn't been rushed to drive him away, he would definitely have returned with a full reward, and there would be no follow-up incidents. As for gold, no matter in the past or now, for the Shandia family who have been hunting for a living, gold is too soft to make weapons, and can only be used as jewelry and building materials. Who cares about giving the savior some building materials? There is no need to say more about these, they are just the grievances of the ancestors. Coolie Guy interrupted. Now I just want to take a video and ring the golden bell to prove that the ancestors are not liars. Vipa then explained Luffy's inhumanity to the village chief. Is there really someone who is not afraid of God's punishment? The village chief couldn't believe it. Luffy also simply pointed at the sky and cursed, Enel, you big idiot. Boom, boom, boom. This time there was a lightning 9 combo, directly, and the splashing lightning even affected several people in Usopp next to it, but it was all absorbed by the MK5's energy, only the paint on the outside was scratched. And it looked that not only Luffy, but everyone else was safe and sound. Waipa is shocked again. Are so many people not afraid of God's punishment? The villagers of Shandia, including the village head, stared wide-eyed. Is there anyone who is not afraid of lightning? And still a group. Immediately there is excitement. Here comes their hope of counter-attacking Enel and taking back the land. Okay. The village chief said boldly. All warriors, take up arms and fight for the homeland. Fight for the descendants of Rolando. Huh. Call, call, call. Deafening shouts resounded through the sky, as if they had angered the gods, and there were a lot of thunder flashing in the sky. Obviously, Enel also heard the commotion here, and was going to send divine punishment directly to suppress and kill those who dared to resist. But, scattered. The clouds in the sky dissipated directly, and the lightning without the carrier was nothing to fear. Sima D clasped her hands and looked at the excited Sandia warriors. How could anyone disturb her at this time? Sandia is worthy of being a village where all the people are soldiers. The villagers who were doing farm work 1 second, picked up weapons and became warriors in the next second. They stepped on the boots made by Fengbei, and jumped onto the White Sea to face Apea. Kill more. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates is flying in the sky. Luffy is flying with Zoro and Sanji wrapped around his left and right hands. They looked at the Sandia warriors speeding forward in the clouds below, and couldn't help but have a dreamy sense of sight. Once upon a time, how could they have imagined that one day they would fly at an altitude of 10,000 meters and declare war on the so-called God, with the warriors who can glide in the clouds? My blood is boiling. Zoro exclaimed excitedly. God, we'll kick him. Sanji insisted. Ha ha ha, here we come. Luffy laughed. Yohu. I'm Usopp, the Sky Warrior. Usopp opened his hands. For the gold, rush the duck. Nami's eyes glowed with gold. Sima D looked at the excited crowd and smiled. This is the adventure I want. 15. Enel is pregnant. Compete for Thunder Fruit. On Apeado Island, everyone landed again. The difference is, not only large troops landed this time, but also 500 soldiers from Sandia. That's right. 500 soldiers. Ding. Congratulations on the sign in scene, Sandia 500 warriors, and get the sign in reward, Carl Gala's observation hockey. Carl Gala's observation hockey. As a great warrior in Sandia, Carl Gala is an innate observation hockey awakener. Even without too much exercise later, he still reached the intermediate level. Really, right to invite Waipa. The improvement of observation hockey has always made Sima D quite distressed. After all, it is the power of listening. Strong mental power will only allow him to better control it, but it cannot enhance observation hockey. It can only be strengthened by day-to-day training. So this reward, he is still very satisfied. Sima D opened observation hockey, barely covering the island. Shandia is called the right eye of the skeleton, but it is actually only a small part of Gaia Island. Small. In observation hockey, Sima D saw a large army waiting in front of him, and guessed it was the god's team and 4 priests. In the rear there is a man sitting on the throne, with 2 taiko drums on his shoulders. His earlobes are as long as Maitreya Buddha, and he is playing with a long golden stick. Not Enel who. It seems that self-sustaining strength wants to crush them directly, not like in the original drama. Oh, right. This time, Sima D and the others came directly by taking the Going Merry, instead of being tricked to start from the entrance of Trial of God, so they didn't have to go through all the levels. Sima D was thinking, should Sandia and Team God go head to head? There will inevitably be a lot of casualties. After all, the source of Sky Island's calamity is only Enel. The priest may be his fanatical fans, but most of the gods' team are also forced to submit. This is an unnecessary casualty. B. I'll go ahead to explore the way. Sima D greeted. Then he accelerated out of the team and took the lead in crossing the jungle to the god team. Bumping into the loosely positioned gods team, armed with Sky Island's exclusive Sky Island shell weapons, they were eyeing Sima D. But Sima D didn't pay attention to them, instead she looked behind them in surprise, the huge Sandia ruins. Although the ground is not the land but the cloud island, the buildings with traces of historical vicissitudes, the high towers for worship, and the shiny golden luster all show that they were once a brilliant civilization. At this time, God's team also launched an offensive against Sima D, and the incendiary cannons fired directly. Sima D didn't dodge, and stood there calmly as if she was frightened. This made Enel in the rear look a little puzzled. Boom. Amid the violent explosion, Enel's expression eased. The smoke clears. I saw Sima D floating there safe and sound, the power to blast a deep hole under his feet, but it couldn't even mess up his hair. The omnipotent thought power is easy to use. Then, there was a golden light in his eyes, ready to wipe out all the people in front of him. Zila. Enel turned into a beam of thunder and condensed in front of Sima D, pointing his chin at him haughtily. People from Qinghai, this god is giving you a chance to surrender to this god. Enel said alms. Sima D, just very speechless. Where does this pretender get his confidence? Think elementalization can make you invincible. But, I'm curious, what do you like about me? Sima D asked puzzled. Although I have already guessed, I still want to verify it. Hey, this is the last tolerance of this god. Enel said impatiently. This god can't read your thoughts, which makes this god interested in you. People from Qinghai, please take advantage of this god's return. Haven't changed your mind, do you want to surrender, or die? Sure enough, Sima D dispelled the doubts, so she was not polite. Open directly. What is filial piety? The strange words made Enel frown. What is love? Enel's complexion gradually became impatient. Do you know the greatness of maternal love? Enel's hands lit up with lightning, and he stared at Sima D with unkind eyes. Strong identification technique. Enel, who was about to warn Sima D, saw the bright golden light shooting from Sima D's eyes, and subconsciously used elementalization to avoid damage. B. How can the causal level ability be avoided by the little elementalization? Enel has no doubt been directly recruited. Together with all the gods and priests behind him, his stomach swelled to the level of an October pregnancy within 10 seconds, and then there was heart-piercing pain. Enel, who has never experienced pain since eating thunder fruit, couldn't stretch himself on the spot. He fell to his knees in pain, his eyes widened and he dragged the clouds on the ground. Pain. It hurts so much, but the force of being a god still made him grit his teeth. But the people behind him don't have these burdens, and they are all crying. It hurts. What is this? Am I pregnant? Is that man a devil? You're not going to have a baby. Without exception, all the people present were men. Seeing that everyone has a big belly, panic spreads for a while. Have a baby. They are men. Enel also heard these remarks, and then thought that the Qinghai man in front of him could not read any thoughts at all, and the unknown made him a little crazy. He endured the pain and stood up, glaring at Sima D. People from Qinghai, what have you done? As you can see, let you have a baby. Sima D said indifferently. Enel, will you really have a baby? No way, no way. People from Qinghai, immediately, cancel. Enel gritted his teeth. Sima D smiled without saying a word. If I kill you, this ability will be removed, right? Enel's eyes flashed with lightning. Go to hell. Dao wife. A bolt of lightning shot out from Enel's wrist and went straight to Sima D's head. Sheila. The thunder and lightning directly hit Sima D's forehead, but it didn't cause any damage to him, and even added a little bit of Sima D's physical strength. Laxus is immune to lightning. Its principle is different from Luffy's, non-conductive, but it uses lightning absorption for its own use, so as to be immune to lightning damage. From a certain point of view, this is also flawed. If the quality of the thunder and lightning is too large and cannot be converted per unit time, it will still hurt his body. But Enel doesn't know it. He looked at Sima D in shock, wondering what happened to the Qinghai people in front of him. Why are none of you afraid of thunder and lightning? Enel questioned his soul. Sima D smiled without saying a word. After meeting Enel, he was quite disappointed to be honest. Arrogant, lack of willpower. Asking for flowers, 0. The only advantage is eating a good devil fruit, but Sima D is holding a devil fruit separation potion. So the thought of recruiting Enel before was completely given up. Do you still want to be your companion with this thing? Tisk. Sima D's disdainful expression immediately ignited Enel's anger. I don't believe you can't kill me. Thunder alchemy. The lightning's heat melted his golden staff and reshaped it into a golden trident, with the sharp edge piercing Sima D's head. This time Sima D didn't use the telekinetic shield anymore, but pretended to be knocked into the air, and flew back. Just hit Luffy out of the jungle, rubber man, he was the perfect cushion. Sima, are you okay? As the enemy strong, everyone came over anxiously, Sima D cooperated and pretended to be weak. It's not easy for them either, hee. At this time, the crowd was the one who found out, howling all over the place, and the weird big belly silenced everyone. 99% of the people present were male fighters, who shivered to show respect for this, spiritual and physical torture, situation. 0. Terrible. Look at the seemingly weak Tong Matty who was actually unharmed. Everyone fell silent. Real. Isn't it a one-sided crushing game? Zila. A flash of thunder interrupted everyone's thinking, and Biao was. Sima D and Luffy. Enel still doesn't seem to believe in evil, like to see with his own eyes whether Luffy is really not afraid of being struck by lightning. Then he actually saw it. Even the few people wearing MK5 next to them absorbed the overflowing part of the required power. Sima D and Luffy were bathed in thunder and lightning, and they both looked at Enel with uncomprehending eyes. Are you a fool? After trying so many times, they still don't know that we are not afraid of lightning. Enel, go to hell. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. The golden trident hit the taiko drum on his right shoulder, and the thunder and lightning produced were displayed from the taiko drum, forming a thunderbird more than 10 meters long above his head, singing and spreading its wings, and swooped down to the Straw Hat Pirates again. B. The result is that nothing has changed. Not right. My energy is charged to 250. Chopper asked pleasantly. The energy of the MK5 comes from the small arc reactor, which obviously cannot be made in this world, and if it is used up, it can only be replaced by a new one from Sima D. This also prevented everyone from using the MK5 frequently, because except for a few girls, other people could only make it once a month. But now, they found a new way to charge. I want the ability of this devil fruit. Nami said first. Too much, I want it too. Usopp said weakly. The others were silent. Either they don't need devil fruit, or they already have demon fruit power. It's a joke for Sima D. Okay, now that the war is about to start, let's focus on the results. It seems that it is necessary to teach them a good lesson. XER. Not weak at all. Is the strongest Logia kidding you? 16. Mighty Enel. The importance of making up the knife. Seeing that Usopp and Nami have already discussed how to distribute Thunder Fruit, Sima D thinks it is necessary to teach them a lesson. And it is very simple to do this, that is. Zila. Enel appeared in front of Usopp, and stabbed the MK5 with the golden trident intertwined with lightning. Although the gold was too soft to pierce, it still flew Usopp away. Nami reacted and raised his palm to use the palm cannon, which is to store energy, but he was smashed open by a halberd, and then kicked flying. Both of them were lying on the ground, making electronic inhalation sounds. Can see. The position where the MK5 was hit was already dented a large piece. The MK5 is just a prototype developed for emergency clothing. The armor itself is thin for lightness, which is enough for ordinary people, but it is a bit stretched for the pervert physique of One Piece. You're finally showing up. Bloody B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* who was restrained by himself, would be easy to deal with. But Enel already knows that Luffy is not afraid of thunder. Will he continue to use mine? It turned into lightning and flashed across Luffy's fist, and the golden trident hit his heart. Luffy subconsciously wanted to dodge. Unexpectedly, Enel's golden trident rate, 130, changed first, and swept towards the direction Luffy wanted to avoid. Outsiders looked as if Luffy had bumped into it himself. PFF'd. Although the texture of the golden trident is soft, the blade is still sharp, and it immediately cut a big hole in Luffy's chest. The blood poured down on Enel's head like a blowout, but before that Enel had disappeared before his eyes, and he appeared on the side holding up the golden trident, and he was about to end Luffy. Don't think about it. Sanji appeared on the side. Before the clumsy roundabout kick was in place, Enel had already dodged and dodged. A golden trident was thrown by him, causing it to hit Zoro's slash, forcing the latter to have to hand knife. Usopp's snipe catches up just in time, causing Enel to give up the pursuit and go to him to smash him with a fork. B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Obviously you didn't know the target and attacked randomly. Sanji roared. Just a face-to-face. The main battle strength of the Straw Hat Pirates is that they all fail. Even if the strongest Thunder Fruit attack is abolished, Enel can still rely on it to move at high speed, and with the one-step intelligence provided by Shinwang, it is enough to crush all areas. That's it. He is still in a state of being weakened by the identification of the strong. If he was in his heyday. Boom. A flash of thunder flashed, and the charging Viper was knocked to the ground. Facing everyone in Sandia, he is still a god. Look at Sima D again. He didn't know when he had come to the edge of Sandia's camp, watching Enel with great interest as he flattened everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. Tisk. I made you arrogant and conceited, you will suffer now. Sima D shook her head. Yes, underestimating the enemy before a fight is a big taboo. A voice agreed. Sima D turned her head. I saw that Crocus was also shaking his head, and even Laboon was brought by his side. Huh, why are you here? Sima D asked strangely. Even if you don't participate in the battle, Laboon has mastered the middle-level armament hockey, so don't let her participate in the battle. Isn't your idea just to teach them a lesson? Crocus snapped. Sima D pondered for a while. Turning to the Sandia 499 fighters, he asked. Those god teams are just lying there, don't you want to deal with them? The identification of the strong is not weak. Except for Enel who can still fight now, everyone else is lying on the ground and howling. The warriors of Sandia will not attack those who have no resistance. Since they have lost their combat power, our only opponent is Enel. Let your people retreat, the next battle is Sandia. These Shandia warriors are also attentive to people, and they don't even have the good character of adding insult to injury, so they launched a death charge against Enel. Can Enel be polite? Raise your hand and give them electrotherapy. But abrupt elementalization turned into lightning and disappeared. Rubber machine gun. Luffy's attack landed in the air, and received another golden trident from Enel, which pierced his left arm directly, and the blade was only half a punch away from his eyeball. Don't forget we're still here. Sanji and Zoro chose to go shoulder to shoulder this time, but facing Enel who has the hard net, their attacks are impossible to be effective. Even Kakuzu, who is wearing his clothes, cannot touch him. Second gear. Luffy with the second gear turned on joins the siege, which makes Enel a little embarrassed. After all, there is only so much room to dodge. B************** D. Die. Vipa, who was struck by lightning, got up tenaciously, and bombarded Enel with a battering shell in his hand. You must know that using a battering shell may shorten the lifespan. This moment, Enel read Waipa's idea, there is sea stone in this row of shells. This is the only filth that can hurt. God. The three of Luffy also saw the right time, and used their killer moves one after another. Too many attacks, can't dodge them all. Rab. Enel decisively chose to avoid Waipa's platoon shell bombardment, Sanji's soul with sea stone inlaid, and Zoro's sea stone tang knife. Choose to resist a punch from Luffy who is unarmed. The physical damage of this Qinghai monkey is useless to me, wait until he is surprised indirectly. Boom. There was a muffled sound. Enel was F'd by Luffy's fist on October's pregnant belly, and the pain that had been barely suppressed was super doubled immediately. The pain caused his tears and nose to be shot out, and he was bombarded in the direction of Vipa like a cannonball. Boom. One wrong move, and the whole game is lost. Enel was hit on the back by a platoon shell with sea stone, and was kicked by Sanji on the way, causing Zoro's slash to miss again. B****************** D. Are you here to make trouble? Zoro yelled angrily. The enemy was terminated by my last blow, what are you barking at? Sanji spoke with the result. You didn't kick him away. Otherwise, I would have cut him to pieces. Zoro was furious. Cut, isn't it that you are too slow? Damn it, this thing really hinders my movement. Using it to accelerate is faster than running by yourself. It's because you haven't gotten to know hey. My only weapon is a knife. The reason why the two were able to quarrel so easily was because Enel, who was kicked into the air, landed on the ground and rolled a few times, but there was no movement, and even his chest stopped rising and falling. The enemy has been wiped out, so of course I have time to talk about it. It was the Sandia warrior who charged forward, and he couldn't help but stop, with disbelief in his eyes. The nightmare that ruled Sky Island for many years was killed so easily. Is it too easy? Why don't you go? Crocus urged. If people are really dead, the devil fruit will disappear. This devil fruit is still good. Sima D shook her head. Could Enel die so easily? Zila. The electric arc beat at Enel's heart, causing everyone to look sideways. He's giving an electric shock. He's electric shocking his heart. Nami, who stood up, exclaimed, quick. Make up and kill him. The nearest Sandia fighters looked at each other in blank dismay, facing the gods team who had no resistance, they still didn't kill them. This is all dead Enel. Between hesitation, it just missed the best chance to eliminate Enel. Enel opened his eyes again after several electric shocks, stood up with a gloomy face, and stared at Luffy full of murderous aura. What an accident. The monkey in Qinghai, you obviously don't have a sea stone, why did you hit me? Luffy also scratched his head, not knowing why. But is it important? As long as you can hit the enemy flying. The soldiers of Sandia also reacted at this time, raised their weapons and were about to attack Enel. Boom. Admiral's thunder and lightning descended from the sky, intertwined into a deadly lightning net, covering a radius of hundreds of meters. The Sandia warriors who hesitated to make up the knife just now were all caught up. Waipa also entered the palace for the second time, lying dead on the ground again. Only the three of Luffy survived. The battle volume has exceeded 500%, and it will explode if you recharge it. Zoro said suddenly. Then use it, Sanji said. The most energy-consuming chest energy cannon stored energy and turned into an energy beam to attack Enel, but before that he had known and avoided it in advance. 5.3 The three of Luffy started besieging it again. Sima D watched and shook her head. Those Sandia warriors, although their spirit is commendable, are also somewhat pedantic. Sima D said with emotion. Obviously, the fight was ended by making up the knife directly, but now it is causing a reversal, right? Everyone holds different beliefs. Not wielding a knife at the weak is not a wrong quality, it's just inappropriate. Crocus retorted. Sima D didn't argue with him either, she raised her hand and released a large piece of holy light, covering all Sandia fighters like raindrops. The result is, hey, well, the continuous groans caused the four fighting Enels to stare sideways. But the three of Luffy were already used to this scene. Although they were terrified, they were the first to react and attack the dazed Enel. 17. The ruins are also famous scenes. Enel finally shipped. Taking advantage of Enel's stupefaction, the three of Luffy launched a surprise attack. This really made Enel flustered for a while, but he reacted immediately. So, do your battle suits have limits? Enel suddenly laughed. This made Zoro and Sanji have a bad feeling, so they got out. Enel also took the opportunity to shoot a thunderbolt into the sky, and a few seconds later, under the brewing of the thundercloud, it turned into a thick thunderbolt beam, which fell from the sky and bombarded where he was standing. Sanji and Zoro escaped first, but Luffy was shrouded in it. Although it failed to cause any damage, it penetrated the ground of Cloud Island and fell to the depths. Luffy. Sanji hurried to the edge of the pothole, looked down and was suddenly stunned. What are you doing? Hurry down, huh? Zoro was also stunned. Probably because they actually saw a magnificent underground city. The architectural style is very similar to the surrounding Sandia ruins, like the superstructure was corroded and swallowed by the Cloud Island. Robin leaned over and said. Sima D also glanced curiously, but unexpectedly. Ding. Congratulations on the sign in scene. Sandia ruins. Get the sign in reward. Carl Gala's strong physique. Carl Gala's strong physique. As a great warrior in Sandia, Carl Gala's mission is to become stronger and protect the tribe. His physique is the most proud of him. Semicolon. Physical fitness has almost doubled. The intermediate armament hockey, which was already at the bottleneck, is also a natural breakthrough to the advanced level. Not only can it complete the full body coverage, but it can also be integrated into the slash for long-range damage. This. Sure enough, the choice seemed to be a wise choice, otherwise there would be nothing in the underground Sandia ruins, and Tong Matty probably wouldn't go there. Crocus glanced at Sima D suddenly, as if he had sensed something. This made me look back at Crocus, and say you're just a regular old man. Crocus changed the subject. They seem to have recovered. Do you want to support Luffy or knock them down? In a burst of dense 15 inches puff puff, farts. The team of gods and the four priests finally finished their half-hour birth experience, and stood up one after another in shock, staring at Sima D with Chu Kang's gaze. This is the man. Let them experience half an hour of Yuruo hell. Kill him. Don't try to escape. Today either you die or I live. Including the four priests, they all launched a charge to the Straw Hat pirates. Although their target was only Sima D, it was obviously impossible for the Straw Hat pirates to let Sima D face the enemy alone. Zoro led the Sky Island animal husbandry, and he, who has the characteristics of hard network, suppressed Zoro for a while when he was angry. Sanji approached the old acquaintance, Shadley, to fight. Although he was also restrained by Shinwang, but because he already had the experience of fighting Enel, he could still hold the scene. Sky Knight was directly intercepted by Waipa, who woke up, and Usopp also aimed at him. The last, Sky Guard Chief, was stopped by Chopper and Laboon. The two boys only need to fight against the enemy together. As for the rest of the team of gods, the awakened Sandia 499 fighters rushed up screaming, and finally there was a hearty battle. On the contrary, Sima D, who was originally targeted, and Crocus continued to hold hands and watch the show, not intending to intervene at all. It's as easy as a tourist. On the contrary, although Robin is also standing next to him, he uses flower fruit to assist from time to time. My woman, you really work hard. Sima D praised. When Robin heard this, he turned his head a little guilty. Crocus laughed even more. Is there a problem? Sima D raised her eyebrows and looked over. No problem, ha ha ha, Crocus waved again. Sima D doesn't care. Suddenly, Crocus stopped laughing and looked in the direction of Angel Island. Sima D guessed it right away. Is there something wrong with Vivi? Sima D asked. Crocus frowned and stared for a few seconds before shaking his head. It's all right, but I'm afraid it's going to be frustrating, Crocus seemed to have reacted, and as expected, he saw Sima D's half-smile eyes, and said you are just an ordinary old man. It must be observation hockey who can sense what happened to Vivi at such a distance. However, Sima D's intermediate-level observation hockey can barely cover the island under his feet, and he needs to be at least advanced to spy on Angel Island across the Sea of Clouds. Crocus was a bachelor. He turned his head and continued to look at the battlefield. Yo, little Laboon's punch is beautiful. He tried to change the subject. Sima D didn't say much, after all. He is also a paddling party himself, so he has no right to criticize others. But, Crocus's peak strength, there should be a famous scene, right? The line of sight shifted to Vivi's side. Sima D, who, excessively interpreted, flew to Angel Island excitedly, and wanted to call on Angel warriors to fight side by side with Sandia to resolve the 400-year-old grudge between their two races. No one paid any attention to her. Not to mention the long-standing grievances between the Angel clan and the Sandia clan. It's just the saying of defying God. It just makes everyone panic. How can it be against the will of God? People from Shanghai, don't be disrespectful to God. This person must be a devil, let her go. Because the God team was transferred away by Enel, Angel Island didn't have too many fighters, just throwing tomatoes or something, which couldn't cause real damage to Vivi wearing MK5. But her heart was hit hard. Turn out to be what she thought was just her wishful thinking. There is no desire to resist in the island of Waishi ruled by Enel. About to leave lonely, Canis suddenly ran from Angel Beach and shouted to everyone, quick! Get out of Angel Island. My father and his companions traded their lives for information that Enel is planning to destroy the entire Sky Island. Today. Everyone in Angel Island listened, and without exception, they did not believe her. 2. Became the new target of Tomato. Human nature is like this, although rebels are beautiful, they are also the target of public criticism. Boom. A beam of energy bombarded in front of the perpetrator, piercing through the sea where Yundao could vaguely see the ground. She's just trying to save you, why do you do anything to her? Vivi said displeased. In no mood, Canis put his hand in front of Vivi and shouted, please don't attack them. They Boom. A tomato blossomed on her head. Stop acting. Come to lie to us with Qinghai people. She assigned these Qinghai people to accept the trial of God yesterday, and today she said that she wants to crusade against God. It must be a traitor. Seeing that the situation turned out of control, Canis was also a little confused. Seeing this, Vivi, who was about to leave, originally thought of something. Immediately shouted. The so-called Sky Island god Enel is just an ordinary person. His ability comes from a devil fruit. He is an ignorant person who bullies good and fears evil. These words silenced the righteous indignation scene. Immediately, everyone scrambled to flee the scene, shouting the words, God's punishment is about to come. Now Enel is entangled with Luffy. How can I have time to pay attention to this side? Seeing that there has been no divine punishment for a long time, everyone couldn't help but have some doubts. I've said it all. My partner and the Shandia clan are attacking your so-called gods. In order to live on the land in the future, now take up arms and join me in the battle. Vivi said again. This time no one refuted her, but no one responded to her. On the contrary, Canis opened his eyes wide in surprise. Can it really be knocked down? She immediately turned around and went home, bringing the incendiary cannon of the same style as Waipa, with firm eyes. I will fight with you. Vivi nodded, then looked at the crowd with contempt. A group of cowardly people, compared with the people of Alabasta, they are far worse. I'm about to turn around and leave with Cornelius. Wait a minute. Follow the reputation. A pink figure flew from afar, and when he got closer, he realized that it was a pink horse with wings, and a knight was riding on the horseback. Although his face was old, his eyes were full of spirit. For Sky Island, I am willing to fight side by side with you. The visitor said in a deep voice. Canis seemed to know the visitor, but Vivi was anxious to return, so he handed Canis to the visitor. The Mk5 is portable after all, and it is still too reluctant to fly with people. Before leaving, Canis finally shouted to the crowd, Get out. Enel is really going to destroy Sky Island. Don't forget the Burka he came from, it's gone already. Pegasus flutters its wings and flies high. 3 sword style 180 troubled winds. Zoro, who was fighting against Sky Island Shepherd, was suppressed for a while, and Mk5 was also damaged. But this instead liberated all his combat power. After a moment of fierce fighting, it is to use a move that I have only recently comprehended, 3 sword style and 180 troubles. Beat it. At the same time, Chopper was also a cover for Laboon, who hammered his small fist into Sharon's chest, and directly blew it into the underground ruins without knowing his life or death. Intermediate armament hockey is terrifying. Seeing that the progress was lagging behind, Sanji also tried his best to be hit by the shock shell, broke out and ended Shadley. The last Sky Knight, facing the siege of the crowd, there is only defeat. It's not a famous scene. At this time, Vivi returned with people. Seeing that the battle was almost over, and only the team of gods were left, Vivi couldn't help but lowered his head and landed beside Sima D. Sorry Sima, I didn't bring him back. Vivi admitted his mistake. Sima D smiled and touched her head, she didn't really want to liberate Sky Island. The old man who followed Vivi took off his helmet and glared at the god team below. I'm gone Fall, do you really intend to continue to betray your fellow man and fight for the perpetrator? God's team heard the words and looked over. God is actually the position of Sky Island, similar to the existence of village head, and the team of God is the team that guards God. Gone Fall. It was the previous God. Although he was seized by Enel, his prestige is still there. The 897 gods team stopped attacking immediately, and Shandia also ceased fighting accordingly. That's the way to talk about the rules. We have not betrayed. The captain of God's team said angrily. Only by obeying gods can we ensure that Sky Island will not be destroyed. We are protecting them. What about now? Gone Fall asked. The warrior who defeated Enel has appeared, why don't you resist bravely? Instead, continue to help the evildoers. God's team is silent. They tacitly looked at Sima D, who was watching the show. Tianyu's revenge for her pregnancy is really embarrassing. Sima D. 1111. This. He spread his hands innocently, and was about to say something. Suddenly, boom, boom. The ground of Yundao under his feet was trembling, and then a huge gap in the ground collapsed, and a large number of people fell to the ground. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates hastened to activate the energy injectors, but Sandia and the members of the God team fell to the ground with nowhere to escape. See Sima D here. Thinking that it was indeed too much before, I prepared to save these people. Moon gravity. The falling trend dropped sharply immediately. Although everyone and everything still fell to the ground, it was not a big problem because of the sharp drop in gravity. Then, they also saw the culprit that caused all this. A giant arc. The huge arc spewed a lot of black smoke into the sky, and Luffy and Enel fought fiercely on the deck. In the second gear state, Luffy's body skills surpassed Enel's, but because of the hard network, the battle could not be ended for a long time. This is definitely not good for Luffy, because he can't last long in second gear. And this information was also captured by Enel, so he was not in a hurry to consume it slowly. Let me help you. Luffy, here we come. What god? Today we are going to kill God. Sanji and the others flew onto the giant arc and surrounded Enel again. Are they all defeated? Enel said disdainfully. It really is trash. Just relying on you, you also want to defeat me. Enel did something to make Sima D excited, probably because. Ding. Congratulations on the sign in scene. Enel, you finally shipped. 18. Abandoned by Thor. The golden bell is ringing. Just relying on you, you also want to defeat me. Enel was completely furious. He hit the taiko drums on his shoulders, and a large amount of thunder and lightning emerged to form a giant thunder dragon hovering around him, waiting for everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates to hit him like a shield. This reflects the disadvantages of the Straw Hat Pirates, few of them have long-range attacks. Sniper Usopp has Seastone Marbles, but the slow trajectory. Use up the MK5 first. Sanji reminded. Several people turned on the energy cannons on their chests together, and the beams of energy beams hit the giant arc. Proverbs, without wasting any time, punching several holes through the deck. But for giant proverbs, the damage that didn't hit the vital point was just a skin trauma. Then the crowd launched a charge. But they still underestimated this move, 60 million volts. Brontosaurus, which is the performance of the close-up MK5, which is soaring in a straight line. Before hitting Enel, it has reached 500% of the limit. Then, boom, boom, boom. The overwhelmed MK5 is fully charged. Only Luffy rushed towards Enel as if nothing happened, and forced him back with a move of rubber jet machine gun, giving them time to retreat. Hateful. Damage the MK5 with one blow. Ah, my MK5. The siege of the Straw Hat Pirates was defeated by Enel's blow. Without the protection of the MK5, everyone except Luffy is a living target, so he didn't hold back here, and jumped off the boat before the motto flew high. I thought it would be the Imperial City PK between Luffy and Enel. The Zila. Enel turned into lightning and teleported to Sima D, his eyes full of flames of revenge. His elemental body burst open suddenly, and once again condensed into an elemental body as high as tens of meters, looking down on Sima D like a god of thunder descending into the world. This god is a god. How dare the ants in Shanghai resist? Die. 200 million volts Thor. Enel raised his palm and blasted out a beam of thunder and lightning, with an invincible momentum to destroy practice, intending to wipe out Sima D and others. Seeing this, Crocus stared at him, secretly accumulating energy and making a move. But Sima D is one step ahead. Azure energy emerges from his eye sockets, and the speed of light condenses into Susanoo wearing the 520 wearing Wadingu armor. He draws out his long knife and slashes at Enel's destructive electric beam. Susanoo Hakoku. After a brief stalemate, Yaoyang's light shone in the sky, and everyone who lost their vision was overturned to the ground by the aftermath. When I opened my eyes again, I saw that the original confrontation between Sima D and Enel has disappeared, replaced by a huge hollow, and you can see the ancient ruins of Shandia below. Sima D and Enel, who were the instigators, were nowhere to be seen. On the edge of the woods, Sima D dispersed Susanoo, put Robin and Vivi down, and then looked up at the motto in the sky, which was still releasing a lot of black smoke, filling the higher altitude thunderclouds. Sima D didn't immediately stop it, probably because Enel surprised him. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene, One Piece's Thor. And get the sign in reward, Jane Foster's Thor's Hammer. Jane Foster's Hammer of Thor. The hammer head is forged by a declining star, the handle is made of the trunk of the world tree, and the body of the hammer is cast with the spell of Odin, the king of the gods, so that it is not destroyed by Thor's hammer. None of the recognized ones could lift it. After being crushed by the goddess of death Hela with bare hands, Thor abandoned it to forge a new weapon. The residual energy of the ether in Jane Foster's body stimulated the magical energy of the hammer to help it reorganize. Its men only grant the power of Thor to women recognized by it. Semicolon. Rewards have been stored in the system space. Enel, you finally shipped. While Sima D was in a daze, I was looking at the introduction of that long article, and then I found a problem. This stuff seems to be said in the end, only give the power of Thor to women. So, even if it was the reward he drew, wouldn't he be able to use Thor's hammer? Seems to be the case. It's Luffy. An exclamation made Sima D wake up. Then I saw a black shadow flying out of the proverb. It was Luffy who was knocked down by Enel, and fell on the open space not far from him. Luffy, who was a rubber man, quickly got up and looked solemnly at the sky. He wants to destroy this island. Sima, destroy that spaceship together. Luffy said urgently. Talking room. The thundercloud released by the proverbs had already covered the range of Apeado, and the violent thunder and lightning immediately fell on the ground, and all the trees that were struck were turned into charcoal on the spot. The people of Sandia and Angel Island had to hide in the ruins below. But Sima D knows. This is just an appetizer. Enel's real killer move is the gradually forming giant spherical black cloud. The flashing lightning on the outside is a bit like ball lightning, but the terrible airflow and current inside it roughly estimates that once the lightning contained in it erupts, everything within its range will be destroyed. It is easy to smash a cloud island. Looks like it's about to get serious. To deal with the bombing of this kind of energy form, we must also be able to fight against the enemy. Sima D placed his hands in the shape of a calyx on his waist, and a little bit of blue light converged into a ball of light in the palm of his hand, which swelled to the size of half his height in a few breaths, and the destructive power contained made Crocus on the side retreat silently after a few steps. He looked at Sima D in surprise. The kid actually still has a big killing move in his hand. And Luffy also slammed on his right arm, blowing the air into the bone gap, and when his right arm swelled like a balloon to a diameter of nearly 30 meters, Enel took the lead in swinging the golden trident, smashing the ball of lightning to the ground. Luffy had no choice but to stop, swung his giant fist and blasted towards the sky. Rubber Titan pistol. At the same time, Sima D also shot out the ready-to-go blue ray bomb, and the massive energy linked to his palm, dragged out a gorgeous flame tail and flew towards the sky like a shooting star. Came Pai Qigong Wave. One punch and one energy column go hand in hand, from bottom to top to meet the Lei Ying, who wants to destroy Sky Island. Zeon's anti-wave is silent. The sky lost its color at this moment, and the world fell into complete silence. Everyone looked up and stared at the opposing sides, but all they could see was the blinding light. The shock wave, which was even more violent than before, followed closely behind. Everyone could only hide behind the bunker and pray for a miracle to happen. This world-destroying power was not a battle they could participate in at all. This time the light lasted for more than 10 seconds before it was dimmed into daytime amidst a deafening roar. A bold one cautiously poked his head out to search, but couldn't find the motto that was originally flying in the sky. Who actually won? Next moment, Sima D supported little Luffy, and appeared in their field of vision. Following their eyes, they could see Enel lying unconscious on his back among a pile of wreckage. Yes, they won. Survived. Great. God is finally defeated. Sky Island is free. This moment, the people of Sandia and Angel Island embraced excitedly, celebrating the end of Enel's hegemony. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates looked at each other and smiled when they saw this scene. When they came to Sima D and the two, they saw that Sima D seemed to be in a daze. Actually looking at rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene, confrontation with Lei Ying. And get the sign in reward, Enel's Heart Network. Enel's Heart Network. Through the ability of Thunder Fruit, electrons can be spread within the range covered by observation hockey, to capture the brain waves emitted by the brain when thinking, and interpret the information that the brain is thinking at the moment to complete the mind-reading effect. This ability is quite good. It is the combination of Thunder Fruit that can exert the greatest effect. But, Sima D has the ability to speak, and can simulate Thunder Fruit when needed, but it can be used. BFCC, too tired? Robin asked concerned. Sima D came back to her senses and smiled softly. Don't say. The Kame Pai Qigong wave just now really drained nearly 60% of his physical strength. I really don't know what kind of monsters are those monsters that smashed the planet with a cannonball in Dragon Ball. Shaking his head to get these strange thoughts out of his brain, Sima D looked at the unconscious Enel. You have also seen the ability of Thunder Fruit. Let's vote first. Do you want to separate? Sima D asked. Of course. Nami said first. I agree too. Usopp followed suit with a nod. Although it is very strong, I still want the invisibility fruit. Sanji said. But if Nami-san wants it, of course I agree. Cut. Whatever you want, Zoro said. At last, the use of the devil fruit isolation potion was unanimously approved. Sima D violently opened Enel's mouth with telekinesis, opened the bottle stopper of the devil fruit separation potion, poked it directly into his mouth, took out an apple from the system space, and placed it in Enel's as a carrier of thunder fruit. Beside. Just a few seconds passed. Under everyone's gaze, the apple was slowly outlined with a blue lightning pattern, and formed on the surface of the apple, turning into a complete thunder fruit. Enel didn't make any movement during the whole process. Rather, ding. Congratulations on the sign in scene, the birth of devil fruit, and get the sign in reward, a certain NPC's skill copy stone. A certain NPC's low-level skill copy stone, a certain NPC is used to copy its own low-level skills and distribute it to players as rewards. Now you can also issue tasks. I didn't expect this to be a famous scene. Sima D recalls. It seems that in Punk Hazard in the future, there will be a scene of devil fruit-shaped birth. Is this a famous scene in advance? Sima D beckoned to fetch the thunder fruit, and the day flipped it into the system space. They met Nami and the others who were looking at him eagerly, and winked at Sandia and the others who rushed over. Now is not the time to divide the spoils. By the way, where's Coolie Guy? Zoro wondered. Since the first landing on the island, it has been. There was no sign of him. I'm here. Coolie Guy, who has always had no sense of existence, got out of nowhere, and carefully sealed a video phone bug in a golden box, holding it in his baby's arms. In the arms. This is the evidence to prove that his ancestor was not a big talker. Tisk. It's a good thing you haven't been affected. Sima D laughed. Maybe this is the protagonist's halo. In the story of Golden Country, Coolie Guy, as a descendant of Rolando, is the undoubted #1 male. Compared with these, I care more about the phone bug being sealed in a box, so it won't suffocate, right? Nami stared at the golden box. How about I exchange it with you for my jewelry box? The excited Coolie Guy didn't catch Nami's subtext at all. Seriously explained. Telephone bugs will go into hibernation without food. Even if they don't eat or drink for 3 years and have no air, it doesn't matter at all. Nami could only smack his mouth in frustration, but he didn't force it. She knew that this was the precious evidence of Coolie Guy's ancestors, so let him go. A large crowd was also used at this time to surround the Straw Hat Pirates. Thank you for helping Sandia regain its homeland. Vipa sincerely thanked. The people of Sky Island will also thank you for your rescue, and we will erect hero statues for you. Gonfal said earnestly. Sima D didn't speak. Luffy, who had returned to normal form, scratched her head embarrassedly and smiled. Ha ha ha. We just did what we should do. This scumbag should have been defeated long ago. Sima D also interjected at the right time. Come on, let's ring the golden bell. Sima D looked at the giant vine on the sacrificial altar, the top of which is the golden bell, and the one under the golden bell is the original history. When Waipa and Coolie Guy heard the words, their eyes lit up. The two looked at each other, and immediately climbed to the top of the giant vine with hands and feet. Others did not compete with them, but just followed behind, going to witness this historical moment. Nami even pulled Zoro and the others, and whispered to them to collect the gold scattered in the underground ruins, especially the mantra made of gold on the main body, and knock more. What? I still want to see it. Luffy complained. Nami glared immediately. If you're not in charge, don't you know that things are expensive? Come to me, Nami said angrily. Facing Nami in this state, even Luffy can only shrink his head and go obediently. Robin is also going to help with a smile. After all, her flower fruit can be a good treasure hunter. But it was pulled down by Sima D. I just used observation hockey to see that there is a historical copy under the golden clock. Why don't you go and see it? Sima D laughed. Robin's eyes lit up. Sima D smiled and used telekinesis to lift her up and flew towards the golden clock. Nami just glanced and said more. Instead, they glared at Luffy and the others angrily scolded them to hurry up. Crocus looked at the sky with emotion, his eyes full of memories. Still remember, Sima D did not reach the golden bell first, but kept half a step behind Coolie Guy like everyone else. As for being the first to ring the golden bell, no need. He didn't have to be the protagonist to let all eyes focus on his hobbies. Wouldn't it be better for the two people who have a bond of 400 years to ring together for this historic moment? Took about half an hour. The two of them finally climbed to the small platform where the golden bell was, and when they saw the golden bell hanging on the top of the giant vine, their eyes filled with enthusiasm. 19. Speech ability has been strengthened. New partners join. The two looked around for something to ring the golden bell, but where could there be anything to ring for them in the bare place? Sima D intimately condensed the matching big bell hammer, and the two cast grateful eyes, and together they picked it up and slammed it into the golden bell. Boom, boom, boom. The golden bell, which has been silent for 400 years, finally let the bell ring through the sky again on this day. All the people of Sky Island, the residents of Gaia Island on the sea, the apes and orangutans, and the pirates who questioned their dreams all look up to the sky. This bell. Suddenly, a super giant black shadow appeared on the clouds, and the two of them could be seen holding the big bell hammer together, hitting the big clock again and again. The orangutan pointed at one of them and got very excited. Chestnut Head. It's the boss. The Golden Country really exists. It's the sound of the golden bell. Rolando is no liar. Sky Island also exists. Golden Country. It was just washed up on Sky Island by the soaring current. In the sky, Sima D put down the hands that had gathered the little sun to light up just now, and held the phone bug she just got with a smile. Looking at the two people who were struggling to hit the clock, crying and laughing, she showed a satisfied smile. Not only because he facilitated the completion of the 400-year agreement, but also because the rewards this time are too generous. Ding. Congratulations on the sign in scene, the golden bell ringing 400 years late, and get the sign in reward, Han Li's little golden bell. Han Li's little golden bell. In order to imitate the low-level spirit treasure made by the legendary Eastern Emperor Bell, it will have the effect of automatic protection after recognizing the owner with blood. Semicolon. Rewards have been stored in the system space. Ding. Congratulations on the sign in scene. Rolando is not a big talker. And get the sign in reward. Dragon Spirit Language. Dragon Spirit Language. Dragon Essence Language. Dragon Essence Language. Dragon Essence Language is the remnant of the power that created the world and the most primitive language of the planet. It has countless other names such as Universal Language and Creative Language. As long as you master this language, you will be able to speak the ability to follow the law, but very few people can do it. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene, historical original Poseidon. And get the sign in reward, Sea King's Transformation Potion of the Great Kingdom. Sea King's Transformation Potion of the Giant Kingdom. In order to manufacture the Grand Line, the Giant Kingdom improves on the basis of the jauntization of the Longevity Potion, so that the injected marine life will also be huge and have a certain amount of wisdom. Semicolon. Rewards have been stored in the system space. Sima D. 3 consecutive famous scenes. This trip to Sky Island really made a lot of money. Follow. Sima D's brain is stuffed with a lot of difficult words, which are hard to understand, some of them even look familiar like astronomy, but they can't be read. It is the Universal Prophecy, Dragon Essence Language. It claims that as long as you master this language, you can speak the magical language of the law in place. Although Sima D already has the ability to speak spiritually, if he can superimpose this Dragon Essence Language, then many things that Sima D could not do before can be done now. Eero. Realize the energy system that does not exist in this world. Previously, Sima D also tried to embody energies such as chi, magic, and chakra, but all failed without exception. It's not that he's not physically strong enough or anything else, it's just that he doesn't respond at all. Speech ability. It is not omnipotent either. But now he can try it. So that, the other two rewards seem to be of no use to him, and neither is Sima D. We already have dragon essence, so what bicycle do we need? Luo Jia has been here. Robin said suddenly. Pulling Sima D's thoughts back to reality, she watched Robin pointing to a group of ancient civil servants next to the original history. I'm here to lead this text to the final place, Gordi. Luo Jia. Pity. It didn't activate any famous scenes. It seems that Luo Jia's aggressive style has not reached the level of famous scenes just by one sentence. This piece of history has fulfilled her mission. Robin sighed. What Luo Jia wants to tell future generations is that there are several historical pieces of information scattered around the world. Only by connecting them together can they be filled. The article of blank history is the real history of the world that does not really exist. Sima D nodded, following Robin's slender waist. I will help you find all the originals of history, not for history, but for you. Listening to Sima D's love words, even Robin couldn't help but flush. But she was not shy, but kissed Sima D passionately. Suddenly, the excited words of the village head of Sandia came from behind. So, is our mission completed? Don't we need to continue fighting? Look back. I saw the village head of Sandia staring at Robin without blinking, waiting for her answer. Mission. Fight. Robin asked puzzled. The mission of our Sandia clan is to guard this inscription until it fulfills its mission. Now, you say it has fulfilled its mission? Asked the village head of Sandia. Robin suddenly. Then he nodded affirmatively. I am the only one in this world who can understand ancient characters. Since I have been here, this piece of history has fulfilled its mission. The village head of Shandia immediately burst into tears when he heard the words, and the mission of Sandia for hundreds of years has finally been summed up. At this time, Gon 4 came over and looked at the ancient text written by Xuanji. When that kid came, I also met him. Gon 4 looked at Sima D. The character of the Straw Hat boy is very similar to him, but the ambition you show is almost the ideal of Luo Jia boy. Look. Ambition. Sima D raised an eyebrow in doubt. What ambitions does he have? The pursuit of the truth. Gon 4 said firmly. You and this woman are extremely obsessed with the truth of history. You are true warriors who exist for adventure and liberation. I believe that the future world will also change because of you. Comma. What happened? Forget about Vivi. After all, she looks at herself wearing a beauty filter. Why does Gon Fall think of himself that way? Warrior of adventure and liberation. Doesn't that say? Nika scratched his head. Sima D didn't make much excuses, and turned to look at the village head of Sandia. Now that I have seen it, as a witness, I would like to ask, can Angel and Sandia coexist peacefully? After all, this piece of land is not small enough for you to live together. Not that Sima D was so kind. Just thinking about. Will the reconciliation between Sandia and Angel be a famous scene? Gon Fall's expression changed when he heard that. Sure enough, I didn't exaggerate just now, isn't it here to liberate their Angel Island? As the former god, I am willing to reconcile with Shandia. Gon Foer said. Angels are not xenophobic, and our descendants will not evaluate the grievances of our ancestors, but the appearance of Enel this time made me realize that only strong alliances can resist greater risks, and for the reproduction and survival of their respective peoples, peaceful coexistence would be a good choice. After all, he was an official once, and his high-level speech skills are set in one set. The village head of Sandia was slightly hesitant when he heard the words, but he glanced at the golden bell that was still ringing in the original history guarded by the past dynasties. Suddenly a smile appeared. We have guarded the original history for 800 years. Now that the mission is completed, it is time for future generations to enjoy the blessings. Regarding the division of the territory, we still need to discuss it in the future. The words of the village chief of Sandia made Gon Fall laugh. Immediately promised. The Angel family will not let the Shandia family suffer, the resources of Sky Island can also be shared, and the other cloud islands can migrate around this island to resume trade with Qinghai. The future is getting better and better. The village head of Sandia couldn't help showing his yearning for the painting of this big cake. And Sima D is not busy in vain. Ding. Congratulations on the sign in scene, Sandia and the Angels' reconciliation, and get the sign in reward, Bridging Tomorrow's Candidate Wings. Bridging Tomorrow's Candidate Wings, it can fly at a speed that is undetectable to the naked eye, and only angels and gods can see when the wings spread. Ordinary people seem to be suspended in the sky in the eyes of ordinary people. Semicolon. Rewards have been stored in the system space. Okay. It's another bad thing for Sima D. There are a bit too many items, and it will be easier to find a reason to follow up. Huh. Sima D looked at the clouds pretending to be surprised. I found something interesting. You record it, I'll go and have a look. Handing the video phone bug to Robin, Sima D flew into the clouds and disappeared. Then go straight to the Hearthstone and go back to going merry to sleep. Just took a nap. I just heard the commotion and turned it on. Hurry up. Yong Fan. They're coming. Nami, we're like this. We saved their country. How about some reward? Sima D didn't go out directly from the cabin, but silently rubbed the Hearthstone and used the teleportation array to come to the deck. At the entrance, there are piles of gold objects, such as swords, tableware, and decorations, all of which carry the vicissitudes of history without exception. Looking at the crowd who panicked, Zhang Yangfan was about to leave. Sima D guessed something. Not. Has the oolong in anime appeared again? Sima D, you're back. Nami asked us to search for the gold items in the ruins. It seems that the people of Sandia found it, and they are very excited. Ask for flowers. Let's run, don't be caught up. Several people talked about the incident to restore, only Robin and Crocus laughed strangely. While everyone was busy manipulating Going Merry, Robin came over. They were going to give the beam of the golden bell as a reward, but Nami and the others ran away with a guilty conscience. You won't blame me for not reminding you. Strange. It's just gold, which is common and the most useless in this sea. As long as they have the strength, they will naturally not be short of money. Their trophies are already enough. Yes, Sima D also said with a smile. The situation at that time must have been very interesting. Seeing this, Robin smiled knowingly. Our Sima Zhang understands me. The pink horse. They're coming. Look back. Just saw Gon fall on his pink Pegasus, carrying Vipa and Coolie Guy. Quick, hide the gold. Don't get caught. Definitely we didn't steal. Nami commanded everyone to hide the stolen goods before the three of Gonfall landed. Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Gonfall said regretfully. We are still going to treat the heroes well, why don't we stay for a few more days? Treat. Banquet. There was a big stick of flesh and blood in Luffy's eyes, and he subconsciously agreed. But Nami punched him to the ground. Our journey is very tense, we have to hurry to the next location. Nami shirked. Gonfall couldn't force it either, so he could only sigh regretfully. Vipa put a bag on the deck, and it can be seen from the mouth of the bag that there are various shells in it. I know you don't like those vulgar things. Here are some Sky Island shells we made up temporarily. There are also some impact shells and roe shells. I hope it will be helpful for everyone's future journeys. Hearing that it was Sky Island, Nami lost interest. But Usopp hastily took it with his eyes glowing. These are precious materials for invention, and they can directly form combat power. Thank you very much, then we will not be polite. Usopp laughed. It should be, but unfortunately some Sky Island shells are relatively small, it would be great if I had time. Seeing that Usopp was a little moved, Nami hurriedly interjected. It's nothing, we're just passers-by. Does Coolie Guy want us to go back to Qinghai? Coolie Guy has a strange shape, holding the golden box in his left hand, and a sack in his right hand. Well, I'm going to bring this evidence back to North Blue to prove that the ancestors are not liars. Coolie Guy laughed. Everyone couldn't help but nod when they heard the words. If you can avenge your ancestors' grievances, Rolando will definitely be proud of you. Sima D agreed. Well done Coolie Guy, haha. Now that we have found the Golden Land, the follow-up will be easy. By the way, how do you leave the Grand Line halfway? The last soul question made everyone confused. Yes. How will Coolie Guy return to North Blue? Shouldn't it? Do you want to go around the Grand Line like the pirates and then return? Sima D also bowed his head and thought. As far as he knows. There are currently 3 ways for the public to leave the Grand Line respectively, Marines, Seastone boat crossing the Calm Belt, Vince-Mokay's temple-shaped snail crossing the upside-down mountain, and going around. 3 weeks around the world. Others, such as the floating ability of the Golden Lion, are not evaluated as an example. And Coolie Guy is the boss of the Tsuruyama United Army, and he is also a member of the pirates, so don't think about the Marine way. Not to mention Vince-Mokay's giant snail, it is harder to get on the line than Marine. So only. My ancestors have been on the Grand Line 4 times, so I can definitely do it. Coolie Guy Fengwei said. So, I don't know if I can become a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Woolen cloth. Oh, Sima D never expected that Coolie Guy would be on board. During this period of relationship, although Coolie Guy didn't have any outstanding performances, he came to the Grand Line from North Blue not far away in order to wash away the grievances of his ancestors, which is enough to show his quality. No problem. Luffy responded directly. When I become One Piece, I will go to North Blue to testify for you that the Golden Island really exists. Such an interesting promise, then take me. Sima D laughed. Wouldn't it be interesting if we could wash away the 400-year-old, large King Rolando? Let alone a famous scene. And I. Take me. Add me. 20. The Straw Hats don't raise their heads together. Queen Vivi's qualifications. Add more 7,000 words, 96,000 words. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates responded one after another, which moved Coolie Guy very much. Thank you everyone. I will not let you down. Coolie Guy promised. Everyone laughed. We are already partners now, how can we not be disappointed? Sima D patted Coolie Guy on the shoulder and said, from now on, we will be partners fighting side by side, let's work hard and become stronger. These people are all monsters. If they become stronger too slowly, they will be left behind. Crocus rarely joked. Hey, old man Crocus, don't confuse me with these monsters. Usopp said weakly. Who are you scolding? Zoro was annoyed. Seeing everyone enjoying themselves happily, Coolie Guy smiled. He had a hunch. The rest of the journey will be the best part of his life. The Straw Hat Pirates welcome their new friends. Gonfor also said. We are about to reach the edge of Sky Island, everyone, hurry up and furl the sails, and hurry up to get the hull. Talking. He also got on his horse and looked at Vipa. Weipa didn't get on his horse immediately, he unloaded the incendiary cannon that he carried with him, and Mr. Jung handed it over to Junwan. I still have to protect Sandia and the new Sky Island, so I can't escort you. I hope this cannon can help you. Ha ha ha. I don't have anything else to give you. When I get back to North Blue, I'll come to Sky Island to drink with you again. Coolie Guy laughed. I'm waiting for you, must. Vipa and Coolie Guy smiled at each other, then got on the horse. Usopp and others also followed what Gonfowl said, put away the canvas and found a place to hold on. Toja, Going Merry also drove to the edge of Sky Island, but there was no cloudy road, going into the sea. Going Merry directly fell to the sea in weightlessness. At the same time, Gon 4 also took out his whistle and blew it hard. Chirp, 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 underscore. In the sharp whistle, something in the sea of clouds rushed towards it, rushed out of the sea of clouds, dived towards the falling Going Merry, tied it up, and then inflated itself into a super giant balloon to suspend it in the air. Boom boom boom. The careless Zoro and the others fell on the deck, looking at the inflatable octopus above their heads, feeling a little helpless. A-hole, can't you just explain it directly? Made him look ugly. Gonfueria followed with a pink Pegasus and explained, this is my Sky Island octopus. It will send you back to Qinghai safely. Please take care of it in the future. Thank you, otherwise it will be troublesome. Nami said politely. As for Luffy, it has already climbed to the top of the inflatable octopus, using it as a trampoline to bounce around there. Boom, boom, boom. The melodious bell rang through the sky, and everyone knew that it was people from Sky Island seeing them off. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates looked up at the sky with smiles on their faces. What an interesting trip. Who said it wasn't? Ha ha ha. Nami, you should write down the heroic appearance of my air fighter Usopp in the sailing diary. Did you do anything? Sima, MK5, can you fix it for me? Dash 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 dash. Sima D, who was admiring the beautiful scenery in the sky, looked helplessly at Chopper who was hugging her thigh. This month's share is used up, come back next month. Sima D insisted. These guys are so talented. One day can dry waste 3 small arc reactors. This rule may not be dead, and I will be busy in the future. Woo. Okay, you on. Emperor Homa changed the topic. These are some gadgets I found in the ruins. He took out Thunder Fruit, Thor's Hammer, Sea King's Transformation Potion and Copy Stone, and held them in the air with telekinesis. Huh, Robin looked at the Sea King's Transformation Potion, and said in surprise, ancient characters. Sea King, Class, Reform, Creation, Medicine, Medicine. Sea King's Transformation Potion. Everyone looked at it in surprise, Sea King's was transformed. But soon they thought of the Longevity Potion. Isn't the Titan race also modified? The Giant Kingdom is really amazing. Nami exclaims. Yeah, they even made Sea Kings. Usopp nodded. It's not surprising if you think about it. The islands in the Grand Line are now fragments of Alabasta. The Sea Kings are probably used to pull these islands. Sanji guessed. No doubt, only Laboon can use this potion ship, and everyone looked at her. Laboon scratched his head uncertainly and looked at Crocus. Crocus is also a little hesitant. If Laboon, who is an island whale, can evolve into Sea Kings, his strength will definitely increase dramatically. B. Will it be dangerous? There will be no danger. Sima D said. I have the ability to see the death of all things. This medicine is very normal. This comes from trust in the system. And his ability is not nonsense. Xiao Honglu's top wisdom of mortals does have this ability. Then wait until you find a suitable island, and then inject it. Crocus said. Now that Laboon has eaten devil fruit, he can't swim in the sea. If he is injected with it, he will be unconscious or something. It is very difficult to save it after it has evolved into Sea Kings. During the public debate, Robin stared at the Sea King's transformation potion, and remembered what was said in the original history. What are you thinking about? Sima D asked. Robin came to his senses and watched Sima D hesitate to speak. Sima D guessed what Robin was struggling with. Immediately said. Didn't we agree at the beginning? Except for the original history of the Red Road sign, we will not be interested in the content of other originals. Everyone also guessed that there was probably something extraordinary recorded in the original history book, right? Although curious, no one expressed it. Blank history, I'm not interested at all. It's better to have a meal of meat. Got it, let's cook later. Hey hey, seeing everyone's understanding, Robin smiled. Looking at Sima D, so when you left just now, you were looking for these. Well, there is a small research room, many items are decayed, only these things. Sima D said casually. Anyway, I have already left Sky Island, and I am not afraid of being exposed. Pointing to the cracked Thor's hammer, he said. This hammer is very interesting, everyone can try it. I can feel that it has a lot of power, but it cannot be activated. Zoro directly found a seat and sat down to watch the play. As a swordsman, he obviously wouldn't be interested in a hammer. I come. Luffy slides down from the top of the inflatable octopus, how could such fun be without him? But when he grabbed the handle of the hammer and failed to lift Thor's hammer with all his strength, everyone was shocked. What material is this hammer made of? It's so heavy. Vivi asked in surprise. No, it's not about the material, otherwise the deck of the melee would not be able to bear it. Usopp shook his head and vetoed it. Is that a unique ability? Or, eating devil fruit items? Robin wondered. Is it possible to eat devil fruit? Nami was startled. Robin immediately explained that there was a shotgun in the bar lock agency that ate the dog fruit. So amazing. It should be. Then how do you use it? During the debate, Luffy, who was going to be strong in his life, turned on the second gear, looking like he was on the bar with Thor's hammer. D sharp. The current Thor's hammer has been heartbroken, and it is impossible for men to lift it no matter what. Even Sima D can only be contained in the system space. Okay. Don't waste your life. Sima D shot at Luffy with a holy light. It was also officially announced that Luffy had failed. Sanji didn't believe in evil and came forward to test the result. Also do not lift. Ha ha ha. Can't even lift a hammer. Ha ha ha. Zoro sneered ruthlessly. You can. You go. Sanji retorted. Zoro still eats this set, and immediately rolls up his sleeves to show Sanji what it means to be a real man. Comma. He didn't lift it either. Ha 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 ha. Green algae head, what were you barking at just now? Sanji taunted ruthlessly. B asterisk 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 D. Want to fight? Come on. Who is afraid of whom? Come. The two went to fight. Now Crocus is also interested, so he came over and tried to grab it. The sense of power that exploded at that moment made Sima D squint her eyes involuntarily. Old man. And you say you're normal. But even then, Crocus didn't lift Thor's hammer. And so many men have tried. Laboon is the first woman to play. Sima D couldn't help but pay attention. Laboon has been waiting for a partner for 50 years, the quality should not be bad, right? But Laboon exerted force, and Thor's hammer remained unmoved. Not even Laboon. She's an island. Usopp was surprised. If anyone has the strongest power on board right now, it must be Laboon. Even though her strength in human form has been weakened by 5.4, she can still lift Going Merry with ease. Nami also tried in the past, but the result was also a failure. That leaves Robin and Vivi. Robin shook his head directly and said, I don't know how to use a hammer, and Devil Fruit's ability doesn't match that of Vivi, you should give it a try. Vivi looked very unconfident. Everyone with strong strength can't do it, how could she? But Sima D's eyes suddenly lit up. Vivi is a person who was desperate to save Alabasta, a member of the royal family with sacrificing personality. How is it similar to Saul after the Epiphany? Perhaps. Can she really lift it? 21. Unlock new achievements with Vivi Robin. Thunder Fruit Distribution. Maybe it can be lifted. Sima D has expectations for Vivi, but Vivi is not confident. She can be said to be the most powerful existence on the ship. Even Usopp is a sniper anyway, and can always play a role at critical moments. Just forget it. Vivi doesn't want to make a fool of herself. Everyone saw through Vivi's thoughts and didn't say much. After all, this hammer is very weird, they all failed, indeed no one thinks that Vivi can lift it. Believe in yourself, Vivi. Sima D said softly. The Vivi I know is a warrior who can venture into the depths of the enemy's army for the sake of Alabasta. He doesn't even have the courage to try. It's not like you. Upon hearing this, Vivi looked at Sima D without blinking, and then burst into a confident smile. I see. She walked towards Thor's hammer, grasped the handle of the hammer with both hands, took a deep breath, and pulled it out with all her strength. Plop. Vivi sat down on the deck, staring blankly at the quality but not very heavy Thor's hammer in his hand, very confused. Comma. Is it heavy? Zi. The body of the hammer flickered with electric arcs, and the sky changed color accordingly, and the wind and cloud changed into thunderstorm clouds in seconds. A large number of thunder and lightning rushed towards Vivi, and the armor condensed into a substance covered him, and the bright red cloak fluttered behind him. Thor suit. Vivi was in a dazed state from the beginning to the end, and didn't understand what happened. Only Sima D smiled. Really? Princess Vivi, who has the courage to sacrifice herself for Alabasta, is the best destination for this male-hating quake. Others also reacted at this time. Wow, what a handsome armor. As Vivi recognized, what devil fruit did this eat? Armor fruit. It even has the power of lightning, isn't it similar to thunder fruit? Amazing. Can it also be discharged? At the urging of the crowd, Vivi tried to communicate with Thor's hammer. After closing her eyes for more than 10 seconds, she opened her eyes again and a few strands of lightning flashed out. Afterwards, the thunder light shone on Thor's hammer, and she sent it to the depths of the sky as she swung the hammer. Can it really be discharged? I don't know how powerful it is. Isn't this equivalent to having an extra devil fruit? And without turning into a landlubber. How nice. 15. Vivi's harvest made everyone look at Sima D, but in front of him there was still thunder fruit and a stone covered with runes. But Sima D just wanted to whet his appetite, and picked up the copy stone first. This little stone is amazing, you can understand its function when you hold it, but remember not to copy Nangli. You can try one by one. After passing the copy stone to everyone will subconsciously think about its ability, copy the skill and let people learn the skill. However, there is an upper limit to the skills that can be copied. Luffy's, rubber fruit, and Robin's, flower fruit, cannot be copied. Huh, I can actually copy my one sword style lion song, Zoro said unexpectedly. My kicking skills are also good, but I can only choose one of them. It's not worth copying mine with a stone. Sanji analyzed. Why don't I have to copy anything? Usopp said weakly. Is there a possibility that your skill list is empty? Sima D joked. This caused a roar of laughter from the crowd. Usopp huddled silently, which is too hurtful. Huh, my devil fruit can be copied. Chopper said pleasantly. But everyone was silent. Luffy and Robin's devil fruit cannot be copied because the limit is exceeded. Chopper, if you can copy this, isn't that? It is worthy of being the fruit of everyone in the form of ordinary people, that is Zemin. Cough. I do have a few developed abilities that are not bad, you can pick and take a look. Sima D said. Previously, he tried one by one with copy stones, and made a list of the low-level skills that could be copied. Respectively, Laxus Lightning Immunity, Akamichi Choji's Doubling Technique, Uchiha Itachi's Magic Yahang Technique, Laxus Lightning Immunity, Rock Monster Garkuma's Petrified Light, Uzumaki Naruto's Seduction Technique, and the low-level Armament Haki, Observation Haki. Practical abilities such as the ability to speak spirit, the field of forbidden magic, Susanoo and other bugs cannot be copied. And the ability to temporarily manifest with the spiritual ability of speech does not seem to be in the skill list, and it cannot be copied either. Now, who has the ability to be satisfied? After all, only low-level skills can be copied, and it is useless to keep them. Don't say. Although Sima D doesn't like these abilities, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates is very greedy. Petrochemical light. I want it. The eyes can shoot light. Cool. Luffy raised his hand. Doubling. I don't know if I can use it. Laboon thought. Hey, I didn't notice that she can also be copied. Usopp reminded. Idiot. We can cultivate Haki by ourselves, but there is only one copy stone, but we have to pick other abilities. Sanji complained. Usopp was shut down on the spot. After much discussion among the people. Still decided to copy the more practical Petrified Light. But instead of Luffy who thought it was cool, Nami suggested it to Usopp. Give it to me, I want to learn. Lasers. That's cool, Luffy said coquettishly. A fleshy bun was hammered on the head by Nami's punch. Why hit me? It hurts. Such a good ability is not for you to play cool. Nami explained. Usopp is a sniper, he can maximize the range advantage of the Petrified Light, and he can rely on this trick to counterattack when he is close. J.A. Luffy muttered a few words, but didn't clamor to learn any more. After all, Nami lit up his fist again. Recently Nami punched someone, it hurt more and more. It is very simple to use the copy stone. When it is broken, it will turn into a light cluster and blend into the eyebrows. After a few seconds, Usopp opened his eyes and shot out a blue light, and the wooden barrel that fell on the deck successfully petrified it. This got Usopp excited. Isn't this equivalent to eating petrified fruits? You can still swim. But Usopp's excitement was extinguished by Nami's words. Then since you have petrified light, don't compete with me for thunder fruit. Usopp petrified on the spot. No wonder you took the initiative to propose it to me just now, so you were waiting here. So scheming. Nami smiled and showed a harmless look. The powerful thunder fruit deserved her careful attention. Since then, both Usopp and Vivi have gained something. Except for Coolie Guy, the others have either eaten devil fruit or have no interest in devil fruit. And Coolie Guy, as a member who just joined the team, even received great favor from the Straw Hat Pirates. Directly said, I don't have any contribution this time, so don't think about me. It's still very good. Nami looked at Sima D expectantly. It should be classified as thunder fruit now, right? 18:00. Sima D just wants to hang Nami's appetite. He took out the small golden clock from the system space and handed it to Robin directly. Try a drop of blood. Robin didn't suspect him, so he cut his hand with a knife, dripped the blood on the small golden clock and absorbed it, and then it turned into a golden light and merged into Robin's body. Hey, disappeared. What happened? Compared to the astonishment of everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates, although Robin was a little surprised, there was no worry in his eyes. He believed that Sima D would not hurt himself. 201. Sima D suddenly condensed armament Haki black paint and punched her. Robin still didn't dodge, and stood motionless. Boom. The phantom of the little golden bell appeared around Robin just now, and Sima D's high-level armament Haki landed on it, and it just shook it, but it couldn't hurt Robin at all. However, the phantom color of the little golden clock dimmed a little. Sima D estimates that it can withstand his full attack for about half an hour, on the premise of only using armament Haki. This is already powerful, his current armament Haki is at an advanced level. The effect is just as you can see. Sima D said. This is also a masterpiece of a huge kingdom, specially made to protect their royal family. If you can't explain it, just throw it to the giant kingdom. Everyone was amazed, but they quickly recognized this statement. Sima D picked up something again, and pressed it against Robin's back. Next second, Robin suddenly left the ground 3 times, and then he was about to fly high into the sky. Safety pants. Sima D added security to Robin. In the eyes of outsiders, Robin flies directly in the air just like Sima D uses telekinetic power others cannot see the alternate wings. But in the eyes of Sima D and Robin, it was the pair of white wings that endowed her with the ability to fly. With her bumpy figure supported by the white wings, she is really like an angel descending to the world. Don't have a taste. Sima D even thought about it, she must let Robin spread his wings later. Hey. Seeing Vivi's envious eyes, Tong Matty pretended to think of it suddenly. Oh, that's right, Vivi, your hammer is a weapon called Thor's hammer, named Mjolnir. I remember spinning it at high speed to throw it out, and it can take you flying. Really? Vivi wanted to try it in surprise. She pulled the hammer rope and swung Thor's hammer at high speed, but she didn't know whether it was because of nervousness or unfamiliarity. The Thor's hammer was thrown, but she herself stood still.
Let go. Hurry up, Sima, help me pick it up, Vivi said hastily. But Sima D has no intention of leaving. You open your palm and try to call its name in your heart. Vivi subconsciously complied, and then saw that Thor's hammer, which fell to the sea like a meteor, braked suddenly in the air, turned around and flew towards Vivi, and landed firmly in her open palm. Vivi. AM. With a recall? This weapon is too awesome, it's amazing, I really want it, Luffy envied. Like a fresh life, the civilization of the huge kingdom. Really brilliant, Crocus exclaimed. I don't know if there will be other Thor's hammers, somewhere in the corner of the Grand Line? Sanji asked expectantly. Cut, what's the use of playing with a hammer? Zoro was slightly disdainful. You know a hammer, Sanji retorted, don't you want your knife to be summoned back at will? Zoro fell silent. As a swordsman, the most troublesome thing is what to do without a sword. If it can be recalled. Call. Vivi swung Thor's hammer again, and this time she was successfully carried away by Thor's hammer, which also experienced the joy of flying. The fly in the ointment is that it can only move in a straight line, and if you want to change the direction, you have to swing the hammer again. But she is already very satisfied, after half a minute. Both Vivi and Robin returned to the deck satisfied, and tacitly hugged Sima D's arms from left to right, passively unlocking the achievement of hugging left and right. Make Sanji's eyes red with jealousy. Sima Zhang, is there any connection between these wings and the Angel of Sky Island? Robin's eyes were full of curiosity. Huh? Wings? Vivi asked strangely. Sister Robin, what are you talking about? Where did you get the wings? It's right behind me. The white wings are similar to those of the Sky Island Angel, but several times bigger. Robin pointed to the back. Everyone stared and looked again, and the only conclusion they came to was that this back was beautiful. Wing? No. Both sides are caught in a life of doubt, what's going on? Still Sima D coughed, and it's time for him to play the trick again. The laboratory I went to should be the place where Sky Island was created, and research is similar to the longevity potion. But the scale is much smaller than that of Lil Garden, it should belong to. Of a private nature. The angel wings are their final achievement, which allows users to have the ability to fly, but just like Thor's hammer, they need certain qualifications to use and see them. Everyone suddenly. Then none of the angels in Sky Island can fly. So they're a product of failure. Private research can create Sky Island, angels, how did the huge kingdom disappear? What happened to that blank 100-year history? First time, everyone has a strong interest in the huge kingdom. No one doubts Sima D's words, after all, there's a precedent in Little Garden there. Coolie Guy also has Usopp's patient writing, chatting. All eyes were on Thunderfruit, which had been floating in the air. Nami looked at Sima D expectantly. You won't give it back to me now, will you? Sima D, however, made a gesture and wanted to pay for something, which made Nami a little helpless, while others were excited. What else? The answer is there's none left. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Sima D smiled and said. But I have to remind you that although Thunderfruit is a very powerful Logia, it must also have a strong enough physique to support it, and there will be shortcomings of being afraid of Hu and Seastone. Have you considered it clearly? No problem. I totally figured it out, Nami affirmed. See how powerful Thunderfruit is when Enel dominates Sky Island. Sima D also handed the Thunderfruit to Nami. Without hesitation, Nami pulls off the outer skin and bites down. Vomit. He vomited all over the place. It's disgusting. Are you sure the smell isn't bad? Nami said with lingering fear. Sima D forgot. The taste of devil fruit has always been named worse than shit. Although Sima D is more curious about the person who gave this evaluation. Why is it so? I'm pretty sure it's worse than shit. At least you have to eat it before you can give this review, right? The taste of devil fruit is terrible, Robin reminded. Yeah, when I swallowed it whole, I was so uncomfortable that I lost my appetite for 3 days. Luffy agreed. Luffy, who can eat everything, gave this evaluation, which shows the taste of devil fruit. Okay, I get it. Nami pinched his nose and chomped down on the thunderfruit. His face was livid, but he still wanted to stuff it like crazy. Usopp and the others could not help grinning. Robin was dumbfounded. So ferocious. Doesn't devil fruit have abilities just by eating one bite? Wait, didn't anyone spread this knowledge with Nami just now? 22. The first trial of dragon essence, Sanji's animal behavior. When Nami almost ate half of it, Sima D also reacted. Using telekinesis, he took away the rest of the thunderfruit and threw them overboard like trash. Woo! Nami covered her mouth to prevent the pulp from spitting out, and stared at Sima D. What are you doing? I'm almost finished, Devil fruit just needs to be eaten, not all of it, Sima D said. Nami. Zero filled down pointing triangle woo. Don't say it earlier, she ate half of it just now. The angry Nami's eyes flashed with electric light, and the surrounding area was also crackling and jumping with electric arcs, because he had the idea of giving Sima D electrotherapy. But then she looked at the jumping arc in her hand in surprise. Is this the ability of Thunderfruit? Then he put his hands on his hips and said, from now on, everyone will call me Thor Nami. Speaking of which, Sima D is curious. Will the title of Thor be Vivi's or Nami's in the future? Let's wait and see. Strange, why can't I elementalize? Nami wondered. She also wanted to experience the thrill of being ineffective with physical damage. It's not that easy, Sima D said with a smile. Obtaining a new devil fruit, but it takes a certain amount of time to adapt and develop. You can imitate Enel's moves at the beginning, but you still need to develop them with your own abilities. It's only your own move. This made Nami curl her lip, but then she became more motivated. HMPH, I'll soon outgrow that long earlobe. Items have since been distributed. Finally, Sima D used her speech ability to repair the MK5 for everyone, and sent them to their own busy work. Because of Crocus, the people who knew the existence of hockey in advance are now paying attention to physical exercise, and now they have nothing to do while floating in the sky, so they intensify their training. Enel encountered this time gave Usopp a sense of urgency. The enemies in the future will become stronger and stronger, and they must speed up to keep up.
Robin also had to adapt to the new equipment, stepped on his feet and gave Sima the first sweet kiss, and flew into the sky with wings flapping. Vivi hesitated a little. He also stepped on his feet and kissed Sima D's other cheek, then blushed and swung Thor's hammer and flew away.
Sima D touched the lip marks one by one, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. It seems that the achievement of sleeping together is about to be unlocked. There is no legal regulation of monogamy in the world of pirates. The strong, regardless of gender, can obtain a large number of spouses, and the classic representative is Big Mom. When a person formed a group of 4 emperors, I asked you to stand up. Then set a small goal and form a 4 emperors group, Sima D joked. Then I glanced at the slightly crowded Going Merry. Because of his coming, with the addition of Crocus, Laboon, Vivi, Runkue, Coolie Guy and myself, Going Merry is already fully loaded. It's time to consider another ship. Certainly, Going Merry Sima D will not give up either. Thousand Sunny has a soldier dock system that can be programmed into it. The scale of the ship will be enlarged, and correspondingly, the atom branch as the keel will also be thicker. Atom branch, small problem. Realize this kind of common items that already exist in this world, and the spiritual ability can be copied in large quantities. To some extent, items like gold, as long as Sima D wants to, can be realized in minutes. But, it seems that even Nami didn't find this bug, so Sima D was happy and relaxed. Think of this, Sima D also obtained the Dragon Essence language, in preparation for the experiment to see how it works. Just choose the Devil Fruit Isolation Potion. Sima D also tried to materialize with her speech ability before, but failed. The reason is that his mana is not enough. The technological content of this thing seems to be very high.
But this time with the help of Dragon Essence.
Fruit greater than. The bites spoken by Sima D are faintly whispering in the ear. Obviously it is a language that they don't understand at all, but it can make people understand the meaning of the words clearly. At the same time, a light condensed in the palm of his hand, and slowly condensed into a bottle of Devil Fruit Separation Potion, which was exactly the same as the bottle that Enel took. It worked, but Sima D found that her voice was a little tingling. This is a manifestation of excessive use of speech ability, and he lost his voice. This is the first time he has lost his voice since he came to the Grand Line. It seems that although the Dragon Essence language has strengthened his upper limit, the consumption is also not compromised. But, realizing that the Devil Fruit Separation Potion consumes so much, I'm afraid there is a big secret in it. Looking at the Devil Fruit Separation Potion in his hand, Sima D casually put it into the system space and gave himself a holy light. Closing her eyes and enjoying the comfort of bathing in the hot spring, Sima D found that her voice was a little better, and she could speak normally. But there is still a force in his voice, although it doesn't affect his ability to continue using the spirit speech ability. Once he has the idea of using the dragon language, he will have a bad premonition. It appears that dragon speech will take a while to continue to be used. Since then, Sima D probably also figured out the ability of Dragon Essence language. It greatly strengthens the upper limit of speech ability, but the price is higher consumption, and there is a cooling CD, even blessings cannot be shortened. If it is used forcibly, an unknown price will be paid. Can only be used as a trump card. Not bad. The inflatable octopus summoned by Gonfall seems to be much stronger than the one summoned by Conus in the anime. It took Going Merry to float in the air for nearly 10 days before finally landing safely near the sea. Waved it goodbye, Nami looked at the record pointer with a distressed expression. Flying in the air encountered too many strong air currents, and now I don't know where it is. We can only go to the nearest island first, and then determine the location. Of course, everyone has no objection. Another half-month of sailing. The island has not been found yet, but the teleportation stone of the House of Time and Spirit should be cooled down first. According to the agreement, I can bring someone to teach him hockey practice for a year, Crocus said. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates is excited. Armament hockey's offensive and defensive 1, observation hockey's enemy profit, conquerors hockey's unparalleled hockey. Who doesn't love, but they also tacitly did not open their mouths. After all, everyone wants to learn hockey, but there is only one place. According to current trends, there is a high probability that Luffy will get this spot. After all, his physique has reached the standard, and the only thing left is teaching and learning. But, I don't want it, Luffy said without hesitation. There is only flour and water over there, not even meat. Go there with Crocus. I will definitely starve to death. I won't go. Okay. Everyone never expected that Luffy would refuse the opportunity to become stronger because of nothing to eat. But think about it, can't it be stronger in reality? Crocus will also teach Haki's cultivation, but the cultivation conditions are not as favorable as the time and spiritual house. Then this spot is a matter of course, and it falls on the heads of Sanji and Zoro. The two who usually argue endlessly, but at this moment there is a tacit silence. In the end, you can only look to Sima D, as the owner of the teleportation stone in the House of Time and Spirit, then let you decide. Sima D. I just used it for your use, why do you still have to deal with this crap? Since it is up to me to decide, we're still waiting, Sima D said. Crocus has just come out of the House of Time and Spirit not long ago. The torment over there is unbearable for most people, and the interval of 1 month is still too short. This time, let Vivi and Nami go, familiarize yourself with your new abilities, and focus on exercising your body. If you practice hockey, your physique is still a bit weak. This proposal is beyond everyone's expectations, but it is reasonable. Let's do it. Zoro nodded. It's time for the old man to have a good rest. It was rare for Sanji not to say otherwise. Others, of course, have no opinion. B. If I'm not here, who will drive the Going Merry? Nami worried. Or I'll go to the next batch, and then go on the island. The unpredictable talent of the Grand Line is beyond the control of ordinary people. Sima D originally wanted to stop the boat and wait for a day. For this, I can do it for a day, Coolie Guy said suddenly. I'm also a navigator, so I can find the law of the sky current and the outbreak location. This is a surprise, it's like this, then please, Nami laughed. Coolie Guy nodded calmly, with a dignified expression. Gives a very reliable look. Then, Nami and Vivi symbolically brought a copy of the Hockey Introductory Practice Manual, written by Crocus, which is to use the Time and Spirit House teleportation stone to disappear on Going Merry. Coolie Guy was on duty nervously, staring at the weather without blinking. Look at that careful look, those who didn't know thought he was an intern on the ship, and if he was not careful, he would be kicked off the ship. Curry Guy, don't be so nervous, Sanji said. Yeah, time of day, no big deal. Usopp fits. In no mood. Coolie Guy's complexion suddenly. There's a huge storm coming. Can't hide, hurry. Lower the sails to avoid being capsized, and flee with full left rudder. Everyone couldn't help but look at Usopp speechlessly. Are you going to talk too much about this sentence? Usopp. Fortunately, although Coolie Guy's talent is not as high as Nami's, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates has faced bad weather more, but they survived the storm in an orderly manner. Then I saw an island appear in front of me. It's an island, Luffy said excitedly. Quick, let's land. It's not the island that excites him, it's, use the Sea King's transformation potion on Laboon. Some time ago, Luffy didn't know which tendon was cramping, so he wanted to inject himself with the Sea King's transforming potion. Would he also become stronger? After learning that it can only be used for marine life, I am looking forward to the day when Laboon will be used. As soon as Going Merry docks, he couldn't wait to rush to the island, urging everyone. Quick! Usopp, what are you doing wearing the MK5? Not fighting. W. Zoro, where are you going where? It's the wrong way. Sima D was amazed to see that Zoro almost got lost following the large army. Zoro's Lukai attribute is just as outrageous as his sword talent. Come to the clearing in the center of the island. Sima D took out the Sea King's transformation potion, but instead of handing it to Laboon, she threw it to her guardian, Crocus. You guys make up your mind, just drink it and it will take effect. While he believes the system will produce an absolutely fine product, it's safe to let Crocus and Laboon decide for themselves. Crocus holds the Sea King's modification potion and looks at Laboon. I want to become stronger, Laboon said firmly. Only by becoming stronger can we protect everyone. Only then can we beat up those heartless people in the Rumba Pirates. Only then can we protect Kuro. Grandpa Cass. Grandfather. Crocus looked weird, but he still uncorked the bottle of the Sea King's transformation potion and handed it to Laboon. Laboon drank it down without hesitation. Everyone's eyes widened, curiously waiting for a reaction. The first half-minute, Laboon didn't move at all. Just when everyone thought that the expiration was invalid, Laboon suddenly transformed into the body of an island whale, and its body length of more than 1,000 meters bounced everyone away. Fortunately, the skills of everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates are extraordinary. Even Usopp responded in time to activate the energy injector of MK5, and it was not affected. Look at Laboon again, it was just the beginning. After revealing her main body, she was howling as if she was suffering some kind of pain. Her body size also gradually increased, and her aura increased accordingly. Go and drive Going Merry farther away, so as not to be affected. Kuon Guy with Maddie's body type. Coolie Guy nodded, pulled Zoro and Sanji back to the boat. Laboon howled for a long time, from the afternoon to noon of the next day. The body size has also soared from the original kilometer long to a terrifying scale of over 10,000 meters. The island below him is like a footpad, which makes Ku, who is squeezed to wait on the Going Merry. Locus was very worried. I'm afraid that Laboon will crush the island, so how can they salvage it? Laboon is a demon fruit power, can't swim, and as a whale, it can't survive in the sea for a long time, so it has to surface regularly to breathe. Sima D is thinking if Laboon did fall into the sea and found out he wasn't a landlubber, how would he explain it? Just push the Sea King's transformation potion, fortunately. Laboon's size didn't soar anymore, and the island barely held on. It's just that when Laboon re-transforms into human form, the island is still full of cracks, which is proof that it bears the weight it shouldn't. But Jewer of the Straw Hat Pirates took this into consideration, because their little lowly Laboon is gone. It was replaced by a young and beautiful girl, although she was still sweet and lovely, but she was beginning to take shape. Yuchuan exudes a youthful atmosphere like a green fruit. Little Loli turned into a young girl? Ah, this. Even Sima D never expected that the Sea King's transformation potion would have this effect. What's wrong? Laboon turned around strangely. What's wrong? I feel fine. Laboon, don't you think the clothes are a little small? Usopp rubbed his nose. It's okay, nothing happened. Don't let his life be ruined. Brush. Sanji turned into a light and bowed down in front of Laboon. Ah, Laboon, you must be hungry? I have prepared a big meal for you, please enjoy. Fox. Crowd. Although Sanji was good to Laboon before, but compared to Nami, Robin, and Vivi, he was much more normal. Now, does this feel like it can be picked? J.A. Laboon is essentially an island whale, she is not human. 3SS23. The return of the two girls. Bring back super magic water. Regarding Sanji's sudden courtship to the beautiful girl, Laboon, although the expressions on everyone's faces were weird, it was reasonable. No matter what the Laboon ontology is, as long as she is a beautiful lady, no matter friend or foe, Sanji will lick it. This is his chivalry. If one day they suddenly hit the ladies, it would make their jaws drop in shock. Let's talk about it later after dinner, Crocus said with concern. Laboon, what do you think? Laboon tilted his head and thought for a while, as if he was experiencing something. 2. Brush. Armament Hockey's black paint emerges, covering her whole body and transforming into a little black man, but it is an advanced, full coverage. Have you advanced Armament Hockey? Crocus asked pleasantly. Laboon has only learned hockey for more than a year, and if you can advance to advanced levels, the efficiency is amazing. Not yet, the control only stays on the armament. Laboon shook his head and said, it's just that the vitality is much stronger, so there are more Armament Hockey that can be extracted, and the human form can cover the whole body. But if it's the main body, it probably can only cover 1/10 of the body. That's how it is, Crocus sighed regretfully. If it is only quantity but not quality, although it has been greatly enhanced in terms of continuous combat, it will still be suppressed when encountering advanced Armament Hockey. But 1/10 of the body? Usopp was shocked. Did you have 10,000 meters just now? 1/10 of it is 1,000 meters, Zoro said in surprise. Laboon sauce is amazing, Sanji cheered, after drinking and eating. Coolie Guy said at the right time. The record pointer has also been recorded, should we start now or wait? Suddenly, a large pirate ship appeared in the eyes of everyone, and the crowds on the deck were very lively, like a powerful pirate group. Sima D is the one looking at the bow with raised eyebrows. The iconic slotted head and carrot nose should not be too conspicuous. It was the Fokker West Blue Bandits who used the David Conquest to gamble on the power to change the crew. The meaning of David's battle for hegemony is to compete for better members and enhance combat effectiveness. That is to say, the big battle of grabbing people. The winning party randomly selects a member from all the members of the losing party, who must swear to David Deep Sea to be loyal to the new captain forever. The winning side can also strip the losing side of their pirate flag if they don't have the required crew. This is a game of companionship and honor, to be frank. Pretty childish. Such a partner won by competition has no fetters or loyalty at all, it is just a boring game for the weak. So I don't really want to contact these people, otherwise if Luffy really agrees to 287 to bet with them, Sima D will have a headache. Immediately, he clenched his fist with his right hand, ready to send the ship to the west with one punch. Faye. The Time and Spirit House teleportation stone in Sima D's pocket lit up, and the figures of Vivi and Nami condensed beside Sima D, and then they both fell into his arms. Nami was confused. Huh? Vivi was delighted. Finally back, huh? Putting Nami down casually, Sima D looked at Vivi in surprise. Converted according to the time ratio, it seems that you came back more than half a month earlier? Sima D wondered. There is still an hour before Nami and the others leave. We found something interesting, we have to come and report it to everyone as soon as possible, Vivi said with a smile. Was about to say something, she suddenly turned her head to look at the Fokker West Blue Thief ship, her expression was very displeased. Sima D was a little surprised, probably because he heard in observation hockey just now that there were indeed people on the boat discussing that they would grab Vivi after winning the game. Didn't expect Vivi to hear it? Could it be? HMPH, Vivi said angrily, how dare you say that? They're enemies, right? See Sima D nodding, Vivi a joy, immediately, he jumped out of Sima D's embrace, excitedly swung Thor's hammer. Then I'll go and get rid of them, let everyone see the results of my practice this year. The voice has not yet fallen. Vivi flew out following Thor's hammer, and unstoppably smashed through the edge of Fokker West Blue's pirate ship. When it landed on the deck, a circle of lightning spread out, paralyzing all the surrounding pirates. The other pirates who reacted immediately clamored to rush forward to avenge their partners. But it was a child who was hammered by Vivi, unstoppable. Random killing. There are some people who quietly shot cold arrows in the dark, even if Vivi turned his back, he was still able to turn around in time and smash them into the air. It's just like, save some for me, Nami was anxious. She also turned into lightning and disappeared on the spot, reappeared on the watchtower of the Fokker West blue pirate ship, held a ball of lightning in her hand and dropped it, and spread it in midair as a lightning net to encircle a large number of pirates. All of them was electrocuted on the spot. Killed 1/10 of the pirates on the deck with one move. Vivi is not welcome when she saw it. When she was about to throw Thor's hammer, it turned into countless fragments to form a bullet rain to shuttle among many pirates, and when Vivi recalled them, she harvested the survivors again. The palm recondensed into Thor's hammer. This move made Sima D's eyes shine. BFED, didn't expect the repaired Thor's hammer to unexpectedly develop a new move? This meteor fragment seems to have a good light effect, and the actual cost is not much. It can't be better for cleaning up minions. Seeing his men being massacred, finally, Foxy couldn't sit still anymore, and used the slowness fruit to create 2 slowness circles, trying to fix Nami and Vivi and then deal with them. The careless Vivi hit the backhand to recklessly open the slow aperture. Unfortunately, he was caught in the slow state, and the original clean and neat movements turned into slow motion at this moment. Nami sees this. Immediately, it turned into lightning and disappeared in place, and reappeared beside Vivi. The violent thunder and lightning exploded, paralyzing the enemies who were in danger. Vivi is also inevitably affected, but Thor's hammer automatically absorbs the damage of lightning. Nami stared at Foxy dangerously, causing the slotting head on the latter's head to bounce directly. Wait. Let's vote. Boom. A thunderbolt fell from the sky, turning Foxy into a stick of charred charcoal, and fell on the deck, dead or alive. The ship's badge was wiped out. The other pirates also lost their will to fight and threw their weapons on the deck. We surrender. Don't hit me, I'm almost paralyzed by electric shock. Electricity is on deck. You deserve it. Who told you not to wear shoes? Seeing that the enemy lost the will to fight, Nami lost interest in abuse. Vivi also woke up from the slow light. She was supposed to be in a trance, out of touch with the outside world, but she just stood there with an unhappy face, as if she knew what happened just now. Strange ability, almost capsize. Thanks Nami, Vivi said. If I hadn't seen you, I probably wouldn't have avoided it, Nami said with a smile. This caused Vivi to roll her eyes, and a round of quake flew back onto Going Merry. Sheila. Nami teleported back first. It's amazing, Usopp exclaimed. 2 people can kill ordinary people? He must be stronger. It seems that you have worked hard in cultivation this year, Zoro agreed. Nami-san, Vivi-chan, thank you, Sanji licked every day. Vivi just looked at Sima D with a smile, expecting his evaluation. Very good. Sima D praised without hesitation. In addition to the handy control of Thor's hammer. You have awakened observation hockey, right? Vivi nodded with a smile. That's what I was just about to say. Wait. Nami interrupted. I'll talk about this later. Everyone, go there and search for the spoils. Such a big pirate ship must have a lot of treasure. This request was very Nami, and everyone started to act immediately. Just after being busy, Nami looked at the ankle-high treasure on the deck, lost in thought. Why is this ship so poor? Nami was puzzled. It looks so magnificent on the outside. How can it be seen but not used? The little brother at the side said weakly. Because the captain spends all his treasures on renovating the ship and its appearance decoration, and he is keen on the David contest, so he rarely robs property, and that's all that's left over to make ends meet. Okay. I ran into a pirate who didn't do his job properly. Nami also considers herself unlucky, and prepares to go back to Going Merry with these odds and ends. In no mood. Wait. Foxy stood up tremblingly, gritted his teeth and said, compete with me if you have the ability. Zila. A flash of lightning knocked it down again, and the air was filled with the faint smell of meat. It is Vivi's masterpiece. Let you plot against this princess just now. Now no one dared to stop them. As soon as the StrawHat pirates left, Yang Fan hurriedly fled here. These 2 women are horrible. It's outrageous to slash at people when they disagree with each other. Back on Going Merry, Usopp couldn't wait. Vivi, you really awaken observation hockey? How did you do it? Pass on the experience? Vivi didn't refuse either. She stretched out her fingers and took out a glass bottle from her chest. It was obviously clear water, which gave people a somewhat harsh feeling. It looks like nothing. We met a man named Tianshan in the House of Time and Spirit, and he gave us this item called Super God Water. As long as you drink it, you can activate your potential, and then I awakened observation hockey. Vivi explained. This made Usopp and others shine. Staring at Chaoshunshui with piercing eyes, he was obviously very moved. Can you activate your potential by drinking it? There was one person present, and they all confidently believed that as long as they drank it, they would surely awaken hockey. But, wait. Sima D blocked. You said, met other life forms in the House of Time and Spirit? He also called himself a god? Sima D was shocked. The House of Time and Spirit is derived from the specific location of the Dragon Ball world, which is in the temple of the god. But the problem is, was it really teleported to the world of Dragon Ball? That doesn't mean. Sima D can also go to the world signing scene of Dragon Ball through the Time and Spirit House teleportation stone? Later foreshadowing will not go in the short term. Yeah, it's a man called God. Vivi nodded affirmatively. Although he looks very strange, he is different from Enel, and he is very kind. Yes, he also wants to teach us a way of cultivation called Chi, but unfortunately we can't comprehend it at all. Nami agreed. This made Sima D's eyes shine. but the words that followed immediately shattered this hope. He also said that the practice place is called the House of Time and Spirit, and he comes from another world, and he wants to take us to see that world. It's just that there is a layer of obstacles at the exit, and we won't be allowed to go there no matter what. The god said it was the rejection of the universe, because we are from another universe. It's a pity, he said he's running out of time and won't be able to come here. However, he said that he would instruct other people to bring some super divine water and store it at the agreed place every time. In exchange, we called Hockey's practice manual and gave it to him. The two girls spoke to each other, explaining the general situation. Sima D also has some regrets. Unable to pass, the time of the gods is still running out, and there is no way to meet. What a pity. At this time, Robin suddenly put forward a bold guess. You say, could this god be the survivor of the huge kingdom? She doesn't understand concepts like the universe, she only knows that the teleportation stone of the House of Time and Spirit is a product of a huge kingdom. Now that such a strange person appeared, she couldn't help being so skeptical. If you say that, it's really possible, Vivi thought. He's very strong, even though he can't lift Thor's hammer, Nami and I can't beat him together. Duh. Chang is a man of the giant kingdom. This logic is also very strong. It's a pity that there is no way to verify these, and soon everyone's attention turned to Super God Water. Sima D is also a little bit excited, but he remembered that although he could trigger his own potential, he could greatly improve his combat effectiveness. But Super God Water is also highly poisonous. Those who drink the Super Divine Water must have a pure heart, otherwise the Super Divine Water will become highly poisonous and poison them to death. Pure. It doesn't mean that it has nothing to do with Sima D, it can only be said that it has nothing to do with it. He is an old driver who is familiar with 108 postures. As predicted, when Usopp yelled for him to drink, Vivi shook his head and refused. Although this super divine water is miraculous, it also has very serious side effects. Only people with a pure heart can drink it, otherwise they will be killed by the poison. That's right. Nami pouted and said, I don't know if it's true, but I didn't dare to drink it. How about you give it a try? Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates looked at each other. Usopp, who was the most eager to try just now, shrank his head and stopped talking. He doesn't know if he is pure or not, but the fear of death is real. Haha. Then you must not be able to use Sanji, ha ha ha, Zoro laughed. Sanji. Filled down pointing triangle, X, green algae head, do you want to die? Oh, just you? B asterisk 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 D, eat my foot, eat me. The fight between the two was ignored, and everyone was discussing who could use the super magic water. Chopper should be fine, right? Sure, no problem. Chopper, who hasn't communicated with outsiders for a long time, is notoriously simple in character, and he doesn't have Luffy's troublesome personality. If he is not good enough, no one in the Straw Hat Pirates can do it. Stop talking Luffy, it's sure to be fine, right? I agree. It's not that everyone has enough confidence in Luffy, it's just that if such a naive person is not pure, then this person is really useless. Sanji. Everyone tacitly skipped this topic. The dog-licking character can be explained by the love of beauty in everyone, but he keeps saying that he wants to hide the fruit. LSP Stone Hammer, Usopp, do you want to give it a try? Sima D suggested. This is a good opportunity to become stronger, grasp it. In response to Sima D's inquiry, Usopp said without hesitation, no, I refuse. A Usopp who has not lived enough will not drink it even if he dies. Sima D just smiled. Usopp will consider it when he finds that he can't keep up with the team. 24. Luffy's Conquerors, hockey practicing exercises? P.S. The world of Dragon Ball is paving the way for the later stage, so I won't go there anytime soon. P.S. This book is funny and adventurous, it won't collapse, it won't collapse, it won't collapse. Sima D thinks Usopp is qualified. Besides braggadocio and timidity, does Usopp have any disadvantages? Even the comments given to him by the netizens in the previous life are, Usopp is the only way to rely on Usopp. Some even said, the protagonist of One Piece is actually Usopp, and the plot of One Piece is the process of Usopp realizing all his bragging. If this is not enough, pure heart, what is it? What about you, Sima? Vivi asked. Let's rule out Robin and I. Sima D shook his head. He needn't say much. Robin has survived the hunt since he was a child. If he was pure, he would have been captured long ago. What about Crocus? I don't need any supernatural water. I'm already old, so what potential is there? That's right. Crocus ruled out. Laboon will definitely do it. Must be. The reason is the same as Chopper. Zoro? It might work. Apart from Kendo, he is not even interested in women. And he's a road idiot, extra points. Zoro never expected that Liu Kai would be a plus item one day. Curry guy. I'll let it go. Coolie guy was self-aware. Then the only thing left is to run fast, what do you think? He ran fast and tilted his head in doubt. Although it is clever, it has not yet reached the point where it can understand the meaning of pure. So everyone looked at Vivi. The super magic water brought back this time is only enough for 2 people. Vivi shook the glass bottle. So run fast and talk about it later. Who should I give it to now? 2 places. Who is it for? The few people who were selected as qualified just now were no longer silent this time and spoke enthusiastically. Chopper. I don't need it for the time being, my physique is not strong enough, so I'd better give it to someone else. Zoro. Kendo can only be done one step at a time, so give it to someone else. Laboon. I just used the potion, let's focus on adaptability in the short term. Luffy. Give it to them, I should be awakening Haki soon. The four of them evaded in unison, and then looked at each other, each laughing loudly. Sima D and others also laughed. He believes that the four are different from Usopp, not because they are afraid to shirk, but because they want to give this opportunity to their partners first. Okay, don't push back and forth, didn't you say that God will provide super magic water that day? Sima D said. Super magic water is to tap the potential, but it also needs to be hard. The foundation is too poor in order to backfire. According to the current situation, let Zoro and Luffy use it first. Laboon has awakened armament Haki, and has consumed 3 team resources one after another, which can be suspended. Chopper. It's just that simple is not strong enough, the foundation is too thin. Everyone agrees with Sima D's distribution method, only Luffy and Zoro are a little displeased. I'm about to awaken Haki myself, there's no need to waste it, Luffy said. Kendo must be pure. The shortcut Gululu. But Sima D couldn't stand it any longer, took advantage of his unpreparedness and directly grabbed the super divine water, and filled Zoro with a half bottle. Once you drink supernatural water, Zoro fell on the deck holding his throat. Although he looked quite painful, his momentum was surging. It looks very painful, do you want me to help you? Sima D's hands glowed. Zoro. He who was still in extreme pain suddenly turned into a poker face. Although his shoulders were still twitching uncontrollably, he looked much more normal. Matt nodded involuntarily. I can still control myself, it seems that the problem is not big. The light in his hand also dissipated. Everyone. Are you a devil? They were not in a hurry to let Luffy drink the other half of the super magic water, and everyone just waited around Zoro. This wait is half a day, until the sun goes down. After dinner is all ready, Zoro finally ended his painful journey. The first thing he did when he stood up was to pull out the word Hidao and slash at Emperor Tongma. A-hole. Don't treat me even if you're dead, clang. Sima D received Zoro's knife with one hand, then raised her eyebrows. Oh, Junior Armament Haki. It seems that the super magic water has indeed taken effect. Humph. Zoro, who had tried the power, retracted the knife and stared at the palm of his hand in a daze. Is this armament Haki? It's really amazing. Now I can cut steel even if I don't need to cut iron. Congratulations Zoro. Haha, Zoro is strong, and I am safe. Sima D looked at Luffy, and raised the remaining half bottle of super magic water. Are you going to do it yourself, or shall I help you? Facing Sima D's tough attitude, what can Luffy do? You can wait until after dinner to grunt. What everyone didn't expect was that. Even Luffy was trembling with pain, but he still insisted on walking towards the restaurant step by step, biting a big stick of flesh and blood with pain in his mouth, and the progress of cooking was not at all vague. Tisk. Is this the power of foodies? Sima D was amazed. In the middle of the night, the efficacy of the super divine water was exhausted, and something that everyone did not expect happened. 444. An invisible momentum erupted from Luffy's body, suppressing everyone with overwhelming momentum. Conqueror's Haki. This is something that even Sima D didn't think of. I thought it was armament Haki, but even Conqueror's Haki can be awakened? Immediately he reacted, immediately release his Conqueror's Haki. Instead of fighting against Luffy's Conqueror's Haki, he protects weaker people such as Chopper and Fast Runner. Although other people also felt the pressure, but the consciousness is very clear and there is no serious problem. Lasted for a few seconds, the release of Conqueror's Haki, the first unconscious awakening, also drained Luffy and fell into a coma. Sima D took back the Conqueror's Haki and looked at Luffy with a smile. As expected of the protagonist, the same opportunity has been obtained more than others. He glanced at Zoro, whose complexion was a bit dark, and comforted him. Conqueror's Haki is an aptitude for disobedience, and generally only captains can awaken it. Marine Admiral doesn't have any. Zoro looked at Sima D silently. Didn't you also awaken Conqueror's Haki? We are different. Sima D spread his hands and said, you are considered a genius, but I am a monster. How can you compare with me? Zoro. Everyone. He was very speechless, but still unable to refute. Okay. Nami clapped his hands and said, have a good rest tonight, and set sail tomorrow morning. Except for Coolie Guy who was on shift to watch the night, everyone else went back to the dormitory. Sima D looked at Robin who was going to the girls' dormitory and couldn't help smacking her lips. This time I am going to the capital of 7 waters. I must build a boat big enough to allow myself and Robin to have a single room. The bed must be big enough, after all, how many people may sleep in the future? Throwing aside Luffy, who was brought down by telekinetic power, Sima D lay on the hammock, but didn't feel much sleepiness. It's a pity that the Dragon Ball world is restricted, but with the per capita star-killing combat power in the later stage, the current Sima D is not even qualified to watch the famous scenes in the past. It's better to check out the famous scenes in this world first. But the Chi energy system of the gods gave Sima the first idea. Chi and Haki are actually similar in essence, both are energy extracted from a strong body. Can be used as a descendant of Yanwang, regardless of whether it is a martial arts system or a cultivation system. Although this energy originates from the body, it can strengthen itself and even feed back the body by operating in the body. So, can Haki use Gongfa to cultivate? If possible, can it feed back the body? Think of it and do it. Others may have this idea, and they still need a lot of time to explore and test the exercise route. But Sima D doesn't. Yi Jin Jing great accomplishment of internal strength. The Dragon Jing language combined with the ability to speak and speak can directly realize the great accomplishment of internal skills of Yi Jin Jing. In one step. As a representative of washing the marrow and cutting the bones, it must be unmistakable. B. And nothing happened. Sima D is familiar with this situation. In the past, when Sima D only had the ability to speak spiritually, she thought about manifesting the skills of cultivating immortals, and it was like this. Simply put, it is, failure to wish, is it too advanced? That. Yi Jin Jing Ne Gong Shin Fa, next moment. A lot of information emerged in Sima D's brain, all of which are related knowledge of Yi Jin Jing Ne Gong Shin Fa. At this time, the 100% brain development has shown its effect. Sima can recite the whole chapter in just a few breaths, and use the wisdom of mortals to integrate all the knowledge points. After half a minute, he has never even touched the meridians and acupoints, and he is already running armament hockey, following the meridian route of Yi Jin Jing Ne Gong Shin Fa. After he ran for a small Sunday, it was already 2 hours later. But Sima D can clearly perceive that hockey has indeed improved a little. And, there is also a slight improvement in physical fitness, although the magnitude is not as good as hockey's improvement, but it is still effective, isn't it? Very good, it can really be successful. I wonder if other people can do it? Sima D immediately opened her eyes and looked at Crocus, who was sleeping soundly. Just as he was about to wake him up with telekinetic power, Crocus was the first to turn over and look. Still quite vigilant. Sima D used telekinetic power to float to the deck, and gave herself a holy light on the way. Seeking flowers 00 Crocus followed without thinking too much. Come on deck. Coolie Guy was a little surprised to see Sima D coming out. But he didn't ask much, and stayed silently on the watchtower to guard. Boy Sima, why are you calling the old man in the middle of the night? Crocus asked strangely. Sima D didn't hide it either, and said directly, I just made a discovery, and I want to verify it with you. Hockey, to be more precise, armament hockey, besides strengthening by exercising, is there any other way? Crocus was taken aback by this question, although somewhat doubtful. But still replied, armament hockey comes self-physical strength, isn't this the foundation? Observation hockey can be improved through individual exercise. Like this. #B. Would you believe me if I said that I found out how to grow armament hockey without exercising my body? Crocus' eyes widened. Real or fake? Even Crocus, who was used to seeing strong winds and waves, couldn't believe his ears at this moment. Sima D didn't say much, and directly used her speech ability to obtain the ability of telepathy, and then shared all the information about Yi Jin Jing Ne Gong Shin Fa in one brain. To Crocus. A large amount of information made Crocus a little frightened. It took half an hour to sort out before I came back to my senses. Then he looked at Sima D in shock. These information, which he didn't understand at first sight, was this kid who came up with it himself. Is this what you think? Certainly. There is no such thing as Gongfa in this world, so this is what Sima D created. 0. Sure enough, a hero is a boy. Crocus exclaimed. How long has it been since you learned hockey? 2 months. 3 months. Unexpectedly, you should have researched hockey. Is it possible to find the old man only after the results are obtained? Yeah. Sima D nodded. I just ran for a week, and my hockey and body have grown, although not much. Perceivable growth. How long did it take? 1 hour. Now Crocus is completely stunned. 1 hour. A normal person may not be able to perceive the growth of physical fitness or hockey after exercising for a day. Only the accumulation of time can reflect the results of cultivation. As a result, Sima D can perceive it within an hour? Crocus realizes that Sima D's practice method is very likely to cause a storm in this era. And even, overturn the existing cultivation system. I'll try it first, Crocus said. He just stood upright and practiced with his eyes closed. Seeing Sima D was a bit awkward. I'm used to seeing people cross-legged, but I really don't like standing upright. Sima D simply went to the side and ran a small Sunday. Close your eyes. An hour passed. Open your eyes. Just saw Crocus staring at him excitedly. It's done. It's really done. It can really increase hockey and physique. I regressed because of my old age and aging body. I didn't expect to continue to improve. Too strong. This cultivation method is too strong. Times are changing. The usual stable old man, at this moment, it looks like a lunatic, dancing there incoherently. I don't know but thought it was sick. While Crocus was excited, Sima D frowned. Probably because it takes an hour to run a small week, and half a day for a big one. It's still too time-consuming. Besides, he was fully concentrated during the exercise, and his reaction was slow when he was attacked. I have to find a way to get a self-cultivation. Listening to Sima D's disgusting words, Crocus's eyes widened. What the hell? Are you still not satisfied with this revolutionary, Gongfa? Do you want to improve an automatic cultivation method? How? But thinking that not long ago, he heard Sima D's thoughts, and he also had the idea of, you are whimsical. Like not impossible. After all, when hockey first appeared, it was only single, and then there was Conqueror's hockey. I believe you can. Come on, Crocus encouraged, at this time. When Sima D saw the unknown coolie guy on the observation deck, his eyes suddenly lit up. In martial arts, there is Dago enlightenment. I don't know if this hockey can be delivered to others, so that others can realize hockey in advance, thereby shortening the time of awakening. Talk to Crocus about the idea. Lin Locas also thinks it is feasible. Immediately, Coolie Guy, who was in a daze, stood opposite him and supported his shoulders to deliver hockey to him. Sima D is also looking forward to it. Will it work? 25. Ice Cream Assassin? Karma Sima D? The idea of hockey teaching Gong is beautiful, but the reality is very skinny. Crocus tossed all night, and Coolie Guy didn't respond at all. Crocus didn't believe in evil and replaced others. Usopp, Chopper, and even Running Fast were arrested for experiments, and the final conclusion was that there was no awakening of hockey. Cannot perceive hockey's existence at all, not to mention luck. Maybe it's not impossible, it's just that we didn't find the key. Sima D comforted Crocus so much. I don't want to, but it ignites Crocus's desire to study. It may be true, I want to continue researching. I remember that there are several kinds of medicinal materials that can stimulate the potential of the human body. If they can restore some of the effects of super divine water and use them together, the success rate will definitely increase. So after Chopper wanted to study the panacea, Crocus also had the dream of researching the hockey awakening medicine. Also very good, it's better than spending all day in the sea breeze on the boat. Sima D then used telepathy to pass on the exercises to Nami and those who have awakened hockey, so that they don't have to work hard to exercise their bodies, just stand there and practice their exercises. However, several of them are beginners, and there is no way to get started as quickly as Crocus. It takes a while to learn, although he just continued to think about the automatic 707 cultivation method. He first thought of 9 Suns Divine Art. As soon as Long Jingyu cooled down, he manifested the 9 Suns Divine Art inner cultivation method, but the result,
except for a slight decrease in efficiency, there is no difference. After several tests, I just found that Yi Jin Jing is the most suitable for hockey practice, and there is nothing else. It seems that the I Ching cleans the marrow and endless life characteristics of these inner strengths, which are not applicable to hockey. I still want to realize the Biming Divine Art or something, so that I can absorb other people's hockey in the future. Sima D has some regrets. Woo 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 woo. Why is there a train whistle? Sima D withdrew from the research state, stood up and looked around, and saw a steam train driving on the sea, rushing straight towards Going Merry. And many more. Rush. Nami. Turn the rudder. Sima D shouted. Then you are here to help. Put down a third of the sails. Otherwise it will be too late. Everyone on board frantically operated, and finally passed the sea train narrowly and dangerously. Phew. It was almost over. Usopp broke out in a cold sweat. By the way, how can a train with that shape sail on the sea? Nami was puzzled. Others are also very puzzled. After the sea train passed by, it was discovered that there was a sea island that looked like a train station, not far away. Go and have a look. Nami directed. Only Sima D, who knew about it, looked at the train track under the sea, vaguely as if she was about to catch something. The train track under the seabed allows the train to travel on the sea. This unconventional way of thinking is really, Sima D suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Although the direction of the practice is not working. But he still has the power of speech. Immediately, I flew back to Going Merry, found a seat and sat down to experiment. My hockey can run the Yijinjing exercises by itself. Next moment, his hockey really works according to the exercise route of Yi Jin Jing, and he himself does not need to do anything. After running for a short week, it was confirmed that it was safe and sound. Sima D laughed. Although it is the VIP exclusive edition, it is a success after all, isn't it? Ha ha ha. That's great. Brush. Crocus flashed to Sima D, looking at him expectantly. Automatic training is really completed. Others also looked sideways. Well, it's a semi-finished product. Sima D said. Although it is true that it can be cultivated automatically, it is a pity that it is combined with my devil fruit ability, and others cannot use it. Crocus was a little disappointed upon hearing that. But then he said with satisfaction, hockey cultivation is already a revolutionary invention. If automatic cultivation can be successful, then this era should also be rioted. You don't need to practice yourself, as long as you awaken hockey, you can become stronger. At that time, I am afraid that Admiral will walk everywhere, and the 4 emperors will be as numerous as dogs. Robin handed over a glass of water, and Vivi wiped Sima D's sweat with a towel. Sima D drank water and looked around. I don't know when, Going Merry has continued sailing again. At this time, Luffy showed Sima D an abstract crayon drawing, and said seriously, this man is the best boatman, if you see him, you must pull him on board. The corners of Sima D's eyes twitched as he looked at this octopus-like abstract person, especially the height 5 meters, marked next to it. It's a ghost if you can find it. It's the information provided by an interesting old lady, she is the stationmaster of the train station just now. Robin explained. But she seems to be drunk and gave us a letter of introduction, so that we can find the best place in the city of 7 waters. The shipyard repairs the Merry. Sima D nodded upon hearing this. Although Sima D has always loved Going Merry, it is inevitable that she will suffer some injuries, and the terrible weather on the Grand Line is also a challenge for ordinary ships. It's time for maintenance. Look, it's so beautiful. Everyone looked in front of Going Merry. A city was sitting on the sea. It looked like a fountain from a distance. A column of sea water gushed from the top to the sky, and then flowed from the tank to the sea. Beautiful. Ding. Congratulations on the sign-in scene. Water City 7 Waters, and get the sign in reward, Ice Cream Assassin's Critical Backstab. Ice Cream Assassin's Critical Backstab. Ice Cream Man's damage is a magic attack, which can compulsively cool people down for 3 minutes. During this period, they will feel depressed and self-doubt, and can't arouse interest in anything. Semicolon. The system has recognized the charm of the capital of 7 Waters. Only, what is this Ice Cream Assassin? A character from an anime. But this ability is really good, it can be compared with the negative ghost of the ghost fruit. Sima D glanced at the excited Luffy, and silently used this trick. A piece of ice cream appeared in his hand, engraved with the word, Shui. Sima D used telekinesis to drive the ice cream, and stabbed directly at Luffy's back, blending into it without any obstacles. In an instant, Luffy, who was still shouting, "This city is so beautiful," suddenly lowered his face and lowered his head, his eyes were full of world-weary emotions. "What, isn't it the Fountain City? Hurry up and repair it and we'll leave," Luffy said coldly. Luffy has never said such negative words. This surprised everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. And when they saw Robin, who was backstabbed by Sima D just now, they looked at Sima D. Testing a newly developed ability can calm people down for 3 minutes. Sima D wrote lightly. Others were stunned when they heard it. Calm down. This ability is used to deal with Luffy, who likes to make trouble. It is tailor-made. Some people even suspect that. Sima, you didn't develop this ability specially for Luffy, did you? Nami guessed. After all, Nami is the biggest victim of Luffy's intermittent troublemaking character. Must be, Sanji affirmed. Great. Finally someone who can persuade Luffy. Usopp burst into tears. Sima, we will rely on you from now on. Seeing how happy everyone was, Sima D couldn't help showing a mischievous smile. Then, wait, Sima, what are you going to do? Don't come here, except for the girls, and Crocus dodging hard. The others were all standing in a row along the side of the boat, looking downcast as if they had no nostalgia for the world. I really want to become a grass. As a pirate hunter, I'm sorry. I actually suspect that my ancestors are unworthy descendants. Seeing the self-examination of several people there, Robin and the others couldn't help covering their mouths and laughing. Crocus stared at Sima D fearfully, for fear that Sima D would make another sneak attack. His fame throughout his life does not want to be ruined here. In this strange atmosphere, Going Merry is about to sail into the capital of 7 Waters. When the citizens who were fishing saw the pirate ship, their first reaction was to flee otherwise. Instead, he warned, the pirate ship will be in trouble if it goes in so openly, so go to the back street. It also intimately pointed out the direction of the back street. I'm sorry to cause you trouble. Several people in Luffy lined up, bowing and apologizing to the enthusiastic citizen. This, on the contrary, frightened the other party. Not even the fishing gear turned around and ran away. Could it be that you encountered a group of psychopaths? All 1.4 blame me for talking too much. Don't be missed. Okay, scared people. The 3 minutes were over at this time, but Luffy and the others were not furious, but remained strangely silent. It was the same feeling as when they chose to lie down and pretend to be dead when they first experienced the blessing. Yo, then you guys go to dock, I'll go shopping first. Sima D waved his hand and took Robin and Vivi directly to 17 Water Capital. Crocus also found an excuse and ran away with Laboon. Only Nami is left as a navigator, who has nowhere to escape and can only be cautiously on guard. After a few seconds, a few people finally broke out. Damn it, how dare you do this to me? Sima must pay the price. Did we sneak him out at night? I have a knife. 4. I can use a kitchen knife that is not enough for my kitchen. Among the evidence I brought, there is also a golden sword, which cannot be used. 26. Robin's choice. Betrayal or bondage. Sima D, with Robin and Vivi, flew over the 7 water capitals openly and above board, admiring the water city. The criss-crossing waterways are the main passages, and the main roads are wide enough to allow giant warships to pass through, but the trails extending in all directions are limited in width, and only creatures named Brew can be used to pull small boats between cities. It's so interesting. Vivi said coquettishly, Sima Jong, let's try it too. Don't know when. Vivi also called Sima D, Sima Jong, along with Robin. The relationship between the two is short of that layer of membrane. Sima D is not in a hurry, after all, there is a big sister in demand, and there is really not much overflow. Sit if you want, Sima D said dotingly. Immediately, I found a shop that rented blue, and rented a medium-sized blue. It was more than enough for the 3 of them to sit down, but they were still squeezed together. To be precise, 2 girls flanked Yilin. Sima D vaguely remembers, as if who said that she wants to travel in this city. Forget it is not important. The bottom of the house here has been raised. No wonder it is called the capital of 7 waters. It is indeed a water city. Huh, someone is running on the roof. The nose looks like Usopp. Sima D looked in the direction Vivi was pointing at, and just saw a figure leaping over the roof not far away. The silhouette in the sun was very eye-catching with the same Usopp proboscis. It is the boatman, Kaku, of the Carrera Company, and also a latent CP9 agent. Sima D glanced at the lazy Robin. This is her true state, which only appears when she is around someone she trusts. The destruction of O'Hara and Buster Call have always been the deepest pain in Robin's heart. Also her nightmare. Perhaps. There's water meat over there. Vivi cheered. It's a specialty of the capital of seven waters, but it's not easy to preserve. I've heard of it several times in Alabasta, but I haven't eaten it. Oh, let's go eat then. Sima D laughed. Great. As the princess of the desert kingdom, this floating city has too many surprises. Sima D also let go of all thoughts for the time being, and simply accompany the two girls to go shopping and eat. Nien Moli is carrying big bags and small bags, which can be said to be ostentatious. With a reward of 100 million Baileys, he was considered a small person in the first half of the Grand Line, and he was quickly recognized. But Sima D still has no intention of restraining herself. Until the night, the 15 girls were tired from shopping. Sima D said. Then let's find a place to rest. Tonight, there will be no boat. To sleep on going merry. That person has mixed eyes, although it is exciting, it can't be used. TB. Robin covered his mouth and snickered, and winked at Sima D. Who is afraid of whom? Vivi's face was flushed. Although she realized what was about to happen, she didn't have any intention of rejecting it. Then, Sima D brought her two daughters to the goal of this trip, Bluno Tavern. Drinking a little wine before going to bed is good for your physical and mental health. Sima D laughed. Then greet the boss, Bluno, to serve wine. This is also a member of CP9. Sima D has been keeping an eye on Bluno with observation hockey. On the surface, he seemed calm, but in fact, he glanced at Robin frequently, confirming her identity. The last time Robin was wanted was when she was a child, and it will take a lot of work to determine her identity after many years. Sima D didn't stop, just flirting with Vivi and Robin. It's like finding nothing. When the drink is almost done. Sima D gave Robin a look and said, Vivi seems a little drunk, I'll take her back to the room first. Robin nodded with a smile, obviously understanding what Sima D meant. This is the first time for him, too many people will not be able to let go. I'll drink some more and go back later. Ronan said. When you finish Vivi first, she will come to take over the second half. It's good to get along with big sister, she knows what you want with just one look. Sima D left with Vivi, who seemed to be drunk but actually pretended to be drunk. Robin didn't mean to be jealous, and drank a little wine leisurely. She is very satisfied with her life now. Be with someone you love, and go on an adventure with a trusted partner. This is much happier than her life of escape and betrayal in the past 20 years. As for Sima D having other women, it is normal for a strong man to have multiple female relatives in this sea. Robin never imagined that he could dominate Sima D. Suddenly, the light dimmed before Robin's eyes, and it was Bluno, the owner of the bar, standing in front of her. No need to refill the wine, I'll leave after finishing this bottle. Robin said politely. Faye, Bluno said in a deep voice. I am a CP9 agent, Nico Robin, the son of the devil, you follow me and leave now, otherwise the world government will issue a warrant for everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. The power of the world government, I believe no one can compare to you know better. Robin froze. She stared at Bluno's calm gaze and believed what he said. Then there was silence. Want to resist. With a small golden bell and angel wings, it's just that CP9 level agents can't keep her. After that, what about your partner, your lover? With the current abilities of the Straw Hat Pirates, they may be able to escape the pursuit of CP9 in front of them. Yeah, Robin thought of that day when artillery fire enveloped the entire island of Ohara, and the threat of death was everywhere. That is hell on earth. If the world government wants to go all out to arrest the Straw Hat Pirates, will they be able to escape? Robin doesn't know, so she was silent, thought for a long time. Robin drank the wine in his glass, stood up and looked directly at Bluno. I'll go with you, don't disturb the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates. Bluno nodded and turned to leave. Robin glanced back at a window of the hotel opposite the tavern, lingered for a few seconds, turned and left resolutely. A teardrop fell on the floor and smashed to pieces. The wind carried a sentence and drifted into the distance. Goodbye, friends, goodbye. Sima Zhang. As everyone knows. When Robin turned to leave, the window she was staring at just now, Sima D appeared there. Shen Guang was a little helpless. Why don't you choose to trust me and trust us? Sima D sighed. Obviously because of his joining, the Straw Hat Pirates have been strengthened unprecedentedly. With the addition of Crocus and Laboon, the combat power can be said to be far superior to that of the Straw Hat Pirates 2 years later. But Robin still chose to sacrifice himself to protect the safety of the Straw Hat Pirates. This approach has to be said to be stupid, but it is also the least costly solution. Yeah, do you really think that any of us will approve of this plan? Shook his head. Sima D didn't have the idea of chasing after her, she had to let Robin know the attitude of the Straw Hat Pirates. With the little golden bell, MINCP9 has no one who can hurt her. Turning his head to look at the bed, he was facing a certain pair of eyes that opened quietly. Just look at each other. Vivi just closed her eyes like a frightened bunny and continued to pretend to be drunk. It's just short of writing, pick and pick, on the face. Without Robin to take over the second half, then, you can only suffer. At sunrise, Sima D was hugging the exhausted Vivi before falling asleep, but the phone on the bedside was ringing non-stop. Pick it up with telekinetic power, and the phone bug turns into Nami's appearance. Did Robin be with you last night? Asked the other person anxiously. This made Sima D realize that CP9 had already taken action. I really can't wait. Did something happen? Sima D asked. Shang Bingshan in the capital of Seven Waters was attacked last night. He insisted that Robin did it, and now the whole city is looking for us. Oh, how's the Mary? The melee was tested yesterday and there is nothing serious, it's just normal wear and tear, it's just, when it's under maintenance. You still care about this? What about Robin? You let her talk. Robin, she didn't seem to come back all night. Huh, could it be? No way. Robin has no reason to do that. Nami believed in Robin. It's no wonder that Robin wanted to sacrifice himself in exchange for everyone's safety. B. Let's take a look at everyone's choices. I have some thoughts on the study of exercises here, don't come to me these days, and solve things yourself. Finished speaking. Regardless of the anxious Nami, Sima D hung up the phone directly, and opened Hearthstone to send the phone bug back to going merry. Let's live. Dang dang dang. The sound of dense footsteps came, and it seemed that they were coming towards me. It seems that the hotel owner reported him, and the citizens who love icebergs came to arrest him. Sima D didn't bother with these people either, and used telekinetic power to lead Vivi away from the window. It's the demon buster. It's Mr. Iceberg they attacked. Don't let them escape. He also stole the quilt from the hotel. It really is a heinous crime. The outside of the hotel was crowded with citizens who came to do what's right, but observation hockey swept across all of them were scum of combat power 5. Sima D didn't have the same knowledge as them, and flew directly into the sky so that they could only stare blankly. Then he landed from another location, controlled an innkeeper with his spiritual ability, opened a room and slept peacefully. The Straw Hat Pirates have Crocus, and Robin has the Golden Bell. No matter how they make trouble, they won't be hurt, and the only ones who suffer will be others. I'm not your nanny. Let me see, if I'm not around, will you still choose that way? Yawn. Sima D was sleeping peacefully, but the pot exploded outside. The Straw Hat Pirates have become public enemies of the city because of Robin's attack on the iceberg, and Going Merry, which is under maintenance, is also detained in the dock, leaving them nowhere to go. At this time, damn it, Sima actually hung up on my phone. Nami gritted his teeth. This made everyone unexpected. Doesn't he care about Robin? Usopp was stunned. That's Sima D's woman. She didn't come home at night and might have attacked an iceberg, didn't he have any idea? Could it be that Sima is also involved in this matter? Sanji made a bold guess. It was overruled by Zoro. If it was Sima who made the move, there would be no need for the trouble of using a pistol, and no one would be killed. It makes sense. Then what should we do now? Chopper asked nervously. Robin may be the murderer, Sima and Vivi are also missing, and the melee has been detained, and the whole city is looking for us. Wow, what if as long as Sima is here? He will definitely find a solution. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates nodded in approval. If it was Sima D, there would be a solution. That's why he doesn't care about you. Crocus put it bluntly. You guys are too dependent on that kid Sima, and you panicked at this point. Then if you face Marine, the world government, or 4 emperors, do you want to surrender directly? One word awakens the dreamer. Did everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates realize that they seemed to be relying too much on Sima D? No way. Who makes Sima D always make clear arrangements, so that they can always get the most suitable opponent, and he is always at the bottom of the open side? Who can not rely on this? I know, this is Sima's test for us. Usopp said with high spirits. Don't let him read it all. Do you think we can do without him? Then you should come up with a solution. Nami complained. This. Usopp fell silent. Finally, still Luffy said. I don't believe that Robin and the others would do that. So, let's go to Uncle Bingshan and find out what's going on. At this time, there were loud cheers outside, as if they were shouting. Mr. Bingshan is awake. That's great. The Straw Hat Pirates are nothing more than this 277. Isn't this dozing off and sending you a pillow? #BT. Let's go. Find Uncle Bingshan. Ask what's going on. Luffy took the lead and stood up. But Usopp hastily pulled him back. Now there are citizens looking for us outside, don't you want to fight your way out? At that time, there will be no problems and there will be problems. Yeah, Luffy, let's wait until the evening. Luffy could only reluctantly agree. Night. There are a lot of people looking for them on the street, and the Straw Hat Pirates are the only ones who act, but when they arrive at the mansion where Bingshan is, they find that it is brightly lit and crowded with people. We want to protect Mr. Bingberg. We must not let the thieves sneak up again. Without Mr. Bingshan, there would be no capital of 7 waters. We must not let him have trouble. This. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates looked at each other, as if there was no other way. I can only force it. Luffy said firmly, I must see Uncle Bingshan. Although a bit reckless. But there is no better way. We cover you. Let's go. Rush. Wait. Someone is coming. One after another figures jumped out from the darkness. They were able to step on the air and run freely, crossing the human wall formed by the citizens and rushing into the mansion. The real murderer has appeared. We must not let them succeed. Quick. The Straw Hat Pirates also showed up in a hurry, confusing the citizens. Didn't the Straw Hat Pirates go there just now? They're missing 4 of them. 4 people just passed by. It must be their accomplice. Don't let them pass. Stop them. The citizens didn't listen to Luffy's explanation at all, and surrounded him with weapons. I can't help it, let's fight. Don't hit too hard. The back of a knife cannot kill a person. The combat power of the Straw Hat pirates has skyrocketed, and these citizens are not opponents at all. Nami's lightning, Luffy's fists, Sanji's kicking skills. Zoro's blade. Soon a path was made, allowing Luffy and Zoro to break into the mansion. Others blocked the door to prevent these citizens from going in to make trouble. There are boatmen lying in a pool of blood along the way, those people just now really killed them. What? A whale guided the way for the two of Luffy, and they hurriedly ran over, seeing the people who had just raided. They were all shrouded in robes and wearing animal masks. 27. For the partner. Let's make a fuss. And the iceberg fell to the ground at this moment and was stepped on by a strong man with an iron tower. He was holding a pile of documents tightly, and an open safe was next to him. It was he who wailed just now. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* punched out directly, and hit the Iron Tower man's body, but he didn't shake him at all, just like hitting a piece of steel. Swipe. Swipe. Multiple hands grew out of Bingshan's body, grabbing the document it was protecting, and handing it to the person wearing a leopard print mask. The man just flipped through it a few times before throwing it away. Mr. Iceberg, don't fool me with this, where is the real Pluton blueprint? Give it to me before there are too many casualties. The iceberg froze. This voice. Who the hell are you guys? Did you recognize it? Several people stopped pretending and took off their hoods one after another. It is Carrera's boatman Lucci, Kaku, Secretary Khalifa, and the tavern owner Blunoan. Robin, how did you end up with them? Luffy demanded. Is it really Uncle Iceberg that you attacked? What the hell is going on here? However, Robin just looked at Luffy calmly. Have you forgotten my nickname? I am known as the son of the devil, and betrayal is not a common thing. That tone. It's more mocking than telling. Zoro couldn't help but frown, resting his left hand on the hilt of his sword. It turns out, it's really her. What about Sima? Luffy asked. Even Sima can't keep you. Robin was suddenly silent. Now is not the time for you to reminisce about the old days. Lucci interrupted. RCP-9 executes. Go away. Luffy and Zoro yelled loudly, and attacked the four of CP-9 with fists and swords. Iron Tower Bluno appeared in front of the two of them, tensed his body and used Marine 6 Style's Iron Body, again to prepare to block. Boom. PFF'd. Bluno was directly blasted away. Blood splashed in midair, indicating that he had been broken. Luffy and the two directly used armament hockey this time. Although only at an elementary level. But in the face of CP9 who only knows Marine 6 Styles, it is still a crushing advantage. Oh, armament hockey. Lucci was surprised. It seems that Marine's reward for you is still lower. He directly used the Devil Fruit ability and transformed into a leopard form. The enemy is too strong. Robin, our agreement seems to be void. Do it. Try to stay alive, including the injured Bluno. Use Marine 6 Styles shaved to surround the two of them, and finger pistols attack is inevitable. Clang. Armament hockey turns into invisible armor, preventing all damage. The two of Luffy fought back again. But the four of Lucci fluttered in the air like paper, making Zoro's slash and Luffy's fist just pass by. Marine 6 Styles hyphenation point paper arts. What is this? Devil Fruit ability. Luffy frowned. Idiot, how can Devil Fruit have the same ability? Zoro retorted. Sima, one sword style lion song. Zoro directly opened up, and quickly slashed at the leader Lucci, and armament hockey also used it without hesitation. But Lucci is well aware of the gap between Marine 6 Styles and hockey, which is totally incompatible with Zoro. Flashed the knife again with paper arts. Nico Robin, you and Khalifa took the iceberg away. Lucci commanded. Khalifa, according to the pre-arranged arrangement, investigated the whereabouts of Pluton's blueprint. Yes, Khalifa immediately withdrew from the siege team, chopped the iceberg on his shoulder and jumped out of the window. Robin looked hesitantly at the two of Luffy who were besieged. Robin, do you really want to go with them? Luffy hurriedly shouted, are you going to give up on us? Give up on Sima, they must have forced you, right? Robin froze. Then Kaido nodded. It's just a joke, you don't really think that I will approve of you, do you? Ha. Sneered. Robin spread his angel wings and flew away, chasing Khalifa. Sanji, who was being besieged by the townspeople below, saw it and became anxious immediately.
Robin sauce. Don't go. Crocus squinted slightly, looking somewhere dark. Won't you block it? Sheila, operator, Nami turned into lightning and blocked Robin's way. Robin, what's wrong with you? Tell us if you're threatened. Robin didn't reply. She took out a long gun from under her wide cloak and aimed it at Nami. I don't believe you can drive. Boom. A gunshot, an iron net opened from the muzzle of the gun, and it turned out to be inlaid with sea stone. The net caught Nami, making his devil fruit ability invalid, and fell to the ground. Brush, a figure flashed past, but it was Sima D who had disappeared for a long time. He put his arms around Nami with one hand and tore the sea stone iron net apart with one hand. The sea stone on it had no effect on him. Sima. You're finally here, Robin, I know. Sima D interrupted. You go back first, I have something to say with Robin. This. Okay, don't let Robin go, Nami ordered. Sima D nodded noncommittally. Nami left. Sima D and Robin confront each other in the air. They were still close lovers yesterday, but at this moment they seemed like strangers. Are you really going? Sima D asked. It's just a joke, you won't be serious, are you? Robin said with a blank expression. Sima D nodded. Since you choose to leave, I won't stop you, just go. The tone is very flat, it's like talking about things that don't matter to you. Robin took a deep look at Sima D, then turned and left without looking back. Sima D just watched her leave without any hindrance. When Robin's figure disappeared, he returned to the Straw Hat Pirates. It's Sanji's flying kick coming head-on, but it's just kicking on the telekinetic shield. A-hole. You let Robin-chan go away like this? Sanji yelled angrily. She must have some reason, how could you ignore her? Yeah. Sima Zhang, there's no way Miss Robin doesn't love you, Vivi echoed. You promised me you'd bring Robin back, Nami glared. Although the others didn't say anything, they all looked at Sima D without doubt. Stop him, hateful. It was escaped, Luffy and Zoro roared upstairs, and then they jumped out of the window with black faces. They have a strange devil fruit, which opened a door in the air and ran away, Zoro said angrily. It is Blueno's door fruit ability. Where's Robin? Luffy frowned, you won't watch her go. Everyone immediately turned their attention to Sima D. How do you explain this? Sima D looked around the crowd and suddenly smiled. You can still laugh. Nami glared. That's right, Robin-chan is an unforgivable crime against you, Sanji gritted his teeth. Seeing that everyone was about to criticize him, Sima D hurriedly laid his hand to signal silence. Did I say that I would give up on Robin? Sima D clenched her fist and said, I know her reasons, maybe CP9 threatens our lives or something. But just stopping her like this, there is no way to solve it. Her heart is knotted. Not. These people really don't know. Sima D continued. The Ohara where Robin is located was destroyed by Marine's Buster Call. This is her eternal demon. So, as partners, we must give her enough confidence. Everyone, are you afraid of declaring war on world politics? Facing Sima D's problem. Robin is my partner, even if I am against the world. I must bring her back. Luffy took the lead. World politics? As a pirate, isn't it normal to cut them? Zoro said with a knife. You dare to threaten Robin-chan, it's unforgivable, Sanji was furious. Even the most timid Usopp said, FKU, Sima D laughed again. He raised his hand and shouted, then let's make a big fuss, target Eni's lobby, we want Robin to know that as long as he is a partner we recognize, even the world is nothing but Chen. Okay, let's make a fuss, it's a fart, for Robin. For the partner. Sink the Eni's lobby. Looking at the Straw Hat Pirates clamoring to run into the Eni's lobby. The people next to them were stunned. I have seen arrogant pirates, but I have never seen such arrogant ones. Eni's lobby is the grave of pirates, and the prisoners who were taken to Eni's lobby never came back alive. How dare they? Boom. A loud bang. I saw that Going Merry broke through the partition of the dock, drove out from the main waterway, and stopped not far from the Straw Hat Pirates and others. It's like saying, I have a share in the rescue of my partner. Mary is going to rescue Robin too. Let's go then. Ha ha ha. Go. Everyone went towards Going Merry as if no one else was around, but they were really planning to kill Eni's lobby. Wait. See you. CP9 Secret Stronghold. Khalifa threw the iceberg on the ground, and looked at Robin coldly.
I was about to say something. Squeak. An air door opened in midair, and Lucci and Kaku helped Blueno, who was half covered in blood, walk out.
How's the trial going? Lucci asked directly. It's confirmed. Pluton's blueprint is with his junior brother, who is now Frankie, Khalifa said. Okay. Let's go. Lucci looked at Robin and said, you take Blueno and fly to the train station, and the last train is to Eni's lobby. You should understand the price of running away or telling the truth. Robin nodded calmly and didn't say much. The three of Lucci jumped out of the window again and rushed to where Frankie was. But nothing. Frankie's house is not there. It is estimated that it is in a secret hiding place, hiding from the coming water gods. What to do? Do you want to continue the search? Kaku asked. Lucci was silent for a moment. He said decisively, now that you know it's him, follow the instructions to send me. Can Robin send back the Eni's lobby, and bring the team back to capture Frankie? No one can leave during water gods. Then what if Mr. Bingberg ventilates with Frankie? Khalifa asked again. Then bring Mr. Bingshan back to Eni's lobby. Maybe Frankie, as a junior, will throw himself into the trap. Looking back to Sima D, just as I was about to leave on the Going Merry, I heard the voice, wait. Follow the reputation. He saw a strange man with open breasts and leaking breasts, wearing only a pair of swimming trunks, coming with a group of younger brothers. Ow. My name is Frankie. Those people actually took the iceberg. I'll go with you. The person who came was Frankie, Tom's second disciple and Bingshan's younger brother. But, Frankie, what are you doing again? Barry the boatman yelled angrily. It must be us who came to rescue Mr. Bingshan, another boatman said. Who do you think you are? Frankie said angrily. I'm Frankie. I need to obey your ideas. Seeing that two groups of people are about to quarrel, Sanji hurriedly said, hey, if you want to quarrel, keep arguing, don't block us from saving our companions. Two groups of people glared at Sanji. Sanji raised his eyebrows and stared back. Want to fight? Who is afraid of whom? Still Barry said. The gods of water are coming soon. Taking an ordinary boat is very likely to capsize. I remember that there is the last train at the train station leading to Eni's lobby, now the factory. Maybe it's still too late, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Seeing the two groups of people rushing away, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates looked at each other. How? Usopp asked. Nami, what's your suggestion? Luffy looked at Nami. Nami didn't answer immediately, but looked outside the capital of Seven Waters. Although it is night, however, under the reflection of the bright moonlight, the seabed near the capital of Seven Waters can be clearly seen, which is the precursor of the coming of the gods of water. The scale of God is probably more than a kilometer. Going Merry is just a small sailing boat, not to mention that it is too reluctant to face a tsunami of this scale. At that time, no matter the current or the direction of the wind, it will be heading towards the capital of Seven Waters. Nami made a decisive decision and said, definitely, go take the sea train. The Straw Hat Pirates caught up immediately, and entrusted Going Merry to a boatman before leaving, and let him drive into the dock to avoid the tsunami. You are going to rescue Mr. Bingshan, so leave the boat to us without worry, the boatman patted his chest and promised. But he was the one who sent the grass pirates away, and when he turned around, he saw the golden ship sailing towards the sea. Wangs? Huh? Come on, the boat is slipping. Stop that boat. When the Straw Hat Pirates arrived at the train station, they heard the whistle of the train starting. Barry and others who came earlier also failed to catch the train. Hateful. Just a little bit. What's the deal now? Take the boat to the Eni's lobby? The gods of water are coming, but once Mr. Bingshan is sent through the gate of justice, it will really be too late. When everyone is arguing, Going Merry appeared from the main waterway, and precisely stopped in front of the Straw Hat Pirates. It seems to be looking for and saying, go to me, or I will take you there. Hey, how did the melee come here? You obviously entrusted that boatman just now? There's no time now, get on board. The Straw Hat Pirates boarded the ship and were about to set sail. Take us a piece. Carrera's boatman and Frankie's party all jumped onto the deck of Going Merry. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Luffy and others didn't say much, saving people is the most important thing. Set sail. Seeing that everyone was so anxious, Sima didn't remind them that there was still a train in the warehouse. Going Merry was able to travel through the gods of water when he sailed by himself, and brought back a lot of the Straw Hat Pirates. Why can't it stop now? Going Merry will do. Robin, we're coming to pick you up. Don't cry. For our partners, let's make a fuss. 28. Abduct Frankie. Two famous scenes. Going Merry, who was moving forward, encountered the first problem not long after driving out. Due to the ebb tide of the water gods, there's a blank zone on the seabed between the capital of Seven Waters and the sea, and it is absolutely impossible to pass through it with Going Merry. But that's not a big deal for Sima. Jump, like a slingshot, Going Merry catapulted across the blank area. Before falling into the sea, Sima thoughtfully buffered it with telekinesis to reduce the impact damage Going Merry suffered. Thank you, Sima rubbed her ears and looked around in surprise. What's the matter, Sima? Vivi asked with concern. Sima smiled and shook her head. I heard a cute thank you, Sima joked. The ship spirit of the Merry, it has indeed been born. And, even in the presence of so many people, he still thanked him sweetly. Obviously, these days, he loves Going Merry, and Merry has experienced it personally. If there is a friend list for the Straw Hat Pirates, he must be at the top. Interesting. Although it is said that there is a headwind and a headwind. But Nami is indeed a genius navigator. Even so, he can still find the wind direction and gap, shuttle in the buffer zone between the currents, and with the free labor of the Frankie family and the boatman, he actually sailed Eni's lobby by riding the wind and waves. The perpetual pointer is manifested by Sima with his spiritual power. But no matter how talented Nami is, he is still powerless in the face of nature. The 1,000-meter-high water gods became the second barrier to intercept Going Merry. Ding! Congratulations on the sign in scene. Gods of water, and get the sign in reward. Senju Tobarama's Water Style Great Waterfall Technique. Senju Tobarama's Water Style 380 Great Waterfall Technique. Chakra gathers at the throat, and spews a large amount of water from the mouth to impact the enemy. Senju Tobarama simplifies 44 seals to 4, and extends the simplified version that can be cast instantly. Sima was a little surprised, this trip to the capital of Seven Waters. He is ready not to sign any famous scenes, all just to let Robin untie his knot. Looking at the water gods, in front of it, Going Merry is as insignificant as an ant. The Frankie family and the boatmen were all shocked. In the past, I hid in the refuge. Looking down from the heights is already extremely spectacular. I really have no hope in my heart when I encounter it at sea. Barry looked ugly. Yes. Straw Hat crew. It's up to you. Compared to their pessimism, the Straw Hat Pirates are full of confidence. Unanimously looked at Sima. It's your turn. What? Them? They have nothing to do with the thing in front of them. Wait. Luffy suddenly said, let me do it. Let's go together, use that trick. Zoro also walked towards the bow. The two jumped onto the edge of the boat and took a posture. Rubber jet machine gun. 3 swords style 300 troubled winds. Composite skill siege cannon. The powerful air current pierces the water gods, but this time everyone is riding Going Merry instead of a sea train, so there is no track for Going Merry to move on. But, it's really capable. Just about to use the power of speech again, Frankie has already run to the stern. Leave it to me next, wind to jet. The powerful recoil drove Going Merry into the air, ejected like a cannonball and started to pass through the bombarded passage. When everyone realized it, they had already arrived at the back of the water god. After a short shock, everyone on the boat cheered collectively. Come here, it's really possible, survived. Long live Boss Frankie, it's too scary to be an enemy, but it's also very reliable as a partner, oh. How did the boat come by itself? Sima D looked at Luffy and Zoro who were walking back and couldn't help but nodded in agreement. Not bad, kind of Hikoku. Hikoku is the signature skill of the Titans, and Sima D didn't hold back after learning it, telling everyone what he learned directly. At present, it seems that Luffy and Zoro's comprehension progress is not bad, and it has already begun to take shape. Of course. I can't let you come for everything. Zoro curled his lips. Haha. We're very strong now, Luffy said proudly. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates looked at each other and smiled. Yes. They are also very strong now, so. Declare war with the world government or something, full of confidence. Don't get too carried away. Nami knocked. The storm has not yet passed, and the road ahead will not be easy. Everyone, please paddle. Yes. Big sister head, the Frankie family said in unison. This made Frankie a little uncomfortable. My little brother was actually convinced by others? Or a woman? Suddenly, Frankie saw Usopp take out the MK5, and the cool dressing process fascinated him who transformed himself. Ouch. What kind of technology is this? It's amazing, Frankie excitedly said. Usopp immediately opened the steel mask and proudly akimbo. Isn't it amazing? Just this battlesuit. We have one set for everyone on board? Yikuli Guy's Sima D also made up a set. Oh, still mass production? Frankie's eyes really lit up this time. Is there a production line? Is there a design drawing? Oops, brother with a long nose, give me a set. Excited for Frankie? Sima D walked over immediately and said, design drawings? Yes. It is to take out the design drawings of MK5, but the core small arc reactor, energy injector, and control system are all omitted. It's like a dancer who still holds a pippa and half hides her face. Her graceful figure makes people excited, but she can only be envious and unable to find out. Just 2 words, BFFI. Very uncomfortable. Hiss, brother Sima, where's the key design data? Frankie asked shamelessly. Sima D smiled mysteriously, all it takes is for you to ask a question. Oh, that's the secret of our pirate group, only our partners can read it, Sima D hinted. Frankie didn't think much of it, instead, he nodded as a matter of course. Such an important technology, indeed, indeed. His eyes are straight, probably because. Sima D raised a large pile of design drawings, the conceptual drawings listed above, as well as unknown weapons and techniques, etc., all of which made Frankie hold his breath. Asterisk 3. I really want it. Oh, I got these from the ancient ruins. It is the advanced technology of the Giant Kingdom from MK1 to MK88. Sima D said intentionally. But they just don't show Frankie the blueprints. Do you say it's uncomfortable or not? Frankie is having a hard time right now. To say that there was only one set of MK5, although the technology is good, but after all Frankie already has his own technology system, at most it is a reference and will not be too greedy. Yeah. There is a whole set of all the design drawings, it will be completely different. When Sima D saw Frankie's expression, he knew that his design was successful. It didn't take his time to realize the design drawings of the steel suit one after another. Just like manifesting inner strength and mind, compared with the ready-made steel suit, the Dragon Essence language is still no problem if it is just a design drawing. After all, the consumption of science and technology is much smaller than that of legend. Seeing the fish take the bait, instead, Sima D was not in a hurry to invite Frankie, but put the design drawings into the system space. These are gifts for our future boatmen. I can't show you too much. Frankie looked at Sima D anxiously, smacked his mouth a few times, and couldn't say anything. Want a design drawing? They did it for no reason, why? Equivalent exchange? He does have the blueprints for Pluton in his belly, but that's obviously impossible. Be their boatman. This seems like a good way to go whoring for nothing. Thinking about it, because of the Pluton drawings, CP9 has been lurking for 10 years, and now it has captured the iceberg and sent it to the Enies lobby. Perhaps, if he flies away, can the capital of 7 waters and the iceberg be made safer? This moment. Wong is powerful enough to lure and threaten. Fran was shaken. Sima D didn't continue fishing either, too much was too much. He looks into the distance, in the stormy night, there's a bright space, and that's where Enies lobby is. Its geographical location is special, where there are only 100 days and no nights. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene. Enies lobby of eternal day, and get the sign in reward. Mebus Vivia Milio's Fairies Law. Mebus Vivia Milio's Fairy Law, as one of the founders of the Fairy Tale Union, the president of the First Generation Union, and known as the Fairy Military Advisor. Fairy Law is only created by her one of the super magic of the style. It uses divine light to fight against darkness, and targets everything the caster considers to be enemies, and mentally defeats and obliterates them. Sima D raised her eyebrows in surprise. This is really inadvertently inserting willows and willows. I didn't want to go to the sign in scene, but I got 2 rewards while standing, and this was a super unexpected surprise. Goblin Law. Super judgment magic. Anyone who is recognized as an enemy will be obliterated by the spirit of destruction. It is super magic at the killer level, but again, if the user is not capable enough to forcibly launch it, although it can be successful, the price is a lot of life loss. Coincidentally, Sima D's blessing restores health, so he can use this move as a regular. Hashtag B%. Should I send it directly to Ini's lobby? Suddenly, Sima D stared at a frozen path, not far away. It was only half a meter wide, but stretched to the depths of the sea. Could this be? Good morning, Duck. 29. Aokiji Admiral. Let's have an ice contest. Ini's lobby, in the Supreme Commander's office. Spandam looked at Robin, who was being escorted by Lu Chi, who had returned. His eyes were full of excitement. Not interested in Robin itself, but as the son of the devil, she is a confidant of the World Government F. Arresting her and escorting her to the World Government F. This credit is enough for him to be promoted and leave this hell. Not to mention, the whereabouts of the Pluton blueprint has also been determined. There's an iceberg on the side, and Frangie basically pinches it with his hands. Spandam seems to have seen the future of promotion and salary increase. Ha ha ha. You did a great job, Spandam said happily. As a reward, these 2 devil fruits are for you both. Spandam directly threw the 2 devil fruits to Kaku and Khalifa respectively. They were the only 2 of the 4 lurking in the Seven Waters capital without devil fruit ability. As for Lu Chi and Bluno, after successfully obtaining the Pluton blueprint, I will give credit for you. It's just 2 unknown devil fruits, just to take the credit for arresting the son of the devil. Spandam made a good plan. CP9's nature is to obey, so even though Lu Chi and the others looked down on Spandam, they didn't show much expression. He nodded and turned to leave, leaving Iceberg tied up and Robin in seastone handcuffs. Nico Robin. After hiding for so many years, didn't he still fall into my hands? Ha ha ha. Spandam laughed excitedly. Now the 2 keys to control ancient weapon are placed in front of my eyes. Ha 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 ha. This is the ultimate goal of Spandam. The living Robin and the iceberg are useless, only the Pluton design drawings are the greatest credit. However, Robin ignored Spandam, her eyes stayed on the golden phone bug on the table. Why is Buster Call here? How do you? Spandam's eyes suddenly turned sharp, and he rushed in front of Robin with a stride, and punched Robin's pretty cheek. What qualifications do you have to ask? Boom. The phantom of the golden bell appeared. Spandam's attack had no effect. Do not, his own hand seemed to be broken, and his wrist was hanging limply. What is this? Come on, squeak. The door opens, but it wasn't the guards or CP9 who came here according to the order, but a 3-meter-high figure, walking slowly into the office. This laid-back attitude immediately annoyed Spandam. B******D. You won't be quick. Spandam was stunned on the spot when he saw the face of the visitor. Robin also stared at the man with big eyes, and couldn't believe that he would meet this man again one day. The visitor just looked at the phantom of the golden clock on Robin's body with interest, and looked at the seastone shackles on Robin's hand. Interesting. What is your ability? After Sima D discovered the ice trail, her eyes suddenly became serious. Didn't expect to meet him here? When logging into Ini's lobby, Sima D quietly asked Crocus. What is your combat power? How does it compare to Rayleigh? What are you talking about? Crocus asked knowingly. I'm just a ship's doctor, how can I compare with Rayleigh's second in command? There are good reasons, but Sima D doesn't believe it. Buzzing. The invisible pressure spread from Luffy, covering the front half of Ini's lobby. It was just now that Going Merry was discovered on Ini's lobby, and they were going to be bombarded directly with cannons from the top of the city. Luffy used Conqueror's Hockey to stun them all. Go. Get Robin back. The miscellaneous soldiers in the first half were all cleaned up, and the team drove straight into the second gate. In front of the second gate, he was stopped by 2 titans and a large number of Ini's lobby soldiers. Intruders. No pirate can escape from me and Cassie. Oimo and I are the strongest titans, depending on the situation. This is going to be a tough fight. Frankie and the others couldn't help looking at Luffy. Straw Hat Boy, can you use that convenient ability just now? Frankie suggested. Luffy spread his hands helplessly. I have only mastered a little bit, and I can't use it twice in a short time. Is that so, BT? The boatman stood up and said, leave these little soldiers to us, and you will deal with the titan. After all, a charge was launched. Little ones, let's do it too, Frankie shouted. The Frankie family followed immediately. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates is staring at the 2 titans, who is coming. Give me the one on the left. Vivi swung Thor's hammer. Leave the one on the right to me. Laboon clenched his fist. The 2 girls flew into the sky and rushed towards the titan who was about to trample the boatman, but the latter dismissed it very much. The titan on the left waved his hand like a fly to slap Vivi away, but when he came into contact with Thor's hammer, he realized that he was wrong, and it was a big mistake. The palm of his hand was smashed towards his face with unrivaled force, and he fell to the ground with one blow. My brain is buzzing. The titan on the right is also contemptuously trying to trample Laboon to death, but when he lands, he finds that Laboon's fist suddenly swells, exaggeratedly into a fin-like shape, and its scale is several times larger than his entire body. Boom. He was directly thrown on the gate, and he smashed the gate open without losing momentum. At this time, Vivi also happened to land beside Laboon, who put away his fins and clapped his hands tacitly. It's so easy. The Frankie and Ini's lobby soldiers next to him were stunned. What's the matter with these two people? The Titans couldn't survive a round with them. But immediately reacted, they were all excited. Good, so strong. We can definitely snatch Mr. Bingshan back. Quick, you go first and leave it to us. Boss Frankie, you can go too, as long as we are here. The Straw Hat Pirates and Frankie took the lead and continued to rush into the depths of the island. When passing by two Titans who hadn't recovered, the tears on the ground made Sima D pause. Speaking of, these two people are also pitiful. Their leader, who was fooled by the world government, has been arrested. As long as they guard Eni's lobby for 100 years, they will be released. Their leader is the two idiots who dueled in Lil Garden. The typical birds of a feather flock together are all naive. He casually said, Oimo and Cassie. They seem to be members of the Giant Soldiers Pirates. We met your leader in Little Garden not long ago. If they knew that you fought for Marine, they would be ashamed. What did you say? The two Titans got up and stared at Sima D with big eyes. Have you seen the chiefs? Aren't the chiefs imprisoned and impelled down? This time everyone's attention was immediately attracted. Usopp asked strangely. Giant Soldiers Pirates. Brogy and their pirates. They're still dueling in Lil Garden. How could they be locked up and impelled down? The two Titans looked at each other when they heard the words. Even though they were naive, they still reacted. They have guarded here for 50 years, and it is impossible for ordinary people to know their identities, and there is no need for the Straw Hat Pirates to deceive them. After all, they were defeated by two little girls with one move. Damn it! Oimo raged furiously. How dare the world government deceive our leaders and imprison them? As long as they guard Eni's lobby for 100 years, they will be released. We were lied to. This is no fun. The two Titans stood up and held up their weapons, but they swung them at the Eni's lobby soldiers who had fought side by side for 50 years. You are all going to die. Kill. Everyone looked at the two Titans killing indiscriminately, and finally understood how powerful they are. Then the gaze towards Vivi and Laboon became even more strange. Such a powerful Titan can be killed by one blow. The two Titans killed all the Eni's lobby soldiers and looked at Sima D with their weapons on their shoulders. As a thank you for telling us the truth, you are here to rob prisoners, right? Although our combat power is weaker, we can show you the way. Great. Usopp was overjoyed. A man and a woman were escorted just now. Do you know where they are now? Without even thinking about it, Oimo said, I know the girl, the Devil's Son. He was escorted by CP9 to the Supreme Command Office, in the Judiciary Tower. Oimo pointed to the depths of the Eni's lobby, the towering building. Understood. Let's rush. Rescue Robin. Rescue Mr. Bingshan. The large force moved forward again, and this time there were two Titans who were familiar with the terrain and defected, and they had a clear understanding of Eni's lobby's firepower layout. He smashed through the main entrance like a bamboo, and came to the center of the referee. Into it, I thought that as a sacred tribunal, it would definitely be heavily guarded, with a large number of staff trying criminals. But no, the referee court was empty, and no one was there. Seeking Flowers 0 and ding, congratulations to the sign-in scene, Dark Justice Tribunal, and get the sign in reward. DNF's +10 equipment enhancement coupon. DNF's +10 equipment strengthening coupon. It can directly strengthen the weapon to +10, and endow it with dark attribute damage, so that the wound it causes has the attribute of necrosis. Rewards have been stored in the system space. It really is. Sima D laughed and said, although it is said to be for the court, in fact, it is only acting on the will of the world government. Anyone who is detained in the Eni's lobby must have been identified as a prisoner. It has never been issued in the 800-year history, not guilty verdict.
Yeah, it's just a show, hypocritical world politics. Oimo nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a large number of Eni's lobby soldiers poured out from all directions, with muskets, long-barrel guns, and rocket launchers aimed at them one after another. A tall man with 3 heads appeared, laughing proudly. We are the 3-headed Baskervilles who are the presiding judges. Stupid pirates, because of death. Buzzing. The invisible conqueror's hockey spread again, but this time it was released by Sima D. He properly enveloped the court, and the encirclement was disintegrated in an instant, and the presiding judge was even more. It fell from a height and disintegrated into 3 little old men lying dead on the ground. 3 heads. Fake. Usopp was taken aback. He should be surprised how there are people with 3 heads. Oh. While others looked at Sima D in shock. In the same pirate group, there are actually 2 awakened conquerors hockey. Isn't this configuration ridiculously high? And compared to Luffy's proficiency that made them feel a little breathless, Sima D's conquerors hockey gave them only a breeze on the face, experience without any pressure. You can tell the difference at a glance. In front of. Quick, stop them. There were dense footsteps coming from behind, and it was reinforcements from other parts of the island who had arrived. Barry immediately said, you go. We will defend this place. Leave it to us without worry. Don't lose to the bastards of the Frankie family. Damn, we must outlast you. The boatman and Frankie's family were arguing and setting up their defenses, and everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates also crossed the court and came to the drawbridge. Did not expect. Spandam was already holding Robin and Bingshan, and was waiting for a long time on the rooftop of the Judiciary Tower opposite, but the tall figure was the leader. It's Robin. Robin, we finally found you. Robin, we're here to pick you up. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates laughed happily, and all their attention was on Robin. After Sima D confirmed that Robin had no scars, he and Crocus set their sights on the tall figure headed by him. Boy Sima, I now understand why you asked that question just now. Crocus said solemnly, Admiral Aokiji. I am not my opponent. Sima D just nodded slightly, but there was no fear in her eyes. Instead, she put her left hand on Hiranmaru's sword hilt with a fighting spirit. Aokiji, Kuzan, who was stronger between his frozen fruit and his own Hiranmaru? On the roof, Kuzan looked at the Straw Hat pirates waving to Robin with his usual expression. It's really a touching bond. I dared to enter any's lobby for you. Should I say that I am ignorant? Or lawless? Kuzan's ridicule surprised Robin, who was touched. Although the Straw Hat pirates are already very strong, it is still impossible to have any winning percentage against Admiral. Shut up, Robin suddenly yelled. How many times have I told you, you are not my partners at all? I will not go with you, get out. Kuzan glanced at Robin with an inexplicable expression. Obviously, Robin wants to use this method to make the Straw Hat pirates quit. But well, Kuzan looks forward to the Straw Hat pirates, they. Will you return? 4,500 plus words. Automatic subscription is short of 7 plus updates. 30. Kuzan escaped. Haven't seen Buster Call yet. Add more 13,500 words, 103,500 words. Will the Straw Hat pirates retire? Kuzan waited with folded arms. What are you talking about? Luffy said angrily, you really want to live, don't you? Obviously, the dream of recovering the 100-year-old history has not been fulfilled yet. Why do you say that? Yeah, Robin-chan, are those bastards threatening you? Sanji shouted. Sister Robin, I believe we will rescue you. Vivi waved Thor's hammer. Everyone did not give up on her because of this. This made Kuzan's eyes flicker. He has been shaken by justice because of the Ohara Buster Call all these years, and he thinks again whether Marine is really absolute justice. The Straw Hat pirates in front of us have saved Alabasta and will never abandon their partners. Atelli, just because he is a pirate, is he guilty? Pirate, you are too arrogant, Spandam said angrily. CP9. What about people? Swipe. Swipe. Kadao CP9 members in black suits appeared in a flash, staring at the Straw Hat pirates without saying a word. Spandam was about to order. Kuzan looked back at him displeased, and the latter fell in love with him. Oops. Forget that now Eni's lobby is not his biggest, there is Aokiji Admiral too. While trembling with fear, Sima D finally spoke. Robin, Sima D said suddenly. Tell me what you really think, otherwise, we can't just leave like this. Sima D didn't roar like Luffy and the others. His words were very soft, like whispering in someone's ear. But it is full of weight, which is beyond doubt. Robin also understood the hearts of everyone in the Straw Hat pirates, and couldn't help but collapse. She screamed at the top of her lungs. You don't understand at all, the world government is really terrible. Just one Buster Call, and an island will be wiped out. The more I want to be with you, the more you will be involved with me. April 17th. I have involved you twice, I don't want to continue to implicate you. No matter how nice you guys are, even if Sima Zhang loves me again. In the end, you will definitely treat me as a burden, and you will definitely betray me. Abandon me, leave me. So I don't want you guys to save me at all. I don't want it at all. Looking at the woman who opened her heart and denounced fate in front of her, all the members of the Straw Hat pirates just listened silently. Turn out to be, has Robin suffered all this time? Faust. Sure enough, it wasn't betrayal of the Straw Hat pirates. On the contrary, it is precisely because of her deep love for the Straw Hat pirates that Robin chose to leave the Straw Hat pirates before she thought that all the good things were about to be broken. Ah ha ha. Spandam suddenly burst out laughing like a noisy lackey. A-hole. Nami raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning struck past, passing by Kuzan's side, blasting Spandam into smoke. Kuzan didn't respond the whole time, as if it was too late. But those who know his identity understand that it's not that it's too late, but that they don't want to stop him. So this is your concern? Luffy said seriously. World politics. Is that the flag above? Usopp. Shoot through it. Yaxi. Usopp's slingshot was full, and a Firebird star was shot at the flag of the world government flying on the Judiciary Tower. Brush. It is also the responsibility of CP9 that Lucci dodges to Firebird to defend the face of the world government. Comma. Roll. Where did Lucci come from? Where did he go back, and disappeared in the land? And the Firebird star, without obstruction, also hit the flag of the world government, igniting a raging fire and igniting the hope in Robin's eyes. Atelli. But directly want to declare war on world politics. Is it just to show your attitude? Robin. Tell us you want to live. Luffy yelled. Robin was stunned. She thought of all the past Ohara's destruction, the pursuit of Marine and CPO, the countless betrayals that were regarded as walking Bailey. Robin, we're here to pick you up. Sima D's gentle words sounded. This breaks the scene and brings Robin back to reality. She looked at Sima D, who was still smiling, and everyone in the Straw Hat pirates with firm eyes. The words Saul said to himself back then faintly sounded in his ears. The sea is vast, and one day, there will be a partner who can protect you. At this time, now, here, they show up, right in front of her. Robin choked with tears, raised his head and shouted, I want to live too. Everyone. Sima Zhang. Please take me to live. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates laughed, gearing up and showing their fighting stance. Frankie, who was a temporary teammate, was moved and wept bitterly. Ah, it's such a touching friendship. This is a partner. There are always uninterested people who want to stir up the atmosphere. Bastards. Do you know what you've done? The scorched Spandam yelled, an enemy of the whole world, you are absolutely doomed. CP9. Kill them. Spandam can't care about Kuzan anymore. If the world government finds out about this and he does nothing, he will definitely die a miserable death. CP9 launched an attack immediately. It was Lucci who crawled out of the pit and attacked Luffy directly, and the other members also found their opponents in the original play as if they were arranged by fate. But the Straw Hat Pirates have expanded to 5 people, and CP9 alone can't face it. But Spandam has nothing to fear. With Kuzan Admiral in. It's just a few small miscellaneous fish, it's done in minutes. Vivi swung Thor's hammer to rescue Robin, but Sima D pressed his shoulder with one hand. Don't worry, Sima D said. Let me do it first. Psychic force took him to the sky, Hirenmaru unsheathed and pointed obliquely at the sea. Sit upright in the frosty sky. Hirenmaru. Daiguren Hirenmaru. Did the frost dragon open its wings of ice, and 12 pieces of red lotus cryolite emerged. Admiral Aokiji, let me try to see whose ice is stronger. Sima D invited to fight. Kuzan also showed an expression of interest. Didn't you say, Demon Buster? Why does it still have the power of freezing? Tidge. Then let's play with you. Kuzan disappeared on the rooftop, teleported to Sima D, and slashed off with the condensed ice blade in his hand. Originally it was just a probing attack, to try out Tong Ma Di's kendo level. Sima D was actually holding the ice blade with bare hands, without any trembling in the palm. Strength and armament hockey are strong. There was such a powerful pirate in the first half of the Grand Line, Kuzan looked a little serious. Wait a minute, I'll take care of some garbage. Sima D looked at Spandam, with a golden light in his eyes, ready to give him a shot. Sima D has already been able to control the identification of the strong, making it shoot out in the form of petrified light, and it is only for single use. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you know the greatness of maternal love? B. Don't be distracted fighting me. Kuzan's left arm condensed into ice and turned into an ice bird. He dodged in front of Sima D, and blasted the ice bird head on. Strong identification technique. The golden light condenses into light, intertwined with the ice bird as if there is nothing, and it is about to hit Kuzan. Kuzan's observation hockey did the trick. Although he didn't know what the golden light was, he subconsciously sensed the danger, instinctively turned on elementalization and melted the abdomen to make it hollow, preventing hockey from being attached to the light. This saved Kuzan's life. The golden light still hit Spandam, his stomach was swelling like a balloon, and before he could react, the flood of pain made his eyes go black. Hiss. What? Pain, pain, pain. Aokiji Admiral, help, help. The strange performance of Spandam made Kuzan step on the moonwalk away from Sima D. What the hell? Spandam under observation hockey, the belly is like a real pregnant woman, just like. Really ready to give birth. Thinking that he was almost hit by the golden light just now, a layer of fine ice beads appeared on Kuzan's forehead. Isn't this ability too scary? Kuzan glanced at Sima D, then at Robin next to him, and then at Luffy who was fighting Lucci. Without hesitation, he just turned his head and walked away without the slightest nostalgia. Others don't understand why Kuzan retires without a fight, he is Marine Admiral. How could you be scared off by pirates? Only Sima D vaguely understood what Robin is Kuzan's obsession, these years and the source of his limited justice. Today's scene made him question whether his justice is correct. Not to mention that Luffy's grandfather is Garp, and Kuzan is a pawn brought out by Garp. It is impossible for him to really kill him. Now there is Sima D with weird skills, who can make a man pregnant with just one glance, can you believe it? This thankless thing, whoever cares about it? He just wants to find a quiet place to lie down and think about what justice really is. Want to understand why? Sima D shook his head a little dumbfounded, this anticlimactic behavior made him confused. During this period, Vivi also flew to Robin's side with a flying hammer, and the first thing he did was to kick Spandam away. This is so disgusting. Faye, this Spandam also has a great potential explosion, and he laughed out loud while enduring the pain. Ah ha ha. Hiss, the key to the seastone handcuffs, only, I have. Please, please. Vivi glanced at the seastone handcuffs on Robin's wrist, raised her eyebrows in disdain. Is this thing tough? The seastone handcuffs, which are hard to be hurt by ordinary swords, were smashed open by Thor's hammer. Spandam was dumbfounded by the arrogance. Smashed. It's fine to say that it's Sima D or Zoro, who are not simple swordsmen at first glance, but they were smashed open by a girl with a hammer. ... Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You. Whoosh. The hammer of Thor smashed the noisy Spandam into the air again, and it fell on the wall. At this time, Sima D also landed on the rooftop with an unlucky face. Fragrant wind blows. It was Robin who rushed to hug him tightly, and the big upai was squeezed so hard that he couldn't breathe. Sima D stroked Robin's hair with a smile. This time the knot in my heart has been opened. If I make up my own mind and sacrifice myself in the future, I will be punished. Hearing this, Robin was shocked. Lifting his head in disbelief, he said, "You already knew." "Well, I know it all the time," Sima D said vaguely. "O'Hara's Buster Call planted the seeds of fear in your heart, and only you can eliminate it. It's not bad to come and walk." Vivi's eyes widened. Alley. Now that they braved the Ennie's lobby, Sima D planned it early. And Bingshan, who has been acting as an invisible person, is looking at Sima D in shock. This man. It turned out that just to eliminate Robin's knots, he planned to break into the Ennie's lobby to save people. The point is, he was so sure that his partner would definitely come back. And also firmly believe that their power can save Robin. This courage, this IQ, and this self-confidence all make Bingshan amazed. TB1. His eyes flickered, and he looked at Frankie who was fighting together below. Maybe he can. Why is this phone bug golden? Vivi's doubtful voice came. But I saw that Vivi walked to the desk without knowing when, and was looking over and over with the golden phone bug. Both Robin and Iceberg were taken aback. And Spandam, who didn't know life or death, also sat up in panic, watching Vivi's flipping movement in horror. Idiot. That's the golden phone bug that started Buster Call. Do you want everyone to die together? Vivi was taken aback by Spandam's scolding. Hand slip. The golden phone bug just fell to the ground, and it was still in the posture of landing on the back shell. That's the unlock condition to activate the phone bug. Everyone. QQ smiley face. But just before the golden phone bug was about to hit the ground, it was caught and hovered by an invisible force, and flew to the palm of Sima D. Spandam heaved a sigh of relief, almost thought it was over. Just when he thought he had escaped a catastrophe, only. Patter. Sima D actually pressed the start button of the golden phone bug, and also picked up the microphone in a serious manner. What did you do? Spandam was shocked and angry. Is there something wrong with this pirate? That's Buster Call. The three of Robin were too scared to speak. Sima D, what are you doing? Sima D ignored Spandam. Determine the target. Sync directly. Executing an order. Then he hangs up the phone neatly, meets the eyes of several people, and throws the golden phone bug out of the window indifferently. 2.6 inches. I haven't seen Buster Call yet, how can I miss this rare opportunity? Sima D said honestly. It must be a famous scene. Robin and Vivi were stunned for a short while, and then they came to their senses. This is Ennie's lobby. Being destroyed by Buster Call, what does it have to do with their pirates? Bingshan looked inexplicable, and just because he wanted to take a look out of curiosity, he activated Buster Call. It really is. Feel free. A-hole. Do you think this is fireworks? This is Buster Call. Spandam was furious. Consisting of 10 warships and 5 Vice Admiral and Marine Elite combat forces, indiscriminately destroy the signaled area attack, Ennie's lobby is finished. The anger made him temporarily suppress the pain of delivery. Sima D shrugged, spread her hands, and tilted her head 3 times. What does that have to do with you? Spandam petrified on the spot. Yup, what does this have to do with the pirates in front of me? Sima D ignored the 2 guys and looked at Robin. The father of this B************ D is the culprit who launched the Buster Call to destroy O'Hara. How about it? Do you want to take revenge? Sima D suggested. Before Robin could reply, Spandam reacted first. No, you can't kill me. I'm the chief of CP9. Killing me is an enemy of the world government. You. Spandam suddenly ran out of words. Enemy against world politics. They just burned the flag of the world government with a really big idea. CP9 is not around, and the only confidence Buster Call has been used up. What cards does he have? 31. Famous scenes continue. Rewards for Buster Call. Just when Spandam was racking his brains on how to survive, Robin shook his head and said, Buster Call is about to start, let him wait here to die. This makes Spandam secretly happy. Waiting to die. As long as you walk on the front foot, he can call someone on the back foot to take him away from Ennie's lobby. But as smart as Robin, how could he leave this loophole? 9 flowers twisting waist and swinging dance. 9 arms grew out of Spandam, and it was folded abruptly. Crack. The back of Spandam's head was stuffed into his crotch. Tisk. Ordinary people really can't do it, only the disabled can do it. Let's go. Robin laughed. Well, I'll make another cut. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you know the greatness of maternal love? Strong identification technique. After renewing the 30-minute experience package for Spandam, Sima D flew away with the iceberg with telekinetic power. Leaving Spandam in agony, waiting for the countdown to death. Don't go. I still have the treasure I got from greed. Help me. No one paid him any attention. Spandam stared at the backs of Sima D and the others with resentment in his eyes, regretting why he didn't directly order to kill them in the capital of 20 waters. And Aokiji. He pretended to be admiral and ran away. I hate it. Spandam thought so much, but never thought of. Maybe he was wrong. Do not. How could he be wrong? Boom. The upper level of the judiciary tower was shattered by Sima D, and the ability to speak spiritually ensured that Spandam would not be completely buried, and the movement of the outside world could still be clearly understood in a dark environment. When the bombardment of Buster Call falls, he will be very exciting. Sima D laughed. Bingshan didn't say much in silence, but he was a few steps away from Sima D as soon as he landed. This man is terrible. Skills are terrifying. Means of revenge are even more terrifying. Sima D didn't care about Bingshan's small movements. He looked at the Straw Hat pirates who were fighting fiercely. 6 styles max round 6 king gun. This is the highest esoteric technique that Lucci has learned from Marine 6 styles to ultimate. He gathers all his strength and casts it in the form of a shock. The power is not inferior to that of a volley. B. Clang. Luffy's armament hockey easily blocked Luffy's special attack, and the second stage Black Fist hit his leopard head. Boom. Lucci was sent flying on the spot, smashing the thick walls of the referee, and there was no movement for a long time. Depending on the situation, he didn't die, but he also went to half-life. Luffy vs Lucci, complete victory. And, ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene, 6 styles 6 king spear. And get the sign in reward, Lucci's enchanting physique talent. Lucci's demonic physique talent. As the most talented person in CP9 for 800 years, Lucci has a monstrous physical talent. The best time to practice is still to be the ace agent who can become a CPO. Semicolon. Tisk. It's better to have Lucci's physique, or at least Marine 6 styles. Monster physical talent. Sima D won't fix it again. And many more. Sima D found that the efficiency of hockey's automatic operation was about 10% faster. Good. Is a good reward. Sima D saw that Vivi was about to go up to help with a hammer, so she hurriedly pulled him over. If you pass by, they still play with a hammer. Quake's boost made Vivi's starting point too high. Of course Sima D can't just say that. Give them room to grow. Sima D said. Oh, Sima D looked at the battle between Kaku and Zoro again. After eating Zone Niu fruit giraffe form, he integrated his swordsmanship and 6 styles into it in a short period of time. It must be said that he is also a genius. The unique 4-knife style made Zoro a little flustered. He has always had more knives than others, and rarely encounters more knives than himself. But this pressure also gave Zoro the impetus to improve. He did not use armament hockey, but only relied on swordsmanship to fight against Kaku. This is using it as a whetstone. Chaosenshui had already stimulated his potential, and after a brief fierce battle, Zoro easily broke through the bottleneck. Suddenly, Zoro has grown 3 heads and 6 arms, and the 3-sword style becomes 9-sword style in seconds. Kaku is keenly aware of the crisis and is ready to give it a go. He supported the ground with one hand, used the giraffe's neck to rotate at a high speed with centrifugal force, and then kicked out the 6-style Tempest Kick with his feet, making a slash that can even sting people's eyes. 6 styles Tempest Kick Joe Duan. Zoro has no fear and goes head on. Ghost Aura. 9-sword style Ashura 1 Mist Silver. Kaku's slash turned into a silver mist that floated in the air and landed on Kaku, who was still. Uruo overwhelmed the last straw of the camel, causing the latter to plop to the ground. Zoro vs Card Library, complete victory. Ding. Congratulations on the sign in scene, Ghost Chi 9 swordsmanship, and get the sign in reward, Kaku's physique. Kaku's physique. As a CP9, Kaku has experienced hellish physical training. Although the 5 years of latent tasks made his progress slow, it is still a good increase. Semicolon. With a small increase in physique, hockey has also increased by a small amount. It's a head start. Crazy snake dance. Nami roared, but he was annoyed by the phantom of Khalifa's bubble fruit, and directly bombarded him with a wide range of indiscriminate lightning. Intense thunder and lightning fell from the thunderclouds in the sky, and the carpet bombing made Khalifa unavoidable, and Khalifa was bombarded on the spot. Nami vs Khalifa, complete victory. Ingeniously, most of Khalifa's clothes were destroyed, and the remaining rags barely covered the key parts. Most of the men present could not help but look sideways. Sanji almost stared out his eyes, so that when he was distracted, his opponent, Jabra, clawed at his face. Although he barely avoided it, he was still caught with bloodstains and disfigured. Hateful. Die to Grandpa. Annoyed and angry, Sanji spun on the spot like a top at high speed, and when he stopped, his right foot exuded the high temperature of magma, as if his anger had materialized. Devil Wind Feet Level 1 Ground Meat. Sanji's right foot burst out with a dazzling flash of light, causing Jabra to subconsciously raise his paw to cover it, and then use the 6-style Iron Body defense. This move has been tried and tested before. But this time he was wrong. The high temperature of Sanji's right foot could even burn through the 6-style Iron Body, reaching his internal organs and burning it, and he lost the ability to resist on the spot. Sanji vs Jabra, complete victory. And, ding. Congratulations for signing in for the scene, Unscientific Devil's Wind Legs, and getting the sign in reward, Nifeng's Fengshen Legs Cheats. Nifeng's Fengshen Legs, one of the 3 masters, it contains the meaning of, the wind has no form, it is an extremely fast and fierce kick. Because Shangba has reservations about future changes, this move is not complete. Semicolon. Sima D, who was wondering that Nami was born without a famous scene, suddenly stared. It's not because the reward is so strong. 2. Yes ha, how did he know how to embody inner strength and mind, and forget the martial arts moves? Since, Wind God's leg, has it, then there should be, 6 tails of Aohan, right? What about, 18 palms of the dragon subduing dragon? What about, 9 swords of Dugu? Different from ordinary people who can only practice one kind of inner strength and mental method, martial arts moves can be chosen from multiple. This is a big treasure, just waiting for him to dig it. Certainly. The premise of all this is that Haki can activate these martial arts moves, otherwise it is useless. During mind wandering, Chopper and others also ended their respective battles, and all members of CP9 were defeated. Oh, really a reliable teammate, Frankie said excitedly. Since everyone has been rescued, then we. Giggle. Hash. The loud noise interrupted Frankie's words. According to the reputation, the door of justice opened not far away, and supergiant marine warships sailed out of it, and the giant cannons on them were very powerful. It's Buster Call's fleet, Robin said with hatred in his eyes. Sima D saw it. If you hate it, then. Quick retreat. Eni's lobby is about to die. Vivi hurriedly said. Sima activated the Buster Call just now, and the target is the Eni's lobby under his feet. What? Then aren't we finished? The Frankie family and the boatmen who rushed over were dumbfounded before they could rejoice. What the hell is this? Suddenly, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates heard a call. I'm here to pick you up, jump off. Did you hear? Nami hesitated. You heard that too. I thought I misheard. Laboon scratched his head. Usopp looked at the sea under the suspension bridge, and immediately shouted in surprise. It's the Melee. The Melee is here to pick us up. Huh, Luffy wondered, isn't the Melee at the front door? Why did it get here? Who knows? Anyway, I'm saved. Jump. Jump. Everyone jumped into the sea like dumplings, and those who could fly also picked up a few. Frankie, who was grabbed by Sima D's telekinetic force, and Bingshan looked at each other, obviously guessing something. Sima D fell on the deck, and the grid along the side of the boat was automatically thrown down for people in the sea to climb onto the boat. Sanji climbed up first with Luffy on his shoulders. Thank you Sima, this net was released in a timely manner. Sanji praised. It wasn't the net I put up just now. Sima D smiled and said, if you want to thank, you can thank Mei Li. The Shemali. Sanji scratched his head. At this time, other people also climbed onto the deck one after another. Nami continued. I want to thank Mei Li, otherwise I will die this time. Really Sima, can Buster Call be used casually? Sima D shrugged and looked at the Buster Call fleet. At this time, they have completely sailed out of the Gate of Justice, and 5 super giant summons are lined up, each of which has the same size as the former Laboon. Scale. Boom boom boom. W. Fierce shelling fell on every corner of Eni's lobby. This, so-called land of justice, that once tried countless pirates without reason was destroyed little by little in the shelling. Everyone also forgot the topic just now, looking at the scene in front of them. I have to say, it's really spectacular. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene, Buster Call Eni's lobby. And get the sign in reward, Gilgamesh's noble phantasm Lord's treasure. Gilgamesh's treasure King's treasure, the sword of the key that connects the golden capital, connects the space, can freely take out the props in the treasure storehouse and use them, and throw them out. It will be automatically recycled later. It is a treasure that the more treasure the user has, the more powerful it will be. Semicolon. Rewards have been stored in the system space. Oh. That's a nice reward. Sima D took out the King's treasure of Vice Admiral from the system space, which is a key the size of a palm. Opened eyes. The gold treasury connected to the King's treasure was empty and contained nothing. Sure enough, there is no such thing as buy one get 100 free. Gold necklace. Sima D manifests a gold necklace through the King's treasure and wears it around her neck. Hyerinmaru was then pulled out and sent into the golden treasury. Sima D can clearly know the existence of Hyerinmaru, and can even take it out through the golden treasure house, and even directly Shikai, Bankai. Good. Sima D of modern people usually feel that it is a bit cumbersome to hang Hyerinmaru on the waist, and there is a delay in the storage and access of the system space, so you have to open the system interface to find it slowly. Now it is much more convenient, the thought will appear as soon as he moves, even faster than drawing his own sword. Sima D conveniently threw the Devil Fruit Separation Potion, Hearthstone, Pluton's Power Core, Time and Spirit House Teleportation Stone and other items into King's treasure. The King's treasure is not only for storing weapons, but more like a storage space that can store everything, and it also has a recovery function. Then Sima D looked at the Buster Call fleet. Since you have sent such a good reward, use it to bury you. Xuanyuan sword, Zanlu sword, Akasaka sword. Go General sword, Moxie sword, Fish Intestine sword. One after another, famous swords in history have been realized by Sima D, but with such a large-scale realization, these are of course just ordinary swords. Soon Sima D was at a loss for words. How many swords can he remember? And, it really doesn't know how long it will take for such a series of realizations to accumulate the amount of effect he wants. Suddenly, Sima D has an idea. Zoro, keep your swords covered. Sima D reminded. Before they could ask questions, Sima D had already started to act. Sword coming. The spiritual ability directly imitates the pretend ability of the land god, Li Chunggong. The next moment, the swords around Zoro and the others' waists trembled. The field will unsheath and fly away. But there were also a few unlucky ones who moved slowly, and the saber still left them, and was captured by the golden circle behind Sima D. Yukinoshiro was also summoned from under the cabin, submerged in the golden light circle. Hey, that sword, what is this? Zoro, who was about to retrieve Yukiso, watched in shock as a massive amount of swords converged into a river from the wreckage of Eni's lobby and even the 5 super giant warships, rushing towards Sima D. Rush into the golden light circle like flying into the sea. In a very short period of time, the gold treasure house has recharged more than 100,000 swords, including giant swords used by the Titans. Good. Sima D was very satisfied with this wave of recharging, and then expanded the golden aperture hundreds of times with one hand, and a sword blade protruded from the golden aperture, and everyone could see it densely. Skin numb. And with Sima D waving, these 100,000 swords also shot towards the Buster Call fleet like arrows from the string, and the supergiant battleship like a small island became a living target, and densely packed swords were nailed to the outside of the hull. The soldiers on the deck were not so lucky, and a large number of those who couldn't dodge were blown up into hedgehogs. Officers above Major Marine have no fear of ordinary sword shooting, so. 32. Kuzan reappears. Abandoning the melee, Sima D arranged a big one for them. Shikai's Hyrenmaru flew out in the form of an ice dragon and bombarded the deck of a supergiant battleship. The ability to activate it directly froze all the nearby Marines, whether they were majors or rear admirals, and all of them became ice sculptures. Only one vice admiral reacted in time and used moonwalk to provoke and escaped. Crack. Starting from the landing point of Hyrenmaru, the supergiant battleship shattered inch by inch, shattering into wreckage like a collapsing iceberg and falling into the sea. The eyes of many marine generals are tearing apart, and the more shameless ones are coming. Most of the swords, under their noses, slowly disappeared back into the golden treasury of the king's treasure. With the wave of Sima D, it swept again. Hey, that's so stupid. With the same recipe, the same taste, a supergiant warship collapsed into wreckage and fell into the sea again. Just as Sima D was about to continue the engraving and bury the remaining 3 supergiant battleships, a large piece of cold ice rose from the sea, forming a thick ice wall 10,000 meters high in an instant, separating the supergiant battleship from going merry. No need to think about it. Kuzan, who was hiding in the dark, made the shot. After all, it is Marine's admiral, and I still can't bear to watch Marine being tortured and killed in reverse. 18. A wall of ice trying to save them. Sima D lowered his waist and clenched his fist. When he exhaled, he punched out. The air turned into a shock wave and shattered the 10,000-meter ice wall, sweeping unstoppably towards the remaining 3 superstar warships, directly intercepting them and sinking into the sea. Tisk. Sima D looked at Robin, raised her eyebrows and said, "This can be regarded as revenge for you." Robin was so moved that he hugged Sima D, tears in his eyes wet the latter's chest. If only Sima D was there. Heck hey. The sea freezes to ice, trapping Going Merry on the ice. An icicle rose parallel to Going Merry, and ice cubes emerged from the top to form Kuzan with a sullen face, staring at Sima D unkindly. "I'll let you go, why don't you show mercy next day?" Sima D let go of Robin, and met Kuzan's eyes without fear. "Who asked you to release water?" "Hit it." Daegear and Hyrenmaru fell into his hands, 12 red lotus crylights bloomed behind him, and the ice dragon spread its wings around Going Merry to protect it. Bankai. Sima D manipulated the water molecules in the atmosphere, turned the ice that trapped Going Merry back into water, let the ice dragon escort Going Merry away, and stood up in the air to confront Kuzan. Luffy subconsciously wanted to join the battle, but was held down by Crocus. "Let him go, this person is not your opponent." The corner of Bingshan's mouth twitched. "Nonsense. Marine Admiral, how can ordinary people be opponents?" Robin also looked at Sima D worriedly, although he believed in Sima D, but the opponent was Marine Admiral after all. Compared with the concerns of insiders, Sima D's side is just the opposite. "I didn't play to my heart's content just now, don't play half and run away this time," Sima D provocatively said. Ito. Facing such an arrogant Sima D, Kuzan just shook his head calmly. "I won't come to fight with you, it's just that. Robin said that your wisdom is unmatched, and I have a question for you." Clam. Came to ask a question. He killed so many Marines. Wait. Observation hockey sweep. Sima D found ice cocoons one by one on the sea, and Kuzan actually rescued most of the Marines, and they are now gathering on a piece of Iceland. No wonder there is no killing intent. Sima D rolled her eyes uninterestedly, her hands lacking interest. Ask, and leave immediately after asking. He also had no idea of doing it. After all, Kuzan really wants to leave, and he really has no good way to stay. After a while, he ran away halfway through the beating, and he was so uncomfortable that he couldn't get up or down. Why did you choose pirates instead of Marines?" Kuzan asked. "Really? Or because of his tangled justice? Compared to the restrained and decadent Marine, pirates who can take risks freely are more attractive to me." Sima D said truthfully. "I want to see scenery that others cannot see, experience adventures that cannot be experienced, and things that cannot be done." Such a pure adventurer speech made Kuzan even more confused. "Then, why must it be a pirate?" Kuzan asked again. "This is already the second question for you," Sima D complained. "Is it what I want to be a pirate? Isn't it me who you Marine put a reward on? As far as I know, it was you who attacked the Marine and saved the Straw Hat Kid. Then Luffy is a heinous pirate." Sima D asked back. "The Murloc dragon is dominating Kokosia village, and the Marine branch is not only cooperating with it. Luffy defeated the dragon and cut off the Marine branch's financial resources, so is there a bounty offered?" Kuzan was silent. Long. He said quietly. Marine may be unbearable, but it must exist to maintain the stability of the sea, and the decay of some branches cannot completely negate the efforts of all marines. First admit that Marine also has justice in his heart. Sima D nodded. But if the upper beam is not right, the lower beam is crooked. As long as the celestial dragons are still alive, Marine will not be able to implement true justice. Always only dogs that become celestial dragons. 1. It was an insult, but Kuzan has no words to refute, because it is indeed a fact. So, to carry out his justice, is it really only? Kuzan shook his head and glanced at Sima D. You can see clearly, but the height is not high enough to represent anything. I'll wait for you to reach the new world and reach the height of the 4 emperors, and then continue the conversation below. Crack. Kuzan's whole body shattered and turned into ice flowers falling down. Give Sima D a bit of trouble. You Marine Admiral, encourage me a pirate to rise to the heights of the 4 emperors. How strange it sounds. Cut. After all, I still haven't been able to test my limit. Sima D put away Hiremaru and flew towards Going Merry. As soon as it landed, the crowd gathered around nervously. You're not hurt, Sima. You managed to escape from Marine Admiral. As expected of you, Sima, you are too strong. Marine Admiral's combat power is strong, right? Everyone chattered, making Sima D's head buzzing. Quiet. The scene was so quiet that a needle could be heard. Sima D rubbed her temples. That Kuzang didn't call me either. He ran away after asking a few weird questions. The answer surprised everyone. Ask a few questions and run away. He's Marine Admiral. Faced with the pirate who buried Ennie's lobby and sunk Buster Call's fleet, did he choose to capture him? Phew, it's kind of weird. Could it be? What is the great identity of Sima D? Oh, thank you so much this time. Frankie put on a weird pose. If it weren't for our words, I couldn't save the iceberg. Yes, it's great that Mr. Bingshan is all right. Thank you so much. Many Kara Ray boatmen thanked them. They didn't know why the iceberg was caught, nor were they interested in knowing. Only concerned about the safety of the iceberg. Bingshan also looked at Frankie after sincerely thanking him. Everyone, let me talk to the Straw Hats alone. Bingshan looked at Frankie's family and his own boatmen. Yaxi, don't worry, you can leave the control of the ship to us. Barry said sensible. This ship is amazing, even the gods of water can't do anything about it. Unfortunately, it's too small. There are so many of you Straw Hat boys, isn't it crowded? Iceberg brought Frankie and the Straw Hat pirates to the restaurant. As soon as you enter the door, he just looked at Robin and said, but you have also heard about the whereabouts of Pluton's drawings. Robin nodded and looked at Frankie. Frankie had a, sure enough, look on his face. I knew, those bastards of CP9 came here for the main blueprint. Huh, Pluton drawings. Vivi was surprised. Isn't that the goal of K-Lock Doll? Unexpectedly. Pluton was originally built by the boatmen of the capital of 7 waters, so it is not uncommon to have blueprints. Robin explained. Apparently this is what she saw in Alabasta's original history. Frankie, you should understand that it is no longer suitable for you to stay in the capital of 7 waters. Bingshan said seriously. The world government has already known that you are carrying the Pluton blueprint, and will definitely take action if you continue to stay. It will only bring disaster to the entire capital of 7 waters. Frankie was silent. When Bingshan gave him the Pluton blueprint, his original intention was to keep him away from the capital of 7 waters. But he loves the capital of 7 waters deeply, so he chose to change his surname to Frankie and continue to stay in the capital of 7 waters. But now, I'm afraid it's really time to leave. Frankie looked at Sima D and said, Boy Sima, what you said earlier about leaving the blueprints for the boatmen's battle suits is that it's expected to have the current result, right? But Frankie didn't notice something was wrong. No matter how he thought afterwards, something was wrong. Sima D smiled without saying a word. TCH, everyone says you're smart, but I didn't expect you to start scheming so early. Frankie said angrily, does your words still count now? Sima D directly took out all the MK series blueprints and piled them on the dining table. You can take it anytime. Sima D said. Frankie sighed. Turning to look at Luffy, he said arrogantly, Hey, Straw Hat Boy, I want to be the boatman of this pirate group, is there a problem? This does not seem to be asking for other people's opinions, it is simply informing. How can ordinary people stand this kind of anger? But Luffy is no ordinary person. Having fought side by side with Frankie, he knows that Frankie is just blunt, and there is nothing wrong with his nature, otherwise, he would not be determined to come to Ennie's lobby to rescue the iceberg. Of course there is no problem. You will be very welcome on the Mary. Luffy grinned. That sunny smile eased Frankie's complexion a bit. Immediately suggested. This boat is too small, I have an idea of a dream boat, you. It's impossible for us to change ships. Luffy said firmly. Mary is also our partner. I will never abandon my partner. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** abandon the Mary. Usopp bared his teeth. This is Kaya's melee. Others also looked unhappy, obviously very resistant to this suggestion. It's no wonder that this ship was born into a ship elf, and they treat the ship as a partner. Bingshan sighed. Who said it wasn't? Frankie nodded. This is one of the reasons why he is willing to choose the Straw Hat Pirates. For a boatman, there is simply no better choice than the pirate group that can give birth to a ship elf from a ship. Quote. What is a ship spirit? Nami wondered. The spirit of the ship is a spirit produced by the crew of a ship who cares for each other and cherishes the ship. When they are close to the crew to a certain extent, the ship will show up when the crew needs it in order to repay the favor. Body. Iceberg explained. The ship smashed through the gate of the dock and appeared under the Judiciary Tower from the main entrance of the Ennie's lobby before. The ship elves must have sensed the danger of the partners, so they drove the ship to rescue you. Frankie added. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was stunned. Then I was moved and cried. Woo. Mary, we will never abandon you. Sima D looked at Luffy and the others who suddenly burst into tears, but smiled. Then he looked to Crocus and asked, does Oro Jackson have birth ship sprites? Of course, Crocus said proudly. This surprised Bingshan and Frankie. Oro Jackson, the car of One Piece Luogia? Bingshan asked. Speaking of which, it was your master Tom who built the Oro Jackson, right? Crocus said with emotion. I didn't expect that when Captain Luogia became famous, he. It's nothing, but Tom will be liquidated after his death. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Frankie. The two brothers looked at each other, carefully asked Crocus's identity. I'm just an ordinary ship's doctor on the Oro Jackson. That's the ship doctor of One Piece. How can it be ordinary? Frankie grinned and said, oh, I suddenly became very interested in this pirate group. Intended to dismantle, in fact I have a better way. Frankie looked at the MK series design drawings on the dining table and grinned. Let's put a battle suit on Mei Li. Oh, the eyes of everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates lit up. Speaking of which, they will not be sleepy. Everyone, if there is any function you want, please hurry up and propose it now. Frankie said to himself. Really? Sanji's eyes lit up. Okay Zhao, I want a refrigerator with a lock. Use the Seastone one. Sanji has been cheating on Luffy for a long time, and he is going to have a hard time. The locking refrigerator is just a small problem, but Seastone. Frankie hesitated. That is the material controlled by Marine, even the capital of Seven Waters does not have it. Don't worry. Sanji looked at Sima D and said, Sima is a person with the ability to speak the fruit of spirits, and the realization of Seastone is just a matter of words. Oh, Frankie looked at Sima D in surprise. Can you manifest Seastone? The atom trunk. Sima D smiled. He said casually, how much do you want? Good guy. Frankie never dreamed that the boatman's most precious, Adam Branch, would one day be able to determine the size by himself. He couldn't help sighing. Your ability is too convenient. Sima D shrugged. How do you know that after he has the ability to realize the first evaluation is convenience? But, speaking of Pluton drawings, this should be a famous scene, right? TB. Sima D remembered the Pluton's power core that he had signed in before. I wonder if it can be installed on the new ship. It's exciting to think about it. Yes, Sima D said directly. Actually, I found an interesting thing in Alabasta before. It seems to be the power core of Pluton. Frankie and others were shocked on the spot. Why didn't I hear you mention it? If the Pluton power core is installed, Mary will definitely surpass the Oro Jackson. Compared to the excitement of the crowd, Frankie and Bingshan looked a little strange. Everyone's excitement also cooled down. 33. Transform the Mary. It's hard to end up not being the One Piece. Add more 16,000 words, 103,500 words. Frankie said solemnly. Pluton's power core absolutely must not let other people know. Otherwise, the world government will definitely go crazy. This made everyone puzzled. Is it that serious? Can a power core be valued more than design drawings? Do you know why the world government suspected that I had the Pluton blueprint, but just sent CP9 to lurk? Bingshan asked. Everyone shook their heads, but vaguely understand. I'm afraid it's related to the Pluton power core. Because the power core of Pluton is specially made by the Giant Kingdom, it belongs to the treasure that cannot be reproduced in this era. Frankie said in a deep voice. Even in the design drawings of Pluton. There is also no Pluton power core, so even if it is acquired by the world government, it is impossible to create Pluton. Quote. Everyone suddenly. That's right. No wonder the two of Frankie looked so serious. Although the Pluton blueprints are also very attractive, they are only understandable technology, after all. The weapons and structures above are of reference value, which can greatly enhance the power of world political warships. But it's just icing on the cake. But if it is the core of Pluton power, then it is really possible to reproduce Pluton. This can smash the ancient continent Alabasta into evil battleships scattered on the Grand Line, and it is impossible for the world government not to be tempted. The seriousness is recognized. Everyone tacitly stopped talking about this topic, and will keep it deep in their hearts in the future. Frankie smiled 787 instead. With the atom branch, with this power core, coupled with the full set of design drawings of this battle suit, I am confident to create the strongest battleship. Ha 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 ha. 1. Of course I am confident. As a historical evil warship, the Pluton blueprint is the pirates, One Piece, for the boatman. Will he hold back to look at it all the time? The newly designed ship must be extraordinary. However, Robin and Bingshan, who have always opposed the appearance of the ancient weapon, have no intention of stopping it. After all, not to mention that it is impossible for Frankie to reproduce Akoku, it is a huge time-consuming and labor-intensive project, which can only be undertaken by a behemoth like World Political F. Even the real Pluton. If it is used by the Straw Hat pirates, they will be extremely relieved. Just thinking about it makes them so motivated. Halfway back. Going Merry encountered the ships of the Seven Waters, but the citizens who were worried about the iceberg spontaneously prepared to go to the Ennie's lobby to plead for mercy for them. Now of course it is unnecessary. Capital of Seven Waters. Going Merry was sent directly to Carrera's No. 1 dock. Sima D also took out the Pluton power core, which is a complex structure object, and its size alone is the size of Going Merry. If it is loaded, how far should Going Merry be expanded? Going Merry's keel is its core. As long as BFCA doesn't replace the keel, the ship spirit will be fine. Frankie analyzed. New ships can use Going Merry's keel as a storage room to store Pluton the power core, and then sandwich the storage room with 3 keels, and put on a battle suit along this part. The idea is very novel. It is 3 keels coming up, which makes people feel confused when they hear it. Sima D didn't know anything about it, and directly followed the specifications required by Frankie to realize a whole yard of Atom Tree King. If it weren't for the blessing of battery life, this work might take half a year to complete. But Sima D was so tired that smoke came out of her throat. Ha ha ha. There are so many atom trunks, I want to make the deck out of atom trunks. Frankie said arrogantly. At that time, even if you were hit by a shell head-on, there will be any problems. Bingshan and the other boatmen listened with twitching eyes. Using atom trunks for decking. This extravagance is simply outrageous. Open the door to outrageous home. Celestial dragons didn't even take you to do this. Because there are not so many atom trunks in this world for them to build. But then many boatmen were blinded by the sight of being able to participate in the construction of such a luxury boat. Boy Sima, if you don't become Pirate King, I'm sorry for this ship. Barry said alive. Bingshan and many boatmen nodded in agreement. Get on this boat. If you don't become the Pirate King, it will be really difficult to end. Sima D also smiled. See what you are saying. Okay then, we'll try to be one piece. Sima D Kaido. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Sima D also ran away in a hurry, fearing that Frankie would catch him and continue to manifest. He was really going crazy. Out of Factory No. 1. I saw that Luffy was leading a team to hold a banquet in the giant square where I was hiding from the gods of water before. People from the entire capital of Seven Waters came to participate. It was so lively. But Sima D found Nami, who was also in high spirits, and reminded the cost of this banquet. Could it be that Luffy is burning our funds? Nami, dare he? Nami turned into lightning and disappeared, and soon there was lightning and thunder in a corner of the square. Tisk. Apparently Luffy was taught a lesson by a furious Nami. Did Nami forget that Luffy is immune to lightning? Sima D looked at Robin and laughed. Who knows? Robin shrugged. Robin handed Sima D a glass of mint water to clear his throat, and sat down beside him. This time, don't say thank you, Shungfin. Sima D interrupted. Robin opened his mouth, then nodded with a final smile. It's really great to have Sima Zhang and you guys here. Robin said with emotion. So tonight can unlock what I said last time. No problem at all. I haven't said. No matter what it is, it's fine. Sima D's eyes light up. She wants to embrace love to unlock a bunch of new achievements. But suddenly there was a ray of cold air, which made Sima D's eyes tremble. Then he looked at every corner of the square, and patted Robin's buttocks unhappily. Kuzan is over there. He should have something to talk to you about. Robin didn't get up when he heard the words. Instead, he observed Sima D carefully, making sure that he wasn't jealous or anything, then pressed his lips, got up and walked towards the position Sima D said. Just over there. We better not meet. Kuzan stopped. Otherwise your little boyfriend will be jealous, and I will be in trouble if I leave. Although it was a joke, it surprised Robin. Sima Zhang, is he so strong? I don't know exactly how strong it is, but in the first half of the Grand Line, there are basically no opponents. His journey is in New World. There was a gleam in Robin's eyes called adoration. Who doesn't want their man to be strong enough? So you are looking for me. Saul is my best friend. Kuzan said. On that day, I will obey his will and let you go, and put my justice on you. Let's see what will happen to you. For 20 years, you have been betraying and running away. This once made me wonder, is it right for Saul to let you live? But I didn't expect that you would sacrifice yourself this time and stop betraying and escaping. It also led me to some answers. You have found a group of good partners, and you have also found a very promising man. Live well, Nico Robin. Ohara has not perished yet. Robin listened quietly, but no more words came for a long time. Kuzan has already left. Robin looked up to the sky and raised his glass to pay tribute to the distant North Blue. Mom, Saul, everyone, I will take your share and recreate the 100-year history that was blank. After gulping down the wine, Robin walked towards Sima D with a smile. Tonight, why don't you call on Vivi? Ah, are you sure? I asked Vivi. No problem. Shish. 34. Frankie and the strong identification technique. It really deserves to be pervert. To say that a moment of spring festival is worth 1,000 gold, then Sima D's night is worth 2,000 gold. It was not long before I fell asleep after being busy until the early hours of the morning, when the door was knocked loudly. Sima D opened the door with dead fish eyes, and before she could open her mouth, she was dragged away by Frankie in a hurry. Oh, brother Sima, we have a few problems and need your help, come here. Wait for Sima D to recover. He has been dragged to dock number 1, and the outer deck of Going Merry is now replaced by Adam's trunk, and the layout has also been greatly changed to place the main power core on its ministers. Bingshan and others were knocking and building separately, and it looked like stitched parts. B. What's the matter with me? Sima D wondered. Oh, brother Sima, please add Seastone to these parts, and you need the level of swordsman brother. Frankie said bluntly. Okay, you pulled him here early in the morning just to be a coding master. At once. This is the necessary preparation for the next step. Brother Sima, don't you want to see the Mei Li resurrected as soon as possible? What can Sima D say? It can only be mechanical, according to what Frankie said, and the parts are plated with seastone shells one by one. Frankie is so welcome. Each layer of seastone shell is half a meter thick, can you believe it? Sima D's eyes widened. He looked at the spare parts of the dock in front of him, and couldn't help but support his waist. I exploded my kidneys last night, and now I'm about to explode my liver again. No, half a meter. Are you sure? Sima D confirmed again. Of course. Frankie said sarcastically, brother Sima, just follow what I tell you, and there will definitely be big surprises in the future. Work and don't let me know what I did. Sima D is curious, what kind of transformation is this product going to make for Going Merry? Then go for it. This day, Sima D spent 3 days in Dock No. 1. If Sanji hadn't been called in midway to make mint soda and other throat smoothing drinks for Sima D, his throat would have dropped. Just when Sima D thought she was finally liberated, Frankie threw a bunch of materials and design drawings in front of Sima D. Brother Sima, please follow these design drawings and use these materials to realize it. Sima D looked at Frankie silently. Do you really think I'm a wishing machine? Why don't you let me go whoring every day? These parts are very troublesome, and the forging process has been lost. If you don't help, brother Sima, then the previous work will be in vain, and we have to start all over again. Frankie pushed the sunglasses. Good guy, what the hell are you playing with? Sunk costs. It takes a lot of scheming to build a boat, and Sima D is convinced. 182. Sima D doesn't intend to just be eaten up like this. Shipbuilding. Yes. But, what is filial piety? What is love? Do you know the greatness of maternal love? Strong identification technique. Looking at Frankie's bulging belly, Sima D nodded in satisfaction. After taking a sip of the mint water that Robin offered, I rolled up my sleeves and got to work. Comma. Ah ow. Excellent. Sima D's mouth twitched, and her spiritual ability was confused on the spot. What the hell? He looked strangely at Frankie who was enjoying himself, wondering what's so good about this experience. At this time, Bingshan came over and explained Sima D's doubts. Frankie suffered a brain injury during the impact, and has lost most of his sense of touch and pain since then, so he was able to remodel himself without anesthesia. Okay, this is because of the loss of pain, so now that you experience pain, it is regarded as a cool feeling. Ah this. Shake M lover. Sima D looked at Frankie with a big belly, but was beating there vigorously. Sure enough, he is worthy of his pervert name. Silently pulled Robin away from Frankie, and worked with Ma Di to speed up the efficiency of the island. Hurry up and get away from this product. It was finally over before dark, and Sima D was about to run. But he was grabbed by Frankie again. Hey, if you let me manifest again, I will really lose my face. Sima D said with a dark face. No, brother Sima, you misunderstood. Frankie said expectantly. There is no work arrangement, just a little lack of energy, so can you play it again for me? You're so called. Come down, don't you mean? That's right, it's the trick that makes me happy and hurt. Hurry up, Frankie said expectantly. Sima D. Ah this. Is this an addiction to the identification of the strong? Hiss. Shake the M-stone hammer. Looking at Frankie's expectant gaze, Sima D really didn't know how to refuse. Hashtag BT. Give you a different one. No problem. There was a golden light in Sima D's eyes, and when Frankie closed his eyes and was about to enjoy, Sima D fainted his gun and raised his hand to shoot out a holy light. I bless you. The holy light that made everyone moan. Cool, fell on Frankie, but it made him look constipated. It's just like, this is the strong identification technique, not blessing. I can't even feel confident for Sima D, did he make a mistake just now? Suddenly, quote, Frankie regained the previous cool feeling. Just when Sima D wondered whether he was cool or unhappy, he saw that his right arm suddenly fell off, and the granulation at the fracture was wriggling and growing. Sima D got it. Blessing made him uncomfortable, but the growth of granulation from the broken arm made him feel happy in pain. But, looking at Frankie who dropped a lot of parts from his body, Tong Maxi was silent. A single blessing can't directly regenerate a broken limb, so Frankie's parts are clanging and dropping, but not many limbs have grown. There are only 2 small fleshy pillars at the break of the arm, and it is impossible to use them to build a boat. So, brother Sima, although I don't know what you did, it seems that you got a deck. Frankie smiled brightly. Immediately it can be remodeled for free, isn't that high? Sima D sighed. Use telekinesis to pick up the parts, on the ground and prepared to reinstall them for Frankie. Oh, wait. Frankie yelled to stop. These are not suitable for my size now. Brother Sima, please modify the size, and upgrade it by the way. Use these materials. Structure is these. Good guy. Frankie actually took out the design drawings that had been prepared a long time ago, which were modified according to the MK design drawings in recent days. Such a sophisticated design. It would take a long time for Frankie to make it by himself, so he must have been eyeing Sima D's manual assembly line for a long time. Whether or not Sima D can help depends on your mood. But now, looking at the stumped limbs and broken arms everywhere, Sima D could only sigh. Okay, what else is required? Let's mention it together, Sima D said. Oh, then I'm not welcome. Another 3 days. Sima D returned to the room with her tired body, and fell asleep without caring about watering the 2 delicate flowers. Frankie is really not polite at all. Woke up the next day. Sima D took Robin and Vivi and ran away directly. The nickname is going out for a trip, but it is actually. Hey, brother Sima isn't here. Frankie felt a little regretful. How did such a convenient, artificial assembly line run away? It's not you, Nami said with his hands on his hips. I really don't want to use Sima as a human being. Otherwise, he wouldn't be running so fast. But, if it is done according to the drawings, it may take 3 years. Frankie spread his hands. Ah, so long. Nami's eyes widened. Then now. It will be about half a month. Shortened so much. That's why I said brother Sima is very useful. Well, indeed. If Sima D heard this conversation, I'm afraid they could give each of them a pregnant stare. Now he is walking on the streets of the capital of 7 Waters hugging left and right. From time to time along the way, citizens will greet him enthusiastically, and occasionally shop owners will give away their own products. The popularity of the Straw Hat Pirates in Kashui is not low. It is not only to repay the kindness of rescuing Bingshan, but also to make up for the apology for misunderstanding them before. Have to say, not a bad experience, a citizen raised a stack of bounties and congratulated him. Congratulations. All of you have already offered bounties. All the members can enjoy the glory of pirates. Sima D accepted the bounty, but did not check it. It just happened to be lunchtime. I'll go back and watch it with everyone. Sima D said. Robin and Vivi certainly wouldn't refuse. Sima D and Robin flew up and flew straight to the foothold of the Straw Hat Pirates. Vivi opened her hand to the sky for a few seconds. Thor's hammer flew towards her palm, and with a swing of the hammer, it followed the 2 of them. Wait to come to the place. The Straw Hat Pirates are already lined up at the dining table. Sanji's delicious lunch is not to be missed. Even Bingshan and other boatmen came here for a meal. Yo, brother Sima, you're back. Frankie's eyes lit up. Please play for me. Sima D. Frankie. Please, brother Sima. Sima D. It's obviously a frightening move, but why did Frankie's painting style change suddenly? To keep Frankie quiet, Sima D still gave him a look, telling him to go aside and enjoy himself. Then use the power of thought to spread out all the reward orders in the air. The newly announced reward order, everyone should claim it. The leader is Luffy's. Straw Hat Luffy. 300 million berries. Ask for flowers. Ha ha ha. 300 million Baileys. I've offered a reward of 300 million Baileys. Luffy happily performed. 1 bite 1 oven pig. But, Devil Buster Sima D. 300 million berries. Sima D didn't react too much, but the other members exploded. Didn't surpass Sima. I will definitely surpass Sima. Luffy was full of fighting spirit. As expected of Sima Zhang, the reward is as much as that of Luffy. Vivi stared at little stars. It's probably a little less than. Robin thought the reward was too low. Sima D guess. Kuzan probably didn't say anything about scaring him away. Thor Nami. 100 million Baileys. I'm coming. Marine finally gave the title of Thor to Nami, and Thunderfruit really deserved the title. HMPH, it's only 100 million Baileys, and I'm a Logia Thunderfruit capable. Nami wrinkled her nose proudly. In contrast to Hammer God Vivi, 80 million berries. Sure enough, there are only wrong names, not wrong titles. What the hell is the Hammer God? Vivi waved Thor's hammer angrily. Let me know who made up this bounty order, and I will smash him into small cakes with a hammer. Everyone looked at Vivi who swung his hammer furiously, and you still said that you are not a Hammer God. Princess Vivi, just be content. Anyway, your photo is still normal. Sanji looked at his reward order sadly. Blackfoot Sanji. 95 million Baileys. The bounty has changed, but what remains unchanged is the still abstract style of photos. Obviously, this trip to Eni's lobby did not capture his true face. 0. Huh, Usopp asked strangely. On Vivi's reward order, why does it say only alive? Only alive, just live capture. Dead or alive, regardless of life or death. Maybe it's her princess status. Robin guessed. Cut. I obviously said it at the beginning, because I hate the inaction of the world government. I have already left Alabasta and become a pirate. Vivi said angrily. This special treatment made her feel that she was a bit out of tune with the Straw Hat Pirates. Fortunately, the Straw Hat Pirates didn't think so. This should be the result of your father Cobra's hard work. It means that father's love knows no bounds. Nami said. Yeah, I'm so envious. I think it's only alive too. Usopp dreams every day. Oh, Vivi's father is the king. Coolie Guy was a little surprised. Seeing that everyone didn't reject him because of this, Vivi breathed a sigh of relief. She continued to look down. 3 swords Zoro. 120 million berries. Hey, you just need to be taller than Chef. Zoro said hesitantly. A-hole. Chloral ahead, do you want to die? Ah. B asterisk 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 D. Let's single out. Who is afraid of whom? Walk. They ignored the 2 people who fought daily. Long-nosed sniper Usopp. 30 million Baileys. HMPH. This sniper is also a person with a reward order. Usopp said proudly. He also ran to the reward order, posing in the same pose as in the photo, as if he was the tallest in the audience. Robin, son of the devil. 99 million Baileys. Robin's bounty has not increased much, even a little stingy. Just the little golden bell is worth 100 million belly. Obviously, Kuzan did not report Robin's real information, and other people who knew it. Son of the ocean Laboon. 50 million berries. Yeah, I also have a bounty. Laboon said excitedly, when I find those guys from the Rumba Pirates, maybe my bounty will be higher than theirs. Pet Chopper. 50 Bailey. Chopper. QQ smiley face. How? Chopper was dumbfounded. Why does he pay 50 Baileys? Ta, is the title. Pet, okay. Ha ha ha, this title is very good. Chopper, don't be so sad, you are much better than Sanji. He ran quickly and patted Chopper, staring at his reward token. Pet runs fast. 50 Bailey. Chopper ran with each other and wept in each other's arms. This is also a pair of difficult brothers and sisters. Toja, Crocus' terrifying reward amount made everyone's eyes widen. This is impossible. Why, old man, just because he is the ship's doctor of One Piece. The title is Uncle Crocus, you used to be a man with a story, right? 35. He Dao Yi text +10. Hockey martial arts moves. Muscle freak Coolie Guy. 55 million Baileys. Hey, this title is Coolie Guy, you have been offered a reward before, right? Sima D asked curiously. This time, Coolie Guy's performance was not impressive. Apart from clearing up some Enies lobby soldiers, the follow-up was in a state of paddling because of CP9s, more wolves and less meat. Such a high reward should not be given. B. He already had it. After all, he is the leader of the Saruyama United Army. Well, it used to be 45 million Baileys, but it has increased by 10 million Baileys. Coolie Guy nodded. I didn't see it. This thick-browed and big-eyed person is still a bit basic. Reformer Frankie. 44 million Baileys. Oh, I knew it. Frankie said disdainfully. The world government is trying to force me to become a pirate, but the amount is a bit low. Are you looking down on me? Strange to say, more than a week has passed, and the world government has not sent anyone to snatch Pluton's blueprint. This made everyone quite strange. Spandam was worried that his credit would be robbed, so he didn't report the matter in time, but prepared to kill 087 to take the credit for himself. When Frankie appeared, because Kuzang was on the side, he was afraid of being robbed of the credit, so he could even avoid the topic of Pluton blueprint. As a result, the entire CP9 was taken over by the Straw Hat Pirates. Therefore, the information that Frankie holds the Pluton blueprint was lost with the company Enies lobby. This bounty is just a normal bounty. No Uncle Crocus, Luffy wondered. Speaking of, the old man Crocus didn't make a move the whole time, probably he wasn't recognized. Usopp guessed. Sima D smiled mysteriously. Be careful with your eyes, don't fall to the ground. Sima D took out the hidden reward order, and then all the eyes were shocked by the reward amount. Devil Ship Dr. Crocus. 824 million Baileys. Old man. Son, you have such a high bounty. Usopp was dumbfounded. Why? Just because you are the ship doctor of One Piece. I'm also a ship's doctor, why is there only 50 Baileys? Chopper cried even louder. This is too outrageous, right? 824 million Baileys. TB. What the hell is your name? Crocus silently turned his head and looked out the window, apparently not intending to explain further. It was Bingshan who took over the conversation. The amount of the reward doesn't seem to have changed. That is to say, Crocus was previously offered a bounty of 824 million. Hiss. Old man, what did you do to be offered such a high reward? As expected of the crew of One Piece, it's indeed Hihaudo. Crocus continued to look out of the window, as if there was a beautiful woman in a bikini outside, obviously intending to remain silent until the end. Hey, don't think that you can pass the test by being cute. Usopp yelled. This guy has been getting along with Crocus for a long time, and he has become more and more presumptuous. Suddenly, Sima D was surprised to find that it turned out to be a sign in that triggered the famous scene. Ding! Congratulations to the sign in scene. All members of the Straw Hat Pirates are offering rewards, and get the sign in reward. The whole family will be neat and tidy to share the halo of harm. One family needs to share the halo of damage neatly. Designate a certain unit. When all members of the unit are within 10 kilometers of activation, the damage received by any member will be shared and shared equally by everyone. Semicolon. Oh, the buff of this kind of group is still good, and the bound unit must be the Straw Hat Pirates. By the way, only then did Sima D remember that he still had a few rewards that he hadn't used yet. There is also no research on the hockey martial arts moves. Originally, I interrupted the 2000 gold, and then studied it, but I didn't expect to be dragged to work as a coolie early the next morning. It happens that everyone is here. Sima D clapped his hands and said, over there, Sanji and Zoro, call later, come here first. This familiar tone, Sanji and Zoro looked at each other, tacitly gave up the verbal dispute, decisively, and came to Sima D. D, is there something important? Sanji's address changed. Huh, that's a good title, much smoother than Sima. Nami agreed. That's what it's called from now on. Sima D didn't care about this, he took out DNF's +10 equipment strengthening voucher, and Nifeng's cheats of Fengshan legs, and suspended in the air with telekinetic power. Recently, I tinkered with some new gadgets. I was caught by someone these days, and I forgot to give them to you. Sima D looked at Frankie quietly. Frankie returned a sunny smile and gave a thumbs up. Because of your assistance, the construction period has been shortened from 3 years to less than 1 month. What else can Sima D say? Holding up Nifeng's cheats of Fengshan legs, he said, this is a cheat book I modified based on Marine 6 styles. It is specially for training legs, but it is best to use it with hockey. Sanji, you should get familiar with it first. Next time you and Crocus will go to the House of Time and Spirit to practice. Sanji nodded without any hesitation. I just fought against Zoro. Without armament hockey, he was very uncomfortable being restrained. You must become stronger as soon as possible in order to recover your face. No one competes with Sanji. Not to mention that these are originally Sima D's, and it's no problem for him to arrange them. And the leg skills, others are really not as grandmaster as Sanji. Sanji took the Nifeng's cheats of Fengshan legs, opened it and wanted to take a quick look, and it turned into a stream of light and blended into the eyebrows. The related moves, as well as the exercise route, etc., all came to mind. Just a pity, Sanji hasn't awakened hockey yet, so he can't practice now. Sima D looked at DNF's +10 equipment enhancement coupon, and briefly explained its principle. This is a product I obtained by accident when I was researching Devil Fruit's separation potion. It is part of my condensed ability. I can bless it on a weapon to make it sharper and stronger, and it will also have special attributes. That is, as long as the wound created by this weapon will be necrotic and inactive. Needless to say, everyone looked at Zoro. Zoro frowned and said, Emperor, you are also a swordsman. Are you sure? Sima D raised her eyebrows and said, I still haven't solved the problem of being caught empty-handed when I draw a sword. How about you help me test it again? There is 100% passiveness in receiving the sword with bare hands, and Tong Mati will never be able to become a sword in this life. Zoro fell silent. Once young and ignorant, he saw Sima D with a saber and immediately wanted to learn from him. The result: the floors are hard and the blades are cold. Okay, I got it. Zoro took the DNA's +10 equipment enhancement voucher. Without hesitation, he directly pulled out the Hidao Yi text, and pasted the enhancement coupon on it as Sima D said. A colorful flash lights up. After a few seconds, the colorful flashes disappeared, and there was a little halo on the surface of Hidao Yi's characters, and there would be afterimages of Dao Dao when he waved it. It is extraordinary at a glance. Zoro simply checked a few times, but couldn't help grinning. The current Hidao Yi text has been promoted from the Big Fast Knife to the level of the Supreme Big Fast Knife. Everyone was surprised. You must know that there are only 12 supreme swords in the world, and Sima was promoted to one with the first coupon. It's really a convenient devil fruit ability. Crocus sighed again. If they had Sima D as their partner, they would have saved a lot of trouble. Who said it wasn't? Frankie rubbed his big belly foolishly. Sima D, tired and destroyed, hurry up for a few mouthfuls of rice. Sima D didn't even take Robin's 2 daughters with her, and just slipped away. I'm afraid I'll be caught again. Robin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Frankie, look at how scared Sima Zhang was. Frankie is 4.8 and has no intention of repenting at all. Instead, it's targeting Robin and Vivi. Nico Robin, Princess Vivi, why don't you help me? Frankie said bluntly. Flower fruit and Thor's hammer are also very convenient, and the construction period should be shortened, so he won't have to avoid me gone. Good guy. Is this person who can pull a strong man if he catches anyone? Ta, are you sure Sima D avoids you because you are too pervert? Sima D didn't know that his woman was being targeted. At this moment, he came to a tavern, leaning on the side of the boat, drinking wine and blowing the sea breeze, thinking about the possibility of hockey martial arts moves. As the saying goes, actual combat is the best way to test everything, so he is going to manifest a martial arts move first. B. Which should manifest first? 36. Embody martial arts moves. The strength of Crocus. Add more 19,000 words, 103,500 words. Which should manifest first? Sima D will definitely not consider Sage Art Taoism for the time being. Not to mention whether he can realize it, even Hockey's level is estimated to be unable to drive Sage Art Taoism. Fei Shui shoots the white deer continuously, and the laughing book hero leans on the Biwan. Each of these 14 characters corresponds to a work, constructing a grand martial arts world. If Sima D wants to manifest, choose from among them. Be handsome first. After all, being handsome is a lifetime thing. Second, be strong. What's the use of trying to manifest martial arts that aren't strong enough? Then, it's gone. Although if this martial art can be practiced, it may be passed on to the Straw Hat Pirates. But Sima D will not accommodate them because of this, and stick to herself first as the core. When it is confirmed that it is feasible, you can also tailor them individually. If so, a set of martial arts came to mind, and Sima D directly chose to manifest it without hesitation. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms Martial Arts Mentality. Nothing happened. Sure enough, the pure speech ability cannot be realized yet. Then, the 18 palms of subduing the dragon and the heart of martial arts. With the addition of dragon essence, information related to 18 palms of subduing the dragon immediately flooded into my mind. The 18 palms of subduing the dragon is one of the most superb martial arts in Jin Yong's martial arts novels. The movements are simple and unremarkable, but each move is infinitely powerful. Specialized bells and whistles. Regardless of whether the enemy's tricks are true or false, full of tricks, or ever changing, just give the enemy one move to subdue the dragon and 18 palms, and one force to subdue 10 times. Power leveraged. As the signature martial arts of Jin Yong's novels, the special effects of the 18 palms of subduing the dragon are also extremely gorgeous. It's not too handsome to blast out golden dragons with every gesture. After digesting the martial arts information, Sima D gave herself a sip. The 18 dragon subduing palms really is the ultimate simplicity. As long as the internal force is deep and motivated, there is no threshold. It's really easy to learn. 18. Can hockey motivate? Sima D took out a small stack of Baileys from the gold treasury and threw it 15 times, flew out of the window to the nearest sea surface, secretly maneuvered hockey to run along the route of the 18 dragon subduing palms, and slapped the sea surface with his right palm. Kanglong has regrets. Hold head high. A 10-meter-sized 5-clawed black golden dragon swooped down from its palm to the sea surface, blowing up the sea water in a radius of hundreds of meters. After a few seconds, countless rainwater and fish and shrimp fell. Sima D didn't block it with telekinetic power, but greeted the rain with joyful open hands. It's done. Hockey can really replace internal force and directly perform martial arts moves. People in this world are too stupid. It turned out to be just a simple defense, or increase, of hockey. Not many hockey moves have been developed at all. Now, Sima D is here with a brain full of knowledge. Tisk. As expected of the 18 dragon subduing palms, it consumes a lot of energy. This palm used nearly 10% of hockey. But the power is nothing to say, not to mention the long-range attack. The destructive power is far beyond the level of advanced hockey. Summing up experience. The phone in his arms rang, and when he picked it up, it was Crocus's. Boy Emperor, did you use the devil fruit ability just now or? Good guy. He came here to test temporarily, and Crocus discovered it in real time. Plus his reward of 824 million Baileys and the title of Devil Ship Doctor, this product is definitely not easy. Well, it's hockey's move. Sima D admitted directly. Come here, I'll show you. Is it because of Long Jing's language that the 18 palms of subduing the dragon were able to succeed? Or can the 18 palms of subduing dragon really be activated with hockey? This also needs to be verified. However, such a handsome move as the 18 palms of subduing the dragon, Tong Madi would definitely not teach Crocus all of it. So, when Crocus arrived in a hurry, Sima D taught him the trick of seeing the dragon in the field. Because it is transmitted directly by telepathy, under Crocus's experienced experience, he quickly mastered this simple and crude move. Then he realized something was wrong. Boy Emperor, why is this a defensive move? It's different from the dragon you blasted before. Crocus frowned. Such a handsome move, of course only I can know it. Sima D made no secret. The corners of Crocus' eyes twitched, but he didn't continue to ask. Okay, you use that move to attack me, and I'll try to defend with this move. Crocus suggested. No problem. Sima D laughed. This is what you mentioned. Sima D immediately ran the 18 palms of subduing the dragon, secretly accumulating energy to stack all the hockey on top. Old man, at least I found out a little bit about you this time. Shocking Bailey. Hold head high. There's nothing special about this move, it's pure power. I saw a dragon head more than 10 times the height of Sima D emerge, blasting the ground where Crocus passed. Its power is terrifying to the naked eye. Boy Emperor, are you going to kill me? Crocus also hastened to run hockey, and slammed his palms in front of him to create a hovering 5-clawed black gold dragon, firmly trapping it in it. See the dragon in the field. 18 palms of subduing dragon is the only defensive move, and it can be transformed into other moves to attack the enemy at any time, but Crocus only knows this move, so it can only defend purely. Sima D's 5-clawed black gold dragon hit the defense built by Crocus, and the dragon's body spread 100 meters, but it was still not fully protruding from his palm. The two 5-clawed black golden dragons intertwined and killed, and the aftermath directly tore the ground below. The nearby buildings were about to collapse while shaking, and spread rapidly to the distance. Not good. Crocus yelled. Hurry up. Sima D also realized that something was wrong, and hastily turned her palm so that the 5-clawed black golden dragon blasted into the sky. But it was too late. A radius of several thousand meters has already been turned into ruins, countless buildings have been affected and collapsed, and nearly 10,000 people have been buried underneath, causing countless casualties. Crocus glanced around with an ugly look on his face, and was about to set off to rescue as many survivors as he could. An invisible wave that made his heart palpitate spread, and before Crocus turned his head, everything around him was rewinding. The collapsed building was restored to its original state. The shattered earth returns to level. The wiped citizens are also revived. Everything is like turn back time. Crocus looked at Sima D in shock. Although the latter looked stretched, now, he still couldn't hide how shocking things he did just now. You reversed time. Crocus wondered. Huh. Sima D let out a long breath. The maximum is only 3 seconds, it's the first time I use this ability, and the consumption is almost unbearable. Under normal circumstances, Sima D wouldn't be in such a mess. But he just used dragon speech and consumed all hockey again. It is really a bit unbearable to use such a large consumption of ability. Your devil fruit ability is really unheard of. Crocus exclaimed. Even though he has seen the big world with Luogia, he has never seen such a comprehensive devil fruit ability. It seems that there is no such thing as he can't and has no weakness. Let's go first. Sima D said. The movement just now will definitely arouse discussion. I don't want to be visited as a gorilla. Crocus nodded. Nian Dongli led the two of them soaring into the sky, avoiding the crowd who came after hearing the wind. Ariel. Sima D looked at the cloud that lacked a big mouth in the sky, which was blasted when he deflected his palm just now. Even so, still can't get Crocus out of the details. Old man Crocus, you are not simple. Sima D squinted and said, you have to learn to meet Long Zadian, and you will be able to defend against my full-strength palm, and you will not leak it. After all, I'm old, and this world belongs to you young people, so don't participate too much, and give young people more opportunities to experience themselves. Crocus rarely explained. It makes sense. Sima D agreed. I think so too, so I always arrange suitable opponents for them to practice. He and Crocus are the eldest brother, not to mention the second brother, they are both fishers. The difference is, Crocus fishing is just plain lazy. Sima D touches the fish to make the sign in scene stronger. Boy Emperor, is this move, are you going to pass it on to someone else? Crocus asked. The 18 palms of subduing the dragon. Of course not. Sima D shook his head directly. Such a handsome move, only he can do it. Crocus nodded, and said, sure enough, you also discovered. Your move requires hockey to be released to practice, and if the hockey is not strong enough, it is impossible to use it, at least the level of advanced hockey is required. This Sima D really didn't find out. But of course Sima D would not slap herself in the face, and even picked up the conversation. I will create a few more moves with less high cultivation requirements, and then tailor them for each of them. Like Sanji kid. Well, like Sanji. I really can't accept my old age. Crocus sighed. Even now that he knows that hockey can develop movements, and has learned, seeing the dragon in the field, Crocus still has no clue when it comes to developing moves. Sima D is confident that she can, tailor-made, for others. This talent is outrageously evil. See no more talk. Sima D directly found a place to drop Crocus, and she was going to catch up on sleep. A bit sleepy after repeated consumption. Before going to bed. Sima D opened the system panel. He only opened the whole book once, so he really doesn't know how to count words. God-level famous scene sign in system. Host. Sima Lan. Age. 18 years old. Reward. The speech ability of 50-tone Yanye. A family should be neatly harmed and share the halo. Semicolon. I didn't intend to water it, some book friends forgot to replay it. Count carefully. Sima D also got 43 rewards, that is, signed in 43 famous scenes. And now I have only arrived at the capital of 7 waters. The combat power is probably. There must be some marine generals. Vice Admiral, or Admiral, Sima D really couldn't figure it out. Because there was no reference for him at all, the only chance to fight Admiral Kuzan was not able to fight. As far as hockey is concerned, he is the advanced armament hockey, the intermediate observation hockey, and the intermediate conqueror's hockey. Sima D has never upgraded conqueror's hockey. The reason why he was promoted from primary to intermediate level is because his own strength has become stronger, his momentum has changed, etc., and conqueror's hockey has also been upgraded accordingly. The hockey level is like an elite rear admiral or an ordinary vice admiral. In addition to the bonus of martial arts moves, vice admiral's combat power is used. But he still has a bunch of skills, including the 8330 spiritual ability, Susano, forbidden field, etc. Composite calculation. It shouldn't be a problem to call admiral, right? Thinking about, Sima D just fell asleep unconsciously. Wake up from sleep. The two arms are heavy, and they are limp when they move. But Robin and Vivi didn't know when they came to sleep with them, and they looked a little tired. During this period of time, Frankie has been raving about Sima D, but it has been a long time since Sima D nourished the two girls. The two of Robin were also woken up by Sima D's hands and feet, and they understood something immediately, winking like silk. What are you doing? Bang bang. The familiar knock on the door, observation hockey swept it away and it turned out to be Frankie again. Damn, is this guy still haunted? Sima D was about to leave with her 2 daughters in her arms, but then she thought it was wrong. Why did Lousy avoid him? Immediately, he rushed to the door aggressively, staring at Frankie with murderous eyes. Boy, do you believe that I will dismantle you and reassemble you? Sima D threatened. Don't bring such a rambunctious person. He hasn't lived a normal married life for a long time, holding it in for a long time is harmful to his physical and mental health. Cough. Okay, then I'll come back tomorrow. Frankie turned around with a guilty conscience and wanted to leave. Quote. Want to leave? No way. The power of thought surged out, and he lifted Frankie to his face. Boy, today's matter. If you don't show me the Pluton drawings, you can't get through it. Sima D said with a sullen face. Of course he wasn't interested in the Pluton drawings. I just suddenly remembered, is the Pluton drawing a famous scene? Oh, this won't work. Frankie said forcefully. Then you should dismantle me, anyway, I can put it back together. Okay, this product does have a sense of faith, even partners cannot give Pluton drawings at will. B. Doesn't it mean that Sima D doesn't know where the Pluton drawings are? Okay, you said it. Sima D used telekinesis to dismember Frankie on the spot. Of course, this actually didn't do Frankie any harm, he would not feel pain if he lost his sense of pain, and he was even thinking about which parts could be updated. Wait, stomach sucks. Clatter. Frankie's stomach was opened, and the Pluton drawings stored in it were scattered all over the sky. Ding. Congratulations for signing in the scene. Design drawings of ancient weapon Pluton. Get the sign in reward. 37. Play against Vice Admiral Garp. I want a 5-person bed with floor-to-ceiling windows. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene. Design drawings of ancient weapon Pluton. Get the sign in reward. Newt's Commander's Traceless Stretching Curse. Newt's Commander's Untraceable Stretching Curse. It can squeeze 100 Grandmaster Wizards into a small toilet cubicle. It is an advanced space-type spell that can expand the space of a designated space. The expansion range depends on the user's ability. Semicolon. Oh, this reward gave Sima D a bad feeling. Feel like you have to work overtime again. Ow. Give it back to me. Frankie yelled. He looked at the Pluton drawings scattered all over the floor, but couldn't move because he was cut into pieces by Sima D, so he could only look at Sima D angrily. Sima D shrugged, used telekinesis to pack up Pluton's drawings, stuff them back into his stomach, and then assemble them back to him. Okay, as a supplement, I can use the new ability I just developed to help you better transform the melee. Sima D preemptively. Frankie turned his anger into joy on the spot. Oh, new abilities. What kind of abilities? Frankie has heard about Sima D's many deeds these days, and he also has unlimited expectations for his continuous emergence ability. Sima D didn't answer. Wand. An ordinary wand fell into Sima D's hand, and he swung it at Frankie's swimming trunks, engraving the inscription of the untraceable stretching charm on it. Hey. Frankie reacted immediately. He scratched Shaolin's lottery strangely. It's strange how empty it is, it's as free as flying. He opened his swimming trunks and looked, his eyes widened immediately. Ow. What's going on? Frankie exclaimed, why is my swimming trunk the size of a room? Sima D wanted to go over to see her achievements, but she held back. After all, the first thing I saw in the past was not the result. But listening to Frankie's description, his mastery of the untraceable stretching charm is not bad, and he can expand little Frankie's space to the size of a room with the first use. A little training. It would be impossible to expand a box-sized space into a small world like Newt did. I expanded the space in your swimming trunks. As long as the body of the swimming trunks is not damaged, this space will be fixed. Sima D explained. Oh, it's amazing. Frankie said in surprise. Great. I'm still worrying about using all the functions, and Mei Li's body will be too bloated, hurry up. Help me change it. Help is fine, I want a separate bedroom with floor-to-ceiling windows. Sima D made a request. And the other cheese eye boy Sao Cake, he wants to hold his right eye. No problem at all, Frankie agreed. With your ability, everyone will have a separate bed. Your triple bed. For 5 people, let's go first. I really envy your energy. Put it on me. Frankie patted his chest. You are busy here first, I will change the design and add some deleted functions. Come back at noon. Frankie ran away in a hurry. Sima D closed the door and looked at the 2 little white rabbits on the bed. Oh, where's the big bed for 5 people? Robin smiled and said, who is Sima Yang's next target? Nami. Compared to Robin's calmness, Vivi is a little unhappy. After all, I have already shared Sima D with Sister Robin, if I come again. I don't have a goal yet, but it's better to be prepared. The 5-person bed is also convenient. Sima D smiled and said, compared to those, time is tight, let's hurry up, babies. Another 3 days passed when Sima D finished her work on the Mary. Hey, I still have some materials. Don't listen. B********** D chant sutras. Sima D flies straight to the sky, don't bother me with materials that can be bought with money. Up in the air, Sima D accidentally saw a familiar dog-headed warship docked at the port of the capital of 7 Waters, which seemed to be Marine Vice Admiral Garp's ship. Oh, is it finally here? Sima D flew to the house where the StrawHat pirates were staying. It was already surrounded by a large group of Marines, and there was a rumbling sound inside. Marked up. Sima D accelerated into the house, and then saw Crocus and Garp booming there. It's really a fist-to-fist, flesh-to-blood hardcore confrontation. The two old men, both of whom are over 150 years old together, turned out to be a young man's passionate scene. But it was obviously a strong duel, but it didn't affect the fragile wooden board under his feet. Obviously, the two of them had a good sense of proportion, and they didn't really fight with all their strength. Sima D approached Usopp and asked, "What's going on?" "I don't know either." Usopp scratched his head and said, "This marine didn't go through the main entrance, and broke into a wall and started fighting with old man Crocus. The fight lasted for more than half an hour. Is it possible to fight like this? One Piece will not be a old-blooded fan, right?" Conversation room. Garp and Crocus parted abruptly, then both laughed. "Garp, you're old." Crocus laughed. "Ha ha ha. Drive. Devil ship, you are too old, your fists are limp." Garp taunted back. The two looked like old acquaintances, joking with each other. Crocus was about to say something more, but Garp waved his hand. "Wait for me to deal with the housework. After all." Garp walks up to Luffy, who is rarely hiding in the corner, and punches him into the floor. B************** D grandson. You went out to sea and became a pirate. Garp angrily yelled. This made Crocus, who wanted to stop him, freeze in place. What the hell? A-hole grandson. FFLX. Huh. Luffy's grandpa is marine hero Garp. Nami was surprised. The grandson of the marine hero became a pirate. Usopp also expressed his disbelief. The performance of the others was similar, with shock written all over their faces. Compared to their fuss, Crocus showed an expression of enlightenment. No wonder who this kid looks like, it's Garp. Crocus hammered. Everyone nodded in agreement. If there is a door, you must break through the wall. This is unreliable and it is exactly the same as Luffy. Grandpa. Luffy covered the big bag on his head. Becoming the One Piece is my dream. Are you worthy of the old man's teaching like this? Garp asked. Teaching. Luffy bared his teeth. You mean throwing me into the jungle, tying me to a balloon, and throwing me into the abyss? Everyone. 1_. Ah, this. They seem to know why Luffy's vitality is so tenacious. It's not easy to survive as Garp's grandson. Crocus sighed. Suddenly. Stop him. One sword style lion song. There was a noise outside, and Zoro came back to save people, without knowing it. Luffy also ignored Garp, and hurried out. Everyone. Don't do it. People will die, Luffy yelled. Having said that, Sima D looked at Garp, her eyes were eager to try. Although Garp is only vice admiral, he has rejected the position of marine admiral. In terms of physical skills, there is no doubt that he has admiral combat power. It is a good target to test your combat power. Garp also noticed Sima D's eyes and became interested. Quote. Oh, Demon Buster, right, you seem to really want to fight this old man. I have such an idea. Sima D took a step forward and said, I've always been unsure about my own strength, but after a battle with you, the general level will be clear. Emperor. Sima Sauce. That's Marine Hero Vice Admiral. The others hurriedly stopped them, for fear that Sima D would not be able to think about it. But Crocus nodded and said, Garp is a good test subject, Kid Sheng should not be killed by mistake. Apparently Crocus didn't think Sima D could beat Garp either. But Garp held his nostrils together, and didn't intend to do anything. Why does the old man want to fight with you? No. What a changeable old man. But after all, it is Luffy's grandfather, and Matty can't fight directly. He took out a small bag and tossed it to Garp. This is the reward for asking you to do it. What is it? Is it to bribe the old man? Garp reached for his bag, wondering what Sima D was going to do to impress him. But he found that his palm was empty and there was nothing in the bag. Wrong. Garp was surprised to see that his whole arm was stretched into the palm-sized bag, but he still didn't Wang Jiao touch the bottom of the bag. This thing is interesting. This pocket has a space of about 10 cubic meters, which can be used to store living things, but pay attention to the opening for oxygen to flow in. How about asking you to shoot? Sima D explained. Well, 2 more, I'll stretch out with you. Garp sat on the ground and raised his price. Such an interesting gadget, of course we need to make more. Make a deal. Sima D directly threw 2 more to Garp, and took out another stack from the gold treasure house, and gave one to each of the Straw Hat pirates. This was originally made to be used as a storage bag for everyone. Seeing that Sima D was so generous, who knew that his asking price was low? Let's fight somewhere else. Sima D turned and flew away. Garp is also pondering. If you don't wait for him to guide this kid more, it's not too much to take a few more small bags for the guidance fee, right? Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates looked at each other and hurried to follow. Marine Vice Admiral is a sparring partner, this scene is rare. And, everyone is also curious about Sima D's real combat power. 38. Sima D is firing on all cylinders. Battle to destroy a city. A small desert island outside the capital of 7 Waters. This place is usually used for docking of pirate ships, but now it has become a battlefield for Sima D and Garp. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was watching the battle from a distance, and Luffy and the newly acquainted Kirby were also here. Who do you think will win? Of course it's Sima Zhang. You don't have faith in God. But the opponent is the Marine hero Vice Admiral after all. That's right. One Piece King Luo Jia was captured by him. Hey, Captain Luo Jia was not captured by the captain, but. Everyone looked at Crocus curiously, waiting for him to reveal the news. Crocus looked at the battlefield and said, "We're fighting, we'll talk about it later." Popular with everyone. But the body still looked towards the field honestly. Sima D didn't use his most usual ability of speaking, but covered his whole body with armament hockey, just relying on his physical strength and Garp's frontal toughness. Garp one-handedly blocked Sima D's attack. The strength is not bad among my peers. Senior armament hockey is skilled in using it and has the capital to be proud of. Garp commented. But if that's the case, it's not enough to challenge me. Sima D didn't reply, and secretly evaluated her physical strength. Pressing the Marine Rear Admiral hammer shouldn't be a problem. #B4. Sima D raised her palms upright, and the signature, Kanglong Yugi, 5-clawed black golden dragon flew out and blasted towards Garp. Garp was also surprised. Interesting. He punched the 5-clawed black gold dragon's head with a black punch without any frills, and the blast wave exploded a deep hole in the ground, and Garp, who had lost his foothold, had to step on moonwalk to the side. Good boy. Garp finally became interested. What kind of move is this? Is your devil fruit ability? Sima D smiled without saying a word. Garp is the sparring partner he hired with money, and he doesn't need to explain his doubts to him. Explaining the principles of his moves to others while fighting, isn't this a trick? Directly use the moves of the 18 palms of subduing the dragon over and over again. Double dragons fetch water, or jump in the abyss. Misty clouds do not rain. Fish jumping in the deep. 587. Seeing Sima D waving a series of 5-clawed black gold dragons, fighting back and forth with Garp, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was stunned. As the Emperor so strong? Luffy scratched his head in doubt. That dragon isn't. Sanji glanced at Kebi and the others, and said vaguely, it's a move similar to my Fengshen legs. Pure hockey real moves. Everyone who understands it is shocked. Simple hockey can play such a cool scene. And the power is not bad. The deserted island is like being bombed, and the places it passes are full of potholes. Boy, it's my turn. Garp suddenly shouted. Look at my iron fist. The same straight punch, but this time the momentum has increased several times. Well done. Sima D condensed the remaining armament hockey, gathered in the right palm to meet Garp's iron fist. Shocking Bailey. Hold head high. This time, the 5-clawed black golden dragon didn't fly out, but hovered over Sima D's arm, covered his palm with its dragon head, and collided head-on with Garp's iron fist. Boom. The ground where the battle was overwhelmed exploded, and the flying dust buried the figures of the two people, and then both of them flew upside down from it. Sima D flew 10 meters in the air and stopped. Garp stepped on a series of footprints to relieve his strength. The smoke clears. I saw that the place where the two confronted each other before was gone, and the seawater was pouring back into the deep pit with a width of 100 meters, and the deserted island was smashed into pieces. Ha ha ha. Garp laughed loudly. Your weird move makes the high-level armament hockey have top-level destructive power, but your hockey should be exhausted. What are you going to do next? Have to say, as expected of Ginger, Garp saw the advantages and disadvantages of 18 dragon subduing palms at a glance. Its power is powerful. As Garp said, it can make a high-level armament hockey have the destructive power of a top-level armament hockey. Allowing him to barely draw a tie with Garp is equivalent to having Admiral's combat power in the short term. But consumption is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Normally speaking, with his hockey, there is no problem for AL for 3 days and 2 nights. It turned out that it was only half an hour, and it was exhausted. But, Sima D was floating in the air, and azure energy emerged from her eyes, turning into a standing Susanoo. Full-body Susanoo. At a height of more than 100 meters, the average Titan is no more than his ankle height, and ordinary people are as insignificant as ants in front of such existences. It made Garp look a little dignified. He didn't expect this kid to have such a hand. I already have a general understanding of gymnastics, now let's start the second half. Sima D smiled. Susanoo holds up the saber, because it is not used by him, so it will not trigger the passive of 100% empty-handed. And, it doesn't prevent him from using the iron slashing profound technique. When he slashed with the sharp knife, Garp's expression changed on the spot. This kid is actually a swordsman. Dodge directly to avoid. Brush. The azure knife light streaked across Garp's original position, and the shattered deserted island was cut in half, and a small half of the island could no longer sustain it and collapsed into the sea. You're still a swordsman, Garp said in surprise. Physical skills can be so accomplished, but swordsmanship is not bad at all. This talent. It's really a monster. Seeing this, Zoro in the distance fixed his gaze, and subconsciously put his hand on the hilt of his sword. Why does it look familiar? Of course it looks familiar. Sima D's esoteric meaning of cutting iron is to paste and copy his. The battle in the field is still going on. Garp didn't fight Sima D head on at all, he dodged his slashes sensitively, and punched Susanoo with a close-up punch. The powerful force always made Susanoo take a few steps back. Although the surface was covered with cracks, it didn't break. It is complemented by azure energy. Susanoo can withstand physical skills. Admiral's attack does not break the defense, but repairing the cracks consumes stamina, and the gain outweighs the gain. More than enough destructive power but not enough agility, easy to be dodged. It is a bit bulky in the top individual combat, it seems that only the prestige Susanoo can use it. Sima D scattered Susanoo, Mangekyo appeared in her eyes, and she glared at Garp. Garp turned around as if with a premonition, a black flame ignited in the empty midair, and spread to Garp following Sima D's gaze. Amaterasu. Although he didn't feel any temperature, Garp felt cold all over his body. His premonition told him that he must not touch this thing. Shave, shave, shave. Garp ran all over the deserted island, and the speed was too fast, pulling out afterimages one after another. Sima D raised her hand. A golden halo emerged behind him, and the probe held Hirenmaru in the palm of my hand, while the rest of the ordinary swords shot at Garp. Ding ding ding. _W. Shot on his armament hockey, it couldn't move at all. Sima D didn't intend to defeat Garp with this, but just diverted his attention and took the opportunity to drive Hirenmaru Bankai BFCE away. Sit upright in the frosty sky. Hirenmaru. Daiguren Hirenmaru. 12 pieces of red lotus cryolite emerged, and the two-winged ice dragon hovered around Sima D. The deserted island and sea water around him were freezing and soon Garp had nowhere to stay. He also didn't dare to step on the dangerous ice field, he just stepped on the air and used moonwalk to run around in the air. Repeat this for half a minute. Sima D finally shuts down the meaningless Amaterasu, black flames blazing across the frozen islands without melting Iceland one iota. It's like there's no threat at all. But Garp still didn't dare to land, and stared at Sima D strangely while stepping on the air. Boy, aren't you too wicked? Garp said angrily. Physical arts, swordsmanship, and now Devil Fruit's ability has been developed to such a high level, the reward just now is not enough. You. Brush. The blue light shot through Garp's afterimage, petrified a piece of cloud in the sky, and fell into the sea. Boy, no sneak attack. Garp was furious. I'm going to be serious now. Don't blame me if you die. Garp's figure flashed. Appearing again just 3 meters away from Sima D, the angry black fist hit the head of the two-winged ice dragon, but it failed to shatter it. Instead, the ice climbed towards his arm along his fist. Crack. Garp's aura exploded and shattered the frozen ice, and he punched the dragon's head like a pile driver with both fists. Boom 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 boom. In the end, the two-winged ice dragon couldn't resist, and was shattered into ice crystals that filled the sky and shot away. Garp was finally able to hit Wonglong directly, and his unstoppable black fist magnified in Sima D's eyes. At the same time, the last piece of the 12 pieces of red lotus cryolite behind Sima D also quietly withered. The perfect Daiguren Hirenmaru arrives. Freeze. The world. The deadly freeze was actually spreading in the space, and even the air was frozen wherever it passed. Garp himself was also covered with ice crystals, and the incomparable black fist was blocked by layers of obstacles, and the speed became slower and slower until finally the Sima D stopped 1 centimeter in front of her eyes. The 4 worlds are frozen. Only the fully liberated Daiguren Hirenmaru can use it. It is an absolute power that can freeze everything in space. A. Crack. The ice sculpture Garp's body surface was shattered with cracks, and it seemed that it was only a matter of time before he broke free. B. Sima D can swing Daiguren Hirenmaru at any time, giving Garp a fatal blow. Of course, whether it can break the defense is another matter. After half a minute, Garp finally broke free from the freezing, and looked at the surroundings that had turned into a world of ice and snow, and it was very appropriate not to affect Luffy and others who were watching. This power and control, that kid Kuzan is nothing more than that, right? I have to admit, you are very strong now, kid. Garp said seriously. I will use all my strength in my next punch, don't die. Boom. Crunch. Garp smashed the ice island under his feet, ejected and swung his black fist again at Sima D. Sima D lost Daiguren Hirenmaru, and the big move still failed to limit Garp, so. Just face it. Also without any bells and whistles, remember the black fist blasted out. Fist bone. Hakoku normal 1 punch. Boom. The Iceland under his feet was directly shattered and collapsed, and spread to the Straw Hat pirates and others who were watching the battle in the blink of an eye. Most of the people were thrown into the wind and flew away into the distance. Only Crocus and an elementalized Nami, and Robin, protected by a golden bell, remained in place. The 3 were shocked to see the broken seabed. This fist fight not only destroyed the deserted island, but also overturned the sea and shattered the seabed. Street. Outrageous. Fortunately, the battlefield is not in the capital of 7 waters, otherwise this will affect how many people. Look at Sima D and Garp again. They still maintain the posture of fisting, and neither side retreats. What's the situation? Who wins and who loses? Nami looked at Crocus. It should be considered a tie. Crocus said. Both of them still have energy, but they are not allowed to continue fighting here, otherwise the capital of the 7 waters may be in danger. Most of it was destroyed. Quote. What? How is this possible? Is that a lie? Both Nami and Robin were shocked. Can 2 people fight and destroy a city? It also. But look at the battle in front of you again. All right. The facts are right in front of you, and it seems that it is indeed possible. Hashtag Ba. Sima D and Garp aren't going to continue fighting, are they? 39. Brand new Mary. Nami is jealous of Sima D's. Finally, the battle between Sima D and Garp still stopped at that punch. After all, Sima D just wanted to test his combat power, but he didn't plan to demolish and rebuild the capital of 7 waters. If it was broken, he would not be caught as a coolie. Ha ha ha. Boy, next time we meet again, we will compete. Garp laughed loudly. Sima D just laughed without saying a word. He still has a few whole cards that are useless, such as the weakening effect of strong identification technique. This trick is more effective for specialized body technique. Pity. After all, Garp is Luffy's grandfather. This trick is too cruel to his own people. It is a bit inappropriate to use. But with this battle, Sima D also has a general understanding of her combat power. Normal physical skills Vice Admiral level, using the 18 dragon subduing palms will have Admiral combat power, but it will not last. Full fire can suppress Admiral, but cannot kill it. If you don't care about the consequences. It seems that Kuzan ran the right way in the first place. Garp just left. This time he didn't stop near the port to send off, and he was obviously relieved to have Sima D by his side. Then came the quiet days. Sima D directly took Robin and the two daughters and disappeared, not giving Frankie any chance to squeeze himself. This product now even asks Sima D to print even ordinary materials. The purpose is not to save money or time, but to annoy him, and give him a strong identification technique. It's really pervert to play. So half a month has passed. The cooling of the teleportation stone in the House of Time and Spirit has been completed. According to the previous arrangement of Sima D, Sanji and Crocus entered it to practice. Next day, the two of Sanji returned on time. Crocus still hasn't changed much, but Sanji's mental outlook has changed. If he was a refined gentleman in the past, now he can be called a thug in a suit. Although he just stood there quietly, he was full of shocking aura. Oh, is this Awakening Conqueror's Haki? Sima D asked curiously. This made Sanji lose his momentum, and then looked at Sima D resentfully. The co-author had a deliberately concave shape. Although he hasn't awakened Conqueror's Haki, Sanji's talent is not bad. Crocus praised. In a year, he awakened Armament Haki and cultivated to the intermediate level. I also learned Shave, Moonwalk, and Tempest Kick. This physique talent is not bad, it was delayed before. Good guy. Nami and Vivi's eyes widened. It's all 1 year, why do you learn so much? Nami-san, in order to better protect you and everyone else, I am practicing with all my might. Sanji said courteously. A year of hard work is still hard to change. Crocus took out a bottle of super magic water and threw it to Sima D. This is brought by a boy named Sun Wukong who came in halfway. It is also a little monster. You can learn Marine 6 styles and Fengshen legs just by looking at it yourself. Unfortunately, we don't understand the language. Unable to communicate, said Crocus devastated. Sun Wukong. Language barrier. Sima D was a little puzzled. Isn't it all Japanese manga, how can we not understand the language? Speaking of it, it seems to be true. Vivi recalled. God communicated with us that day, and he also spoke strange words, but then he suddenly understood it again, so he didn't pay much attention to it. It seems that it should be similar to the ability of telepathy, directly communicating at the spiritual level. Then thought, Monkey King learned Marine 6 styles and Fengshen legs, I don't know if it will have too much impact on the plot. Forget it has nothing to do with him. Anyway, he doesn't plan to go to the Dragon Ball world in the short term, the energy level gap is too big. Dash. Sima D held up the super divine water and said, who wants to drink this time? There is only one serving. Although this is the question, it is now recognized that the only ones that can be drunk are Laboon and Chopper. Laboon said directly, I'll wait for the next time, this time to Chopper. Chopper was a little embarrassed. But thinking of the last few battles he didn't help, and the shameful amount of reward. Then I'll be disrespectful, Chopper said politely. He took the super magic water, uncorked the bottle but didn't drink it directly, but gave some to Crocus. Mr. Crocus, you can study these. The little guy still remembers that Crocus was researching the Awakening Haki potion. Crocus accepted with a smile. Chopper drank the super divine water in one gulp, and then put the glass bottle on the deck with great pain, before lying down and rolling around. Pain, pain, pain. It made everyone laugh. Shouting pain is so ritualistic. With the experience of Luffy last time, everyone also knew that this super magic water would not end for a while. They scattered nearby and went to their own busy work. Only Laboon and Crocus remained, looking after the sleepy. It's not that they don't care about Chopper, it's that he can only fight this level, and no one else can help him. Did not expect. Chopper's super magic water has not been absorbed yet. Frankie is the first to announce the good news. Super. Mary. The refit is complete. Oh, so fast. Let's go and see. Everyone rushed to the number 1 dock, and of course they couldn't forget to bring the tired Chopper with them. All the boatmen of Carrera were present at the scene. Behind them, a red cloth covered an object with a width of more than 10 meters, a height of more than 10 meters, and a length of more than 50 meters. It was obviously the remodeled Mei Li. Let me unveil it for everyone. Frankie excitedly said, this is what I designed with my whole life's painstaking efforts, the Super Mary. Swipe la. The red cloth was lifted. The Mei Li has shown a big change in appearance. The first thing that catches the eye is the majestic lion head on the bow. The whole body of the ship is a slightly calm atom tree trunk, and the bottom of the ship is wrapped with a thick sea stone. Everyone, go up and visit. Frankie invited. The Straw Hat pirates and the others, whose eyes had been shining for a long time, boarded the ship in their own way. Sanji's moonwalk, Luffy's catapult, Vivi's flyweight. Others can't fly, and can only climb onto the boat from the net honestly. Sima D also flew to the deck and landed on the fluffy grass. As expected of Frankie's design, the lawn deck is still preserved. Asking for flowers, he looked around again. The overall layout is not much different from Thousand Sunny, but because of the existence of Sima D, the materials are all replaced with top-level materials. But inside is a big change. A refrigerator with a lock. Combination lock. Awesome. Wow, how is this room so big? Is this really a bathroom and not a bathhouse? The aquarium is so big that you can't see the side even if you probe into it. Compared to these, Sima D pays more attention to how well her customized items are completed. He opened the door of the dormitory and came to a huge yard as if traveling through time and space. The skylight above his head allowed sunlight to shine in. Rows of dormitory doors appeared in front of him in an arched shape, arranged from left to right and then to right-hand side. He casually pushed open the first door on the right, which was the room that had been agreed to belong to him. Once opened, a space of over 500 square meters appeared in front of us, and according to what Sima D said, except for the basic layout, there was no decoration. 0. The point is, the only floor-to-ceiling windows are in this room. In the future, if there is a momentary interest, Sima D can be with Robin and the others in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Renovation time. Oversized sofa. 5-people water bed. Silk mattress. Bath. Sauna room. Wardrobe room. After a good layout, I called Luo and Vivi to add the items I wanted. This dormitory was immediately refreshed, full of the taste of home. It made Vivi and Robin very happy to look around. This will be their home with Sima D in the future. The luxury of Emperor Soma. Although the other dormitories have also been expanded, their size is only about 30 square meters. Although it is luxurious as a single dormitory, it is far from it. It's not that Sima D cut corners, this is the true level of his traceless stretching spell. As for this 500 square meter space, learn about it in Long Jingyu. At this time, Nami appeared at the door of the room, looking at the luxurious dormitory in front of him, whose area surpassed the usable area outside. The envy in his eyes was visible. She excitedly went to check other dormitories, and then the smile froze on her face. The cozy 30 square meter cottage in front of her is much better than her girls' dormitory in Going Merry. But the comparison with Sima D is hateful. I want to live in a big house too. Nami's eyes flickered, as if thinking of something. After visiting the ship, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates gathered on the deck, and they all expressed their satisfaction. B4. As the name of the new ship still Going Merry. Frankie asked, should I change the name to General Frankie? 40. Frankie's pervert gameplay. What is the hammer method? Why don't you change the name of the new ship to Admiral Frankie? Facing Frankie's advice. Don't want. Reject. Hard to hear. The Straw Hat Pirates unanimously rejected this proposal. Even Sima D could vaguely hear the sound of hum. It seems to be Meili. Pretty cute. Oh. I'm still looking forward to it. Frankie was a little disappointed. But soon the reality was accepted. After all, the Meili was born with a ship elf, and changing a strange name rashly is the same as changing your name by someone else, and you will definitely not get used to it. But, anyway, it's the ship of my dreams that I remodeled. The name is wrong, can I change the prefix? Frankie insisted. The correct format of Going Merry should be, Going Merry. Gold is the prefix, and Merry is the famous minister. Going Merry can only be regarded as a nickname. It can be. Sima D agreed. After all, it has been reborn, and it needs to change the prefix. The others nodded thoughtfully. Anyway, they are usually called Going Merry and Mei Li, and the prefix can be changed. Ow. I have a super cool name. Frankie proposed again. How about the Frankie Merry? Or the General Merry? Everyone. Sima D complained. Why don't you call Frankie directly? Oh. Is it really possible? Of course not. XN. Frankie, who was yelled at, was a little aggrieved. 660. Reached into his swimming trunks and took out a bottle of Coke and blew it. The corners of everyone's eyes are jumping. Doesn't it really smell like this? To know, from the perspective of that bottle of Coke, it is in a dark warehouse with ADK hanging above its head, and it may still be close when it is taken out. Tisk. Do not look at the beauty of the painting. As the instigator, Sima D did not expect that Frankie would have such a pervert side. The point is that the Coke was still steaming after being taken out. So was it just out of the freezer, or was the space transformed into a? If it's the latter, are you sure it won't be Chen Xiaoji? Compared to Frankie's pervert, other people's space pockets are also streaky 8-gate. Robin's 3 daughters put on the bra, and it became a real Upai 2D, and the picture of picking up items every time is very pleasing to the eye. If you accidentally miss it, you will still look for a place there. The scene is very fragrant. Zoro is sewn into the turban, and every time you take out items, it's like having a kitchen. Sanji's is in the inner pocket of the suit jacket, which is said to store a complete set of kitchen utensils and emergency reserves. Usopp is much more ordinary, and it is sewn into a weapon bag, making me a real treasure chest. Others are mediocre, with no fancy operations. I think it would be a good name to call it the Big Stick Flesh and Flesh Melee. Luffy said proudly. How about calling it the Dark Pill Melee? Robin suggested. Boss Lionel Mary. Zoro said. Kaya Mary. Usopp said. Cotton Candy Mary. Chopper jumped and shouted. I think Nami-Mary is pretty good. Nami said. Everyone talked about their favorite prefixes, but it was difficult to convince others. They are all talking to themselves. I was really worried about the melee, and the figure of the lion head boat was sweating. It's just that no one noticed. Seeing that everyone was arguing endlessly, he turned his attention to Sima D, who was watching the show, and asked him to vote. Sima D. I ate a melon. Well, why am I still a judge? Let me tell you. This ship was remodeled by Frankie according to Pluton's drawings, and the pirates are famous because they love the sun god and Thor, so why not call it the Pluton melee? Sima D said pertinently. This prefix can only be said to be quite satisfactory, but among all the weird ones, it still won with a large number of votes. Very good. Luffy laughed and said, Mary. From now on, you will be called Pluton melee. Please work hard. Boom. Frankie opened a bottle of champagne and spilled it all over the deck. Woo, the launch ceremony is over. Launch. Pluton Mary. Duck duck. Go into the water. Amid the cheers of the Straw Hat pirates. Without any external force, the melee directly used the Channel Zero, the outer ship, which had been turned on before, and drove out of the number 1 dock like a sports car, landed in the waterway and went straight down the current, and drove to the open sea smoothly. Many citizens lined up to watch along the way, and they were also very curious about this ship that allowed the Carrera Company to announce the suspension of business. It turned out that Bingshan and the others were still looking at it with satisfaction. This is a ship they have built with all their efforts. Just like the boat that Sam built for Luogia back then, this seems to be a reincarnation inheritance. But gradually they discovered something was wrong. Hey, Mr. Bingshan, is the boat going further and further away? Barry asked doubtfully. You read that right. It's just driving far away. Bingshan sighed. It must be Frankie's idea. Leaving without saying goodbye is his style. Hey, what? We haven't said goodbye yet. Barry and others were surprised. Hurrying is galloping to catch up. How can manpower be as fast as a boat going straight down the current? In the end, I could only watch the melee going away at the port. A-hole Frankie. We won't forgive you for leaving without saying goodbye. See you next time. I must beat you hard. Come on the sea. I hope to see you offer a reward of over 100 million next time. Must let this ship reach Raftel. We'll wait for you guy to come back and drink. Everyone was cursing, and they couldn't help but turned into blessings. They used to despise Frankie, but after knowing that he did all this to hide the disguise of Pluton drawings, they have turned to admiration. Especially the drawings designed by Frankie benefited them a lot. I was going to have a nice drink with Frankie after work was done. The members of the Frankie family who heard the news could only look at the melee going away and sigh. Boss Frankie, you must make a name for yourself. We will recognize you as the boss all our lives. It must be good. Woo. On the deck of the Mary, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates also realized that the launching ceremony was the setting sail. Originally, Frankie was still holding his back to the capital of Seven Waters, but when the abuse of Barry and others turned into blessings, and when Frankie's family appeared, this awkward man finally couldn't bear it anymore. Oh, that's why I don't want to say goodbye. A man doesn't cry. Oh, I'm just a damaged body. Ow. Seeing Frankie howling and crying, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates chose to ignore him tacitly. Instead, he waved goodbye to Bingshan and others on the shore. I will definitely become the One Piece. Luffy yelled, swearing. What responded to him was the thumbs up from Bingshan and other boatmen. They also firmly believe that Luffy can do it. Ride to Rodale aboard this dream ship transformed from blueprints by Pluton. I know I can't see the capital of the Seven Waters. Frankie's mood is gradually calming down. Although he is still a little depressed, he should be fine after a while. Sima D clapped her hands at this time, and let everyone look over. As a celebration of the sailing of the new ship, I will also give you a gift. Talking. Sima D launch previously received an award. One family should share the halo neatly, designate a certain unit. When all members of the unit are within 10 kilometers of activation, the damage received by any member will be shared and shared equally by everyone. Semicolon. The binding object is of course the Straw Hat Pirates. I was worried that the transformation would affect the binding of the melee. After all, being a ship spirit is also an alternative life, so there has been no horns for a long time. Next moment. Because the family is neatly present, the damage sharing halo will take effect immediately, and a circle of green halos will appear under everyone's feet, with complex magic patterns carved on them. Huh, what's this? Luffy wondered. No buffs, just what? Zoro asked. Everyone looked at Sima D, waiting for his explanation. Sima D didn't intend to say it, but looked at Luffy and Zoro. As an opener, Sima D can open or close the damage sharing aura of others at will. Others can only operate their own damage sharing aura. Sima D turned off everyone else's damage sharing aura, leaving only Luffy and Zoro with green auras on their feet. Brush. Sima D flashed in front of Luffy, who didn't expect Sima D to make a surprise attack at all, so he was hit on the head with a black punch. Pain, pain, pain. Hiss. In addition to Luffy screaming for pain while holding the meat on top of his head, Zoro also covered his head simultaneously and gasped for air. Sima D said. As you can see, this damage sharing aura can force the damage suffered by a certain person to be equally distributed among all the people who have the aura. B**********D. It's so simple, just explain it right. Zoro roared. And, why did you choose me? Can't you be a pervert? Oh, it seems that you have a problem with me. Sanji looked dangerously. So what? Hey, strong grass in the wind. Sanji turned into an afterimage and rushed in front of Zoro in an instant, kicked Zoro flying before he could draw his sword with a neat kick, and even chose the landing point on his face in a wicked way. This made Zoro go berserk in anger. B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ght In shadow, Sanji turned into afterimages and dashed across the deck. No matter how Zoro slashed, he couldn't hit him. So angry that Zoro directly opened up. Ghost Chi -9 sword style. For a while, slashes flew across the deck, and some of the blows that landed on the hull of the ship only made a little dent. This is the hard Adam's treasure tree. Of course. This is also related to the fact that Zoro did not use the iron cutting technique, and his main lethality is still on the knife. He must kill Sanji the B***********D with his own hands. But well, catching the wind and catching shadows is the basic movement method of Fengshen legs, which is the essence of getting started. After practice, the speed is as fast as a shooting star. Although Sanji has not yet achieved great success, he will leave afterimages while running. But it still made Zoro, who was turtle speed, helpless. This made everyone look at Sima D. The increase of this hockey kung fu is too outrageous, right? Nami leaned forward and said, Emperor, I've awakened armament hockey too, let's make a tailor-made set for him. Good guy, who has seen the coquettish Nami? Anyway, few people present have seen it. But well, I have to design for Vivi first, and then think about other people. Of course, he should focus on his own woman first. Although Nami has a great figure and is also very popular, she is not her own woman after all, so she has to go backwards. Nami heard that although 4.7 was a bit disappointed, she did not make trouble for no reason. Well, it's okay if I come in second. Nami hugged Sima D's arm. Oh, although the scale is smaller than Robin, it is larger than Vivi. What does Nami mean? Seduce yourself with beauty. Still, what are you implying? Cough. There are not many awakened armament hockey on the ship, there will be some. Sima D said seriously. Those who hold armament hockey on board are Sima D, Crocus, Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, Laboon, and Nami. Luffy, Zoro, and Nami's armament hockey are all at the beginner level, Laboon and Sanji are at the advanced level, and Crocus is at the advanced level. In addition to Crocus can play hockey, there is a wide range of moves to choose from. Others don't have as many options. Especially Vivi. Is there any famous hammer method in martial arts? Few are famous for using hammers, let alone hammering techniques. The most famous Lee Yuanba is only famous for his golden hammer beating the drum. As for his hammering method, sorry, can't find it at all. 41. Develop moves and moves. Primary hockey out. Sima D thinks about it. That is to say, the chaotic wind hammer method in Dead Wife Continent can be used. Strike while the iron is hot. Sima D immediately said. Then I will develop new moves for Vivi first, and I will leave the sailing to everyone. This is an above-board attempt to fish. Usually, if someone wants to do something special, Nami is always the first to train them. B4. Nami smiled and waved. Hi. D-chan, please leave it to us. For a while, Sima D didn't know whether Nami was treated preferentially because of the new moves, or... Never mind, Sima D decided to let nature take its course. After all, chasing girls wasn't his thing, and telepathy wasn't much fun. As for Robin and Vivi, it was all delivered to them themselves, his damn charm. Sima D and Vivi went back to the room, but Robin didn't choose to keep up. If they kept up, it would really be developing movements, rather than moves. Entered the room, Sima D didn't rush to do something, she really wanted to give Vivi real moves. You wait, I'll sort it out and pass it on to you. Sima D said. Let Vivi adjust the state, Sima D used the dragon language. Chaotic wind hammer method. A lot of information floods the brain. The random cloaking wind hammer method itself is a forging method to drive out metal impurities. Using this technique can bring your own power to ultimate, and use the rebounding force of the metal to continuously superimpose your own power. The accumulated power every time you swing will be more convincing than the last time. Using this skill to swing 81 hammers continuously, one can directly forge a piece of pig iron into any shape. And when this hammering method is used as a means to injure the enemy, it will be even more terrifying. Because the attacks can be temporarily accumulated at one point, the 99 to 181st hammer is all superimposed and then released, and the accumulated power is matched with the quality of Thor's hammer. Sima D is not sure if she can handle it. Of course. This chaotic cloaking wind hammer method also has a shortcoming, that is, the power is gradually increased by 15, and it is only useful when facing enemies that are not much stronger than oneself. If you encounter enemies with disparity in strength, either Vivi kills the enemy with a hammer, or the enemy directly. Where is the opportunity to gain momentum? But just as a move to attack the enemy, it is much better than Vivi's brute force. Absorb all knowledge. Sima D opened his eyes, beckoned Vivi to come over, and waved a holy light to bathe both of them in it. Ha. Data good voice problem. Sima D used the speech ability again. Telepathy. While Vivi was still experiencing the refreshing feeling that is not the GT but is better than the GT, Sima D transmitted all the knowledge of the chaotic wind hammer method to the past. Vivi, who is in the ethereal state, absorbed this part of knowledge subconsciously. I found that I could quickly comprehend the profound meaning of it, and I figured out 5 or 6 points in just half a minute. That's what Sima D recently found out. People who are blessed during this period, the use of the brain will be greatly improved. Pity. Most of the Straw Hat pirates avoid blessings, otherwise, if Sima D is allowed to keep sucking in the back, the overall strength will definitely be greatly improved in a short period of time. That scene must be very social. I seem to understand. Vivi opened his hand to summon Thor's hammer, and looked at Sima D with piercing eyes. Practice. Sima D stood up, with empty hands. Vibrating gold hammer. A hammer of the same model as Thor's hammer is condensed, but its material is vibrating gold, an excellent metal that can perfectly absorb 99% of kinetic energy and bounce back. This was discovered by Frankie in the MK series of drawings, and it was only after asking Sima D that it could be realized. An ordinary hammer can't withstand the devastation of Thor's hammer. Come. Vivi rushed to Sima D with Thor's hammer, and the hammer smashed with Sima D's vibrating hammer. The mass and power of Thor's hammer were perfectly absorbed and rebounded by the vibranium hammer, and Sima D's strong physique kept him from shaking at all. Vivi can clearly perceive the feedback of power. She turns around and swings Thor's hammer along that power, and swings a heavier second hammer with force. However, he still couldn't shake the golden hammer, and was bounced back into the force zone again. So back and forth. Under Sima D's perfect feed, Vivi's first attempt was to swing the random cloak hammer technique to the 17th hammer, but it was because of rhythm problems that he couldn't continue, and he was blown away by the continued power. Even if he used armament hockey to defend in time, he still suffered some injuries. As Sima D's woman, this little injury is not a problem. I bless you. Shengguang recovered Vivi's injury, and at the same time, the ethereal brain also corrected the mistakes just now, and came up with a perfect way to deal with it. Come again. The two of them were training in the room like this, and Robin would not come to call them until mealtime. Half a month passed by in a flash. Vivi is already able to swing the 39th hammer, making rapid progress. This day, Vivi finally broke through the 40th hammer barrier, and Sima D also called to stop in distress. You don't have to fight like this, let's go out and get some air. Sima D said. Vivi seemed to hold back her energy, trying so hard that Sima D was ashamed. Maybe it's because after the Alabasta incident, she deeply understood the importance of strength, so she refused to let go of any chance to become stronger. Okay. The two washed up briefly, and walked out of the dormitory to enjoy the sea breeze on the deck. Treasure, treasure, treasure. The shout attracted the attention of both of them. I saw Luffy and the others surrounding a wooden barrel with a flag, looking very excited. It's a pity. Nami hit. It contains wine and food. What? How did you know it without opening it? Luffy said angrily. Isn't it written, Sea God's royal treasure, on it? Nami said firmly. This is called Lu Xun. Someone prayed to the patron saint of the sea first, and it is said that it was brewed by the waves. The bouquet will be extra mellow. Quote. Oh. Frankie became interested. Then drink it. I think so. Zoro nodded. Everyone stepped forward to open the barrel. Sima D looked at the scene in front of her and suddenly smiled. A familiar scene. So, upcoming encounter with Brook. Sima D looks at Laboon, wondering what will happen when they meet. Laboon has not only turned into a human, but also evolved into Sea Kings. Maybe Brook is hard to recognize. Robin came over at this time, holding his arm naturally. It's rare to see you guys come out, and I happen to have some good wine to enjoy. Robin smiled and said, I met an interesting family during the day, and some interesting things happened. Crocus was in charge, so I didn't bother you at that time. Fun family. It is estimated that it is the head of the Ashino family, and the hot fruit of the head of the family is a bit interesting. It seems that during this period of time, I was immersed in doing sparring and missed some scenery. But it is only a small role. Sima D is not too sorry. It made Vivi a little embarrassed. Seeing scenery that others have never seen, experiencing adventures that others have never experienced, this is Sima D's concept of going to sea. Now it's because he missed the adventure. It's all my fault. I will make it up to you tonight. Vivi said sincerely. Sima D scratched Vivi's nose amusedly. I don't blame you, but I will look forward to the compensation you said. How can you refuse the unexpected joy that was given in vain? Vivi blushed and turned her head to look at the deck. Luffy, who prayed a little bit to perfunctory the gods, opened the lid of the wooden barrel at this time, but there was no aroma of wine overflowing, and a shining ball of light flew to the sky, bursting into an unusually gorgeous fireworks. This flow bottle is a trap of 7 warlords of the Sea Gecko Moria. As long as it is opened, it will be targeted by it. The wine flew into the sky, turned into light and disappeared. Chopper asked in shock. No, that's a signal flare. Sima D looked up at the sky. It seems that this is someone's trap, and it might be an interesting journey. He is excited, but Usopp and others are scared. Trap. Shouldn't it be someone too dangerous? Chopper. Go and look around. Usopp and the others hurriedly looked around, but the sea was rarely calm. Where could there be traces of the enemy? Something's wrong. Nami shouted suddenly. There's a heavy rainstorm coming. Turn to SE45, lower 1/3 of the sail, and finish within 5 minutes. Although no one saw anything wrong, everyone trusted Nami's judgment. Sima D also uses telekinesis, and one person can reach 5 or 6 efficiency. A minute and a half later, Going Merry left the spot at high speed, and thunderclouds were chasing after him, but he was too slow to catch up. Boom. 100 meters away was a violent storm with lightning. Although the sea area where Going Merry was somewhat affected, it was still sunny. It's been exactly 5 minutes since Nami spoke. Such a polarizing contrast once again highlights the excellence of Nami's nautical talent. If not for her, now everyone has been drenched in water, and there is a storm in the rush of work on the deck. It's really an amazing talent. Coolie Guy sighed. That's right. Back then, if Golden Lion had a navigator with Nami's talent, he wouldn't. Crocus shook his head with emotion. Huh, nothing. Who is the Golden Lion? Luffy asked curiously. Crocus laughed and said nothing. Sima D nodded in agreement. Golden Lion was about to wipe out the Luogia pirates at the beginning, but a sudden and terrible storm saved the desperate Luogia pirates. Unfortunately, it stuck on the head of Golden Lion. Because pulling the rudder hard would be life-threatening, so the rudder is still embedded in his head. It's all down to luck. If Golden Lion had Nami.
The current One Piece is probably not Luogia, but Golden Lion. D-chan, you seem to know something? Vivi asked. Robin also seemed curious. Sima D did not hide too much, and truthfully explained the deeds of Golden Lion. It made everyone amazed. Isn't this Golden Lion too unlucky? Luffy picked his nose. Son. The existence that almost wiped out the Luogia pirates lost to a storm? Usopp expressed disbelief.
With Nami-san here, I really feel safe, Sanji offered hospitality. And Nami, who is the center of the topic, is also proudly clasping her hands and holding her head up. Do you know my importance now? So, D-chan, when will my moves be developed? Nami's magical turn almost flashed Sima D's waist. But it is true that more than half a month has passed, and his dragon spirit language has also cooled down. Your moves, no problem. Yeah, Dijong is the best. The cheering Nami directly gave Sima a hug, and then continued to direct the course as if nothing had happened. Confusing Sima D a bit. What is Nami's situation with herself? But he didn't think too much, time will give the answer. Hockey moves suitable for Nami. Needless to say. Thunder Fruit will be the main ability of Nami in the future. It will become the core like the three admirals. Its strongest Logia has a destructive power of 753, which cannot be achieved by ordinary hockey moves. Compared to, so physical skills are destined to be only auxiliary. Although the famous instructor, Zephyr has repeatedly emphasized the importance of body skills, don't rely too much on Devil Fruit's ability. But if you obviously have a stronger ability and don't develop it, why spend time polishing your body? Therefore, physique and physique are the common defects of the three admirals. Sima D thinks, Nami's hockey move should not be the main attack, but should focus on defense and forging body, preferably with the boost of thunder. He couldn't help but think of a magical skill, the Golden Buddha is indestructible. This is a special martial art from Snow Flower Goddess Dragon. After training, it can control thunder, and it can also have a strong physique and defense. It can increase Thunder Fruit and Armament Hockey at the same time. The point is that it does not involve Hockey external release, and Nami can also be cultivated. And there might be a little surprise. That's it, just do it. Sima D directly used Dragon Essence. Golden Buddha is immortal. With the emergence of related knowledge of exercises, Sima D's 100% developed brain area has mastered them almost instantly, and subconsciously operates according to the route of his exercises. Zila. A group of black lightning formed in the palm. Sima D looked at Nami. Turn on elementalization, try this trick. Sheila. The black lightning hit the elemental Nami, the damage-sharing halo under everyone's feet lit up, and everyone felt the current flowing in their bodies. As strong as Sima D, Crocus doesn't feel much. But Usopp and Chopper, who are weaker in physique, couldn't help trembling, as if they were having an epileptic seizure. Thunder and lightning can actually hurt me. Nami asked strangely. God, is your ability integrated into Armament Hockey? This is not an ability, but a move I developed for you with Hockey. Sima D said. Using Chi to control electricity to injure the enemy from a long distance, and Armament Hockey to release it outside, this is a high-level Armament Hockey. However, you are a Thunder Fruit capable user, so you may be able to bypass this restriction and control this Hockey Thunder ionized body. This is what Sima D said about surprise. Really? Nami immediately hugged Sima D's arm and said excitedly, I want to learn, I want to learn. D-chan, teach me. Well, just called Emperor, and now it is Emperor Sauce. Sima D didn't care too much, and realized, telepathy, to pass on the exercises of Golden Buddha is immortal, to Nami. The crowd also gathered together expectantly. Is it really possible? Crocus is also curious about Tight, Junior Armament Hockey's out. This kid, really dare to think about it. 42. See you at last, Brook. Can I see your fat times? Add more 21,500 words, 103,500 words. Can, the immortal body of the Golden Buddha, allow Nami, who is a junior Hockey, to complete the Hockey external release? This is not a simple breakthrough, but represents a revolution in attack methods. Therefore, everyone is looking forward to it, waiting for Nami to digest the knowledge of exercises. Causing Nami to open her eyes. Seeing the big and small eyeballs, she was so scared that she turned on the elementalization directly. What are you doing? It will scare people to death. Nami said angrily. No one cares about these details. How can you unite the Hockey Thunderbolt? Crocus asked. Speaking of this, Nami was immediately excited again. I'll give it a try. She opened her hand and condensed a black lightning bolt. Although the process took more than 10 seconds, she was already very talented to be able to cast it with her hands. Then, Nami raised his hand to fight Luffy. Luffy is immune to the power of lightning, and a failure won't hurt him. I saw. The green halo under everyone's feet flashed, and everyone was punched in the chest. Yeah, it worked. Ha ha ha. Nami was ecstatic. Crocus is also staring at Sima D with the eyes of a monster. Can it really be done? This kid's enchanting level really refreshes his worldview every time. The others were quite pleasantly surprised. After all, they will also be the beneficiaries of Sima D's monstrous talent in the future. Only Usopp rubbed his reddened chest, and glanced at the chopper who had already prepared to use armament hockey. The super magic water awakened him to the primary armament hockey. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Usopp complained. Seeing that all the partners on the boat had awakened hockey, even with the petrified light, he was still a little flustered. There is a sense of crisis that is about to be left behind. This has made him feel a little negative recently. There's a big black fog in front, what's going on? Chopper asked suddenly. People look. I saw that the front was completely covered by black mist, and the edge of the black mist could not be seen. Bypass is obviously unrealistic. This is the information that Granny K. Killua told me specifically. Nami smiled sinisterly. Before going to the next stop, the Fishman Island, you will pass through a section of the terrifying Devil's Triangle, where countless ships are buried. It's an underworld created by wrong souls. Chopper. QQ smiley face. Laboon. QAQ smiley face. Usopp. N-Airy summation QAQ. Good guy. Nami's ghost story made the three of them tremble with fright. Others don't believe it at all. Coolie Guy even asked Crocus for advice. Senior Crocus, when you came to this sea area, was there this black mist? Who knows? Crocus said calmly. Maybe, there are ghosts. Now even Nami's expression is tense. Really have. Just at this moment, Going Merry also sailed into the black mist, and the originally sunny deck turned into a scene of horror in seconds, and the darkness multiplied the power of the ghost story, just now. Only Sima D's observation hockey found Crocus's upturned mouth. Didn't expect this old man to have such a bad taste. But speaking of Granny K. Killua, her mermaid entering the sea must be a famous scene, but she never thought of signing up for this reward. Just thinking about it makes his eyes a little hot. It doesn't matter if he doesn't want to be rewarded for this scene. Shook his head. Throwing weird pictures out of your mind is bad luck. What's wrong? Are you scared too? Robin joked. Sima D happened to answer. Yo ho 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 ho. A sharp and long eerie laughter came. Against the backdrop of the black mist, it was like the horn of a ghost attacking, scaring most of the people so that their limbs became stiff. What? Could there really be a ghost? I don't want to die here. Sima D looked into the black mist with piercing eyes. Her eyes were full of brilliance. Brooke, you are finally coming. I saw a dilapidated ghost ship, about the size of Going Merry emerging from the black mist, passing Going Merry silently. Everyone could clearly see the ghost ship, standing on the edge of the ship. An afro-headed skull in a tuxedo stared at them with hollow skull eyes as if they had eyeballs. Suddenly, the skeleton opened its mouth and let out a string of yo-ho-ho-ho, which made Chopper's fur explode in fright. Hey, go full speed, Mary. Get away from this skeleton. Usopp was incoherent. But Laboon, who was trembling before, was suddenly frozen, staring at the skeleton's explosive head. This hairstyle, this dress, and this boat. Finally found you, Crocus said in surprise. Laboon. Let's go. Crocus pulled Laboon and jumped up, rushing straight to the opposite ghost ship. Sima D is also soaring into the sky. This touching recognition scene cannot be missed. Wait for me. Luffy followed closely. I'm going to have a look too. Frankie activated the energy injector. Interesting. Take me. Robin spread his angel wings. Most of the Straw Hat pirates showed great interest in this ghost ship, and Crocus, who suddenly revealed some strength. They vaguely guessed something. A few winks. Only Nami, Chopper and Usopp were left on the deck, trembling as they watched the ghost ship float into the darkness from Going Merry. How? Usopp asked. I'm definitely not going. Chopper refused. But the main force is there. Nami reminded. The three were silent for a few seconds. Nami took the lead in turning into a ghost ship that was about to disappear in the Lightning Flash City. What about the remaining Chopper and Usopp? Wait for me. The two hurriedly took out the Mk5, and their clothes caught up. Frightened and landed on the deck. I saw everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates standing on the edge of the ship. The afro-headed skeleton in the middle of the deck was standing there leaning on a cane, and Laboon and Crocus were staring at the distance emotionally. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. The two are very familiar to me at first glance, but staring at me like this, I will still blush. The exploding skull waved his hand. although I am a skeleton, I have no shame. Yo ho 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 ho. This cold skull joke, definitely Brooke didn't run away. Crocus finally confirmed his conjecture from this incongruous familiar voice. I didn't expect. You were buried in this devil's triangle all this time, we just missed it. I made the decision. Crocus looked at Sima D. If this kid hadn't convinced himself, the agreement between Laboon and the Rumba Pirates may not be fulfilled in this lifetime. Yo ho 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 ho. You, who are you? Brooke said suddenly. He seems to have guessed something too. Guess it, Crocus said in a deep voice. You are Brooke, right? This iconic afro, I am Crocus. Brooke. N airy summation QAQ smiley face. Straw Hat Pirates. Huh. About. Laboon's agreement, everyone knows. But they never expected that they would meet in such a situation. After experiencing the initial shock, Brooke actually burst into tears. Crocus, if you're here, the Laboon, it. Obviously a misunderstanding. Crocus didn't explain much, but looked at Laboon. The person you've been thinking about for 50 years is right in front of you, why don't you dare to speak? Laboon was indeed nervous, also very hesitant. She looked at Brooke, who had turned into a skeleton in front of her. Although the iconic afro could not be wrong, but could this be a dream? If it was a dream, then she didn't want to wake up. It's the same as near nostalgia, but now Laboon is a bit afraid. This beautiful lady, please don't be afraid, I don't know how to eat people. Gentleman Brooke straightened his bow tie, bowed and said, excuse me, can I see your fat DK? Oh, appeared. Brooke's gangster scene. Ding. Congratulations on the sign in scene. I love watching Fatty's afro-headed skull. And get the sign in reward, Super Skeleton Soul Fire. Super Skeleton Soul Fire. The flame that condenses the soul of the skeleton can grow itself by devouring other souls, or be swallowed by other souls. Semicolon. Sima D, who was watching the drama, also couldn't laugh or cry. Obviously it is a very touching partner. Shang Li Chenjiao admits that Brooke is forced to make a hooligan to empty the little girl. Laboon also knows propriety, righteousness, integrity and shame when getting along with others during this time. When asked by Brooke, he immediately became angry from embarrassment. A black punch went straight to Brooke's bowed skull. Boom. Brooke was smashed on the deck, and a fleshy bun grew out of the skull strangely, gasping for air as he bared his teeth. Armament hockey can do real damage even to skeletons. Crocus has a strange expression on his face. Is this what Laboon has been waiting for 50 years? Kind of not worth it. Being so disturbed by Brooke, Laboon's timidity is also gone. What's there to be afraid of? Immediately revealed his identity directly. T06. Sima D looked at the famous scene of swiping the screen, and she was also excited. Didn't expect the report to be so rich just to make up for the little effort of regret. And the wind is so strong that it blows your eyes into the sand. 43. The final chorus. Sima D's oath. Being disturbed by Brooke like this, Laboon's timidity is also gone. She stepped forward. The girl was 1.6 meters tall, and she was exactly at the same level as Brooke, who was sitting on the ground. Brooke, besides you, who else is in the Rumba Pirates? Laboon asked. Looking at the dilapidated environment around her, she already had a guess. Brooke obviously changed his mood when he heard the words, touching his skull and remembering something. He didn't speak for a long time. I'm asking you a question, Brooke, what are you talking about? Crocus said impatiently. That's when Brooke came to his senses. He looked up at the sky and sighed, the Rumba Pirates. I'm the only one left. Everyone was silent and looked at Laboon nervously. Laboon, who has been waiting for this news for 50 years, heard that tears flowed from his eyes, and the sound of teardrops dripping on the deck was especially harsh in this dark season. Everyone understands Laboon's mood, but all they can do is keep silent. Only Brooke is weird. This beautiful lady. Brooke turned to look at Crocus. Which crew member is she from? Why are you crying so sadly? Crocus didn't answer, but asked instead. You just drifted in this black mist for 50 years. For a promise. Agreement. Brooke stood up, tidying up his clothes meticulously, resting his hand bones on his crutches and staring ahead. Has it been 50 years? In this dark fog, I really don't know that such a long time has passed. At the beginning, Laboon, our pirate group, stayed in Gemini Cape, and promised to go back to pick it up. Now that everyone else is dead, I have an obligation to tell it everything. Even if you already know the story of Laboon. But when it was confirmed that what they were looking for was the skeleton in front of them, everyone was still filled with emotion. Frankie couldn't believe it. 50 years. Are you sure she's still waiting for you? How can I judge that Laboon is no longer waiting? Brooke said softly. If it believes that our agreement has been waiting, how lonely it must be now. How sad it must be to feel that we have betrayed it while waiting for us. It must be more painful than mine. I think it should grow very big now. If I can see it, that would be great. Brooke's voice was very soft, but everyone could hear the heavy thoughts. Crocus, so, Laboon commissioned you to come to us. Brooke looked at Crocus. Crocus nodded, then shook his head again. It was a little confusing for Brooke. Laboon, who had been crying silently, finally trembled. Brooke, is Laboon. Brooke, N airy summation 2QQ smiley face 3. Hey. Brooke stared at Laboon dumbfounded, unable to believe what Laboon said, subconsciously cast a look at Crocus for confirmation. Before Crocus could speak, the emotional Laboon suddenly ran to the side of the boat, and jumped off the boat. The faces of the Straw Hat pirates have changed. Quick. Laboon can't swim. Fill it before she transforms. Crocus, Usopp, Sanji and other non-capable people rushed to the side of the ship in a hurry, but before they jumped into the sea, the hull of the ship suddenly rose, and even the black mist could see a huge black shadow, pushing the whole ship on its head superior. Hold head high. This familiar tweet. Brooke looked down the side of the boat in disbelief, but there was only darkness. Light. The soft light was able to light up in the sky and hurt Brooke's clipped shadow, illuminating the silhouette of Laboon. Brooke looked at the Laboon with a body size of over 10,000 meters in shock. Although this size was seriously wrong, it was indeed the Laboon he knew. This moment, Brooke's skull-eyed tears welled up again, and he yelled at Laboon. Laboon. Brooke would never have imagined that Laboon would come to find them by himself. Looking at the one person and one whale in front of them, the Straw Hat pirates burst into tears. Frankie cried even more. Oh, BFDA, it's too touching. 50 years of lonely waiting, this is the promise of a man. Ow. Sima D was the only one smiling. Brooke and Laboon's regret can be fulfilled in his hands. Is there anything more fulfilling than this? After completing the recognition, Laboon also changed back to the main body and returned to the deck. Brooke was a little incoherent with excitement. Laboon. You turned into a human. Is it devil fruit ability? It's great to see you again. I'm not dreaming, am I? Quote. Looking at Brooke, who was completely different from the politeness before, Laboon smiled brightly. It's really great to see you again. Can you tell me what happened to you? Talking about this even after 50 years, Brooke is still very angry. When we sailed to the Devil's Triangle, we fought against a group of pirates, but they despicably smeared poison on their bows, arrows and blades so that in the end all of us. Then Brooke I ate the fruit of the underworld, and the soul can return from the underworld to gain a second life. If resurrected, why is it a skeleton? Crocus asked strangely. Ask this. Brooke scratched his head in embarrassment. Ah, the sky was covered in black mist, and the boat drifted to nowhere at that time. When I found my own body again, I was shocked too. Quote. Okay, it turned out to be lost. The Straw Hat pirates looked at Zoro subconsciously. If he ate the devil fruit, it would be the same thing as whether he could find the body or not. Bastards. Believe it or not, I'll hack you to death. Zoro was furious. Obviously he's not a Liu Kai. Anyway, he doesn't admit it. Oh yes. Brooke slapped his head. Laboon, we have a gift for you. Talking. Brooke directly lifted his head. This sturdy action made everyone's hearts skip a beat. It was Sima D who saw the shell in Brooke's head and was thoughtful. This looks like Yinbei. Usopp asked in surprise, have you ever been to Sky Island? Sky Island. Does it really exist? Brooke was also surprised. This sound shell is an antique we bought and used to record music. Now, it is recorded, and the Rumba Pirates finally sang for Laboon's song. Laboon's eyes widened. What the Rumba Pirates did at the end? Did you actually record a chorus for yourself? Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was so moved that their eyes fell into locked awe. It turned out that everyone in the Rumba Pirates remembered the agreement with Laboon. Just when Brooke was about to press the button, Sima D suddenly made a sound. Wait, everyone looked puzzled. Telepathy. Sima D directly cooperates with the hard network, and in Brooke's mind, digs out the memory she wants to find, and directly pulls everyone into a fantasy world constructed by herself through the soul link. Everyone found that the dilapidated ship in front of them was restored to its integrity, and a pirate was sitting or lying on the deck. Both Brooke and Laboon stared wide-eyed at everything in front of them. Ban Biao. Yankee. This is that day 50 years ago. Jing Wang's arrow is poisoned, he is really a dark person. Although I'm ready to die as a pirate, I'm still not reconciled. There's something I want to do. Laboon. Brooke, will your underworld fruit live again? It's also the first time I die, and I don't know, but since we are all going to die, let's be happy. Brooke, who is not yet a skeleton, took out the sound shell. Everyone record a song. If I can survive, I will give it to my partner Laboon who is waiting for us every day. This is great. Don't fall down until the song is over. A group of dying people picked up their instruments again amidst the corpses of their partners. The once-in-a-lifetime chorus of the Rumba Pirates begins. Patter. Brooke opened the sound shell at the right time, and the melodious piano sound came out from it. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Bring Binks, wine to you. Like the sea breeze, ride the wind and waves at will. The first pirate couldn't hold on, and fell forever. But the music is still going on, and there are still smiles on everyone's faces, because this is the last song left for Laboon, they must show their best state. Trio. We pirates split the waves. Sleeping on the waves, home is on the boat. Skull sail skull flag flying in the wind. Under the boundless sky the wind is raging. The waves dance and the drums burst. Fright will be over. There is no sunrise without tomorrow. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Duet. Bang. Heavy watch. Dot 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 dot. From the initial quartet chorus to Brooks' solo chorus at the end, tears were already streaming down his face, and he still insisted on continuing to play the rest. Finally, the recording of the song, Bink's Wine, is finished. Brooke tremblingly pressed the bezel to save the recording, put it in his arms carefully, and then fell down towards the deck with his back straight. Boom. There was no movement on the deck anymore, only a group of corpses holding music. The corners of their mouths were smiling, but the corners of their eyes were crying. The pirate ship also drifted into the black mist and disappeared. Seeing this scene in front of them, everyone couldn't help crying. It's so touching. Laboon and Brooke were the ones who cried the most. They hugged each other and wept to vent the pain of parting for 50 years, and also cried for the regret of the loss of their companions. So touching. One. The 50 deal. Amazing. This is the real man. Sima D also let out a long breath, teardrops in the corners of her eyes. Looking at the crying Straw Hat pirates around them, they silently dissipated the illusion constructed by telepathy. The Straw Hat pirates will never be like the Rumba pirates. All members must not be missing, and they must all arrive in Rodale neatly. This is the oath he, Sima D, made to himself. So, in order to prevent anyone from dying suddenly, the old man Crocus has to train them twice. As for him, he also has to discuss profound human issues with Robin and Vivi, so let the capable coach do more work. Until then, Sima D was free to check the rewards she got. I don't know if I don't look at it, I'm startled when I look at it. 44. 5 consecutive famous scenes. Sima D is no nanny. Ding. Congratulations to the sign-in scene, Laboon and Brooks' 50-year contract. Get the sign in reward, Brooks' spiritual power. Brooks' spiritual power. Brooke, who loves music, already has strong spiritual power, and after tempering in the underworld and unconsciously absorbing a lot of soul power, it will become his powerful capital in the future. Semicolon. Ding. Congratulations to the sign-in scene, the last chorus of the Rumba Pirates, and get the sign in reward, Huang Laoxi's Blue Sea Tide song. Huang Laoxi's Song of the Blue Sea Tide. It is best to use Jade Shao to activate this skill, imitating the sound of the sea tide, and those who are not determined will be controlled by this skill. Semicolon. Ding. Congratulations to the sign-in scene, complete the regretful Brooke, and get the sign in reward, Brooks' tenacity, hair roots. Brooks' tough hair roots. Even if the body rots, it is still a strong and tough hair root, so you don't have to worry about getting stronger and changing. Semicolon. There are 3 famous scenes at one time, which can be regarded as a big scene. I didn't expect Brooke to be quite generous. Decided. Find a chance to give him the super skeleton soul fire. After all, this thing is for skeletons, and once used, it will become a skeleton. How could Sima D, who is hugging left and right, be willing to turn into a skeleton? There is also Blue Ocean Tide. Although using the jade flute has the best effect, it can also be used as a reference for Brooke, who may be able to develop some new skills. Thinking about, Sima D suddenly realized something was wrong. Strangeness. He hasn't boarded the ship yet, why did he start thinking about strengthening the route for him? I am not his nanny. Think carefully. It seems that he has been helping everyone become stronger recently. Vivi is her own woman as a matter of course. G. Dragon speech has a cooldown time. If it is used to embody exercises for other people, wouldn't he be standing still? There are not many who have mastered hockey, and after they have exchanged, the resources given to them should be appropriately reduced. After all, I'm not here to be a babysitter. Continuing to keep hockey running with her psychic powers, Sima D looked into the arena. The crowd had already calmed down, and they were looking around Brooke curiously. It's really a skeleton. The bones are so white. Can the waist be so slender? Is this hair real? Brooke seemed quite welcome. Because of the relationship between Laboon and Crocus, although Brooke looks scary now, even Usopp is not too scared. Luffy finally couldn't help but said, Brooke, come be my partner. No problem. Brooke said without hesitation. The Straw Hat Pirates with Laboon. Even if Luffy doesn't invite, Brooke will definitely try to join. Ding. Congratulations to the sign-in scene, the Straw Hat Pirates' fastest boarding invitation, and get the sign in reward, the Rabbit Charm of the Demon Lord of Fire. The Rabbit Charm of the Fire Demon Holy Lord. It is originally a thing of the Fire Demon, Holy Lord, and it is also one of the 12 magic powers in the Holy Body. Speed movement. After being hit by the ion cycle, you can travel through time and space to go back to the past. Semicolon. Rewards have been stored in the system space. Rabbit spell. Like the chicken charm, it is one of the 12 charms, and its ability is pure speed. It is an ability that Sima D does not have now, if ever. Sima D may choose to give someone to the Straw Hat Pirates, which can directly increase their combat power by 5. But now, Sima D took it out from the system space, held it directly in the palm of his hand, absorbed the rabbit charm, and integrated it into his own power. Brush. Sima D, who is free from spells, turns into a ray of light, and there is a matching thinking reaction, and everything around her seems to be static. Although it is still impossible to escape the capture of observation hockey because of the movement, it gives Sima D the initiative to freely choose the timing of the battle. Come closer if you want to fight, and pull away if you don't want to fight. If you can't catch up, just stare. This Brooke can deal with. In a short period of time, 5 famous scenes were contributed. Sima D returned to his original position. Crocus looked back at him. Obviously discovered Sima D's shopping behavior just now. But I didn't pay much attention to it, I just thought it was a new ability developed by Sima D. There. After Brook agreed to Luffy's invitation, he immediately asked his question again. But I can't leave with you directly, because my shadow was taken away by a group of people. If it hits the sun, it will be directly burned to ashes. What? Laboon raged. How dare someone do this? Where are they? I'm going to kill them. Laboon's fist was black and shiny, making Brook take a half step back silently. He had a deep understanding of the power of this black fist just now. A black fist that can make a skeleton feel pain. Laboon, don't worry, I'm not sure where they are, I just encountered them by chance in this black mist many years ago. I haven't eaten for many years, I wonder if you can entertain me. It's on me. Sanji smiled and said, I'm Sanji, the chef on board, and I promise to give you a feast you'll never forget. This tone. Sanji is going to get serious. Obviously. For the sake of Laboon and Crocus, plus Brook's 50 years of lonely waiting, Sanji has approved this partner. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates couldn't help but look forward to it. Let's go. Back to Going Merry. Let's go. Although Going Merry didn't know which part of the black mist drifted away, it wasn't a problem at all. Everyone took out the Hearthstone and was about to rub it. Going Merry suddenly rushed out of the black mist, slowly but firmly docked in front of the Straw Hat Pirates. All the members of the Straw Hat Pirates are here, and it is obvious that this is the credit of Merry. Merry, you're here to pick us up. Luffy yelled. Others also jumped to the deck of Going Merry. I'm sorry, Mei Li, to leave you alone. Usopp apologized belatedly. Situation at the moment. Usopp was really terrified and didn't think about staying behind Going Merry at all. Chopper and Nami were also scratching their heads in embarrassment. Chopper is okay to say. As a navigator, Nami left the melee, which is a bit too much. After apologizing to Going Merry, he suddenly glared at the Straw Hat Pirates again. Let me tell you, can we discuss future actions in advance? Nami roared. All the main force ran away at once. What if we encounter the enemy melee? What should we do? Everyone. But just thinking about this skeleton is very interesting, so you must see it. Sima D, who are usually the most stable, saw the abnormal performance of Laboon and Crocus and guessed some possibility, so they couldn't hold back. In the end, the three of Nami were trembling here. Cough. This is an accident, Sima D said. Everyone doesn't usually do this, so it's not an example, right? Sima D winked at everyone. Ah yes. God is right. Yes, yes, yes. Let's not be an example. Mary, I'm sorry, we won't do it again. Under everyone's assurance, Nami also calmed down. Only Brook asked strangely, who is Melee? The Melee, the name of this ship. If there was no one on board just now, who drove the boat to pick us up? It's the ship spirit, Brother Skeleton. Frankie explained. But that made Brook even more confused. Ship spirit, what's that? Frankie patiently explained the existence of disembarkation elves immediately. Brook exclaimed again and again. Amazing. Can you make the ship have its own consciousness? What a magical pirate team. This praise made everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates laugh without saying a word. Crocus said earnestly. Brook, there is something more magical about this ship, let's learn more about it later. Hearthstone, Hockey Kung Fu, Hockey Moves, Space Pocket, Time and Spirit House Teleportation Stone. Everything that is given to other pirate groups is like a secret treasure. This ship has it all. It's even more jaw-dropping than Luogia and the others back then. Sanji's efficiency is very fast, and a table full of delicacies is just out of the pan. Just one sip completely conquered Brook. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. I haven't eaten food for 50 years, I never thought it would be so delicious. It really brings tears to my eyes. Although I'm just a skeleton, I can shed tears but I don't have body temperature yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Brook's unique skeleton joke made both Luffy and Laboon laugh out loud. Very supportive, Brook quickly became one with the group, as if he was destined to be their partner. The wine is over half around, and the dishes are over 5 flavors. Everyone also raised their doubts. Laboon didn't sink into the sea just now, so can it swim in the sea? Usopp asked doubtfully. Ask for flowers. Laboon looked confused. I don't know. At that time, I was thinking about proving my identity. I didn't think too much. Just like before, I just floated on the sea. Sima D ate in silence. There are many mistakes, and you can discuss it among yourself. Laboon is obviously a zone-capable person, so it shouldn't be possible for him to be able to swim, Nami said. Could it be because Laboon itself is a whale, so it floats on the surface of the sea? Usopp speculated. Marine mammals such as whales do not have a swim bladder, but the effect of a swim bladder can also be achieved by contracting the chest cavity to compress the air content in the lungs. So Laboon just floats on the ocean. No. Laboon shook his head and said, thinking about it carefully, I didn't feel any discomfort when I entered the sea water, and my strength didn't weaken in any way, it was exactly the same as before. Ah this. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. What is the principle? Why don't you throw someone with the ability into the sea for a try? Maybe this sea is special. Usopp proposed a bad idea. Everyone's eyes lit up. Not impossible. The current demon fruit power on board is Sima D, Robin, Nami, Chopper, Laboon, Luffy, and Brook. The three of Sima D passed subconsciously, and Laboon was guarded by Crocus and Brook, so Chopper and Luffy became the focus of most people. Chopper. QAQ winking face. Luffy hadn't noticed any danger yet, and was still, quietly, stretching out his hand, snatching a portion of Nami's barbecue quickly, and stuffing the meat with the plate into his mouth. Nami. Carrot woo, Luffy, how many times have I said that? Don't eat the plate. Sanji was furious. Needless to say now, Luffy was directly carried out of the restaurant by the crowd, and was thrown into Poseidon with a rope tied around his waist. Plop. Luffy sank to the bottom of the sea without any struggle, only a few bubbles indicated his presence. Looking aside, Sima D couldn't help laughing. Tisk. You really dare to think. Everyone waited for a minute. Seeing that the rope was stretched straight, Luffy still didn't move. It was in a hurry to pull it from the bottom of the sea to the deck. My guess is wrong, Usopp said seriously. It's like doing real research. B*************** D. I'm going to kill you. Huh, I didn't choose you. Everyone who was an accomplice just now chose to turn a blind eye to Usopp, who was beaten up. It was obviously your suggestion, who would not be beaten if he didn't beat you. By the way, can an island whale grow so huge? Brook also asked. The island whale is a unique creature of West Blue. Although it will grow very large, it is far from the level of Laboon. That's right, Sanji suddenly said. Laboon is not an ordinary island whale or demon fruit power. She has also been injected with Sea King's transformation potion. Maybe that potion gave her the ability to swim again. This guess caused everyone to nod in agreement. Reasonable and well-founded, you can't go wrong. Only Brook is still a question mark. Sea King's transformation potion. What is that? The caring Laboon immediately explained to Brook. Brook exclaimed again and again. Is it so amazing? Sea King's turned out to be remodeled to build the Grand Line. Sima D nodded in satisfaction. He is very satisfied that you can figure out the problem by yourself. See Brook so. Laboon couldn't help but continue to show off other experiences with him. What? And the potion to separate devil fruit. Is this how you got Miss Nami's thunder fruit? Laboon's adventure story surprised Brook. Especially the devil fruit isolation potion. The Rumba pirates also logged into Little Garden at the beginning, did not expect that there is a museum of ancient civilizations under the volcano. Does Sky Island really exist? And the Gaia Island they have been to before will be washed up on the Sky Island by the soaring current. Finally, Brook exclaimed. Your adventure is really magnificent. What kind of treasure pirates is this? Brook is really in love. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates looked at each other and smiled. Is it grand? Yes. 45. Absorb the fire of the soul. Zombie. The more the better. After learning part of the adventure stories of the Straw Hat Pirates, Brook said that life was too simple in the past. It's a great honor to be your partner. Brook said sincerely. This benefited everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. Who doesn't want to be praised? Even Sima D nodded in satisfaction, and decided to give everything to Brook later. As an adventurer, if he praises his wonderful adventures, he is his good friend. However, how did I get the news that the Rumba pirates escaped from the Calm Belt and returned to West Blue? Crocus wondered. His information could not be wrong, it was the information obtained by Luogia and Rayleigh. Huh, could it be? Brook thought of something. He glanced at Laboon. The current Laboon is in the state of a girl. Although she is still young, she is also a person who cannot bear the pressure. Immediately said in a low voice. The news you heard. It should be about Captain Yuki. Captain Yuki was infected with an infectious virus. He chose to stay away from us to protect the Lombard pirates, and crossed Calm alone. Belt returns to West Blue. I see. Crocus was stunned, and then his face became heavy. I didn't expect that hardy man to end like this. Suffering from an infectious disease and crossing the Calm Belt alone, there is no other possibility for the end. Captain Yuch. Laboon's voice was crying. Seeing this, Brook also hastily diverted his attention. Speaking of Crocus, you are really amazing. Brook exaggerated. You actually became the ship doctor of One Piece in order to find us at sea. Have you even arrived at Raftel? Really, you obviously rejected us when you were invited, if you were in if. Talking and talking, Brook told himself that he was depressed. The reason why the entire army was wiped out was because the ship doctor died in that battle. Otherwise, they will more or less leave seeds of hope, or, 430, Shu One Piece is theirs. The others laughed as well. Why do you comfort others and comfort yourself to be depressed? But this matter is not something that can be healed in a few words, they can only let them heal themselves with time. Okay, let's. Jingle bell. A siren blared through Going Merry, and red alarm lights flashed in the restaurant. This is the alarm device, installed by Frankie. One-click alarm and the whole ship will see the alarm. Now that all members of the Straw Hat Pirates are here, those who are difficult to raise the alarm can only. It's Mary. There is a situation. One. Quick. Everyone rushed to the deck in a swarm, and there was a grimace with a wide-open mouth in sight, swallowing the current like a gate of hell, and pulling the golden Malixing into it. Nothing good will happen at first glance. If Meili hadn't reminded them in time, they might not react until they were swallowed into it. Full starboard. Get out of the way. Nami ordered. Zoro and others were about to move. Sima D glanced at Brook. He didn't make any movement, he seemed to be hesitating, or he seemed to have made some kind of decision. I said, Brook, this strange thing, wouldn't it be the place that took your shadow away? Sima D broke Brook's plan. Surprise Brook. The others also reacted one after another, and they knew that Sima D was right when they saw Brook. Since your shadow is in it, why don't you say it? If you don't take back the shadow, you can't continue the adventure with us. Could it be that some people think that as long as you don't tell us, we will leave like this? Just kidding. You are our partner, how could you just leave like this? The reproaches of the Straw Hat pirates left Brook at a loss. Everyone, obviously just met. Okay, interrupted Luffy, forward, go get Brook's shadow back. Yes, Going Merry not only didn't turn around, but accelerated and rushed into the gate of hell, and then saw the outline of an island in the hazy black mist. Is there an island in this place? Grandma K. Keluo didn't even mention it. Nami wondered. It is impossible for Granny Kekameng to miss such crucial information. It's not an island. Crocus shook his head and said, this is a super large island ship, if I'm not mistaken. It should be the terrorist dhow, belonging to 7 warlords of the sea Gecko Moria. 7 warlords of the sea. This thing seems to be interesting all of a sudden. The Straw Hat pirates who have already beaten a K. Lockdale said, 7 warlords of the sea is nothing more than that, and it's not that they haven't done it. As far as I know, Gecko Moria's ability is a shadow fruit, which can steal other people's shadows to strengthen itself. Crocus continued. But my observation Hockey found that this island is interesting. Everyone thought that Crocus had changed and knew how to share information. But they are wrong. Crocus just pointed out the danger ahead, but didn't give any specific information. Just whet your appetite and be anxious. Old man Crocus, finish what you want to say, don't have talk every time, you be asterisk 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 D. Usopp complained. That's right, it's like this every time, it's making people feel like they can't keep up. Nami's eyes sparkled. However, there is some ambiguity in these words, so Sima D couldn't help but look at Nami a few more times. Why do you feel that Nami's state is not quite right recently? Never mind. Luffy jumped on the lion head boat figure and shouted, go right in and get Brook's shadow back. This battle plan is very Luffy, just keep your head down. But, don't meddle in the battle plan, Luffy. Nami said bluntly. Yeah, let the Emperor come. Usopp agreed. God, it's your turn to behave. Zoro nodded. Others also agreed. Sima D's wisdom and layout are obvious to all, and everyone trusts her. As for Luffy's objections, nobody cares. Brook also provided information. The island is full of zombies made of other people's shadows. Their weakness is solved with the power of the sea. Putting it in their mouths can make them clean. The approximate high-end combat power is. My shadow was. Listening to the information he already knew, Sima D rubbed his chin in thought. Now that the combat power of the Straw Hat Pirates has been greatly strengthened, the 3 main combat forces of Luffy have awakened armament Haki, and there are 2 general-level combat forces, he and Crocus. Kutta, weakest 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria, don't be too simple. But the horizontal push is cool for a while, but the Straw Hat Pirates will not grow much. So the core of this battle is to allow the Straw Hat Pirates to gain experience, preferably a life and death situation. But, Nami, let Going Merry land. Since everyone believes in me. This time we will compete to see who can save Brook's shadow faster. Whoever wins can get my tailor-made Haki moves. As soon as Sima D's color head was taken out, everyone's eyes lit up. Even Crocus was a little moved and cast a questioning look at Sima D. Do you want to add him? Professional players are not allowed to participate in fish frying. Sima D refused. You better run fast and guard the melee, I will take them there and come back. Crocus obviously expected it, shrugged and found a recliner to lie down. Running fast is a relief. It's really just a pet, so don't take it for battle. Go and play, don't worry, leave the melee to us. Crocus said. Frankie seemed to have something to say, but after thinking about it, he still didn't say it. The Mary didn't need to protect it at all, but its combat power was stronger than most of the people present. Sima D noticed Frankie's change and secretly noticed it. This time, with the open supply of its own materials, Going Merry has improved several levels compared to the original Thousand Sunny. Looking forward to its brilliant performance. It's docked, let's go. Sima D took the lead and jumped off the boat. The others immediately followed. Most of them just carry weapons and salt blocks, only Usopp and Chopper choose to ship the Mk5. Others don't wear Mk5, it's not because they forgot, but because in addition to the flight increase, Mk5 limits their ground combat capabilities and weakens the overall combat power. Sure, everyone was blocked by a moat, depending on the situation, to prevent intruders from entering rashly. However, the width is only 10 meters, which is not a problem for the people present. Looking at it this way, it doesn't seem so scary. Usopp said lightly. Sima D glanced at Usopp and didn't say anything. Sudden mutation. A shadow with 3 heads jumped out from below, and opened its mouth to bite Usopp, who was flying in midair. Usopp. District. Usopp was so scared that a blue light burst out of his eyes, and the petrified light hit the attacker, turning him into a stone statue. Process happened too fast. When everyone reacted, they saw a hell 3-headed dog stone sculpture, about to fall into the moat. It was caught by Sima D with telekinetic power and thrown in the open space. Usopp raised his height with lingering fear, and flew across the moat as quickly as possible. Yo, didn't you just say there's nothing to be afraid of? Vivi laughed. This made Usopp feel a little embarrassed. He said stiffly, didn't you see that I petrified it? Having said that, but what kind of big boss can appear in the periphery? The petrified light is Usopp's life-saving skill at the bottom of the box. It is equivalent to being frightened by a miscellaneous soldier to make a big move. What is there to be proud of? No one paid any attention to the stubborn Usopp, and surrounded the three-headed dog stone sculpture to check. It's stitched together, and the stitches are too rough. But it's very technical to allow 3 dog heads to share one body. Chopper commented. 3 dog heads. Zoro hesitated. The one on the far left seems to be a fox head. That's true. It is estimated that there is not enough material, so it is improvised. I don't know how high the combat power is, but it's probably not too bad to be killed by Usopp. Hey, I'm still here. Do you have any opinion? In a few words, everyone finished analyzing the general information. Sima D looked at the stone carving thoughtfully. 3. Does it contain soul power? Try it. Sima D waved to Brook. Said. Come, I'll give you something good. Brook also heard about Sima D's many miraculous operations, so he walked over immediately. I saw Sima D took out 2 balls of soul fire, and directly pressed them roughly into Brook's eye sockets. As a skeleton, he easily matched the soul fire. The dark green flames danced in his hollow eye sockets, and it looked very strange in the dark night of the desolate suburbs full of tombstones. Usopp was so scared that he silently improved the steel mask to give him some sense of security. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho, what a magical flame. My soul seems to be absorbed by it. It's just like. The dark green flame suddenly escaped from Brook's eye sockets, and his original skeleton body was scattered all over the ground. Soul fire. QAQ. The ghostly green flames rushed back to the bones on the ground, and those bones seemed to have regained life and clicked, and assembled to restore the appearance of Brook's skeleton. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. I almost thought I was going to die. What a miraculous ability. It brings my soul and Devil Fruit's ability together in this flame. As long as it is not injured, I can replace the skeleton body at any time. But it's better to use your own. Excited, Brook chattered and shared his gains with Sima D. Sima D nodded. It seemed that the first step went well. #Ba. Give it a try next step. Sima D hit the stone sculpture of the 3-headed dog with a black fist, smashing it, and at the same time, 3 groups of black shadows flew to the sky, which were the shadows stored in the head of the master. Brook, absorb them. Absorb. How to absorb? Brook subconsciously raised this idea, and a rope composed of dark green flames ignited in his hand. He hastily threw out the noose and hit a black shadow. The dark green flames spread and burned it up, leaving only dots of green light floating towards Brook's eye sockets and being fired by the soul. Absorb. Under observation hockey. The fire of the soul has grown a little bit. If Sima D hadn't been paying attention all the time, I really couldn't find it. Yo ho 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 ho. Amazing. Brook's jaw dropped to the floor in shock. What kind of flame is this? It is simply the nemesis of these shadows. Sure enough, the products produced by Emperor are all good things. Nami praised. This green flame is not simple at first glance, it is a bit like the inextinguishable black flame. It feels dangerous. And Brook, who came back to his senses, also hesitated. It seems that it has become a little bit stronger. Oh, now let's get people motivated. Let's go. Let's hunt the zombies on the island. Laboon excitedly said. 5.9 Brook's current strength is not bad, but compared to Crocus and Sima D, his hips are too stretched. Now is a good opportunity to enhance his strength. Brook also bowed to Sima D. Thank you very much. We're all partners, so don't say these kind words. Sima D waved his hand and said, we should work hard to become stronger, so that we can share our worries. Hi. Yo ho 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 ho. The Straw Hat pirates walked deep into the island with a murderous look. So that, when a carriage drove up, Hilton with a human head and a bad body appeared. Just being beaten to death by the crowd. Anyway, as long as they are subordinates of Gecko Moria, these Jonyu are their enemies. A group of black shadows was captured by the soul chain again, burned into green light spots and absorbed by the soul fire. It's really getting stronger, my soul. Brook confirmed. Now the Straw Hat pirates are even more motivated. Didn't take a few steps. I saw a mass grave, looking gloomy and very dangerous. Ordinary people will probably take a detour when they see it, but the Straw Hat pirates now. Rush. Zombie here we come. For Brook, seeing that Luffy and other main combat forces have rushed, what can Usopp be left behind? We can only hold together and grit our teeth to keep up. Is to enter the mass grave. In front of the tombstones, a pair of hands pierced the depths of the ground, and zombies with twisted bodies sat up, poked their heads out, and climbed out of the pit. It can be called a group of demons dancing wildly. Help. A few people in Usopp were scared and hid behind Sima D, which is too scary. This gall. Sima D directly grabbed them with telekinesis and threw them all to the zombie crowd. And raised his hand to let other people who were eager to try stand still. Exercise your courage, you guys.